The Fox in the Restricted Zone author, Lin Haiting Tao summary. Mr. Hu Lai. In today's football world, the space for strikers like you who solely excel in scoring is increasingly limited. Nevertheless, you have achieved remarkable success. May I inquire what the secret to your triumph is? On a winter afternoon, Hu Lai showcased his recent prestigious accolade to a gathering of journalists from around the globe when one reporter posed this question. As he faced the inquisitive gazes of the reporters, Hu Lai's thoughts drifted back to a certain afternoon during his middle school years. When he stood alone beside the field, watching his classmates play, they had not permitted him to join, perceiving him as a disruptive presence. He recalled the stern words of his coach. Hu Lai, if you cannot exert 10 times the effort of others, your talent is merely a worthless stone. He also remembered a dismissive voice. The demands on modern strikers are increasingly rigorous and multifaceted. What use is it to only know how to shoot? Ultimately, his reflections settled on a moment from that time, as dusk began to subtly cloak the eastern sky, amidst an abandoned lot overrun with wild grass. A girl earnestly told him, Hu Lai, you possess real talent, and it is a formidable one, because you know where the goal is. Hu Lai gazed into the girl's eyes, seeing the sunset reflected within them. The sunlight danced in her pupils, flowing and burning, forming a radiant halo as if it sought to envelop him in its brilliance. Returning to the present, Hu Lai found himself back in that warm winter afternoon, facing the eager reporters. Prologue. The arrival of Hu Lai. A few girls entered the classroom, and upon stepping inside, they excitedly exclaimed towards a particular direction, Luo Kai. Luo Kai, we have good news. Do you want to hear it? In their line of sight, a tall boy, engaged in conversation, turned his head. He was strikingly built, with a slightly tanned complexion and closely cropped hair, exuding an aura of vitality. Particularly notable were his large, expressive eyes that seemed to converse with those who met his gaze. The girls, captivated by his gaze, momentarily forgot their words. What is the good news? An anxious boy surrounding Luo Kai inquired as the girls fell silent. Come on, speak up, urged the girls, snapping back to reality. The school football team is recruiting new members. One girl exclaimed. I saw the poster on the notice board. They'll officially start additions in a month. The boys dismissed the news with a wave. Oh, we already knew that. Really? You knew? The girls, initially eager to share the news, felt a twinge of disappointment. Humph. When it comes to football, we're far more invested than you. Luo Kai, who had remained silent until now, nodded in agreement. Indeed, they've already informed me. We were just discussing it. The girls blushed at the acknowledgement. So, Luo Kai, you're definitely going to make it, right? Of course. Without waiting for Luo Kai to respond, the boys surrounding him chimed in. Have you even considered what our Kai Go is capable of? He has undergone professional training and was the captain of the middle school team. If he fails to make it onto our high school soccer team, there must surely be some hidden agendas at play. Indeed, if Kai is not selected, are we to choose that fellow Hu Lai instead? If Hu Lai manages to get picked, that would be the real scandal. There must be some under-the-table dealings involved. The mere mention of Hu Lai's name elicited laughter from both boys and girls alike. The atmosphere in the classroom of Class 1. Year 2 was filled with a sense of joviality. A diminutive and slender youth was sprinting up the stairs of the academic building, his movements somewhat clumsy. As he rounded a corner, unable to halt his momentum, he crashed against the wall, using his hands to push off in order to change direction, akin to a rubber ball rebounding between walls. Amidst the bustling crowd, he nearly collided with others on several occasions, his run becoming a series of near tumbles. At times, even resorting to crawling up the stairs on hands and feet, yet he did not relent in his pace, leaving a trail of apologies in his wake as he ascended, ignoring the glares and reprimands directed at him. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, he faced a 50-meter corridor leading straight to his classroom. As he accelerated towards the finish line, a portly boy unexpectedly emerged from the classroom's rear entrance. The youth waved his arms and shouted, You go left, I'll go right. The chubby boy hesitated for a moment, then complied, stepping to his left. Simultaneously, the youth quickly veered to his right. The inevitable collision ensued. Crash. Ouch. Goodness. The lively atmosphere in the classroom was abruptly interrupted by the commotion at the door, drawing the attention of all. What is going on? What just happened? I think I heard Hu Lai's voice. Hey, that must be Hu Lai acting foolish again. Just as the thought crossed the air, a wail erupted from the entrance. Hu Lai, what are you doing directing me like that? Ouch, my head. It's your fault for misunderstanding my instructions. You were supposed to move to my left. The boy winced in pain, his words tinged with dissatisfaction and grievance. Those who had previously mentioned Hu Lai in class shrugged in exasperation. What did I tell you? Who could have known that your left meant your left? Protested the chubby boy, equally aggrieved. However, Hu Lai chose not to dwell on whose left was in question. Instead, he clutched his forehead and rose from the ground. Then burst into the classroom, where, amidst the gazes of his peers, he exuberantly proclaimed some thrilling news. Good news. The school soccer team is recruiting new members. However, the enthusiastic reaction he had anticipated did not materialize. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a thick, viscous substance, creating no ripples whatsoever. The class regarded him as though he were a fool. An awkward silence ensued. Finally, a kind-hearted girl timidly broke the silence, saying, "We've known about it for ages." This shattered the uncomfortable stillness. A boy beside Luo Kai mockingly remarked, "You rushed back for this? Hu Lai, the team's recruitment has nothing to do with you. Do you really think you can join the team? Why not?" Hu Lai retorted. "Hey," the boy laughed, "you'd better not embarrass yourself." Embarrassment? It's not your dignity at stake. Hu Lai shrugged nonchalantly and turned to walk towards his corner. "What did you say?" The boy was incensed by Hu Lai's demeanor. Someone beside him intervened, saying, "Forget it. He's right. You aren't his father. After all, you haven't lost anything." Upon hearing this, the boy chuckled. "True. I'm not his father." He deliberately emphasized the word father, provoking a wave of laughter. Amidst the laughter, Hu Lai, with his back turned to them, made a dismissive gesture. Once the laughter subsided, everyone gathered around Luo Kai, fervently discussing matters concerning the school football team, with several girls joining the conversation. Such animated exchanges likely echoed in other classrooms of the first-year high school, where boys were excited about football, while girls were thrilled by the boys playing the sport. Hu Lai was equally passionate about football, yet no one seemed to share that enthusiasm for him, except for the unfortunate soul he had knocked down. The chubby unfortunate one sat on the ground, shouting, "Hu Lai, you're just going to leave like that? Apologize. Give me an apology." However, in the clamor of the classroom, it appeared that Hu Lai had not heard his cries. After a few more shouts, the chubby boy picked himself up from the floor, muttering to himself, "I'm such a fool. Really, how could I listen to that jerk? It's not like I don't know how he is. I'm really foolish." Chapter 1. The dream of the football world when Hu Lai heard a faint sound from the door behind him. He swiftly lowered his left hand holding the phone and pushed the device towards his wrist with 4 fingers, sliding it into the slightly oversized sleeve of his school uniform. Traditional Chinese school uniforms are often quite loose, appearing ill-fitting. They envelop youthful exuberance tightly, seemingly fearful that students might lose focus on their studies if they caught a glimpse of each other's vibrant youth. For many fashion-conscious individuals, this uniform is a frequent subject of critique. However, for Hu Lai, he rather appreciated this design, as it allowed him to conceal his phone without any visible signs. Just after he discreetly tucked the phone into his sleeve, a hand reached from behind him, lifting the open book and revealing an empty desk. "What are you doing, Dad?" Hu Lai feigned surprise as he turned to look at his father. A middle-aged man, strikingly similar to Hu Lai, wore a serious expression and said, "I'm checking to see if you've been sneaking in some phone time." "How could that be?" Hu Lai forced a smile. "I'm quite diligent in my studies." "Diligent? Your entrance exam scores tell a different story. Can you seriously claim you've been studying hard?" His father expressed his dissatisfaction. "That's just because I lack ability, Dad. I've been studying diligently, but my capabilities are limited," Hu Lai replied with a sheepish grin. His father shot him a stern glare and slammed the textbook onto Hu Lai's hands, commanding, "Focus more seriously." "All right, Dad, I will definitely study hard," Hu Lai nodded eagerly, hoping to appease his father and prompt him to leave. As his father turned to exit, he did not rush to close the door, but instead lingered quietly at the threshold, intently observing his son's silhouette. Under his gaze, Hu Lai leaned over the table, occasionally lifting his head to feign contemplation, and at times, bending down to scribble furiously. There was nothing amiss. His father surveyed his son's bedroom once more. The bed was somewhat disheveled, with the blanket from last night left unmade, still in the state it was upon rising that morning. The bookshelf was crammed haphazardly with various tomes, some volumes precariously hanging out, on the verge of toppling over. A backpack lay sprawled on the floor, its zipper wide open. Nestled beside a pair of socks he had discarded, everything appearing just as it typically did. Only then did he gently close the door. After the faint click resonated, Hu Lai maintained his position for a while longer, then feigned a stretch, rising to twist his torso while seizing the opportunity to cast a swift glance at the doorway. Confirming that the door was indeed shut and his father had departed. He then retrieved his phone from his sleeve, unlocked the screen, which still displayed the same image from before it had gone dark. A football player, shrouded in shadow, stood with hands on hips, a ball beneath his feet. On the right side of the screen, while the left bore 6 prominent characters, Dream Football World, with the character for foot cleverly replaced by a spinning football. Indeed, this was a mobile game entitled Dream Football World. Upon seeing this image, Hulai could hardly contain his delight, a grin spreading across his face. After being ridiculed at school during the day, he yearned for a football game to indulge in. In reality, he was not a skilled player. But could he not excel in the game? After a prolonged search through the App Store, he finally discovered this game. Drawn in by a particular excerpt from its description. Utilizing 3D scanning technology, players can create an avatar that is an exact replica of themselves, providing an immersive experience akin to holographic technology, ensuring a fully engaging gaming experience that captivates players. It could be said to be the most authentic and enjoyable football game available today. While this description may have skirted the edges of advertising regulations, the notion of creating a digital likeness through scanning technology truly captivated Hulai, compelling him to download the game and give it a try. After all, it was free. And if the game proved to be a mere exaggeration, he could simply delete it without concern. Hulai tapped the screen to enter the game. And with a change of scenery, he was prompted to create a character. The phone then displayed a request for permission to activate the front camera, which Hulai manually granted. The interface switched to the front camera view, revealing Hulai's face within a circular dotted frame. Below, a line of text guided him. Please position your face within the dotted frame. Following the instructions, he received another prompt. Please shake your head left and right. Hulai complied. Please nod up and down. Obediently, he followed suit, anticipation building within him. He recalled having seen similar facial recognition features on phones online, and he wondered if this game truly possessed the capability to create a 3D model through facial scanning. After a brief wait, a line of information appeared on the mobile screen, displaying his name, height, weight, and age. Hulai, 170 centimeters, 52 kilograms, 16 years old. Upon seeing this information, Hulai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the game system could directly exhibit his personal data, and accurately at that. How is this possible? Is it reading data from my mobile app? Just as Hulai marveled at this revelation, another input box popped up on the screen, prompting him to enter his position on the field. Without hesitation, he filled in forward. After submitting his position, a few seconds later, a notification appeared. Star player Hulai, welcome to the world of Dream Football. Following a dazzling display of lights, a virtual representation of Hulai materialized on the mobile screen, perfectly mirroring his real-life height and weight. Most importantly, Hulai scrutinized the face and nearly mistook it for a live image of himself stepping into the screen. It was hard to believe that this was the result of 3D modeling. It appeared so lifelike, indistinguishable from reality. Unlike the various games on the market that claim to offer realism, no matter how exquisite the graphics or stunning the CGI animations, they still bore a noticeable difference from actual life, often feeling ethereal and less substantial than true reality. However, the virtual Hulai before him was remarkably tangible, standing within the confines of the mobile display as though it were a live video recording. Enlarging the facial details, the Hulai on the phone gazed back at him, and he returned the stare, creating an illusion as if he were taking a selfie with the front camera of his phone. Incredible, Hulai whispered in awe. Has gaming technology truly advanced to this level? He then minimized the character, swiping his finger across the screen to change angles and observe his virtual self, occasionally exclaiming in amazement. After playing around for a while, Hulai recalled the purpose of downloading this game, to dominate the field and become the most dazzling player on the green grass. He then tapped to proceed, ready to enter the game. The mobile screen flickered, first turning black, then white, returning to the home page. Hulai stared at his phone's home screen, momentarily dazed, before realizing the game had crashed. What on earth? He quickly located the game icon and tapped to enter again, fervently hoping that the character he had just created was still intact and he wouldn't have to start over. However, this time, there was no response. Had it not been for the ability to swipe the screen back and forth, Hulai would have thought his phone had frozen. After several attempts, he reluctantly accepted that the game might be malfunctioning and that he could no longer access it. Thus, he deleted the game, intending to download it anew. Yet, he found himself unable to locate the game in the App Store, regardless of the keywords he utilized in his search. He could not locate the game named Dream Football World, as if it had never existed within the application market. Frustrated, he attempted to search for the game directly through his browser, yet it yielded no valuable information. He encountered a myriad of other football games, but none were the one he sought. This was truly perplexing. Hulai felt despondent. The impact of the game's modeling had initially filled him with anticipation, only to culminate in this disappointing outcome. Thus, not being able to dominate the field in reality was one thing, but now he could not even find solace in gaming? Oh heavens, it seems you are determined to thwart me. Chapter 2. Who are Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi? Oh no, oh no. As he entered the classroom, Hulai muttered to himself, his expression clouded with worry. The previous night's failure to play the game had left him quite irritated. But now he hardly had time to dwell on that, for upon awakening, he realized a grave concern. All of his facial data had been collected by that mysterious game, which had now vanished. Could this be the work of a hacker's Trojan program, specifically designed to harvest the facial data of naive individuals like himself? In this era, where face recognition facilitates payments, facial data and fingerprints are as crucial as bank passwords. Might this enigmatic hacker or organization exploit his facial data to pilfer his assets? How could he have been so foolish as to believe that a game could utilize 3D scanning technology for modeling? If such an extraordinary game truly existed, why was there not a whisper of it online? Why did the application store contain not a single review? This was undoubtedly a Trojan program. Oh no, oh no. Seated at his desk, Hulai lacked the motivation to organize his backpack, fixated instead on the tabletop, murmuring to himself. He began to fret over the money in his WeChat wallet, which he had painstakingly accumulated by seizing red packets in class and from relatives. Mere pennies and dimes that represented his hard-earned savings. What do you mean? Oh no? Inquired the plump classmate who had collided with him the previous day, curiosity evident in his voice. Hulai, have you gotten into trouble again? Turning to his desk mate, Hulai asked, Hey, Song Fatty, let me ask you something. If your fingerprint or password were to be leaked, would you be afraid of losing the money in your WeChat or Alipay accounts? Song Fatty nodded earnestly. Of course, I would be scared. Hulai pointed to himself. What about me? My password has been compromised. However, Song Fatty's expression softened. Oh, yours? Then there's no need to worry. The combined total in your Alipay and WeChat accounts is less than 50 yuan. Even if your password were stolen, the thief would likely weep at your meager assets. They might even feel pity and add 10 yuan back for you. Wouldn't that be a gain for you? Hulai was incensed. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? What's wrong with 48 yuan and 73 cents? Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. If you're so capable, then don't snatch my red packets next time. Do refrain from mentioning your monetary gifts. Distributing a mere 1 yuan into 100 shares is quite absurd, especially when our class comprises fewer than 50 individuals. With such a gesture, you could at least recoup 50 cents. Yet, you are always the first to seize it. Is my hand speed not sufficient? Very well, you are indeed swift. A veritable sharpshooter. Amidst their bickering, a group of boys entered the classroom. Among them was Luo Kai. Surrounded by several peers engrossed in fervent discussion about the football match that transpired early this morning, Caesar has completed yet another hat trick. Truly remarkable. Indeed, indeed. Your esteemed self remains unparalleled, a testament to the greatness of Caesar. That free kick was simply magnificent. Before striking, Caesar even pointed to the upper right corner of the goal, and lo and behold, the ball found its way precisely there. The prelude to the goal was utterly stunning. The Emperor's blade, aimed, invincible. Following the goal, his trademark collar-up celebration exuded the same commanding presence as ever. Do you not think that Brother Kai bears a striking resemblance to the Emperor? Upon reflection, it is indeed true. Both Brother Kai and Caesar share the character Kai in their names. Amidst the flattery, Luo Kai refrained from disputing their claims, maintaining a smile that could easily cause the girls to blush. Clearly, he relished such adulation. Naturally, he did not emulate Caesar by raising his collar, for his school uniform's collar was already standing tall. However, just as Luo Kai basked in his triumph, a jarring voice pierced the air. Where did this Caesar emerge from? The compliments abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards the source of the voice, Hulai, who was slightly raising his head from his seat to gaze at the newcomers entering through the back door. What did you say? Hulai. A boy who had expressed disdain for becoming Hulai's father glared at him, believing Hu Lai was deliberately opposing Brother Kai. Hu Lai, however, appeared genuinely puzzled as he inquired, "Did you not previously claim that Luo Kai resembled C. Ronaldo?" The reasoning being their shared surname. How has it suddenly transformed to resemble Caesar? Is he not the Roman emperor? Has he somehow been reborn? And can he indeed play football? The boy frowned. What is this C. Ronaldo nonsense? Not C. Ronaldo, but Cristiano Ronaldo. Lizikian, how can you call yourself a football fan if you do not even know who C. Ronaldo is? Hu Lai's sincere expression left others uncertain whether he was earnestly questioning or subtly mocking Lizikian. You do not even know Caesar, yet you dare criticize me? Lizikian countered. Hu Lai, brimming with confidence, chuckled. Engaging in petty arguments is rather futile, Lizikian. Ask everyone, who knows more, those acquainted with C. Ronaldo or those familiar with Caesar. Speaking of the emperor, I do know a player whose nickname aligns with that, though the moniker was not initially one of pride. Before Hu Lai could finish, laughter erupted from the crowd. I have said it before, Lizikian, why engage with Hu Lai? He is aptly named. A companion chimed in with mirth. Exactly. Someone even pointed at their head, insinuating that Hu Lai's intellect might be questionable. Hu Lai seemed to be under some peculiar influence today. He has been hacked, exclaimed his deskmate, Song Pongzi, raising his hand. No wonder. The losses must be considerable. 50 yuan vanished, and my heart aches. What nonsense is this? Where is the 50 yuan? I understand Hu Lai now. Let us not provoke him further, or he might truly unleash his fury. I assure you, when Hu Lai gets riled up, even he fears his own wrath. Ha ha. A wave of laughter ensued as everyone clustered around Luo Kai, moving away. Hu Lai shot a glare at his desk mate, then muttered, "How could you not even know who Cristiano Ronaldo is? What is the point of such baseless arguments?" Hearing this, Song Fatty scrutinized Hu Lai earnestly. "Hey, Hu Lai, it's just 50 yuan. You can't possibly be losing your mind over it, right? What is your problem?" Hu Lai retorted sharply, "You just betrayed me. I'm severing ties with you. Wait, who exactly is this Cristiano Ronaldo you keep rambling about?" Song Fatty asked, confusion etched on his face. Hu Lai, in a fit of indignation, replied, "Are you in league with them as well? Cristiano Ronaldo, the number 7 of Real Madrid, renowned alongside Messi as the greatest of our era. How can you not know him?" Song Fatty appeared even more perplexed. What is Real Madrid? And who is Messi? Hu Lai opened his mouth to retort, but paused, realizing that Song Fatty's bewilderment seemed feigned. Tentatively, he asked, "You truly don't know who Messi is?" Lionel Messi, the Argentinian superstar, the successor to the legendary Maradona, the true leader of FC Barcelona. This prompted even more questions from Song Fatty. Who is Maradona? I know Barcelona, Spain's second largest city, but what is FC Barcelona? And honestly, Hu Lai, your introduction sounds like something out of Game of Thrones, laden with titles. You know about Game of Thrones, yet you don't know Messi or Ronaldo. You're unaware of Maradona? Hu Lai pinched Song Fatty's plump arm. Song Fatty yelped in pain, drawing glances from those nearby. Upon realizing it was Hu Lai's deskmate, they returned to their own affairs, unfazed. What is the matter with you, Hu Lai? Song Fatty complained, rubbing the reddened spot. I'm just checking if I'm dreaming. Then pinch yourself. Ow. You're aware of pain, huh? Song Fatty huffed, turning away in indignation, ignoring Hu Lai. As for Hu Lai, he looked down at his thigh, hesitated, and then pinched himself. Ah, he gasped, the pain forcing him to lean on the table. It really hurts. This isn't a dream. They genuinely don't know who Ronaldo and Messi are. Chapter 3. The world seems different as cheerful music filled the air. The classroom erupted in cheers. School's out. Some students raised their arms in jubilant stretches, while others eagerly grabbed their bags and rushed for the door. Yet, a few remained seated, fervently scribbling notes, seemingly reluctant to conclude their studies. Hu Lai sat at his desk, unmoved. Beside him, Song Fatty had already yanked his bag free, clutching it to his chest. As he stood up, he cast a curious glance at Hu Lai, who appeared to be lost in thought. His deskmate had been lost in thought for an entire self-study period, or rather, he had been in a state of distraction throughout the day. During class, he was called upon by the teacher to answer a question, but naturally, he was unable to respond. Thus, under the watchful eyes of his classmates, he stood at the front of the classroom, once again becoming the subject of their ridicule. However, Song, the chubby classmate, noticed that even when called to the front, Hu Lai seemed utterly unfazed by this punishment, maintaining an air of disorientation, indifferent to the mocking gazes of others. Consequently, After having risen, he sat back down, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle, evident from the myriad expressions flitting across his face, suggesting the intensity of his conflict. Hu Lai spent the day observing discreetly, only to uncover a truth he could not deny. This world was perhaps no longer the one he had known, or rather, it was subtly different from the familiar realm he once inhabited. History remained unchanged, geography was the same, politics was consistent, yet the realm of football had transformed completely. For instance, the head of state in England was still the Queen, and London remained the capital, but the prestigious clubs of London were neither Arsenal nor Chelsea. And it was not as simple as merely changing their names. Everything was fundamentally different. The history of the clubs, their strength, their heritage, and their current status were all disparate. With the clubs changed, the players naturally differed as well. This is why Luo Kai and Song, among others, were entirely oblivious to who Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo were. For in this world, those two figures did not exist at all. Much like the clubs, it was not simply a matter of rebranding. One could not find anyone resembling the Messi Hu Lai knew, as there was no one in this world who mirrored his life story or skill set. Initially, Hu Lai assumed that the Caesar spoken of by Luo Kai and the others referred to Cristiano Ronaldo. However, after discreetly inquiring about Caesar's background, he discovered that he was not the same as the renowned C. Ronaldo. Caesar had a habit of wearing his collar up, reminiscent of the legendary Manchester United star Eric Cantona. Yet he was not merely Cantona with a new name. Aside from that singular trait, there was no resemblance between them. Thus, in this world, there was no Messi, no Cristiano Ronaldo, and certainly no Maradona or Pelé, leaving Hu Lai with a profound sense of unfamiliarity. Yet in certain respects, Hu Lai found an eerie familiarity. For instance, the World Cup remained the World Cup, the pinnacle of international football tournaments, wielding immense influence, rivaling the grandeur of the Olympic Games. The governing body of global football still bore the name FIFA, its English abbreviation unchanged. Furthermore, the stature of Chinese football within this realm remained lamentably feeble. This juxtaposition of the familiar and the unfamiliar created a profound sense of dissonance within Hu Lai, leaving him with an unsettling feeling, as though he were trapped in a dream from which he could not awaken. During this tumultuous period, he had surreptitiously pinched himself multiple times, varying in intensity, yet regardless of the pain, he remained unawakened, only to find himself still lying in bed, a cold sweat forming on his back. Subsequently, he was engulfed by yet another conundrum. Had he traversed time, or had the clubs and players done so? If it were the latter, how could the players possibly cope? Wouldn't they all descend into madness? If it were the former, was he losing his sanity? After a prolonged and fervent internal struggle, Song Pongzi seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. He fished out 10 yuan from the pocket of his school uniform and slapped it down onto Hu Lai's desk. Hu Lai, gazing at the 10 yuan, remained silent, his mind still grappling with the unfolding events, unable to comprehend the significance of such a trivial amount. Was it merely 50 yuan? Was it truly worth such a dramatic display? He thought to himself, consider this a sponsorship. Hu Lai turned to Song Pongzi, asking incredulously, really? Do you think I'm like you, only giving out 1 yuan in red envelopes? Before Song Pongzi could finish his thought, he witnessed Hu Lai clutch the 10 yuan tightly in his hand and hastily stow it in his pocket. Then, with a serious demeanor, he patted Song Pongzi on the shoulder and declared, Classmate Song Jejia, I always knew you were my true friend. Although you betrayed me this morning, I have forgiven you. Song Pongzi, who had only just acquired a name as Hu Lai's desk mate, was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. What? You still remember this morning's incident? How petty can you be? Return my money. I must have been blind to pity you. He reached for Hu Lai, but Hu Lai had already leaped from his seat, clutching his backpack, and dashed toward the classroom door in a flash. How could the rotund Song Jejia possibly catch up to the lean Hu Lai? He collapsed onto his desk, cradling his head as he lamented, my pocket money. Damn you, Hu Lai. If I show you any more pity, I'll be reduced to a dog. Meanwhile, Hu Lai pedaled fervently on his dilapidated bicycle, which seemed so neglected that it could be left on the roadside without a soul to claim it. He weaved through the traffic, the wind rushing toward him, filling his open school uniform and billowing it like the sails of a wind-filled ship. His backpack rested in the front basket, its straps dangling precariously, swaying back and forth with each turn of the wheel, raising concerns that they might become ensnared. Yet Hu Lai paid no heed. He executed a sudden brake at a concealed intersection, nearly throwing himself off balance, before veering into a narrow alleyway to the right. This alley, flanked by towering walls on either side, was exceedingly narrow, barely wide enough for pedestrians, entirely impassable for vehicles. Riding further into the alley for several meters, Hu Lai was suddenly greeted by an expansive view. Before him lay a sizable square, though in truth, it resembled a wasteland. One corner of this barren land was cluttered with discarded fitness equipment, the type typically found in community exercise spaces, now haphazardly piled and rusted over time. Weeds surged through every crevice, nearly engulfing the remnants of this once functional apparatus. Encircling the vacant lot was a dense thicket of wild grasses, leaving only a narrow ring in the center where the earth could be seen. Apart from the entrance, 3 sides of this open space were bordered by elevated platforms constructed from green slate, upon which stood several dilapidated brick houses. The bluish-gray brick walls had begun to reveal patches of red brick beneath, and the eaves of the tiled roofs were uneven, suggesting the age of these structures. Hu Lai knew these houses were uninhabited. He had spent a month playing soccer here, and the sound of the ball striking the walls echoed back with a resounding thud. Yet no one ever emerged from the closed windows to chastise him for the noise. This place was a serendipitous discovery for Hu Lai a month prior, when the entire area was nearly overrun with weeds, leaving no space to stand. He dedicated 2 half-hour sessions after school to uproot some of the weeds, clearing a patch suitable for playing soccer. Thus, it became his clandestine training ground. 3 days a week, while his father worked the late shift, leaving early in the afternoon and returning in the dead of night, Hu Lai could afford to linger half an hour longer without fear of being caught. His mother, though aware of his activities, chose to overlook them. Here, he trained diligently, envisioning a day when he could alter his classmates' preconceived notions of him, astonishing them on the soccer field. The mere thought of that day arriving filled him with exhilaration. He imagined receiving the adoring gazes of his peers, rendering individuals like Li Zhichuan speechless and compelling Luo Kai to submit to his prowess. He envisioned himself coolly uttering the timeless phrase, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not despise the youth in poverty. Throwing his bicycle into the nearby thicket, he hurried towards his destination. Since his father forbade any soccer-related items in the house, the football he secretly purchased with his pocket money could not be brought home. He had to conceal it in the grass after each training session. To guard against theft, Hu Lai varied the hiding spot each time. Now, he raced towards the location of his last concealment, eager to ascertain whether this world was unfamiliar or familiar to him. Like the spinning top in the film Inception, he wondered if the football he had hidden would still be in its original place. Hu Lai dashed towards a dense patch of weeds on the right side of the clearing, appearing no different from the surrounding undergrowth. He rushed forward, parting the grass to the sides as if he had discovered a concealed nest within the foliage. Nestled quietly among the blades was a round object, his football, which he had hidden away after his last training session. Chapter 4. He resembled a dog in his eagerness. The ball lay serenely in the grass, its surface glistening from the dew collected on the blades. Hu Lai cautiously reached out to lift the football, treating it as though it were a delicate gem. He needed to confirm once more whether this ball truly belonged to him. Turning it over, he noticed a single English word, "Hu," inscribed in black ink near the valve. Here, it did not denote a question of identity, but rather served as a pun on Hu Lai's surname, as Hu and Hu share similar phonetics. In this roundabout manner, Hu Lai expressed ownership of the football. Why not simply write HU? Because Hu Lai found it lacking in amusement. He concocted a playful quip in his mind. Whose football is this? It belongs to Hu. Indeed, he mused, whose football is this? Correct, it belongs to Hu. Though the air was somewhat chilly, Hu Lai remained indifferent. Upon seeing the word, Hu Lai could now entirely affirm that this football was indeed his. For no one else would be neurotic enough to craft such a cold joke and inscribe it on a ball. Among countless footballs across the globe, this one was uniquely his, singular and irreplaceable. Standing still, he gazed down at the football cradled in his hands. The question that had perplexed him throughout the day seemed to have found its answer. Was this still the world he recognized? It appeared that many aspects associated with football had transformed. The stars he once idolized had vanished, clubs had disappeared, replaced by unfamiliar names and faces. Did this signify that the world was no longer familiar to him? Yet, within the confines of the school, his classmates remained unchanged, their names the same, their attitudes consistent. Luo Kai never acknowledged him, while his subordinate, Li Zhichuan, continued to mock him. Although Song Pongzi had betrayed him, He ultimately offered $10 as compensation. They seemed no different from the previous day or any day before. Song Pongzi, though occasionally frustrating, remained his best friend. After all, Hu Lai suspected he was quite the source of annoyance for Song Pongzi as well. Everything around him felt familiar. From the desolate square that was usually devoid of visitors to the football in his grasp. The stars had altered, the professional clubs had transformed, yet they felt distant. Remote from his life. Could they truly influence his existence? Hu Lai pondered this seriously. No, they could not. Therefore, was this world truly strange? No. Since the people around him had not changed and treated him the same, what difference did it make to him? Having unraveled this conundrum, Hu Lai realized that whether he had traversed dimensions or the world had shifted, it bore no significance for him. He gazed at the football in his hands, realizing that the most critical matter at hand was that, with merely half an hour remaining before his return home, his specialized training had yet to commence. He cast the ball to the ground and then kicked it toward the elevated platform directly opposite him. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a slender white line etched into the dark stone wall, delineating a rectangular frame the size of a goal. That was his goal. Within this personal sanctuary of his, he relentlessly kicked the football towards the makeshift goal. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the stone wall, but rather than rebounding back, it ricocheted at an odd angle. Hu Lai sprinted after it, stretching out his foot in an attempt to halt its progress. Yet the peculiar trajectory of the rebound thwarted his efforts. Despite nearly performing the splits, he failed to make contact with the ball, almost straining his thigh in the process. However, Hu Lai was undeterred. He rose from the ground, chased after the football ensnared in the grass, and charged forward to kick it toward the goal once more. Yet again, the football did not return along the expected path. He was left with no choice but to dash to the opposite side of the square, striving to catch up with the ball and bring it to a halt. This time, he fared slightly better, at least managing to touch the ball, albeit only to redirect it toward the adjacent stone wall. Thud, thud. A long leg descended upon the wooden staircase, producing a muffled sound. Thud, 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 thud. A girl clutching a cardboard box hurriedly ascended the stairs. With each hurried step, the staircase trembled, stirring up dust that had long settled. The waning sunlight streamed through the window facing the staircase, segmented into 4 beams by the cross-shaped window frame, with particles of dust dancing in the amber light. The girl moved through the light and dust, her swaying ponytail churning the particles into swirling eddies. Not a single speck of dust touched her, as if she existed in a realm separate from them. She placed the box with a thud on the table, preparing to turn and descend when she heard a muffled sound echoing from outside the window. Thud. Curiosity piqued, she approached the window and glimpsed a boy below, amidst a patch of overgrown weeds, chasing after a ball. He stumbled as he caught up to the football, steadied it, and then kicked it toward the stone wall of the elevated platform. With a loud thud, the ball rebounded in a direction entirely opposite to that of the boy, prompting him to pivot and chase after it once more. After catching up, he aimed again at the stone wall. The football ricocheted erratically off the uneven surface, and the boy dashed around the open space, attempting to catch it, though it seemed he was merely pursuing its rear end. Observing the boy's clumsy antics, the girl inexplicably conjured an image of a dog fetching a frisbee. Once this thought crossed her mind, she could not suppress it, and in her eyes, the boy chasing the football melded with the image of a dog chasing a frisbee. A smile crept onto her lips as she found amusement in her own whimsical comparison. However, she swiftly realized that her thoughts were disrespectful towards the young boy playing football below, prompting her to compose her expression and suppress her smile. The boy on the field was attempting to control a soaring football, which, from the girl's perspective, seemed a daunting task, destined to fail. Yet, the boy was undeterred, fiercely pursuing the ball, as if he were a dog captivated by a flying disc. He stretched his leg towards the airborne football, making contact. He sent the ball hurtling towards the nearby wall, where it struck with a resounding thud. The ball ricocheted back, striking him squarely in the face. Thud. This time, the girl, maintaining her stern demeanor, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Hu Lai, crouching on the ground, rubbed his face vigorously with both hands, emitting soft whimpers, tears welling up from the pain. After wiping his tears and checking for any nosebleed, he sighed in relief, grateful he hadn't sustained any serious injury. Gradually, he stood up, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the few windows high above. While grimacing in pain and gasping for breath, he faintly heard laughter. He recalled that the surrounding houses were uninhabited, and as usual, the windows were tightly shut, revealing nothing within. Just then, a gust of wind swept through the alley, stirring up the grass and dust on the ground, sending a chill through Hu Lai, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This reminded him of a tale. It was said that the desolate land remained untouched due to ghostly legends, with children claiming to have seen a girl in red by the window. Yet, these houses had indeed been vacant for quite some time. Coming back to his senses, Hu Lai noticed that the sky had darkened significantly. He looked up, realizing the sun had vanished without him noticing, the heavens now shrouded in ominous clouds. Li Ziqiang, burdened by a massive hiking backpack, struggled to turn while lifting 2 large boxes from the back of a van, shouting towards the open door of the house. Chingqing, what are you doing? Why have you disappeared after just stepping out? I'm coming, the girl exclaimed, leaping from inside the door, her red sleeveless t-shirt fluttering, subtly revealing her navel. Her low-rise shorts accentuated her long legs. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that her legs deviated from the slender norm. They were slightly thicker, with pronounced muscle definition when she exerted herself, and rather than being fair, her skin bore a slight tan. Yet this muscularity combined with her sun-kissed complexion radiated a robust vitality, brimming with youthful exuberance. Does it really take that long to put something down? Li Ziqiang complained, gesturing towards the van's trunk. Hurry up, it looks like it's going to rain. As the girl leaned into the van to retrieve a woven bag, she replied, I was just watching the sunset from up there. It was truly beautiful. The sunset? Li Ziqiang leaned back, straining to raise his head, gazing at the overcast sky, perplexed. Just now, I said just now. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, resembling a beam of divine light. It was stunning. Just moments ago, sunlight streamed through. And Li Ziqiang smiled, inquiring, do you like this place? I quite like it, Dad, came the cheerful response. That's wonderful. It seems we may be residing in this house for 3 years. As the young girl transferred her belongings upstairs once more, she leaned by the window for a fleeting glance, catching sight of the young boy crouched low, weaving through the grass, his backside bobbing playfully. Ah, at last. He no longer resembles a dog chasing a frisbee, but rather one rummaging through the underbrush, she mused with a smirk, observing from her perch. The boy busied himself among the foliage for a while before emerging, meticulously restoring the grass to its former state before he mounted his bicycle and rode away. Watching the furtive figure fade from view, the girl turned her gaze back to the tangled weeds he had just tended, lost in contemplation. Chapter 5. Their encounter before the first raindrop kissed the ground. Hu Lai maneuvered his bicycle into the entrance of the building. As he did so, the heavens unleashed a deluge, akin to someone pouring countless buckets of water from above. He glanced back, inwardly exclaiming his relief at having narrowly escaped the downpour. Subsequently, he retrieved his chain lock, threading it through the wheel, and securing his bicycle to the iron railing of the staircase. He then lifted his backpack from the basket and ascended the stairs. He was acutely aware that, in distant corners of the world, change had indeed occurred. However, the surroundings before him remained unchanged, particularly the aging community where his home resided, which stood steadfast against the passage of time. Navigating the narrow, crowded hallway, he sidestepped a charging electric scooter, passed by a storage cabinet, and walked along walls plastered with advertisements for drain cleaning and locksmith services. Hu Lai even spotted a mural he had painted during his elementary school days adorning the hallway wall, solidifying his certainty that the world around him had not altered. Nevertheless, he harbored a flicker of hope that, if anything had changed, it would be his father, who would no longer oppose his passion for football. This was the sole transformation he yearned to witness. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Hu Lai unlocked the door and was greeted by the sounds of his mother bustling in the kitchen. Tentatively, he called out, Mom, where's Dad? Could his father's absence from work today signify a change in him? Your dad has already left for his evening shift. His mother's voice floated in from the kitchen. Oh, it seems nothing has changed, Hu Lai sighed, dragging his backpack back to his room. Instead of immediately reaching for his books to tackle his homework, he rummaged through the drawer for his phone, powering it on to check the balance in his WeChat wallet. 48 yuan and 73 fun. Indeed, it hasn't been hacked. Rather, the world has shifted, Hu Lai mused, extracting the 10 yuan bill gifted by Song Pongzi from his uniform pocket and laying it on the table. His total assets now amounted to 58 yuan and 73 fun. He exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. His life remained unchanged, suggesting it wouldn't worsen. And he had gained an extra 10 yuan. Hu Lai felt he had struck a small fortune. Naturally, he had no intention of revealing the truth to Song Pongzi. Li Chingqing had just finished her bath, dried her hair, and changed into a loose-fitting white men's t-shirt as her nightwear. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, she was engrossed in her phone. The belongings she had moved in that afternoon were still stacked haphazardly on the table and floor, with little organization in sight. The only tidy item in the room was the bed. Outside the half-open door, a knock was heard along with her father's voice. "Hurry and go to sleep, Chingqing. You have to report to school tomorrow." "What was your and mom's school like?" Li Chingqing inquired. Standing at the door, Li Ziqiang chuckled softly. "You will see it tomorrow. Won't you?" "Oh right," she replied. "Quickly sleep. Everyone is quite tired today, and we need to rise early tomorrow. On the first day of school, one must not be late." Complying, Li Chingqing nestled under the covers, revealing only her eyes as she gazed at her father outside the door. "Good night, Dad." "Good night, Chingqing," Li Ziqiang responded, turning off the light in her room and closing the door behind him. Amidst the gentle patter of rain outside, the sound of his footsteps descending the stairs felt distant and muffled through the door. Li Chingqing widened her eyes, looking out the window. Against the backdrop of a dark sky, white streaks of rain cascaded from the eaves, as if adorning the night with a curtain of pearls. This was the school where her parents had met. Li Chingqing felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. In the puddle, the reflection of a modern school gate emerged. Above the gate, the 4 bronze characters spelling Dongchuan Middle School were washed clean by the rain, gleaming in the morning sunlight as if gilded. A stark contrast to their previously dull appearance. The gate was nearly closed, leaving only a small entrance on the far right for entry and exit. The bustling throngs of students typically seen under this gate were absent at this moment. The early morning bell had just rung, and faint sounds of reading reached the entrance. The reflection in the puddle resembled a static painting, capturing the tranquility of this school during each serene morning, until a foot disturbed the water's surface. The tranquility shattered, replaced by hurried footsteps and heavy breaths, much like the shattered image within the puddle. As the fragmented reflections coalesced once more, a small figure clad in the Dongchuan Middle School uniform dashed through the small entrance. "Which class are you from?" A voice boomed from the guardhouse. The silhouette from Class 12 of the first year had already sprinted far away, with the response drifting back faintly. 3 minutes had passed since the early bell rang, and the campus was nearly deserted. From a distance, sounds of reading echoed within the teaching building. Li Ziqiang strolled through the tranquil campus, his gaze wandering until it settled on a 4-story L-shaped teaching building. Beside it stood a 6-story structure, its beautiful glass facade and pristine white walls particularly striking in the post-rain sunlight. In the shadow of the beautiful new teaching building, the adjacent lower building appeared even more dilapidated. He mused, "When I first enrolled, this was still referred to as the new building. Now it has become the old one." An elderly man with white hair laughed heartily. "After all, that was 30 years ago." "Indeed, 30 years have passed, and you are on the verge of retirement." "While my daughter has become a student at Dongchuan Middle School," remarked Li Ziqiang with a sense of nostalgia. "Life, it seems, has a way of bringing us full circle." The old principal, hearing these words, recalled his recent encounter with Li Chingqing. When Li Chingqing was escorted into his office by Li Ziqiang, the principal momentarily felt as though time had reversed, transporting him back 30 years. The youthful, vibrant face smilingly greeted him with a "Good day, principal," strikingly reminiscent of a student from 3 decades prior. In that instant, he wished fervently that time could indeed rewind, granting him the opportunity to be 30 years younger. Not as a principal, but merely as an ordinary teacher. Most importantly, he yearned for that girl to still be alive. Seemingly aware of the principal's reverie, Li Ziqiang proudly gestured towards his daughter, exclaiming, "She resembles her mother, doesn't she?" The principal, regaining his focus, nodded in agreement. "Yes, fortunately, she does not take after you." Li Ziqiang erupted into hearty laughter. Dressed in the Dongchuan Middle School uniform, Li Chingqing trailed behind her homeroom teacher, making her way toward the classroom. However, her gaze drifted through the closed glass windows toward the adjacent building. Although she had never set foot in this school before, she instantly recognized the somewhat dilapidated old structure as the very place where her parents had attended classes. Was it not in that corridor where her father and mother had first crossed paths? Her father had mentioned that they were not initially classmates. What must their first encounter have been like? How did their eyes meet amidst the throng of students in the bustling corridor? Did they realize at that moment that their paths would converge in the future? How many encounters preceded their eventual union? the homeroom teacher, instead of proceeding directly to the classroom's front entrance, quietly paused at the back door, rising slightly on tiptoe to peer through a small window above the door into the classroom. The sounds of reading persisted within, unchanged. Chingqing, unhurried, patiently waited beside her teacher, her curiosity still fixated on the neighboring building. At that moment, she caught sight of a figure hastily rushing across the space between the two buildings, quickly vanishing from her view. "Ah, I wonder which unfortunate soul is late," she mused. Subsequently, she redirected her gaze and followed her homeroom teacher, who had completed her observation, toward the door marked with the sign for Class 1, Grade 2. As the teacher's figure appeared at the front entrance, the noise within the classroom noticeably diminished, with many students lifting their eyes to the doorway where the homeroom teacher stood. Under the collective gaze of the students, the teacher first nodded respectfully to the English teacher in the classroom before stepping inside, ascending the podium, and gazing down at the dozens of students below. This middle-aged female educator uttered not a word. Her stern gaze swept across the room, and the sounds of chatter and reading fell silent, encompassing even the ordinary hum of study. "Everyone, please pause for a moment. Today, a new student has transferred to our class." With that, she waved to Chingqing, who stood outside the door, beckoning her to come in. The curious students eagerly shifted their gazes towards the entrance, where shadows framed a tall figure against the morning light. The girl with a ponytail stepped forward with agility, gracefully ascending to the podium, then standing beside the homeroom teacher with her hands clasped behind her back and a smile adorning her face. Sunlight streamed in from the doorway, illuminating her profile and casting a golden halo around her delicate features, while her long eyelashes fluttered gently as if a soft breeze swept through the classroom. In the warm glow of the morning sun, a small deer leaped from the thicket, bounding straight into the hearts of all the boys present. A soft sigh escaped someone's lips. "Oh." A few girls nervously glanced at Luo Kai, only to find him dazedly gazing at the new student on the podium, which shattered their hearts. "This is our new classmate, Chingqing," the homeroom teacher announced, gesturing towards her. "Chingqing, please greet everyone." All the boys instinctively straightened their posture, lifted their heads, and endeavored to present themselves in a more appealing and handsome manner. Even Song Jejia was no exception, transforming from a slouch position at his desk into a proud stance akin to an upright rugby ball. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chingqing maintained her smile and gently parted her lips to speak. "Everyone," but her forthcoming words were abruptly interrupted by a series of hurried footsteps, the thudding sound echoing through the enclosed corridor, growing louder and capturing everyone's attention. Some turned to look outside the classroom, while others cast their eyes towards the vacant seat beside Song Jejia. Reporting, a figure appeared at the classroom door, grasping the doorframe to prevent himself from being thrown off balance. Suddenly, Chingqing was no longer the center of attention. The breathless figure at the entrance had taken that position. Even Chingqing looked over with curiosity, realizing that this unfortunate soul was her classmate. He appeared disheveled, sweat trickling down his cheeks, and although he had announced his arrival, he now leaned on the doorframe with both hands on his knees, entirely disregarding the homeroom teacher's piercing gaze, lost in his own exhaustion. Soon after, Chingqing heard the homeroom teacher's voice, laced with frustration. "Hu Lai, go run 3 laps on the playground." The classroom erupted in a chorus of gleeful laughter. Amidst the mirth, the boy readily agreed, lifting his head. Chingqing recognized the face of this latecomer and paused for a moment. Wasn't this the person she had seen yesterday, playing frisbee and kicking a ball in the vacant lot downstairs? The boy seemed to notice her puzzled gaze, casting a curious glance at the figure standing beside the homeroom teacher before promptly turning and running down the hallway, the sound of his footsteps resounding once more. After the thuds faded, the homeroom teacher gestured for Chingqing to introduce herself again. No one disturbed her this time. Chingqing smiled and greeted her classmates, saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Chingqing. I have transferred to Dongchuan Middle School today. I love football and hope to spend 3 wonderful years here with all of you." Chapter 6. A match made in heavenly. Ziqiang and the former principal stood in the empty school stadium, a space slightly detached from the campus, flanked by 2 grandstands. The area in front of the podium was the viewing stands, while the football field, encircled by a 400-meter red rubber track, lay between the 2 grandstands. The field was adorned with alternating shades of green artificial turf, and white chalk lines marked the center line, center circle, penalty area, and goal area. The 2 men stood on the podium, gazing down at the football field. "It's just been renovated, and the facilities are commendable, the former principal introduced to Li Ziqiang. Beneath this podium, there is a restroom, 2 changing rooms, a storage room, and an office for the sports team, which includes your coach's office. Li Ziqiang surveyed his surroundings, nodding in acknowledgement. Despite the rain that had fallen all night, the field was nearly free of standing water, indicating an excellent drainage system had been implemented. For a middle school sports field, the facilities were indeed impressive. 30 years ago, this place was overgrown with weeds, nearly impossible to stand on, let alone play football. He remarked, I am aware. When you sought permission from the school to hold a football match, the school required you to clear the weeds from the field. The former principal replied, I heard some teachers say the school was intentionally making things difficult for you. Who would have thought you completed it in just one afternoon? Li Ziqiang chuckled. Indeed, everyone was quite enthusiastic. After all, once the weeds were cleared, we would have a football field in our very own league. Who could have predicted that Dongchuan Middle School would become associated with a strong football tradition, starting from a field once choked with weeds? The former principal mused with a sigh. The 2 men continued to gaze at the football field, both lost in thought. After a moment, the former principal turned to Li Ziqiang and said, the school has invited you here in hopes of reviving Dongchuan's football tradition. You know the country is placing increasing importance on football, especially in schools. We cannot lag behind. The plaque for our strong football tradition still hangs in my office, and I dream of the day it can be displayed at the school's entrance once more. I will do my utmost, Li Ziqiang affirmed earnestly, nodding. Very well. Let us proceed, the former principal said, turning to descend from the podium, with Li Ziqiang following closely behind. As they descended the steps, a student rushed in from the central entrance of the podium. Upon seeing the former principal, the student abruptly halted and bowed, exclaiming, Principal Zhai. With a stern expression, the principal inquired, why are you here instead of attending class? The student explained, I was late. My homeroom teacher sent me to run 3 laps. Which class are you from? Class 1, grade 2. Off you go then. The student promptly dashed towards the track within the grandstand. Li Ziqiang glanced back at the student, questioning, isn't it said that corporal punishment is prohibited? Running, after all, how could that be considered punishment? The old principal smiled and waved his hand dismissively, explaining that running serves as a means to enhance the student's physical fitness, rather than as a form of punishment. Our teachers seize every opportunity to strengthen the student's health, enabling them to learn more effectively. Isn't that quite commendable? Li Ziqiang, pondering the principal's words, stroked his chin thoughtfully. After class, Li Chingqing stood alone in the school corridor, gazing through the closed glass curtain wall at the adjacent old teaching building. She sensed someone was watching her, yet no one approached to speak. The boys dared only to steal glances from a distance, while the girls also cast sidelong looks, their expressions seemingly unfriendly. Nevertheless, Li Chingqing paid little heed to those meaningful stares, her focus solely on the aged building that held significance as the place where her parents first met. At that moment, Li Chingqing felt the presence of another person beside her. Turning, she saw a tall boy standing before her, wearing a charming smile. Hello, Li Chingqing. I'm Luo Kai, the sports commissioner of our class. I heard you say you like soccer. What a coincidence. I also have a passion for it. I believe we shall find much common ground. Luo Kai, eager to engage, sat down in his seat as Song Jejia turned to observe the scene outside the classroom. Catching a glimpse of Luo Kai conversing with the new girl, the commotion during the break rendered it difficult to hear their exchange. But one could easily surmise the content. You like soccer? How serendipitous. I do too. With such shared interests, we are bound to get along splendidly. Such a match made in heaven, Hulai remarked without lifting his gaze. Song Jejia shot Hulai an angry glare, exclaiming, Pay up. What lovely weather today. After a night of rain, who would have thought the sun would grace us with its presence? O sun, I sing thy praises. I long to compose a ballad in your honor. His mouth was promptly covered by Song Jejia's chubby hand. Sing one more note, and you'll owe me even more. Li Chingqing courteously acknowledged Luo Kai's advances, stealing a glance toward the back door of the classroom. From her vantage point, she could see the silhouette of a boy hunched over his desk, seemingly lost in thought. This image reminded her of the boy from the previous day, whose figure had been buried in the grass, leaving only his rear invisible. The memory elicited an involuntary laugh from Li Chingqing. The sudden burst of laughter captivated those nearby, particularly Luo Kai, who felt a surge of joy at having evoked a smile from her. She laughed at my words. We truly resonate with each other. Emboldened by this newfound confidence, Luo Kai seized the moment to extend an invitation to Li Chingqing. So, Li Chingqing, this afternoon, our class will have a soccer match against Class 3. I hope you can come and watch. Li Chingqing found no reason to decline, smiling as she nodded in agreement. Sure. When Luo Kai returned to his seat, he was immediately surrounded by a group of boys. Li Zichuan was the first to approach, brimming with excitement and anticipation, and asked, "Brother Kai, did you succeed?" Luo Kai nodded. She agreed. The boys erupted in a low cheer. I told you, who can resist Brother Kai's charm? Brother Kai is amazing. Make sure to pass the ball to him more during the match this afternoon. Let him score a hat trick. Amidst the cheers, Luo Kai maintained a serene smile, akin to the calm demeanor he had shown to Li Chingqing moments ago. His gaze transcended the throng encircling him, and through the gaps, he spotted that tall and striking figure. She remained leaning against the corridor railing, gazing into the distance. Although the hallway was bustling with people, in Luo Kai's eyes, that figure stood out as the most extraordinary, like a 4K image amidst a world of pixelated mosaics, distinct yet breathtaking, as if his eyes had been cleansed. This girl was entirely unlike any he had encountered before, and she had a passion for football. Luo Kai felt that it must be a special fate that brought her into his orbit. Chapter 7. Why do we like it? Dongchuan High School boasts a splendid sports field. Would it not be a waste if only one class utilized it for physical education each session? Thus, the majority of PE classes at Dongchuan High School are conducted with 2 classes together, and occasionally even 3. This effectively maximizes the use of such excellent facilities. This afternoon's PE class was a joint session for Class 1 and Class 3 of the first year. Consequently, the boys from both classes had already arranged to play a football match, serving as a warm-up for the upcoming school team tryouts. Li Chingqing stood in the stands, directly overlooking the field where the boys from Class 3 were gathered, seemingly discussing their formation. In truth, even if Luo Kai had not invited her, she would have come to watch the match. She was curious to see the level of football at this school and how the team her father was about to coach would perform. Then she spotted a frail figure among the boys, Hu Lai. She had heard his name several times throughout the morning. He was practically a celebrity in that class, though not for commendable reasons. Whenever his name was mentioned, it was usually accompanied by mockery and disdain. Just like now. Hu Lai, you really shouldn't come. Yeah, we're playing a match. What chaos are you going to cause? Hu Lai attempted to push his way in, but was blocked by the other boys. You can't judge someone by past impressions. I've undergone special training and have improved. Hu Lai leaped up from outside the crowd, raising his arms and shouting loudly. No one heard his voice, no one glanced his way, and no one took him seriously. Why were they so unwilling to let him play? Li Chingqing found herself murmuring to herself from the stands. Because Hu Lai is terrible at football. A sudden voice startled Li Chingqing, prompting her to turn and discover the unexpected presence of a rotund figure beside her. Noticing the puzzled expression on her face, Song Jejia wore a nearly obsequious smile and introduced himself. I am Song Jejia. Pleased to meet you. Li Chingqing nodded with a smile before swiftly redirecting the conversation, inquiring about Hu Lai's football skills. Terribly inadequate, Song Jejia replied emphatically. Having witnessed Hu Lai's performance on the field, Li Chingqing found it less than impressive, though she felt the disparity between poor and terribly inadequate was quite significant. Sensing her skepticism, Song Jejia animatedly continued, You doubt me? Let me tell you. Hu Lai is the type who plays forward but acts as a defender, and when he plays defense, he thinks he's a forward. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Li Chingqing questioned. Not at all. Song Jejia waved his hand dismissively, as if fanning himself. During our class's first match against Class 3, he played forward and stumbled the moment he received the ball, falling flat on his face. He also inadvertently blocked 2 of Luo Kai's shots. And once, with an open goal in front of him and the opposing goalkeeper charging out, the ball landed right at Hu Lai's feet. Can you guess how he handled it? Li Chingqing ventured a guess. He kicked it over? With a gleeful expression, Song Jejia exclaimed. He actually tried to hit it with his hand, and he couldn't even manage to get the ball in. He slapped the ball down forcefully, only for it to bounce back and hit him squarely in the face. Ha ha. The rotund boy laughed heartily, his flesh quivering with mirth. Li Chingqing imagined the scene and found it somewhat amusing, though she refrained from laughing. Instead, she countered. Aren't you Hu Lai's deskmate? The implication was clear. Given their apparent camaraderie, why was he so delighted to share Hu Lai's blunders? Aren't you just like those who mock him? In response to her question, Song Jejia pouted. I don't enjoy watching Hu Lai play football. Why not? What is so great about it? Playing like him only makes him a laughingstock. Does that mean he shouldn't enjoy football? Is it wrong to play because he likes it? Song Jia suddenly burst into laughter. So what if he loves football? The consequence is ridicule, becoming a joke, and being looked down upon. What's so appealing about that? If someone cannot find joy in what they love, why indulge in it? Hulai certainly doesn't strike me as a masochist. Li Chingqing opened her mouth. But no words emerged, for she found merit in Song Jia's argument, rendering her unable to counter it. Upon reflection, she pondered why she loved football. Initially, it was her father who introduced her to the sport. Then, as a child, she relished the sensation of chasing around, rolling ball. Her father recounted how, even before she could walk, she would crawl after a football, giggling as she pursued it, the ball rolling ahead while she followed, laughing and crawling along. Later, as she matured, her extraordinary talent for football was discovered. She reveled in dribbling past opponents and scoring goals, relishing the applause and cheers bestowed upon her, and finding joy in her father's proud gaze. Did football ever bring her sorrow or injury? Certainly, but on the whole, the positive experiences far outweighed the negative, which is why she cherished the sport. However, what if one harbored a love for football yet never experienced joy from it? Is such affection still worth nurturing? It is akin to loving someone who, regardless of the fervor and sincerity you invest, remains indifferent, offering neither warmth nor appreciation. How long can one sustain such affection? Observing Li Chingqing's silence, Song Jia remarked, "Then why should I support that kid in playing football? It would be better for him to give up on that dream sooner." Li Chingqing refrained from responding, instead directing her gaze towards the field. On the pitch, Hulai ultimately did not make it into the lineup for the match against Class 3. The young football enthusiasts from the two classes had already taken their positions on the field, while he stood apart, facing the game alone, disconnected from the crowd. Noticing this, Song Jia shouted, "Hey, Hulai, we're going to play PUBG. I brought 2 phones." Hulai ignored him. "I'm telling you, PUBG is so much fun. I'll take you to victory." Yet, Hulai continued to remain unresponsive. Frustrated, Song Jia muttered under his breath, "What a lunatic. How can football be more entertaining than PUBG?" He settled beside Li Chingqing, pulling out 2 brand new smartphones from his school uniform, one placed aside, and the other held in his hands as he immersed himself in the game. Bang, 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 tap, 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 boom. What on earth are they doing? Below, a crucial football match unfolded, determining the honor of both classes, with classmates fervently cheering for their respective teams. Yet Song Jia remained oblivious, fully engrossed in his game. Li Chingqing realized that Hulai's deskmate genuinely did not enjoy football. The competition concluded with Class 2 emerging victorious. Luo Kai not only achieved a hat trick in this match, but also scored a remarkable 4 goals, becoming the cornerstone of Class 2's triumph. Each time he scored, he would rush to the area beneath the podium to celebrate, casting his gaze towards the stands where a captivating silhouette resided. The sight of her smile brought him greater joy than the goals themselves. Yet, that silhouette, for the most part, seemed distracted, often glancing towards the solitary figure at the sidelines, who was intensely focused on the game, despite its lack of relevance to him. When Hulai arrived at his secret base on his bicycle, he breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that the central patch of land was free of standing water. He had made a special trip that morning to assess the field conditions. However, upon finding various puddles, he took it upon himself to clear them away with a dilapidated broom left behind by someone, hoping the day's sun would evaporate the moisture. For this effort, he incurred a 3-minute tardiness. Upon surveying the condition of the field, Hulai felt that even if he were to be penalized with 3 laps, it would be worth it. The water had receded, making it possible to play football. He cast his bicycle aside and hurried towards the thicket where he had concealed his football the previous day. However, as he parted the foliage, he discovered an empty void. His football was nowhere to be found. In that moment, akin to a spinning top that ceaselessly whirled, a cold sweat broke out along Hulai's back. Just then, a girl's voice resonated from behind him. "Are you looking for it?" Hulai turned to see a girl dressed in the Dongchuan middle school uniform standing at the entrance of this secret haven, her foot resting on his football, gazing back at him. Chapter 8. "Give me the ball. I want to go home. Are you looking for it?" The girl, clad in the same Dongchuan middle school uniform as Hulai, stood at the entrance of the secret base, her foot poised atop the football as she regarded him. Instead of addressing the girl first, Hulai's attention was drawn to the football. He recognized it immediately. It was indeed his. Only then did his gaze shift to the girl's face, and he realized she was the new transfer student, Li Chingqing, who had just joined their class today. "Return the ball to me," Hu Lai demanded, pointing at the football beneath Li Chingqing's foot. Li Chingqing chuckled, "Sure, but only if you can snatch it from under my foot." Hu Lai, amused by her words, responded, "Let me tell you, I'm quite skilled at football, so don't say I'm bullying you." As he spoke, he approached Li Chingqing at a leisurely pace. However, as he neared her, he suddenly thrust his foot towards the football beneath her. Hey! His unexpected kick, however, failed to connect with the football, instead sweeping through empty air. Li Chingqing, like a leaf caught in the breeze, was not only unharmed but glided past him, appearing behind him. Hu Lai turned to see the football descending from the air, landing once more at Li Chingqing's feet. "Wow, you're quite cunning. Luckily, I reacted quickly," Li Chingqing exclaimed with excitement, her face alight with a gleeful smile. She then beckoned Hu Lai with a playful gesture. "Come again." Hu Lai pivoted and lunged towards the ball at her feet. Yet again, he failed to seize it. Li Chingqing initially feigned retreat, pulling the football back with her right foot before deftly tapping it behind Hu Lai, causing it to slip between his legs. Simultaneously, Li Chingqing lightly jumped back, evading Hu Lai's attempt to reclaim it, and surged forward, darting past him to chase the football. Come on, come on," Li Chingqing called out with enthusiasm. After a summer spent transferring schools and moving, adjusting to a new environment where she knew no one, she had not played football with anyone in quite some time. Now, with the ball under her control and engaged in this playful tussle, she felt every cell in her body rejoicing, a thrill of excitement akin to liberation after a prolonged confinement. Hu Lai turned to face Li Chingqing, his expression growing serious. "Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm going to get serious now." Li Chingqing nodded in agreement. "All right. I must confess, when I become serious, even I find myself somewhat intimidated. Come at me then." Li Chingqing readied herself. Hu Lai charged forward, only to be deftly sidestepped by Li Chingqing. "This time, I am truly earnest. Once more. Excellent, woman. You have successfully provoked my ire, and you shall pay the price for it. Continue." I refuse to believe it. "Hey!" Hu Lai exerted every ounce of his strength. On several occasions, he even resorted to American football tactics, attempting to tackle Li Chingqing with his hands. Yet, Li Chingqing was as nimble as a butterfly, consistently evading his grasp before he could make contact. Consequently, Hu Lai not only failed to seize Li Chingqing, but also found himself tumbling to the ground, his school uniform now marred with mud, rendering him a pitiable sight. After falling once more, he chose not to rise but instead sat silently on the ground, devoid of his previous bravado. Li Chingqing felt as though she had merely warmed up and was anticipating Hu Lai's continued efforts, only to be taken aback by his unusual demeanor. Observing Hu Lai with his head bowed, seated on the ground, she suddenly questioned whether she had perhaps gone too far. She recalled the words spoken by Hu Lai's desk mate during physical education class that afternoon. "If football brings you no joy, would you still cherish it?" Hu Lai always struggled to take the ball from her feet. It was only natural for someone to lose interest. Contemplating this, Li Chingqing approached Hu Lai with a twinge of guilt, intending to offer him some words of comfort. After all, considering the physical contest, few could snatch the ball from her feet. Thus Hu Lai had no reason to feel dejected. "Hey, are you upset?" she inquired cautiously. "No," Hu Lai mumbled, maintaining his gaze downward, yet his tone suggested to Li Chingqing that this boy was indeed upset. "Well, don't be," just as she was about to continue her encouragement, she suddenly observed Hu Lai, seated on the ground, propelling himself backward with his hands and springing forth like a coiled spring. Simultaneously, his right foot forcefully struck the football beside her foot. With Hu Lai and Li Chingqing so close, evasion seemed nearly impossible, and given Hu Lai's sudden aggression, his intention was clear. However, Li Chingqing's body reacted instinctively. Her left foot swiftly nudged the football to the right, narrowly avoiding Hu Lai's advancing right foot. "Now's the moment," Hu Lai shouted, exerting force through his hands once more, twisting his body into a spiral, his left leg sweeping from the outside. It turned out his earlier right-footed maneuver was merely a feint. This left-footed sweep was his true intention. He had compelled Li Chingqing to react hastily, ensuring that when his left foot swept in, she would be unable to evade. Yet, just as his left foot was about to connect with the football, Li Chingqing's right foot subtly arched, effortlessly lifting the oncoming ball. Following suit, her right heel elevated alongside the football, creating the illusion that it was suspended delicately upon her left foot. After Hu Lai had just lifted her right foot, Her left leg swept through, skimming beneath Li Chingqing's foot and brushing against the sole of her shoe. This caused Li Chingqing to stumble slightly upon landing, yet she maintained control of the football. To guard against Hu Lai's potential follow-up attack, Li Chingqing turned and retreated with the ball to a distance of 5 meters, finally exhaling. Wow. Devious. The ball-snatching maneuver had sent Hu Lai rolling on the ground, resulting in her clothes being smeared with black mud, despite the day's sun having dried the surface. The patch of ground had transformed into a muddy mess after the tussle between the two, covered in filth. Hu Lai appeared quite disheartened. Why can't I seize the ball like that? Li Chingqing remained vigilant, standing at a distance as she replied. It would be strange if you could. Your body coordination is too poor. Your movements lack fluidity. Nonsense. I'm a forward. How could I possibly excel at snatching the ball? Hu Lai argued from the ground. Li Chingqing promptly kicked the football to him. Hu Lai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to return the ball so readily. He had assumed he needed to wrest it from her feet. You've come to me, Li Chingqing remarked. You said that yourself, Hu Lai retorted. Rising to his feet and pointing at Li Chingqing, I am quite formidable. However, before he could finish, he suddenly charged at Li Chingqing with the ball. He stepped to the left, but Li Chingqing remained unfazed. Indeed, Hu Lai's left foot glided past the football without making contact. Then, he brought his right foot toward the ball. Li Chingqing continued to stand her ground. This time, Hu Lai's right foot touched the ball, but instead of kicking it, he inadvertently stepped on it, causing his body to pivot awkwardly, and he lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. As he fell, his left foot grazed the football, which began to roll slowly towards Li Chingqing, eventually stopping at her feet. Li Chingqing looked down at the culprit behind Hu Lai's fall, then glanced back at the fallen Hu Lai. The ground is too slippery. It rained last night, Hu Lai explained, a bit embarrassed. Li Chingqing then kicked the football back to him. Rising once more, Hu Lai charged at Li Chingqing again. After failing for the 10th time to get past her, the ball rolled to Li Chingqing's feet while Hu Lai sat on the ground, avoiding her gaze as he defended. Actually, I'm a poacher-type forward. Scoring from a position is my forte. Dribbling isn't my strong suit. But Li Chingqing shook her head. Your desk mate was right. You are not suited for football. Your coordination is too poor to play well. Hu Lai shot her an angry glare, indignantly retorting, what does that fat guy know? He doesn't even watch matches. What does he know about coordination? Coordination is something I can perceive, Li Chingqing replied. Yesterday, she observed Hu Lai training alone through the window for a while. His movements appeared somewhat stiff while receiving the ball, creating an impression of a lack of coordination, which likely accounted for his numerous misplays. Today, after practicing with Hu Lai again, her assessment was further solidified. This individual has significant issues with physical coordination. Coordination refers to the ability to execute a technical action through the harmonious collaboration of various body parts. For instance, the act of receiving a ball necessitates observation through the eyes, cognitive processing by the brain, physical action, and the application of appropriate force and movement amplitude. At this juncture, Li Chingqing suddenly struck the football forcefully towards the uneven stone wall. The ball collided with great intensity, rebounding in an unpredictable direction. Before Hu Lai could react, Li Chingqing swiftly ran over and halted the ball with her foot. It was a powerful kick, yet Li Chingqing managed to stop it effortlessly, as if the ball, marked by Hu Lai, were actually meant for her, obediently responding to her commands. This sight filled Hu Lai with a twinge of jealousy and a sense of frustration at being outperformed by a girl. If one lacks coordination, one might very well end up stopping the ball with their face. Hu Lai recalled the scene from his clandestine training here yesterday, his nose still tinged with a faint ache. Some may equate coordination solely with agility, but it encompasses balance as well. In competitive play, coordination becomes even more crucial. If one struggles to perform movements alone, how can they execute well in a contest against others? Have you ever experienced the desire to strike the ball powerfully, only to swing your leg and find yourself lacking the necessary force, even falling over in the process? Li Chingqing inquired, looking at Hu Lai. He nodded but quickly retorted. Only occasionally, very rarely. That is a manifestation of poor coordination, Li Chingqing remarked, undeterred by his defense. She continued, coordination is a fundamental skill for football players. It is the link that unites a player's tactical and technical abilities. Strength, endurance, technique, speed, and agility all rely on coordination. Those who cannot coordinate well cannot excel in football. How can individuals who trip over their own feet possibly become professional players? At this point, Li Chingqing suddenly realized that the youth before her was not a professional player and likely had never received even a modicum of formal football training throughout his life. Her words may have weighed heavily on him. Clearing her throat, she added, "Of course, if you're just playing for fun, there's nothing wrong with that." However, Hu Lai abruptly asked, "What if I want to join our school's football team?" Li Chingqing was taken aback by his question. After contemplating her father's stringent expectations, she shook her head and replied, "Not a chance." Hu Lai, incredulous, responded, "Just because you say so, it's not a chance? Is it more demanding to play for fun in physical education class or to join the school team?" Li Chingqing retorted, "You can't even participate in the class football matches. Yet you aspire to compete at the school level? I said playing for fun is acceptable. It's just a casual kickabout, isn't it?" Li Chingqing observed Hu Lai waving at her. "Pass me the ball. I'm heading home." The boy, covered in mud, slowly rose from the ground. Li Chingqing watched as Hu Lai bent down among the grass, concealing the soccer ball within. His posture, with his rear end sticking up, remained comical, yet this time, Li Chingqing did not laugh. She pondered whether her earlier remark about him not being able to play in the class soccer match had affected this young boy. She recalled how Hu Lai had been during physical education class. Even when no one invited him to play, he would still stand at the sidelines, watching the game intently. He truly cared about this matter. After hiding the soccer ball, Hu Lai did not greet Li Chingqing and simply climbed onto his dilapidated bicycle, riding away in a crooked manner. In Li Chingqing's eyes, Hu Lai's back at that moment mirrored the lonely figure he had been standing on the sidelines during physical education. The setting sun elongated his shadow on the ground, stretching it all the way to the girl's feet. Chapter 9. Do you want to play soccer? Xiaolon felt an immediate surge of frustration upon seeing her son standing before her like a muddy monkey. She raised her arm, yet the slap never fell. Instead, she let out a heavy sigh. "If your father sees you like this, you'll surely get a beating." "I fell off my bike." Hu Lai defended himself. "I'm the victim here. Why should I be punished?" "Don't be ridiculous. Do you think your father would believe your nonsense? Hurry up and take a shower. Don't just toss your clothes into the washing machine. Let me scrub the mud off you first. Can't you make things a little easier for me?" With that, Xiaolon turned and walked towards the kitchen, where she was still cooking. Behind her, Hu Lai asked Mom, "Is it because Dad knows I have no talent for soccer that he won't let me play?" Xiaolon paused for a moment. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then she conceded, "Well, he clearly dislikes soccer, which is why he doesn't want me to play." After saying this, Hu Lai headed towards the bathroom. Xiaolon glanced at her son's retreating figure and sighed gently. Beneath the warm glow of an orange lamp, there was a small square table set with 2 dishes and a bowl of soup, both meat and vegetables, albeit in modest portions. "Chingqing, how was your first day at school? Did you get along well with your classmates?" Li Ziqiang inquired, holding his bowl of rice, looking at his daughter across the table. However, his daughter did not respond. "Chingqing?" Li Ziqiang raised his gaze to his daughter, noticing her eyes were unfocused, clearly lost in thought. He waved his hand in front of her eyes, and only then did her gaze regain its clarity. "What were you thinking about?" "Ah, nothing. My classmates are quite friendly. By the way, Dad, there's someone in our class who plays really well. He should make the school team, right?" "You mean Luo Kai?" Li Ziqiang nodded. "I've heard about him. If all goes well, he should be selected. He is the strongest among the freshmen." Li Chingqing thought again about Hu Lai, realizing that he too aspired to join the school team. The two of them were clearly worlds apart, one soaring in the sky, while the other languished in the depths. "I only said that to encourage him to abandon his futile struggle sooner rather than later. After all, it would be better for him to give up now than face rejection from the school team in front of everyone later." As Li Chingqing pondered these thoughts, the silhouette beneath the setting sun once again surfaced in her mind. In the cramped and confined bathroom, Hu Lai bowed his head under the faucet, allowing the warm water to cascade down the nape of his neck. Li Chingqing's words echoed in his ears. "You can hardly participate in the football matches during our physical education class. Yet you wish to join the school team for inter-school competitions? You are simply not cut out for football. Your coordination is far too poor to excel. Did that mean all my efforts were in vain? Is my physique truly unsuited for football? Are those who mock me justified in their derision? Should I simply resign myself to dining with Song Fatty? I refuse to accept such indignities." As he reflected on Luo Kai's arrogant demeanor and the smugness of his sycophant Li Ziqiang, a sense of frustration welled up within him, leaving him quite unsettled. Is it fair to dismiss years of hard work and dreams based on a few careless remarks from others? I refuse to succumb to this fate. "Hu Lai, how long are you going to take in the shower?" Are you even going to eat? His mother's voice boomed from outside the bathroom. Coming, coming. Hu Lai hastily thrust his head beneath the water, splashing it about before swiftly turning off the tap. After her shower, Li Chingqing sat at her desk, which was positioned beside the window, allowing her to gaze out at the patch of ground where she and Hu Lai had played football that afternoon. Now, it lay shrouded in darkness, yet her eyes pierced through the shadows, fixated on a spot where Hu Lai's football lay hidden. Would he give up? Surely. He must have already surrendered. Yet perhaps giving up is not the worst outcome. After all, if one enjoys football, is it not sufficient to play for fun? Why must one join the school team? Only a select few can gain admission to the team. Does that mean those who do not qualify are unworthy of their love for football? As long as one truly enjoys the sport, what difference does it make where one plays? Although poor coordination can be improved through training, with only a month remaining until the school team selection, it would not be easy for someone with his foundational skills to make significant progress. Furthermore, the optimal age for coordination training is between 8 and 13. Beyond that, even with training, the improvements are often minimal. Seated at his desk, Hu Lai appeared from behind as a diligent student, but unbeknownst to others, he was secretly searching for answers on his phone. How can one improve poor coordination? His mind had begun to process the reality. He acknowledged his lack of coordination and recognized the validity of the girl's observations. However, is it not possible to train and enhance one's coordination? If I can refine my coordination through dedicated practice, could I not play football and even join the school team? The only obstacle is that he has but a month to elevate his coordination to a level suitable for the school team selection. As he scrutinized the methods for improving coordination on his phone, a frown creased his brow. Every method indicated that coordination training is a long-term endeavor, yielding no immediate results. In standard football youth training, coordination exercises are allocated a dedicated 20 minutes in every session, and such training typically begins at a very young age. Is it too late for someone who has started on this path later in life? It seems nearly impossible to achieve this before the school team selection. Should one then give up? Hu Lai shook his head. He was resolute in not conceding defeat. He intended to devote himself fully over the next month, striving tirelessly to improve. He firmly believed that diligence would not go unrewarded. At that moment, a sudden chime echoed in Hu Lai's mind, followed by a cold, emotionless voice. Do you wish to play football? Hu Lai was startled, sitting upright in his chair. Dad, you're back so early? There was no reply, only the impassive voice repeating, do you wish to play football? Realizing that the voice likely did not originate from his father, his dad, no matter how stern, would not sound like this, he cautiously turned his head to glance behind him. The door was firmly closed, with no gaps. Surveying the small room, Hu Lai saw that he was alone. Once again, the emotionless voice resonated. Do you wish to play football? It dawned on Hu Lai that the voice was not emanating from behind him or any other direction, but was manifesting directly within his mind. Is this a system? As a regular reader of online novels, the thought struck him immediately. While he was still mulling over this idea, the voice resumed. No response. Exiting in 5 seconds. 5. 4. Hu Lai was taken aback. What kind of system is this with a time limit? He had no time to ponder the nature of this system or how it had appeared in his mind, quickly nodding vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. I want to play. I want to play. Upon his response, another chime sounded in his mind, followed by the voice. Task. Become the most dazzling figure in front of the entire school faculty and students. Task reward. Novice gift pack. Simultaneously, Hu Lai noticed an image forming in his mind, displaying the task text, alongside a treasure chest shimmering with gold, floating in the air. Wow, this really is a system. After a brief moment of astonishment, Hu Lai exclaimed, what kind of system is this? Just as his question arose, the image shifted, revealing bold letters before him, Dream Football World. Hu Lai finally understood where the game that had crashed and disappeared that day had gone. It had transformed into a system. Gazing at the radiant letters, Hu Lai rubbed his hands together in excitement. He never anticipated that playing a game would become a reality. This was truly remarkable. He effortlessly accepted the existence of the system, entirely unbothered by the emotionless voice echoing in his mind. After all, in a world that had crossed over, what was a system in his head? Chapter 10. The most dapper lad at school. The entrance to Dongchuan Middle School is situated on Shiyuan Street, facing east. Shiyuan Street is a narrow thoroughfare running north to south. To the west lies the school's perimeter wall, while to the east stand quaint residential buildings. Due to their proximity to the school, The ground floors of these residences have been transformed into various shops, small convenience stores, modest eateries, bookstores, and stationery shops. Capitalizing on their advantageous location, these establishments tend to thrive. Most of the time, this street remains tranquil. Except during school hours when the influx of vehicles dropping off children and throngs of pedestrians congest the narrow street, rendering it impassable. Even the presence of traffic police often proves futile. At this moment, it is the peak of activity in Dongchuan Middle School's day. Students pour in from both ends of Shiyuan Street, merging with the vehicles dropping off children, creating a torrent of humanity along the roadway. Amidst this bustling crowd, a sudden shout pierces the air. Ah! However, like a stone cast into a viscous liquid, the ripples of this outburst fail to spread far, dissipating quickly into silence. Hu Lai senses the disapproving glances directed at him, filled with confusion, mockery, and even disdain. Never before has he yearned for more attention from those around him than he does at this moment. Yet, no one heeds him. His voice only startled those in close proximity, while others continued their steady march towards the school, not even pausing in their stride. It is evident that such antics will not elevate him to the status of the most dapper lad at school. Dejected, he lowers his head and follows the flow of people towards the school gates. After a night of contemplation, he has regained his composure from the surprise of acquiring the system, only to be beset by worries about how to fulfill the task set before him by the system, to become the most dapper lad at school. This seemingly simple directive comes without any elucidation or guidance on how to achieve it. What defines the most dapper lad? Is it the ability to capture the attention of the entire school community? Is it to become the talk of the school, a figure of fascination? But how does one attain such prominence? Clearly, shouting at the school entrance is not the answer. Hu Lai is not among the academically elite, whose names grace the honor roll or who find themselves on the dais during the weekly flag-raising ceremonies, receiving accolades and basking in the envious admiration of peers. Nor is he the notorious troublemaker, feared and reprimanded by the guidance counselor in front of the entire student body. Although Hu Lai is known within his class, his reputation does not extend throughout the entire school. As he trudges through the crowd, Hu Lai opens the system interface in his mind once more, gazing at the task log where the objective remains clear. A treasure chest, glowing with golden light, hovers in midair, awaiting its master to unlock its rewards. Yet now, Hu Lai could only sigh, for what lay so near was, paradoxically, seemingly out of reach. From the very moment Li Chingqing entered the classroom, her gaze was fixated upon him. Last night, as she lay in bed, every time she closed her eyes, the image of that young boy cycling away at dusk, his silhouette elongated and swaying, danced in her mind. She worried that she might have inadvertently disheartened him. Presently, seeing Hu Lai enter the classroom with his head bowed, a picture of despondency, he walked to his seat without acknowledging his desk mate, plopping down in silence, lost in thought. Li Chingqing's heart sank. Her fears had materialized. It seemed he had indeed been deeply affected. Should she perhaps extend an apology? A wave of trepidation washed over her. Song Jejia, observing her desk mate's morose demeanor upon entering, instinctively clutched her school uniform pocket, thinking, I have no pocket money left. She assumed Hu Lai's account had been hacked again. Hu Lai turned to him and suddenly inquired, Song Fatty, what do you think it takes to become the talk of the school? Song Jejia blinked in surprise, then, with a twinkle in his eye, replied with a laugh, Oh, is that all? It's quite simple. During the break, just run over to the senior class and confess your feelings to Senior Tang Shiyuan in front of the entire school, and you'll instantly become the center of attention. Tang Shiyuan from the senior class was a paragon of virtue and intellect, widely recognized as the belle of Dongchuan High School, with countless admirers, yet she remained unperturbed. Focusing solely on her studies, reportedly on the verge of being recommended for admission to a prestigious university. Hu Lai shot a disapproving glance at his untrustworthy desk mate. What a ridiculous suggestion. How could I deceive someone else's feelings just to fulfill my own ambitions? Song Jejia rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it, Hu Lai. How could you possibly deceive someone else's affections? You would merely transition from being the laughingstock of Class 1 to being the laughingstock of Dongchuan High School. Do you not aspire to be a figure of admiration? In essence, a figure of admiration is akin to a celebrity. All one needs to do is attract attention and visibility. Both praise and criticism can draw attention. Even ridicule can work in that regard. Hu Lai was momentarily taken aback, for he recognized that Song Fatty's words held a modicum of truth. The task merely required him to become the most eye-catching. There were no stipulated conditions. As long as he garnered attention, that was sufficient, was it not? During the break, an idea suddenly sparked within Hu Lai. He grasped Song Jiajia's arm with a bright smile and exclaimed, "Thank you for your insight." Song Jiajia, startled, replied, "What are you doing? Are you really going to confess to the senior? If so, don't ever mention that you're my desk mate." He forcefully shook off Hu Lai's hand, attempting to distance himself. At Dongchuan High School, there existed a 15-minute break between the third and fourth periods each morning, as long as it wasn't raining. The entire student body would gather at the sports field for calisthenics, liberating them from the weight of their studies while promoting physical fitness. The inception of radio calisthenics holds great promise. However, students seem indifferent to this initiative. They yearn for the announcement that the school broadcasting equipment has malfunctioned or that there is an unexpected power outage, thus sparing them from the exercises. This would grant them a precious 15 minutes of unstructured freedom, allowing them to indulge in their own pursuits. Regrettably, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, and more often than not, students are herded by their homeroom teachers to the playground for calisthenics. Their reluctance is palpable, and nearly everyone approaches the exercise with a lackadaisical attitude. The design of radio calisthenics was intended to maximize the physical benefits of each movement for the students. Yet, in reality, not a single student adheres to the prescribed standards of the exercises. For instance, during the arm expansion exercise, they are instructed to step forward with their left foot into a small lunge, while simultaneously raising both arms in a manner that stretches the chest. However, most students merely shift their weight slightly forward, their left foot failing to achieve the lunge, and their arms are raised only a fraction of the way, resulting in a mere token gesture of swinging them to the sides, which they consider sufficient to complete the exercise. Teachers are acutely aware of the student's mindset and choose to turn a blind eye, tacitly accepting their half-hearted efforts. No one insists that students execute each movement with precision, for that would only lead to discomfort. However, an exception arose today at the Dongchuan Middle School sports field. Li Chingqing stood in the ranks, her hand raised yet completely oblivious to the exercise. She turned her head, staring blankly at her diagonal front. In her line of sight, Hu Lai dashed forward, nearly colliding with the classmate ahead of him, his lunge so exaggerated that he almost knelt on one knee. He then exaggeratedly performed the arm expansion, propelling himself backward, nearly losing his balance, and retreating several steps, almost crashing into the person behind him, had that individual not swiftly sidestepped. The person who dodged shouted, "Hu Lai, what are you doing? Focus on your exercises." Hu Lai, engrossed in his routine, replied without looking back, "I'm exercising for my health." He then propelled himself forward once more. Although he claimed to be earnest in his efforts, his exaggerated movements, coupled with his lack of coordination, appeared comical and absurd to onlookers. Laughter erupted beside Li Chingqing. "Look at Hu Lai. Haha, what is he doing? He claims to be serious about the exercises, but is this really serious? Look at him. He seems like a fool. It's just a set of exercises. Does he need to be this ridiculous? Hey, who is that person? I don't know. He seems to be from class 12 of the first year." This moment was no longer a mere pebble tossed into a viscous liquid. It was akin to a large stone being forcefully hurled into a pond, sending waves surging and rippling outward in concentric circles. The students of class 1 to 2 cast their gazes over, while those from the neighboring class began to take notice, and soon, an increasing number of students from the class beyond that forgot to participate in the exercises, turning around on tiptoe to peer at the formation of class 1 to 2. It was only when the director, standing on the podium maintaining order, observed that the majority of the students had halted their movements and were all looking in the same direction, that his curiosity was piqued. Following their gazes, he beheld Hu Lai, whose exaggerated movements resembled some form of ritualistic dance. Gripping the microphone, he pointed at Hu Lai and bellowed, "That student from class 1 to 2. What on earth are you doing?" The authoritative voice of the director reverberated through the school's broadcasting system, echoing in every corner and ringing in the ears of each teacher and student of Dongchuan High School. Simultaneously, a solemn and grand melody began to play in Hu Lai's mind. Accompanying this music was a dispassionate voice that proclaimed, "You have become the most dazzling presence before the entire faculty and student body. Mission accomplished, reward acquired, novice gift package." To Hu Lai, this mechanical voice transformed into the most melodious sound in the world. He chuckled, and under the gaze of all the teachers and students, amidst looks of confusion, astonishment, mockery, and schadenfreude, He continued to energetically perform his comical rendition of the Calisthenics. He was indifferent to their scrutiny. All he knew was that his life might soon take a different turn. Chapter 11. Thank you for participating. Once the Calisthenics concluded, the students returned to their respective classrooms. And the corridors of the teaching building became a gathering point for many, all engaged in animated discussions about the recent spectacle at the sports field. Today, the director called out that student from our neighboring class, Hulai. I've heard he is quite the standout in his class. His name is known to all. Is he really that famous? It's because he often makes a fool of himself. Haha. I honestly didn't think anyone could turn calisthenics into such a spectacle. I saw him being summoned to the director's office. I imagine a reprimand is inevitable. I just can't fathom what he was thinking or what he hoped to gain from such antics. You wouldn't understand the quirks of this world. But I do, for I am also quite peculiar. Touché. Haha. Such conversations filled the corridor until Hulai appeared at the staircase. The nearest voices hushed upon his arrival, and all eyes turned toward him. Hulai heard the murmurs about him and noticed the stares, yet he remained unfazed, holding his head high as he strode through the crowd. The onlookers' gazes followed him, and the chatter dwindled until he departed, at which point the discussions resumed. That is Hulai? Yes, indeed, it is him. Look, it's him, it's really him. As if traversing a corridor outfitted with motion sensor lights. With each of his steps, the lights ahead illuminated, while those behind him dimmed. He walked into the classroom of Class 1 to 2 under the scrutiny of all. As soon as Song Jiejia spotted Hulai, she rose from her seat to greet him. So, what is the verdict? A lengthy written apology of several thousand words? Hulai cast a sidelong glance at him. What are you writing a self-criticism for? Is that the end of it? He continued. I diligently engage in physical exercises and strive to enhance my health. What crime is that? He spread his hands in a rhetorical gesture toward his desk mate. It is you, however, who approaches each exercise with indifference, showing a lack of responsibility toward your own well-being. Upon hearing Hulai's words, Song Jiejia realized that he was merely jesting and spat in disdain. If you're so capable, continue tomorrow. Hulai shook his head. The taller the tree, the stronger the wind that blows against it. If I excel, it merely highlights your apathy. No, I cannot sacrifice my integrity for the sake of my classmates. TCH. Song Jiejia shot a scornful glance at her desk mate. While Hulai and Song Jiejia were engaged in their exchange, many peers in the classroom were watching them, their gazes laced with mockery and schadenfreude. When Hulai uttered his final remark, laughter erupted, with everyone aware that he was merely putting on a brave front out of fear. Yet, amidst the derisive laughter, Hulai remained unfazed, a cheerful smile lingering on his face. In the midst of the laughter, Chingqing, who was also observing Hulai, curled her lip, her furrowed brow remaining unrelaxed. Unlike his peers, Hulai's thoughts were preoccupied with the anticipation of claiming his task rewards. Before him loomed a shimmering treasure chest in his mind, awaiting his command to open it. His hesitation to unveil it before the director stemmed from a fear that his excitement might lead to a misunderstanding during the director's reprimand. In such moments, Hulai was notably earnest and compliant. With a mental command, he instructed the chest to open. As the lid lifted, a cascade of brilliant golden light erupted, nearly overwhelming the entirety of his mental space. Once the radiance subsided, several items materialized in Hulai's consciousness. The first was a glass vial filled with liquid, and as his gaze fell upon it, detailed information automatically filled his mind. Essence cleansing elixir, which, upon consumption, could slightly enhance physical attributes, including speed, stamina, strength, agility, and coordination. Hulai's eyes widened in astonishment at this unexpected reward, an enhancement to his physical prowess. Just as the name suggests, it was akin to a magical artifact from a martial arts novel, the essence cleansing method. Wasn't it always the case in such tales that a youth with poor innate talent would, through this technique, transform into a prodigy? To think such a thing could manifest in reality. Truly, this system was remarkable. Although the description indicated only a slight enhancement, improving one's physical attributes was notoriously difficult. Even with specialized training regimens, results were often negligible. Now, with a simple sip of this elixir, he could enhance his physical capabilities. What more could one desire? Most importantly, it also promised to improve coordination. He could still recall how the girl had remarked yesterday on his poor physical coordination, and now, a potion that could enhance his coordination had suddenly appeared before him, as if it were tailor-made for him. Hulai felt a surge of excitement as he rubbed his hands together, resolving to sneak into an empty stall in the restroom after class to consume the potion. He then shifted his gaze to several other items. 1,000 points, redeemable for lottery tickets in the official store, with 500 points for a single ticket. Scoring goals, winning matches, and completing tasks would all earn points. A lottery ticket, allowing a single draw from the system, with rewards being random. Just as this thought crossed Hu Lai's mind, he noticed a lucky wheel materialize within the system, its outer edge adorned with a constantly shifting array of lights. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but think of the first online casino in Macau. It would have been even better had there been 2 bunny girls beside the wheel. However, the system did not alter in accordance with his thoughts. The wheel remained unchanged, its lights merely dancing in their usual manner. Recalling his rewards, 1 lottery ticket and 1,000 points, he realized he had 3 chances to draw, as each ticket cost 500 points. Curious to see what he might obtain, he first ventured to the store. The official store's interface was so stark it was almost pitiful. It featured a solitary empty shelf, upon which sat the only available product. At first glance, it resembled a scene from a typhoon, where everyone had rushed to the supermarket to hoard supplies, leaving behind only a solitary pack of tomato and egg instant noodles defiantly standing on the shelf. Seeing the bare-bones official store, Hu Lai felt an urge to critique it, as it seemed to pale in comparison to the vividly realistic virtual self he had outside, like a relic from 2 decades past. Coupled with the fact that the grand wheel lacked even a single bunny girl, Hu Lai pondered whether all the system's technical capabilities had been squandered on superficial appearances, merely luring people in to manage with what they could. Was this truly worthy of being called an official store? He mused that official convenience store would be a more fitting name. After voicing his grievances about the system, Hu Lai turned his attention to the only item available for purchase in the official store. It was a lottery ticket, clearly marked at 500 points. Since this was the sole item for sale, he opted to spend his entire 1,000 points, exchanging them for 2 lottery tickets. Exiting the store, he approached the lucky wheel and used one of his tickets. The wheel began to spin rapidly, the colorful lights flashing in sync, resembling a vibrant carousel. After a few seconds, the wheel gradually slowed and came to a halt. As it did, a brilliant light flashed, and an item leaped forth from the radiance, materializing before Hu Lai. Stamina potion, capable of restoring the stamina expended in the previous match, ensuring the user is fully energized for the next game. Note: 1 bottle per use. Excessive consumption is ineffective, and stamina loss due to injury cannot be replenished. Upon encountering this peculiar item, Hu Lai momentarily hesitated, taken aback by its existence. Soon, however, excitement surged within him. It is entirely natural to feel fatigued after a match, when multiple games occur in quick succession. Players are bound to experience physical strain, increasing the risk of injury. This is precisely why elite European clubs employ multiple lineups and rotations. Relying solely on a single squad for multifaceted competitions is a recipe for disaster, as players are not machines and their stamina diminishes with exertion. Without adequate rest, they struggle to cope with continuous demands. An analysis of the Premier League indicated that players are most susceptible to injuries around the new year. By mid-season, the physical reserves accumulated before the season have been nearly depleted, while the congested festive schedule exacerbates the situation. Following New Year's Day, matches in the FA Cup ensue, leading to a grueling timetable of double or even triple fixtures within a week, leaving players unable to maintain their physical performance, thereby increasing the likelihood of injury. However, if after each match there existed a rejuvenating elixir that could completely replenish the energy expended, would that not negate the issue of fatigue? The risk of injury would significantly diminish. This potion, obtained through a lottery system, suggests it can be acquired repeatedly. If he could stockpile dozens of bottles, using one after each game, he could maintain perfect attendance throughout the season, truly a dream for any dedicated athlete. While Hu Lai may not need it at this moment, the demand for such a potion is undoubtedly high, and it is always prudent to be prepared. Notably, the renowned football management simulation game Football Manager features a modification that allows for complete stamina restoration, a remarkably useful function. The very existence of such a lottery system, capable of yielding such wonders, piqued Hu Lai's curiosity about what other extraordinary treasures he might unearth. Thus, he utilized another lottery ticket. The grand carousel, illuminated with vibrant lights, whirled wildly once again. The glimmer of the spinning lights reflected in Hu Lai's eyes, embodying his hopes. As the carousel gradually came to a halt, a singular beam of light flashed before him. Hu Lai widened his eyes, fixated on the radiance, undeterred by its blinding brightness. Neither blinking nor averting his gaze, he fantasized about what miraculous item might leap forth from the light. Should he be fortunate enough to receive another essence of rejuvenation, it would be a tremendous windfall. Even a stamina potion would suffice. Under his unwavering gaze, something indeed sprang forth from the light, but it was not a tangible object. Rather, it was a simple phrase, "Thank you for participating." The words imprinted themselves in Hu Lai's mind, and the smile on his face gradually froze. Thank you for participating? What does that even mean? Hu Lai fumed. If a bunny girl had materialized before him, he would have seized her attire, demanding a clear explanation of what thank you for participating entailed. He held no regard for delicacy. Alas, there was none to be found. Did the system, perhaps, anticipate such a scenario, hence the absence of 2 bunny girls to accompany the grand prize wheel? What a cunning trick. In his heart, Hu Lai seethed with indignation. In the face of his dissatisfaction, the system offered no response. The mechanical voice never materialized. Song Jiejia sensed the commotion beside him and turned to see Hu Lai grimacing. Bent over the desk, his hands rummaging through the drawer. The sound emanated from his hands sifting through the contents. What are you doing, Hu Lai? Still planning to write an apology? Hu Lai shot him a fierce glare, remaining silent. Ah, then think about how to write it. I won't disturb you, Song Jiejia, startled by Hu Lai's expression, turned his head back. Li Chingqing, seated diagonally behind Hu Lai, witnessed the scene unfold. Pondering that regardless of how carefree the boy appeared in public, deep down, he must still harbor a sense of resentment. Hu Lai glanced at the last lottery ticket remaining in his possession, gritted his teeth, and declared, I refuse to believe this. He utilized the ticket. The Ferris wheel illuminated once more, its colorful lights spinning, before gradually coming to a halt. Amidst the golden glow, 4 prominent characters emerged. Thank you for participating. Chapter 12. I will teach you, as the cheerful melody announcing the end of the school day echoed from the loudspeakers scattered throughout the campus. Hu Lai swiftly retrieved his already packed backpack from the desk drawer, stood up, and noisily pushed aside his chair. With one hand raised, clutching the backpack, he squeezed between Song Jiejia and the desk, darting out through the back door of the classroom, unable to contain his eagerness. By the time Li Chingqing organized her belongings and exited the classroom with the throng of students, the corridor was already filled with pupils from various classes, all laden with backpacks, making their way towards the stairwell, forming a human tide. In this crowd, she failed to spot Hu Lai. His urgency stemmed from the fact that he had secretly consumed the reward potion, the essence-cleansing elixir, from the system. With merely a thought, it could appear in his grasp. However, to avoid alarming others and rendering himself speechless, Hu Lai had seized the opportunity to retrieve the vial from the restroom stall and consumed it amidst the unique, pungent odors of the lavatory. The elixir appeared colorless and odorless, indistinguishable from a bottle of plain water, and it tasted similarly bland. After drinking, Hu Lai sought to evaluate whether his physical attributes had improved, only to discover that no data materialized before him. His physical qualities did not present themselves numerically. Thus, ascertaining his condition through a numerical attribute panel was out of the question. Given this limitation, Hu Lai resolved to test his capabilities through practical action, which is why he was the first to bolt out of the classroom at the end of the day. He intended to head to his secret base to assess whether his coordination had progressed. As Hu Lai emerged from the thicket, clutching the soccer ball he had hidden the previous day, his heart raced uncontrollably. He felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, his mind a whirlpool of apprehension. He was apprehensive that after consuming the potion, his body would remain unchanged. He feared the effects of the elixir might be exceedingly subtle, even wondering if all he experienced that day was merely a dream. With this in mind, he gently separated his arms, which were cradling the soccer ball, causing it to plummet from the air. Simultaneously, he lifted his right foot to meet the descending ball. The soccer ball struck the top of his right foot and rebounded, followed by his right foot firmly grounding itself as his left foot lifted to greet the ball now in descent. Previously, he struggled to juggle the ball, but he now thought to test his coordination in this manner. However, when his left foot made contact with the ball, he miscalculated the force, sending it veering off course. Damn, he exclaimed, watching as the ball landed elsewhere. He dashed after it, retrieved it, and endeavored to juggle once more. This time, he managed to keep it in the air for 3 exchanges before failing again. Yet, Hu Lai did not relent. He continued to persevere. Occasionally, he could maintain the ball for several exchanges, while at other times, he faltered on his first attempt. Through repeated efforts, he gradually discerned a transformation in his body, one that felt distinctly different from before. In the past, his body resembled a rusted machine, creaking and lacking agility. Now, every joint felt as if it had been coated with lubricant. With each attempt, the once congealed oil was released, enveloping his joints and allowing his movements to flow more seamlessly. Although he was not yet entirely coordinated, he had indeed improved. Initially, he suspected it was an illusion, but as he persisted in juggling, the sensation became clearer. And Hu Lai finally affirmed that the potion rewarded by the system was genuinely effective. With this realization, a bold idea blossomed in his mind. He wished to challenge himself with a more difficult juggling routine. Thus, he began to juggle the ball again, elevating his left foot high during its descent, gracefully stepping over it, while raising his right foot to control the ball. He had observed professional players execute this motion effortlessly and with flair. Yet, when it came to his own turn, the reality was starkly different. As he lifted his left foot to navigate around the ball and raised his right foot to juggle, he lost his balance and fell backward, landing on the ground. "What are you doing?" A crisp voice rang out from behind him. Turning his head, Hu Lai saw Li Chingqing, hands clasped behind her back, looking at him with curiosity. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Am I not allowed to come? This is my secret training ground. This is my home." Upon hearing this, Hu Lai scrambled to his feet. "Your home?" "Indeed, my home." Li Chingqing gestured towards the red brick wall of the elevated platform to her left. Hu Lai glanced over and noticed that the window above was ajar, adorned with curtains that had been hung at some point. The breeze flowed through the window, causing the pale green curtains to flutter gently. "Having spent a month here, I have yet to see anyone residing within these walls," Hu Lai remarked, gesturing around him. Noting that apart from the window outside, the other two windows were tightly shut, devoid of any signs of habitation. "I just moved in," Li Chingqing replied. At this, Hu Lai recalled her status as a transfer student and fell silent. A pang of sorrow struck him. The secret haven that once belonged solely to him now had an occupant, suggesting that his days of practicing football here were numbered. He pondered where he might discover another perfect sanctuary for his training when a dull thud interrupted his thoughts. Bang! Li Chingqing, with her hands behind her back, hurled an object that landed between them, a black crossbody sports bag. "What is this?" Hu Lai inquired, peering at the bag. The zipper was not fully secured, revealing a rope-like item within. "Your coordination is indeed lacking, but it can be enhanced through training," Li Chingqing stated as she squatted to retrieve items from the bag. She pulled out the rope ladder, and Hu Lai soon realized it was a climbing rope. Next, Li Chingqing produced a set of marker cones and discs, along with rings of various colors. "From today onward, I shall train your coordination," she declared after emptying the contents of the bag. Hu Lai gazed at the assortment of items on the ground, puzzled. "How do we train?" Li Chingqing first took out 2 red marker discs and placed them apart at her feet. Then, measuring the distance with the rope ladder, she walked approximately 5 meters to the starting line, laid the ladder flat, and placed a yellow marker cone 10 meters ahead. After completing this, she returned to the initial red discs, standing between them as she instructed Hu Lai. "This is the starting line. You must sprint from here to the agility ladder. Then hop on 1 foot into each section, finishing the ladder before sprinting towards the yellow cone, circling it counterclockwise, and returning to the starting line." With that, she dashed off, transitioning to a 1-footed hop as she approached the agility ladder, gracefully navigating each section before accelerating towards the yellow cone, then slowing to a gentle jog back. Her movements flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of water gliding over stones. "Your turn," Li Chingqing called out upon her return. "Is it really that simple?" Hu Lai observed her ease and questioned how such straightforward training could enhance his coordination. "You'll understand after you try," she replied without elaboration. "All right, let us do this." Hu Lai positioned himself at the starting line, noticing Li Chingqing retrieving a whistle from her pocket and placing it in her mouth. With a sharp blast, he took off. The 5-meter distance was covered in 2 strides, and he reached the agility ladder, needing to switch to hopping on 1 foot. It was then that he realized the reality was quite different from his expectations. As he approached the ladder and attempted to change his posture, his body's momentum prevented him from halting, causing him to leap directly into the second section. The whistle blew. "Incorrect. You must jump 1 section at a time. Do not skip ahead." After blowing her whistle, Li Chingqing sternly commanded, "Again." On his second attempt, Hu Lai slowed his pace as he rushed forward and successfully leaped into the first square of the rope ladder. Huh, he chuckled. However, as he progressed to the second, third, and fourth squares, the accumulating inertia from his single-foot jumps became increasingly overwhelming. By the fifth square, the kinetic energy from the preceding squares caused him to lose his balance, tumbling out of the rope ladder's bounds. Li Chingqing's whistle sounded once more. Once more. On his third try, Hu Lai, having learned his lesson, ensured he stabilized himself before each jump into the next square, effectively mitigating the issue of inertia. Yet, Li Chingqing insisted he return to the starting point. Even 6-year-olds are faster than you. On the fourth attempt, she instructed, maintain balance on one foot. Do not let the other foot touch the ground. Keep steady. Do not sway your upper body. She added, go counterclockwise. You're running the wrong way. After completing 10 consecutive sets, Hu Lai found himself breathless. What he had initially perceived as a simple training exercise had proven to be quite exhausting. Let us take a half-minute break, Li Chingqing said, glancing at the electronic timer hanging from her neck before switching to double-foot jumps. Hu Lai assumed that jumping with both feet would be easier than on one foot, as the latter required careful consideration of balance. However, as he began the double-foot jumps, he soon realized that each square of the rope ladder was just as restrictive, and if he mismanaged his speed and power, losing balance and rhythm was equally likely, resulting in failure. After 10 sets of double-foot jumps, Li Chingqing directed Hu Lai to jump with both feet through the first 4 squares and switch to single-foot jumps for the last 4. He was to repeat this for 10 sets, taking a 1-minute break before returning to the initial single-foot jump training, thus establishing a repetitive cycle. Hu Lai approached the task with utmost seriousness, while Li Chingqing observed him, blowing her whistle to halt training less frequently and offering verbal reminders. The training was indeed monotonous and intense. Li Chingqing recalled her own training days when she was not alone, but part of a team of 10. After each round, they would line up at the end of the queue, waiting for their teammates to finish before it was their turn. Consequently, their rest periods were never shorter than half a minute. Hu Lai, however, had no teammates. He transitioned directly from one set to the next, only able to rest for a minute after completing all 10 sets. Yet, he did not complain of fatigue or express any grievances. He resembled a drowning man desperately clutching at a last straw, fighting with all his might, oblivious to whether this straw could indeed save him from peril. Li Chingqing refrained from disclosing the truth to Hu Lai. In reality, the optimal age for coordination training lies between 8 and 13 years, a period often referred to as the golden age for such training. This implies that even if she were to commence coordination training with Hu Lai now, the eventual outcomes might not be favorable. It was possible that, after a month of diligent practice, Hu Lai might still fail to secure a spot on the school team. Yet, Hu Lai remained unaware of these realities. His determination during training suggested he truly saw hope emerging from this endeavor. This left Li Chingqing with a sense of guilt. She had first shattered the hopes of the young man with her own hands, only to later deceive him with a false glimmer of hope. If he were to discover the truth, would he loathe himself for a lifetime? As the training progressed, Hu Lai felt once again the sensation akin to lubrication coursing through his body. He recognized it as the effect of the cleansing elixir. Without this substance, he might not have noticed the changes within his physique so swiftly. He relished this feeling so much that when Li Chingqing informed him that today's training had come to an end, he felt a lingering desire for more. What? Is that it? Of course, training is not necessarily better the longer it lasts. Li Chingqing began to tidy up, stuffing the rope ladder and the traffic cones into a large bag. We'll resume tomorrow. Hu Lai longed to nod in agreement. But then he recalled something. Tomorrow wouldn't work. I can only come next week. I have only 3 days each week available for training. After pondering for a moment, Li Chingqing nodded and replied, that's acceptable. After all, it's impossible to train every day. The intensity would be too much for your body to endure. Once Li Chingqing had gathered her belongings and Hu Lai had hidden his football, the two were ready to bid farewell. As Li Chingqing watched the boy preparing to leave on his bicycle, she suddenly inquired, why did you do that during the morning exercises? Hu Lai hesitated momentarily, taken aback by her unexpected question. He couldn't possibly reveal that he did it to fulfill a task assigned by the system. Thus, he evasively replied, it's my coordination training. Coordination training? Li Chingqing was surprised by this answer. Didn't you say my coordination was poor? I looked it up on Baidu last night and found some methods. Hu Lai continued to deflect. Li Chingqing's gaze turned incredulous, as if she were looking at a fool. Are you really that naive? You actually trust Baidu? What if you have a fever and look it up there? You might end up thinking you have a terminal illness. Then you'd be searching for the best cemetery. After saying this, Li Chingqing felt she had been too harsh. Reflecting on Hu Lai's prior solitary football practice, with no one to assist him, was it any wonder he had to rely on something as unreliable as Baidu? Softening her tone, she assured Hu Lai, "No worries, I'll teach you from now on." Upon hearing this, Hu Lai smiled. "Thank you, coach." He then mounted his bicycle and rode away. The sun hung low on the horizon, immense and resplendent. The earth, having been scorched by the relentless sun throughout the day, shimmered with rising heat. The air, expanding from the warmth, caused a shift in refractive indices, making everything near the horizon appear to quiver, as if ready to dissolve and collapse. In the girl's eyes, the boy rode towards that colossal sunset, his silhouette distorting on the horizon, becoming increasingly ethereal, as if he were destined to merge with the sunset and the entirety of this twilight. Chapter 13. A life of extraordinary fortuity. Hu Lai sat diligently at his desk, feeling a dimming of the light beside him. A hand reached out, placing a plate on the table next to him. Hu Lai turned his head to see his mother. After placing the plate down, Mother Xiaolan did not hastily depart, but rather chose to sit beside the bed adjacent to the desk. "Mom, is there something on your mind?" Hu Lai inquired, perplexed. Previously, when his mother delivered fruits or similar items, she would merely drop them off and leave, eager not to disrupt his studies. Thus, her sitting down today felt somewhat unusual, facing her son's inquisitive gaze. Xiaolan pondered for a moment before speaking. "I know you enjoy playing football, but your education is of paramount importance." She had observed that in recent days, her son returned home dirtier than usual, with sweat carving channels through the dust on his face. How could she be unaware of what he had been up to? She had long suspected that he was secretly playing football, and out of her fondness for him, she had chosen not to voice her concerns, even aiding him in concealing his activities. After all, she and her husband held differing views. She believed that having a hobby was preferable to having none at all. As long as it did not lead him down a professional path, playing football was not a significant issue. However, it appeared that Hu Lai was increasingly devoted to the sport, and she worried that if this continued, it would not escape her husband's notice and would inevitably impact her son's academic performance. "I understand, Mom. I have been studying diligently," Hu Lai replied, surprised that his mother had come to speak of this matter. At home, football was a taboo subject, and he played outside while keeping it a secret from his family. He sensed that his mother was likely aware, but had chosen not to confront him directly. He was uncertain why she had suddenly broached this topic today. "Your father opposes your football playing. He wishes for you to focus on your studies. And he has his reasons," Xiaolan added thoughtfully. "He does not want you to follow in his footsteps." "Mom, every profession has its own merits. Besides, I don't think being a security guard is something to be ashamed of. It's all about earning a living through hard work," Hu Lai said with a grin. His father worked as a security guard in a high-end residential community. Upon hearing her son's words, Xiaolan shot him a disapproving glance. "Do not voice such opinions in front of your father. As parents, we naturally wish for our children to surpass us. Otherwise, why did we send you to Dongchuan Middle School?" Dongchuan Middle School, one of the finest institutions in Dongchuan City, was not easily accessible. One had to either achieve exceptionally high scores in the entrance examinations or leverage connections to secure admission. Hu Lai remained silent, yet his expression revealed his skepticism. Xiaolan was aware of his thoughts and sighed softly. "In any case, do not go overboard." She did not specify what overboard entailed, but Hu Lai understood. As his mother rose to leave, Hu Lai returned to his desk, gazing at the plate she had brought. It contained apples that she had carefully prepared, peeled, devoid of seeds, and cut into small pieces, each held together by toothpicks for easy consumption, allowing him to eat without dirtying his hands, thus not impeding his studies. The apples were of the Fuji variety, crisp, sweet, and juicy, though they were not well suited for preservation, exposed to the air for too long. The flesh would oxidize and discolor. They ought to be consumed promptly. Yet, Hu Lai did not eat them. He indeed had a fondness for apples. Yet after listening to his mother's words, he lost his desire to eat them. He understood that his mother peeled apples for his own benefit, preparing them meticulously to avoid wasting his time. It was akin to the sacrifices his parents made when they borrowed money at exorbitant rates to enroll him in Dongchuan Middle School. Their intentions were noble, as they sought to provide him with the finest educational opportunities, ensuring he had the best possible learning environment. The acceptance rate for undergraduate studies from Dongchuan Middle School soared to an impressive 98%, with a remarkable 90% for prestigious institutions. This meant that gaining admission to Dongchuan Middle School almost guaranteed a pathway to higher education. To secure his place in this provincial key school, Hu Lai's parents went to great lengths, accumulating substantial debts and leveraging numerous connections. His father voluntarily took on additional night shifts to earn bonuses and overtime pay, all to repay the staggering sum of 350,000 yuan borrowed from relatives and friends, a fact Hu Lai overheard, leading him to confront his parents in a fit of anger. He had never wished to attend Dongchuan Middle School. His heart was set on continuing his studies at his original junior high school, where he could seamlessly transition to the high school division. Though that school was rather average, his academic prowess would have allowed him to advance with relative ease. There, he would be surrounded by friends with whom he had shared 3 years, closer to home. And without the burden of his parents pleading for financial assistance amidst the disdain of relatives. What pained him most was that after all their sacrifices, his parents would admonish him with a tone of disappointment, as if he were ungrateful, saying, "Isn't this all for your own good?" This left Hu Lai feeling deeply wronged. "But I never asked you to do this. I never requested you to borrow such vast sums of money. I do not wish for you to sacrifice everything to create favorable conditions for me. I have no desire to attend this so-called key provincial school. You made this decision without my consent." After he shouted these words at his parents, his father struck him sharply across the face. The argument concluded, and Hu Lai retreated to his bedroom, locking the door behind him. His father, in the living room, bellowed, look at him, and he still feels wronged? He shows no gratitude at all. Who are we doing this for? After raising him for over a decade, we've merely nurtured an ingrate. Enough. Just stop talking. You've had too much to drink. His mother screamed as she pushed her husband towards their bedroom. With a resounding bang, the door was shut, sealing their screams and shouts within. Hu Lai vividly recalled his feelings of indignation and anger. It was as if the burdens imposed upon him by his parents had somehow transformed into his own misfortune. Why? Why did this happen? This question lingered in Hu Lai's mind, elusive and unanswered. Yet, he resolved never to mention this matter in front of his parents again. Thus, when his mother uttered that phrase once more, he swallowed his response, fully aware of her good intentions, yet rejecting such goodwill. Throughout his upbringing, under the guise of doing what was best for him, they had coerced him into countless actions he did not cherish. Much like playing football, despite his fervent passion for the sport, he was forcibly prohibited by his father under the pretext that playing football was futile and would hinder his studies. While his peers frolicked in the yard, he was denied even the chance to observe, let alone participate. If he were to engage in a clandestine game and were discovered, the consequences would range from scolding to a severe beating. The reprimands and punishments were all justified as being for his own good. Yet, how could restricting him from pursuing his passions be considered beneficial? Is this truly in his best interest? Even if the world at large believes that parental sacrifices to create favorable conditions for their children are inherently virtuous, Hu Lai rejects this notion. Political correctness does not equate to genuine correctness. Shifting his gaze away from the neatly arranged apples, Hu Lai found himself lost in the pages of his textbooks. Though he was not genuinely studying, instead, his mind repeatedly traversed the interface of the system within his thoughts. It wasn't as though the system had undergone any significant changes. It remained the same, featuring his virtual avatar, an official store with a solitary item, and a luck will devoid of bunny girls. He simply immersed himself in the delightful visions of the future the system afforded him. In the past, he felt powerless, despite his love for football. He lacked the talent for it, thus adhering to the path his parents had meticulously charted for him, even if he was uncertain of its viability. Although Dongchuan High School boasted an impressive undergraduate admission rate of 98%, what if he were to be among the unfortunate 2%? Now, however, the circumstances had shifted. With the system at his disposal, why not tread the path he desired? He vividly experienced the effects of the rejuvenation elixir provided by the system, a testament to its ability to alter his physical constitution. If it could transform his physique, it could undoubtedly reshape his life. Hu Lai was resolute in his conviction. He was determined to pursue this path, regardless of his father's opposition, even if it meant enduring self-inflicted admonitions. Having acquired this system, it was unequivocally not intended for him to continue along the path predetermined by his parents. His life was set to undergo a remarkable transformation. P.S. As the book has yet to be published, I can freely expand on the word count at the end of the chapters without concern for charging readers. Allow me to share a bit about the protagonist, Hu Lai. The initial inspiration for this character stemmed from a classmate during my first year of high school. We share the same surname, and our names differ by only one character. Like me, he wore glasses, and our physiques and appearances bore a striking resemblance. He had a fondness for football and an interest in military affairs. As is common among boys, these two hobbies often intersected, so we included him in our games. However, this football enthusiast was rather inept on the field, displaying clumsiness in his performance. While he could articulate football knowledge eloquently off the field, his on-field execution often resulted in scoring goals against his own team. With comical movements, he would swing his leg in vain attempts to strike the ball, often poking at it with his toes as his signature maneuver. His love for football was genuine, yet his skills were undeniably lacking. At the time, we would tease him, but in response to our jests, he would merely smile, neither retorting nor appearing perturbed. Due to his lackluster performance on the football field, he gradually became less favored by his peers for games. Subsequently, when we entered our second year of high school and the class was divided by arts and sciences, I remained in my original class, embracing the path of a liberal arts student, while he was assigned elsewhere. Our paths crossed again during our final year. Outside a newsstand where he was purchasing military magazines, I exchanged a few words with him, inquiring if he still had a passion for football. He chuckled and shook his head, revealing that he no longer held the same affection for the sport, before departing with his magazines. After that encounter, I forgot about this classmate. However, as I began to contemplate writing a new book, his visage and narrative resurfaced in my mind. I must confess, in my youth, I had joined in the ridicule directed towards him, mocking his poor football skills and his foolish grin when faced with our criticism. In retrospect, could this have been another form of bullying? At that time, no one cared for his feelings or whether he was happy. No one could perceive the embarrassment hidden behind his innocent laughter. He had once been enthusiastic about football, articulating the intricacies of the sport with great knowledge. Yet after 3 years of high school, he had turned away from the game. I felt a twinge of regret then. But now I ponder if such a reaction was not entirely natural. To love football, yet find no joy in it. To desire to play, yet face derision and exclusion. How many can genuinely continue such a passion without resentment or expectation of reward? Thus, he distanced himself from football. After that conversation, we never spoke again, marking it as our final exchange. Yet, I imagine that now, as a military enthusiast rather than a football fan, he must find happiness. After all, our J-20 fighter jets have soared into the skies, our aircraft carriers have launched, and the 052D has made its debut while the DF-17 has become the new darling. And what of Chinese football? Burdened by guilt over my past actions, I resolved to weave this classmate into my novel as a character inspired by him. I envisioned him as a fervent football lover, equipped with an ally to aid him in the face of constant ridicule and exclusion. I aimed to craft Hu Lai with greater resilience and tenacity than he once possessed, enabling him to withstand the spiteful laughter of others. I have previously illustrated too many ambitious young footballers embraced by the admiration of those around them. Their tales represent the experiences we yearn for, mere fantasies of mine. Yet, in this book, I aspire to tell the story of one often overlooked. A boy who loves football but fails to endear himself to others, a figure inadvertently obscured in my earlier narratives. Thus, Hu Lai emerged. A character whose name reflects his nature, reckless and impulsive, yet this seeming folly serves merely as his weapon against a world unkind to him, his only weapon. Armed with this, he faces the world resolutely, unwilling to surrender. In early spring last year, while dining with a talkative friend in Chengdu, I shared a story that had taken root in my mind, declaring, I wish to write a tale that stands in opposition to the world. And Hu Lai is indeed that individual, the one who dares to defy the world. Chapter 14. The strongest among the newcomers as students, few truly relish Mondays. For it heralds the arrival of another lengthy week of studies. They often yearn for the weekends to be extended, wishing for just a little more time to indulge in leisure. However, Hu Lai is quite the opposite. He eagerly anticipates the dawn of a new week. For it signifies 3 opportunities to play football after school on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Luo Kai also looks forward to the new week, as it means he will once again see Li Chingqing. After their match, he is convinced that he has left a brilliant impression on her. To further solidify this image in her mind, he has arranged a friendly match with Class 5 of the first year, scheduled for Tuesday afternoon. Having completed all necessary preparations, he extends an invitation to Li Chingqing on Tuesday morning to come and watch the game. To his surprise, she declines. "I'm sorry, Luo Kai, but I have to head home right after school," she responds with a polite smile. After all, she has committed to coaching Hu Lai, making it impossible for her to attend Luo Kai's match. "Is that so? No problem. Just thought I'd ask," he replies, masking his disappointment with a facade of gentlemanly grace. He forces a charming smile before turning away, gritting his teeth in frustration. On the football field after school, a match is underway between Class 2 and Class 5 of the first year. Luo Kai skillfully navigates past 3 opponents before unleashing a low shot. The ball grazes the corner and flies into the net, leaving Class 5 South goalkeeper frozen in place, unable to react. A cheer erupts from Class 2 as Li Jichuan and his teammates rush to celebrate with Luo Kai. Yet, Luo Kai waves them off and retreats to his half of the field. Li Jichuan observes his demeanor and gestures for the others to refrain from pursuing him. Sensing that Luo Kai's lack of enthusiasm stems from the absence of a familiar figure in the stands. If not for the prearranged match with Class 5, Luo Kai might have even contemplated canceling the game altogether. "What a remarkable player," comments a tall, handsome figure in the stands, hands resting in his pockets. As he observes the unfolding scene, his companion, slightly shorter, exclaims, "Isn't that his 7th goal?" Class 5 seems utterly defeated. "I feel like their goalkeeper has lost the will to play. Truly tragic." "Chu, is he really the strongest newcomer?" the shorter companion inquires. Nodding, the strikingly handsome figure, known as Chu, replies, "Indeed, that's Luo Kai from Class 2. I've heard he has received professional training in the past. There are several talented players among this year's freshmen, but he stands out as the best. With the arrival of a new coach of high caliber and newcomers like Luo Kai, we might truly have a shot at the national competition." His companion, gazing at Luo Kai on the field, muses, "Let us focus on defeating Jiaxiang first." Chu shakes his head in response. In the neighboring provincial capital, Jiaxiang High School has emerged as the undisputed champion of high school football in the province. Since the initiation of the National Unified High School Football Championship, they have represented Anong Province in national competitions for 5 consecutive years, becoming a prestigious emblem of high school football in the region. "With the addition of Luo Kai, I feel we can contend with Jiaxiang," one of my companions remarked. As he spoke, Luo Kai scored yet another goal. True to form, after scoring, he turned and sprinted back to his half of the field, showing no inclination to celebrate, his face devoid of expression. His indifference to the goal reflected a remarkable composure, prompting admiration from his teammate, who noted that the more he watched Luo Kai, the more he appreciated him. It reminded him of Luo Kai's prowess during this year's provincial qualifiers, where he had led Dongchuan High School to victory over Jiaxiang, helping them ascend to the pinnacle of Anong Province's high school football and earning a place in the national tournament. "Who scores 8 goals in a match and doesn't he celebrate?" Chu, another teammate, scoffed, before turning and walking toward the stands. "Hey, you're not watching anymore?" his companion inquired, surprised. "No, I must return to my homework," Chu replied. "Do you think I'm in your sophomore year? What is wrong with being a sophomore? We have plenty of homework too," his companion retorted, following him. "I also need to return to my studies. I have the college entrance exam next year," Chu stated. Leading the way, "We have ours the year after next," his companion began to say, but paused, suddenly realizing why Chu had made that remark. With the college entrance exam looming next year, this winter represented his final opportunity to compete in the national tournament. Unlike other schools that appointed more experienced seniors as captains, Chu had been the captain since his first year in the school team, as he was the only standout player at that time. He joined the Dongchuan High School football team at its lowest ebb, tasked with the responsibility of restoring the school's reputation as a traditional powerhouse in football. However, 2 years had passed, and he had yet to fulfill this mission. In his first year, brimming with ambition, he was met with a harsh reality when Dongchuan was eliminated in the first round of the qualifiers. The second year saw him mature, aided by new teammates, as they advanced to the third round of the qualifiers. Just 2 matches away from the finals, they faced the formidable Jiaxiang High School and suffered a predictable defeat. This year marks Chu's senior year, and it is his last chance to make a bid for the national tournament. Reflecting on this, he halted and glanced back at the field, spotting Luo Kai. "I hope this kid can rise to the occasion and help me realize this aspiration. If he pulls it off, I might even consider handing the captaincy to him next year." Luo Kai scored once more, inciting a wave of cheers from the girls in Class 1 and 2, who had come specifically to support him. This was not a formal match between the two classes, and with it being after school hours, the crowd was sparse. The cheers of the dozen or so girls rang particularly clear. Go Class 1 and 2. Go Luo Kai. Luo Kai is so handsome. Luo Kai is the best. The jubilant cheers resonated harshly in the ears of the players from Class 1, Grade 5. Many of them gazed at the figure who chose not to celebrate after scoring, yearning to bellow to the heavens. Oh, how unjust you are! How is it that all these blessings, remarkable skills, handsome looks, and the adoration of so many girls are concentrated in a single individual? Amidst the piercing glares from his teammates and the resounding cheers from the girls of Class 1, Grade 2, Luo Kai maintained an expression of calmness, tinged with a sense of ennui. Despite having unleashed a torrent of goals against Class 1, Grade 5, he found that his inner turmoil remained unassuaged. If you were not by my side, what significance could there be in reaching the pinnacle of life? No, without you. Such a peak would hardly be worthy of the name. He lifted his gaze slightly, surveying the western sky adorned with the hues of twilight. The golden clouds seemed to transform into shades of verdant green, smiling down upon him. Chapter 15. As it turns out, you are a professional. As the school bell rang, Hu Lai sprang from his seat almost instantaneously, grabbing his already prepared backpack and dashing out through the back door of the classroom. His swift movement left his classmates bewildered, as they had yet to register his departure. Just after he exited, Li Chingqing also rose from her seat, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and followed suit. Luo Kai directed his gaze towards the back door of the classroom. For 3 consecutive days now, Hu Lai and Li Chingqing had been the first to leave, one after the other. Hu Lai had always been this way, racing out of the classroom on 3 days each week. Yet no one had paid much attention to his urgency. For most, Hu Lai was invisible unless he was causing a ruckus. However, it struck Luo Kai as curious that Li Chingqing, too, hurried to leave on the same 3 days, despite their seemingly disparate lives at school. This scene evoked a sense of unspoken understanding between them in Luo Kai's mind. He frowned as he fixated on the spot where Li Chingqing's graceful silhouette had vanished. Li Chingqing returned home first to retrieve the equipment needed for training, then appeared before Hu Lai, carrying a large black sports bag. From within, she extracted various training tools and guided Hu Lai through his exercises according to their different training objectives. While instructing Hu Lai to warm up, Li Chingqing busied herself on the field, arranging the necessary equipment for the session. She placed 5 red marker cones 1 meter apart in the center of the field, inserting a red flagpole into each cone. These 5 poles were arranged in a diagonal line, with the last pole positioned 10 meters in front of a wall painted with a goal. At the starting point of the poles, spaced 5 meters apart, she set 3 differently colored rings in a triangular formation. Hu Lai, warming up nearby, observed Li Chingqing as she diligently organized the training apparatus. Her long, raven hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she wore the loose-fitting athletic uniform of Dongchuan High School, a stopwatch dangling around her neck. As she moved about, arranging the training gear, the stopwatch and her ponytail swayed rhythmically, resembling a capable female coach in every regard. As Hu Lai concluded his warm-up, Li Chingqing stood at the far end of the marker, near the goal, beckoning him over with a gesture. Once Hu Lai approached, she instructed, "When I come over, pass the football to me horizontally." All right. Hu Lai understood that Li Chingqing intended to demonstrate the upcoming training exercise. This was their usual practice. Li Chingqing would first exemplify the task at hand, followed by guiding Hu Lai through the training, pausing to whistle whenever necessary to correct any mistakes he made. After briefing Hu Lai on the forthcoming actions, she returned to the 3 differently colored marker circles, facing the marker and turning her back to the circles. She then said to Hu Lai, "You can call out any color." "Any color?" "Yes, black," Hu Lai exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, Li Chingqing swiftly spun around, confronting the yellow, red, and blue markers in a moment of disbelief. A second later, she exclaimed, "Where did the black come from?" Hu Lai, feeling unjustly treated, protested. "Didn't you say I could call out anything?" Li Chingqing turned back, casting him a disapproving glance. "I meant to choose from these 3 colors." Oh. My apologies," Hu Lai stammered. Yet, before he could finish his apology, he abruptly shouted, "Red." Despite this unexpected declaration, Li Chingqing quickly executed a turn, landing deftly within the confines of the red circle, before pivoting and leaping out, racing towards the marker 5 meters away. She then slipped through the gap between the first and second markers, darting back out, circling around the second marker, and cutting into the space between the second and third. In this manner, she expertly navigated each marker without so much as grazing them, her speed astonishing as she maneuvered past 5 markers and charged towards Hulai. Hulai stood transfixed, as if witnessing a graceful butterfly flitting through a garden, its ponytail soaring and settling, leaving a trail of shimmering dust in the golden light of the setting sun. He momentarily forgot his own role until Chingqing shouted, "Pass the ball." This jolted Hulai back to reality, and in haste, he kicked the football towards her, inadvertently striking it with excessive force. Yet, the ball was effortlessly halted by Chingqing, as though her shoe concealed a magical stone that could attract the football. She then sent the ball soaring towards the upper right corner of the wall-mounted goal, striking it with precision before it rebounded. Turning to the astonished Hulai, she inquired, "Did you grasp it? Shortly, I will randomly call out a color from your position, and you must turn, jump into the corresponding circle, then leap out. Just like I did, weave around the markers, and upon receiving my pass, shoot the ball towards the goal. It's that simple." Upon hearing this, Hulai grinned sheepishly. He recalled the first time he witnessed Chingqing's demonstration, where she had uttered the same phrase, only to be harshly enlightened by reality. Thus, he perceived her concluding remark of "it's that simple" as a subtle mockery, a form of retribution for his earlier playful mischief. Chingqing and Hulai switched positions. She stood where Hulai had been, instructing him to await at the designated marker. Ready. Hulai slightly crouched, his body taut and leaning forward, poised for Chingqing to announce the color. Simultaneously, he mentally recalled the positions of the 3 colored markers, ensuring he would not leap into the wrong circle. The red was at the apex of the triangle, and I stand before it. The yellow is to the left of the red, behind me on the left side. Ah. The blue lies to the right of the red, thus the blue is behind me on the right. Just then, he heard Chingqing call out, "Purple." Hulai's body swayed, and he lunged forward with his right foot, landing in a lunge to steady himself from falling. He turned back to Chingqing and shouted, "Where did the purple come from?" Chingqing chuckled. There was no black just now. Hulai rolled his eyes. After all, Chingqing was waiting for him here. The 10 sets of training concluded, and Hulai sat on the ground, seizing the moment to rest. During his respite, Chingqing busied herself again, collecting the markers, poles, and rings she had previously set out, then retrieving an agility ladder from her bag, as the next training segment required it. Hulai observed Chingqing skillfully arranging the training equipment, positioning them correctly to formulate a new training regimen. He voiced a long-held question, "Chingqing, how do you know so much? Are you a professional?" Chingqing thought to herself that all this knowledge stemmed from her childhood lessons with her father. Yet she refrained from divulging this, for Hulai would inevitably inquire about her father's occupation. She preferred to keep her father's identity as the school's head coach, the one who determined her eligibility for the team, a secret. Worried that Hulai might feel awkward if he learned of it, she smiled and replied, "Well, I am part of the women's football team." She was not lying. Indeed, she was a female football athlete. Hulai was taken aback by her revelation. Women's football? In his life, he had encountered many girls who liked football, yet few who played it. Chingqing was the first girl he had seen in person who played the sport. Chingqing nodded. "Before transferring to Dongchuan Middle School, I attended a football academy, starting from 3rd grade until I graduated middle school. Prior to coming to Dongchuan Middle School, she had studied at the best football academy in the country. Had it not been for her father's return, she would have continued her studies there in high school, eventually entering the professional football system and joining a women's professional team." "Wow, no wonder you were so skilled." Hulai recalled their first encounter, where he could not seize the ball from Chingqing, feeling somewhat disheartened, as if he were inferior even to a girl. Now, his spirits lifted. It turned out the other party was a professional, which meant it wasn't his weakness, but rather her exceptional prowess. Fortunately, Hulai no longer inquired why Chingqing was familiar with the training content. After all, she had spent 6 years in a professional football academy, immersed in these very drills. How could she not comprehend them? While Hulai engaged in his training, Chingqing observed closely, a whistle poised between her lips. Upon noticing any errors in Hulai's performance, she would promptly blow the whistle, halting the session to correct him and encourage a fresh attempt. However, in recent times, the sound of the whistle had grown increasingly rare. Hulai's movements had evidently become far more adept compared to the initial stages of his specialized training. They flowed with greater fluidity, and appeared more natural. This transformation left Li Chingqing particularly astonished. Logically, after the age of 13, even with coordination training, the results would diminish significantly. Not that it would be entirely ineffective, but progress would slow, and the outcomes would not be as pronounced as during childhood. Yet, observing Hu Lai's current performance, Li Chingqing found herself questioning her past experiences. In truth, Hu Lai's remarkable advancements were not a newfound phenomenon. She had recognized it from the very first day of training, which explained her keen interest. Through her observations over time, she concluded that Hu Lai's coordination had indeed improved. While he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching excellence, he had made significant strides compared to his former self. It is worth noting that when they initially began coordination training, Li Chingqing did not incorporate ball drills. Now, however, they were employing a ball, which raised the difficulty level considerably compared to the unballated mode, yet Hu Lai still performed admirably. Could it be that his previous lack of talent stemmed merely from the absence of professional training? It was truly a pity that if he had one more year of training, he might have had a chance to join the school team. Yet, only a week remained for Hu Lai. Even if he could not secure a place on the team, at the very least, he would be able to participate in class physical education without being ostracized for poor performance, which Li Chingqing considered a form of compensation for having initially discouraged him. This was the extent of her contribution. Chapter 16, A Historic Encounter. Rokai, someone is looking for you. A girl's voice echoed at the entrance of the classroom for the first and second year students during the break. Rokai, engaged in conversation with Li Zhichuan and others, lifted his head to gaze toward the source of the sound. Li Zhichuan inquired, "Who is it?" "It's Senior Chu Yifan," the girl exclaimed excitedly. A wave of astonishment swept through the female students in the classroom upon hearing that name. In this school, there were always a few names that could elicit such reactions from the students. Among the boys, the name that stirred excitement was Tang Shuyuan, the school beauty in the eyes of all male students. Conversely, the name that garnered the most attention from the girls was Chu Yifan, who was regarded as the school heartthrob by all female students at Dongchuan High School. Naturally, the girls in the first and second year classes believed that the next school heartthrob would undoubtedly be Ro Kai from their class. Chu Yifan, a senior in the third year second class, was also the captain of the school football team. With only 2 days remaining before the team's recruitment, his visit to the first and second year class to seek out Ro Kai excited the boys immensely. Upon hearing that it was Chu Yifan, Ro Kai stood up and exited the classroom. At the entrance of the classroom, he smiled and nodded in gratitude to the girl who had informed him, murmuring, "Thank you." The girl, taken aback by the unexpected appreciation, felt a blush rise to her cheeks, responding in a voice soft as a whisper. As Luo Kai stepped outside, he spotted Chu Yifan standing not far away. The tall and handsome Chu Yifan greeted him with a smile. "Luo Kai, this isn't our first meeting, so I'll skip the pleasantries." Luo Kai was slightly surprised, "But this is my first time meeting Senior Chu." Chu Yifan chuckled, "I've watched your matches. Your class has already triumphed over all competitors in the first year." While Luo Kai and Chu Yifan conversed, the doors at both ends of the classroom and the 3 windows in between overflowed with students eager to witness the scene. Boys and girls alike craned their necks to observe. The brilliant sunlight bathed the 2 equally tall and handsome boys, making even the much criticized blue and white school uniforms appear appealing, the white reflecting the sun like clouds in the blue sky. Standing face to face, they spoke with smiles on their faces, creating a splendid tableau of camaraderie among heroes. "What a scene reminiscent of a comic," Song Jiejier exclaimed, nudging her companion Hu Lai. "Look closely, don't you feel ashamed?" Hu Lai retorted with a dismissive tone, clearly annoyed. The entire classroom was captivated by the historic encounter between the current heartthrob and the next, as the wheels of fate began to turn. Everyone felt they were witnessing history, sharing in the glory, except for him. He was preoccupied with his own troubles. The vexatious system, after providing him with an absurd task and a decent reward at the beginning, seemed to have vanished into dormancy over the past several days. Had it not been for the rudimentary system interface still accessible in his mind, showing only the official store devoid of anything but lottery tickets, he would have doubted whether the extraordinary experiences he had encountered were mere daydreams spawned from his classroom slumber. He had always believed that the system would continuously assign tasks, rewarding him with points to purchase lottery tickets in the store, ultimately acquiring powerful items to bolster his strength and secure his place on the school team. Yet, with only a week left before the team assessment, the system lay dormant, as if it were a dead dog, failing to issue any tasks. Wasn't it supposed to be a life of privilege? What a farce. Luring new players with a novice gift pack and then neglecting them? Those unscrupulous game developers at least knew to engage players with a series of events. But this wretched system simply abandoned its players, ignoring them completely. Hu Lai was furious. He cared little for the wheels of fate or the historic meeting. What did it matter to him? With the school team assessment looming next Monday, he remarked, "With your skills, getting onto the team should be a breeze. I play midfield, and you're a forward. I hope we can cooperate well, and I'll do my utmost to support you." With that, Chu Yifan extended his hand toward Luo Kai. "Sounds good," Luo Kai replied, shaking hands with the striking young man, both of them smiling as they gazed into each other's eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, the girls could no longer contain their exuberance, erupting into cheers. To them, it symbolized the handover from the current campus heartthrob to the next. The boys joined in the jubilation, perceiving it as the transition from the present captain of the school team to his successor. Indeed, this was a moment of historical significance. Amidst the cheers, Hu Lai slumped over the table, his hands clenched into fists within the confines of the desk drawer, still enmeshed in his indignation towards the playing dead system. As Chu Yifan departed under the reluctant gazes of the girls, Luo Kai returned to the classroom. No sooner had he entered than he was encircled by the excited boys. As the captain of the school team and the school's heartthrob, Chu Yifan had personally sought out Luo Kai, proclaiming that he would do everything in his power to support him, allowing the boys from the first and second grades to hold their heads high with pride. Here was a figure of renown within the school, humbling himself before our Kai Gu. Kai Gu is truly remarkable. Amidst the throng, Luo Kai wore a serene smile, as if the visit from Chu Yifan was nothing to boast about. Yet, the more he downplayed it, the more fervent the crowd became. Li Zichuan, standing beside Luo Kai, spoke with an air of admiration, asserting, given Kai Gu's caliber, it's only natural for the team captain to seek him out. Frankly, it should be the team coach who approaches him, declaring that Kai Gu need not partake in next week's evaluation test and can directly join the team. That would be fitting for someone of his stature. His words garnered widespread agreement. Exactly, Li Zichuan is right. Why bother with an admission test? If Kai Gu isn't brought directly into the team, it only shows that the coach lacks discernment. Initially an onlooker, Li Chingqing's expression shifted upon hearing these remarks. You lack discernment, your entire family lacks discernment. Despite reveling in the accolades and flattery of others, Luo Kai's gaze remained fixed on Li Chingqing, yearning for her validation. Upon noting her change in demeanor, he realized that perhaps Chingqing disapproved of his ostentatious display, deeming it excessive. Consequently, he cleared his throat and remarked, all right. Let us not speak nonsense. Participation in the test is mandatory. We must uphold the rules. Li Zichuan nodded vigorously. Indeed, Kai Gu is upright and honorable, not the kind of person who resorts to connections and backdoor dealings. As he spoke, his gaze darted towards Hu Lai, emphasizing the notion of backdoor dealings with particular intensity. The coveted spots at Dongchuan High School are highly sought after, with stringent admission scores, and it has long been known that some students manage to gain entry through connections or monetary persuasion, a not-so-secret reality for the student body. Following the commencement of the school year, there is a comprehensive examination, ostensibly a test of academic capability, yet primarily intended for teachers to swiftly gauge the actual proficiency of students who did not gain admission through the entrance examination. Once the test results are released, it becomes evident that those who performed poorly are likely the ones who secured their places through dubious means. Hu Lai's performance in the initial assessment was far from stellar, leading Li Zichuan to confidently assert that Hu Lai must have entered through such underhanded methods. However, in response to Li Zichuan's taunts, Hu Lai remained utterly unfazed, offering no retort whatsoever. Beside him, Song Jiejia suddenly rose, glaring at Li Zichuan with a hostile expression. Li Zichuan, whom are you calling a petty person? Li Zichuan assumed that Song Jiejia was defending Hu Lai, as he was likely the only friend Hu Lai had in class. With disdain, he retorted, Song Fatty, mind your own business. With hands on his hips, Song Jiejia boldly declared, I'm here because my father used connections to get me in. Li Zichuan was taken aback. He never expected that his punch aimed at Hu Lai would be intercepted by Song Jiejia. Who would have thought that Song Jiejia would so openly admit to such matters? After all, discussions about backdoor dealings were typically shrouded in embarrassment. The other classmates gazed at Song Jiejia with astonishment, but he was unfazed. standing tall and staring defiantly at Li Zichuan, countering, "Whom do you call a petty person?" Unwilling to engage in a pointless argument with Song Jejia, Li Zichuan replied, "I never mentioned you," before turning his attention to Hu Lai, who stood beside the towering Song Jejia. "Hey Hu Lai, I'm quite looking forward to next week's school team assessment." Hu Lai, without turning back, replied dismissively, "Oh, what does that have to do with me?" Li Zichuan glanced at the imposing figure of Song Jejia next to Hu Lai. He could intimidate Hu Lai, but he knew he could not contend with Song Jejia. "Forget it, I'll just wait for the spectacle." With that, he joined the crowd surrounding Luo Kai. Li Chingqing had been observing Hu Lai, noticing that he remained lazily sprawled over his desk, appearing utterly lethargic. "Wait a minute." One of the companions walking beside Chu Yifan suddenly exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Chu Yifan inquired. "It's strange. I went to find Luo Kai with you, yet he only greeted you. Perhaps he didn't notice you? What nonsense." "I, Yin Yin, a tall figure, am standing right next to you, and he couldn't possibly overlook me." Chu Yifan chuckled. "Maybe it's not just him who hasn't noticed." "Hey." Yin Yin rolled his eyes, as such situations were quite common for him. At school, whenever he walked alongside Chu Yifan, the majority of people's attention would invariably focus on Chu Yifan, automatically disregarding him. "By the way, Chu, don't you think your last remarks were somewhat inappropriate? That stance seems rather lowly. Furthermore, look at Luo Kai's attitude. He accepted it without any courtesy." Yin Yin voiced his discontent on behalf of Chu Yifan. "Geniuses tend to have their quirks. As long as we can enter the national competition, I don't mind being the supporting role," Chu Yifan replied calmly, seemingly unconcerned. Yin Yin pondered. Hadn't he entertained similar thoughts previously? By this time next year, when Chu Yifan graduated, it was reasonable to assume he, as the vice-captain, would ascend to captaincy. However, if Luo Kai could help the team qualify for the national competition and fulfill Chu Yifan's dream, he would willingly hand over the captain's armband to Luo Kai. With a sigh, Yin Yin hoped that the prodigy would live up to the expectations held by himself and the captain. Chapter 17. Transformation in Li Ziqiang's bedroom. Only a desk lamp was lit, casting a warm orange glow over his figure as he diligently worked at his desk. Li Chingqing quietly approached her father, standing in the shadows that the lamp's glow could not reach. Her gaze fell upon the thick stack of papers to her father's left. "So many people have signed up?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Li Ziqiang turned to see his daughter and smiled. Indeed, thanks to the government's emphasis on campus football and policy adjustments in recent years, students are now fervently enthusiastic about the sport. Recalling a previous discussion, Li Chingqing remarked, "I heard that the national competition is undergoing reforms again, allowing professional clubs to scout talent from high school football teams." Li Ziqiang nodded, affirming, "That is true. The government aims to establish a pathway for the advancement of football talent, addressing the stagnation in the ecological development of professional tiers through campus football. In the past, our football talent cultivation relied heavily on specialized football schools or club academies, which proved ineffective. The pool of football players continued to dwindle. Once a child is sent to a professional team, it often means sacrificing their education, binding them to the professional football system. If they do not succeed after years of training and investment, all efforts seem wasted. How many parents would allow their children to take such a gamble? Football inherently follows a pyramid structure, where only a fortunate few at the pinnacle succeed, while many more are eliminated below. In the past, our approach to football was limited to viewing it merely as a sports issue, something solely for the sports department, neglecting the conducive environment for football development in schools. However, football is a societal concern that cannot rely solely on the Sports Bureau and the Football Association. Fortunately, the authorities have finally come to this realization. With the support of the Education Department, we now have new national high school and middle school football championships. Li Ziqiang explained to his daughter, confident that she would grasp the significance of this issue. The new national competition has been running for 5 years. And now the enthusiasm among students for participating in football has been ignited, creating a ripe opportunity to bridge professional and campus football. By involving schools, we can effectively mobilize social resources, sharing the costs and risks of talent development. Even if students do not excel in football, they still receive a proper secondary education and can participate in college entrance examinations, reducing parental resistance. Moreover, the educational attributes of sports, particularly football, and their importance in youth education are increasingly recognized. More parents are willing to introduce their children to football, even if just for physical exercise and to cultivate resilience. The national competition serves as a platform to identify budding talents who can thrive in the sport. Those inclined towards a professional path can be discovered by clubs through these competitions, each fulfilling their roles and pursuits. Watching her father speak passionately about the future of campus football, Chingqing clapped her hands and exclaimed, "So, it seems fortunate that you returned, Dad. This was indeed the right time to come back." Her words, however, cast a shadow over Li Ziqiang's expression. "I am sorry, Chingqing, because of your father. I have inadvertently burdened you." Had he not acted impulsively, his daughter would still be a key player in the women's football team at the nation's largest and finest football academy. Observing her father's demeanor, Li Chingqing hastily reassured him. "It's all right, Dad. I am also delighted to have the opportunity to study at my mother's alma mater." Seeing his thoughtful daughter, Li Ziqiang managed to force a faint smile. Noticing her father's melancholic state, Li Chingqing glanced at the items on the table and inquired, "Dad, are you drafting the plan for next week's team assessment? Allow me to assist you." Li Ziqiang shook his head. "No need." Li Chingqing quickly replied, "I have finished my homework. Let me help you. I can organize it and transcribe a new copy for you. This way, it will be clear and reassuring. Your daughter is quite proficient." Without heeding her father's objections, she pulled up a chair, sat beside the desk, and took the assessment plan from under her father's arm. She then opened a blank document on the laptop and began to neatly input her father's hasty and chaotic handwriting. Watching his daughter focus intently on the keyboard, Li Ziqiang chuckled and shook his head, but ultimately refrained from stopping her. The assessment comprises three main categories. First, physical fitness testing, consisting of a shuttle run over distances ranging from 5 to 25 meters. Second, skill assessments, which include precise passing and dribbling around obstacles. Generally, such team assessments are divided into three sections. In the heart of Hulai's secret training base, dressed in athletic attire, Li Chingqing raised 3 fingers and addressed Hulai. The first part is the physical fitness test. If one does not meet the physical standards, participation in the school team is impossible. The physical fitness test consists solely of the shuttle run, which comprehensively evaluates both explosive power and endurance. The second part assesses football skills, focusing on fundamental techniques such as juggling, accurate passing, and dribbling around cones. The third part will likely involve team matches to evaluate overall capabilities, including physical fitness, skills, and tactical awareness. As Li Chingqing was speaking, she noticed Hulai staring at her intently and asked, "What's wrong?" Hulai, puzzled, inquired, "How do you know the team assessment will include these components?" Realizing her certainty had raised Hulai's suspicions, Li Chingqing quickly sought an excuse. She glanced skyward and stated, "Well, you know, I used to be in a professional team. These elements are common in our recruitment assessments, and I believe the school team would have similar criteria, albeit perhaps with slightly lower standards." "Ah, that makes sense." Satisfied with her explanation, Hulai did not probe further. Li Chingqing clapped her hands together. "Now that we know what the team assessment might entail, we can engage in targeted training. Counting today, we have 2 days left for intensive practice, and we shall dedicate this time to technical training." She then pointed to the setup cones. "Let us begin with dribbling around the cones, as this is the most challenging aspect of the skills assessment. Do not hasten in your pursuit of speed. First, ensure that you can successfully maneuver the ball around each marker without missing any." With that in mind, Hulai approached the marker with the football, commencing his practice. Li Chingqing stood nearby, observing Hulai as he dribbled around the poles. She reaffirmed her belief that, following a period of coordination training, Hulai's skills had indeed improved. At the very least, he no longer tripped over the ball while navigating the markers. Though his pace remained somewhat slow, his movements bore a semblance of proficiency. This realization left Li Chingqing somewhat astonished. Under normal circumstances, one would not expect such rapid progress from coordination training within such a short span. After much contemplation, she could only conclude that Hulai's foundational coordination had been exceedingly poor, rendering even a month's training to yield significant results. It was not that the training was exceptionally effective, but rather that the starting point was alarmingly low. Hulai trained with utmost seriousness. Yet Li Chingqing remained uncertain whether this last-minute effort would prove beneficial. She understood that the team assessment would not hinge solely on the results of a single test. Even if he passed the physical fitness and technical evaluations, a match awaited him, one that she could not prepare him for in advance. As the myriad circumstances of a game were utterly unpredictable, Moreover, observing Hu Lai's demeanor, it was evident that he lacked substantial competitive experience. No one could foresee how he would perform in an actual match. Li Chingqing adopted an attitude of doing her utmost and leaving the rest to fate. Yet each time she witnessed Hu Lai's earnest dedication to training, a sense of unease washed over her. It was clear that Hu Lai did not share her resignation to fate. She could only hope that the outcome would not be too disheartening. Chapter 18. Results. Li Chingqing sat before her laptop, diligently entering information from a stack of papers to the spreadsheet on her left. This task had originally belonged to her father, but she had volunteered to assist him after completing her own homework. Her father, now replaced at his post, stood behind her, stretching his stiff limbs while admiring his daughter's focused silhouette. His eyes were filled with affection. Initially, he had anticipated that his daughter would succumb to despair following her mother's passing. However, it was he who found himself in a state of despondency. While it was his daughter, whom he thought still naive, who offered solace and encouragement to navigate through the grief. It seemed as though, on the day of her mother's demise, his daughter had matured overnight, gaining an understanding that belied her mere 10 years. Yet, were he given a choice, Li Ziqiang would prefer his daughter to retain her innocence. To be like other girls her age, indulging in the warmth of parental affection and remaining blissfully unaware of the harsh realities of life. What parent wishes for their 10-year-old child to mature prematurely? Each child who grows up too fast may signify a profound upheaval in life. Unbeknownst to Li Chingqing, her father harbored these thoughts as he gazed at her concentrated figure. She was wholly engrossed in her task, searching for familiar names amidst the data. Hu Lai, Hu Lai, Hu Lai, Hu Lai. With each entry of his name, she silently repeated it, hoping to find a match. It was merely a matter of entering one name after another. And finally, that familiar name sprang forth. Upon seeing Hu Lai's name, Li Chingqing felt a surge of energy. However, her excitement was soon replaced by anxiety, as she feared that Hu Lai's performance might be dishearteningly poor. The first event was a physical fitness test, which consisted solely of a 525-meter shuttle run. The distance from the starting line to the finish line measured 25 meters, with a return line every 5 meters, culminating in a total of 5 lines. Including the finish line, each participant was required to touch a designated marker on the ground at each return line before turning back, running to the starting line, and then returning once more. This process repeated until they reached the finish line, after which they would make one final turn and sprint back to the starting line, accumulating a total distance of 150 meters. Completing this entire test would then be timed. This physical test accounted for 20 points of the overall assessment, with a maximum score of 100 points. Thus, achieving full marks in the fitness test equated to 20 points. Li Chingqing's task was to record the individual scores of the test participants into an electronic spreadsheet, cross-referencing with the score sheet to provide results. Once all the individual test scores were tabulated, she would utilize the spreadsheet's automatic summation function to derive the total score. This total score served as a crucial criterion for determining which individuals could qualify for the school team and which could not. According to the score sheet established by her father, a perfect score of 20 points required a completion time of 32 seconds for the 525-meter shuttle run. In other words, the slowest time to achieve a perfect score for the entire distance of 150 meters was 32 seconds. To Li Chingqing's knowledge, this standard was considerably more lenient than what her father had previously enforced at the football academy. This leniency was undoubtedly due to the fact that this was a full-time, ordinary senior high school, rather than a specialized football academy scouring the nation for promising talents. Thus, applying the same standard would likely result in a mere handful of recruits. Li Chingqing first glanced at Hu Lai's time, 38 seconds and 43 milliseconds. Having previously entered a sufficient amount of data, she no longer needed to consult the scoring standards to deduce Hu Lai's score. 7 points, with 32 seconds as the maximum score. Each half-second discrepancy resulted in a deduction of 1 point. 7 points corresponded to a time range between 38 seconds and 1 millisecond to 38 seconds and 50 milliseconds. Given that the maximum score was 20 points, 7 points fell short of even the passing mark. For reference, the highly regarded Luo Kai had achieved a time of 31 seconds and 3 milliseconds, a performance surpassing the perfect score. However, this result did not surprise Li Chingqing. Based on her understanding of Hu Lai, she found this performance quite typical. Hu Lai was not particularly gifted in athletic prowess. Nevertheless, at least he had completed the test. Unlike some participants who had not managed to finish at all, the 525-meter shuttle run primarily assessed a player's explosiveness and endurance. Despite the seemingly short total distance of 150 meters, completing the run was exceedingly exhausting. Without specialized training, one might find themselves unable to finish, their legs giving way under the strain. During the testing phase, numerous participants lay scattered near the starting line, their vacant gazes fixed upon the sky, heavy breaths resonating in a rhythmic chorus, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Chingqing did not linger long on Hu Lai's performance in the first test. Striving to conceal any signs of irregularity from her father, she commenced the process of recording Hu Lai's scores in the skills segment of the assessment. The first test, a 1-minute juggling exercise, had a perfect score of 10 points, necessitating a minimum of 150 successful juggles. Hu Lai managed only 71, securing a mere 4 points, narrowly avoiding a 3-point score. The second skill test, aptly named target passing, required players to direct a soccer ball towards designated points to assess passing accuracy. From the starting line, 3 concentric circles were delineated at distances of 20, 25, and 30 meters. Test participants would kick the ball towards the target and observe where it landed. Hitting the inner circles at 20 and 25 meters earned 3 points. The middle circles 2 points, and the outer circles 1 point. For the 30-meter distance, the inner circle awarded 4 points, the middle 3, and the outer 1. Each circle allowed for 2 attempts, with the best score being recorded, culminating in a total score out of 10. Hu Lai achieved 3 points, successfully hitting the inner and outer circles at the closest 20-meter mark once each, resulting in a cumulative score of 3 points. The third individual test involved dribbling around cones before shooting at the goal, a segment Li Chingqing had specifically emphasized in Hu Lai's preparatory training. Despite the targeted practice, Hu Lai's performance was not particularly commendable, culminating in a score of 6 points with a total time of 14.33 seconds. The perfect score for this test was 10 seconds, meaning any time under 10 seconds would be deemed flawless. After extensive recording, Li Chingqing noted that only one individual had surpassed this challenging feat, her classmate and the sports representative of Class 1, Luo Kai, who completed it in 8.25 seconds. Her father had previously remarked that Luo Kai was the strongest among the newcomers, and this performance validated his judgment. Nonetheless, Li Chingqing remained more concerned about Hu Lai's scores. The entire testing process, including the subsequent competitions, amounted to a perfect score of 100 points. Yet Hu Lai had only accumulated 20 points thus far. Although her father had indicated that selection for the school team would not be solely determined by scores, they undoubtedly served as a significant reference. Based on the current results, Hu Lai's aspirations of joining the school team appeared almost insurmountable, bordering on impossible. While Li Chingqing had anticipated this outcome, the reality of it brought her a twinge of heartache for Hu Lai. Perhaps it was his earnest demeanor during training that resonated with her. Or perhaps it was the memory of him riding away on his bicycle at an angle during that dusky evening that stirred her emotions. She had never contemplated the significance of Hu Lai joining the team given his current abilities. She simply wished for him to achieve this goal, as it was his ambition and her heartfelt desire. After recording all of Hu Lai's scores, Li Chingqing paused momentarily before continuing with the scores of the others, silently offering a prayer for Hu Lai in her heart. Tomorrow's test match. Let us hope for a miracle to occur. Chapter 19. A new task. Dongchuan High School is not a boarding institution. However, many students remain on campus during lunchtime. This high school attracts the finest talents from Dongchuan City, and thus, some students who live far from home do not return for lunch. Aware of this, the school has established a cafeteria to cater to the students' lunchtime needs. On ordinary days, students who have finished their meals either take a nap in the classrooms or complete their assignments. The playground sees a few people, but not in large numbers. Today, however, is different. The stands of the sports field are filled to capacity, and the sidelines are bustling with spectators, creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone knows that today marks the recruitment match for the school's football team. Those who have a passion for football, including both boys and girls, have congregated at the stadium. Even so, the crowd feels overwhelmingly large. Li Chingqing, standing in the stands, surveyed the throng and felt somewhat dazed, as if she had stepped into a professional match. The excitement stems from the presence of Luo Kai, a well-known figure. Beside her, Song Jiejia, confident in his stature, occupied 2 seats, thereby alleviating the crowding beside Li Chingqing. However, This encroachment displeased two girls who were pushed behind him. After glancing at Song Jiejia's size, they could only roll their eyes in frustration, too intimidated to voice their complaints, silently cursing him. After all, his arms were nearly as thick as their waists, definitely not someone to provoke. As Song Jiejia finished speaking, a wave of cheers erupted from the stands. Luo Kai? Even the girls behind him became animated, exclaiming, "Is Luo Kai coming out?" At the foot of the stands, Luo Kai emerged, donned in a football jersey and a yellow vest, with a ball at his feet, ready to warm up. It was as if he possessed an enchanting allure. Every step he took incited a chorus of cheers from the audience. Li Chingqing glanced around, somewhat surprised. When did Luo Kai become so famous? She was aware of his popularity within their class, but witnessing the fervor, it seemed half of the school's girls were his admirers. Our class competes against others. So Luo Kai's name naturally spread, Song Jiejia explained. Besides, he is quite handsome. Now it made sense. Li Chingqing nodded and shifted her gaze from Luo Kai to another figure across the field. She noticed a slender silhouette diligently warming up by employing the techniques she had taught him. While most people's understanding of warming up remains rudimentary, stretching their chests, twisting their waists, and flexing their ankles, Hu Lai, who had learned professional warm-up methods from Li Chingqing, stood out among the crowd. The boys around him, adhering to the old ways, appeared rather antiquated in comparison. Li Zichuan approached Hu Lai, clicking his tongue. "Stop struggling. Hu Lai, you 1T make the cut." Hu Lai glanced at him and replied, "Li Zichuan, the match is about to start. You are just wandering around here without warming up. Aren't you afraid of getting injured during the competition?" Li Zichuan chuckled lightly. Can one really get injured in such a competition? Upon hearing this, Hu Lai also chuckled, refraining from further comment and diligently continuing the warm-up exercises that Li Chingqing had instructed him to perform. Observing this, Li Zichuan scoffed internally, thinking him pretentious, and then approached Luo Kai, addressing him as Brother Kai. The warm-up did not last long, when Li Ziqiang arrived at the court and blew his whistle. All students participating in the test match gathered together. Li Ziqiang began calling names, and those mentioned were assigned to a team. Those assigned to a team stepped forward and stood aside. The process continued until a total of 8 teams were formed, each consisting of 11 members, numbered from 1 to 8. Li Zichuan found himself in Team 1, while Luo Kai was placed in Team 2. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment at not being on the same team as Brother Kai, his spirits lifted when he turned and saw Hu Lai, who was also in Team 1, and he broke into a grin. The teammates of Team 1 were currently being assigned their positions on the field. Hu Lai raised his hand and stood on tiptoe, declaring, "I'm a forward." "Don't listen to him. He is a terrible forward." Li Zichuan's voice rang out. Under the gaze of the others, he stepped into the circle and pointed at Hu Lai, addressing the group. "He is from our class, and I know all about him. When our class first formed a football team, he claimed to be a forward and boasted about being the main forward and captain of the middle school team. We were naive and believed him. But what happened? The moment he stepped onto the field, it became evident that he was no captain of any school team. He couldn't even score into an open goal." Li Zichuan animatedly recounted the moment Hu Lai squandered a golden opportunity just a few steps from the goal, culminating in uproarious laughter from the team when he described how Hu Lai had even attempted to slap the ball with his hand, inadvertently striking himself in the face. "Let us make him a defender," someone suggested. However, this proposal was swiftly met with Li Zichuan's objection. "No way. Having him play defense is akin to committing suicide. Do you really believe he 1T accidentally score an own goal? But we can't just let him sit out, can we? We only have 11 players. And no substitutes," the proposer said, looking troubled. Li Zichuan then suggested, "Let him play as a fullback, at least if he makes a mistake on the wing. It 1T directly threaten our goal." Thus, Hu Lai was assigned the position of left back. It should be noted that Hu Lai was not left-footed, but that was of little consequence. No one expected him to contribute meaningfully to the game, just as long as he didn't cause chaos. Of course, Hu Lai could refuse this arrangement, which would mean he would automatically withdraw from the match, effectively forfeiting his chance to join the team. Hu Lai was evidently aware of this, which is why he did not storm off in anger. Perhaps that was precisely what Li Zichuan had intended to achieve. Approaching Hu Lai, Li Zichuan spoke earnestly. "Hu Lai, as your classmate, I'm looking out for you. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself in front of so many people, would you?" He gestured towards the packed stands. Compared to the previous sports class match, today's setting was significantly grander. Hu Lai smiled sincerely and said, I must express my deepest gratitude to your entire family lineage. Li Jichuan, fully aware of the underlying meaning in Hu Lai's words, chose not to engage further, reveling in his victorious status. With a dismissive grunt, he darted ahead. For he was the forward for the first team in this match. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the stands. And Li Jichuan recognized that it could only mean one thing. Kai Ge was taking the field. Indeed, as he glanced upward, he spotted Luo Kai sprinting onto the pitch, flanked by other members of the second team. However, the cheers were undoubtedly not meant for them. The others were acutely aware of this and lingered behind, allowing Luo Kai to stride ahead alone. With a confident smile adorning his face, he approached the center circle with steady steps. There, the team captain and referee, Chu Yifan, awaited him, whistle in hand. Amidst the cheers, he greeted the approaching Luo Kai with a smile, saying, "How enviable, Luo Kai." Luo Kai maintained his smile and responded graciously. "Some of that applause is also for you, Captain Chu." At that moment, the cheers from the sidelines swelled even louder. Not every student held an interest in football. Some who had intended to take a nap at their desks during the break stood up in anger, turning to glare at the stadium. The enormous clamor of cheers and screams resounded clearly from that direction. "Now this is a scene worthy of a novel, comic, or idle drama," remarked Song Jiejia from the stands, her tone laced with sarcasm. Li Chingqing glanced at her and inquired, "Aren't you fond of football?" "I am not," she replied. "Then why are you here?" "I came to witness Hu Lai crash into a wall, so he can finally give up and join me for some chicken." Song Jiejia cast her gaze toward the figure clad in a red vest. Like his teammates on the field, he was focused on the center circle, where Chu Yifan and Luo Kai stood. Observing Hu Lai's stunned expression, Song Jiejia let out a deliberate huff through her nose. Amidst the resounding cheers, Hu Lai remained unfazed. Li Jichuan turned back to steal a glance at him, discovering that Hu Lai was staring blankly at the center circle. A cold smirk crossed his mind. Is he rendered speechless by Kai Ji's popularity? Who gave him the audacity to act so nonchalant in front of Kai Ge? What Li Jichuan did not realize was that Hu Lai was not simply intimidated by the spectacle. Rather, he was taken aback by a newly issued task from the system. Just half a minute prior, as the cheers erupted across the stadium, Hu Lai's dormant system had finally announced a new mission. Task: score a hat trick in this match. Rewards: Cleansing Elixir, X1, Mysterious Gift Pack X1, 3,000 points. Chapter 20. The unremarkable like him as the forward for the first team. Li Jichuan diligently sought opportunities to score within the second team's penalty area. However, upon turning around, he was startled to find Hu Lai standing beside him. "What are you doing here?" he exclaimed. "Why am I not allowed here?" Hu Lai exclaimed, feigning innocence. "You are a defender. What are you doing rushing up?" "Assisting from the wing." Upon hearing this, Li Jichuan couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. "Assisting from the wing? You've already encroached upon their goal. Who has ever seen a defender assist like that?" Hu Lai was unable to disclose to Li Jichuan that the system had tasked him with achieving a hat trick. However, he was not easily deterred in concocting a reason. With an upright posture and unwavering confidence, he declared, "I am a knife-wielding defender." Li Jichuan nearly choked in disbelief. "A knife-wielding defender? What do you wield? A nail clipper or a pencil sharpener?" On the sidelines, Li Ziqiang held a hard-shell notebook containing a table listing the names of each player undergoing assessment. Adjacent to each name were 4 categories corresponding to a player's qualities during the match: tactical awareness, performance in position, fulfillment of defensive duties, and execution of technical skills in competitive situations, alongside their playing style and psychological state. Each category was graded out of 10, culminating in a maximum score of 40 for this practical assessment. When combined with previous scores in physical attributes and technical skills, the overall score could reach 100. On the field, Chu Yifan and Yan Yan served as referees, while head coach Li Ziqiang observed each player's performance from the sidelines, assigning scores accordingly. The match had only just commenced, and the true capabilities of the players were yet to be discerned. However, he noted that the left back, player number 2 from Team 1, had repeatedly abandoned his position to surge into the opponent's penalty area. He could empathize with this behavior. It was likely that a player eager to shine as a forward sought to garner admiration through goals, yet found himself confined to a defensive role. Thus, he was unwilling to accept this fate, striving instead to score and achieve a high rating. Unfortunately, evaluating a player's overall performance in a match cannot be solely based on goals. He refrained from sharing his scoring criteria with the players, wishing to avoid targeted attempts to inflate scores. Only in this manner could one witness a player's authentic performance on the field. Presently, it appeared that number 2 was convinced that scoring a goal would guarantee a high evaluation, prompting him to forsake his position in pursuit of glory. Little did he realize that this approach was fundamentally flawed. Each player has specific responsibilities. As a defender, one must excel in defensive duties. The scoring criteria for defenders differ significantly from those for forwards. Merely scoring does not equate to being an excellent defender. Reflecting on this, Li Ziqiang gently shook his head and located the name of player number 2 in his notebook, Hu Lai. A smile crept across his face upon seeing the name, aptly reflecting the player's tendency to act recklessly. However, such whimsicality came at a cost, as Li Ziqiang marked a 0 in the category of fulfillment of defensive duties. He then lifted his gaze back to the field, continuing to observe the players. Before long, his attention settled on player number 10 from Team 2, Luo Kai. Having heard much about this formidable newcomer in his first year, he naturally paid closer attention. Throughout the 30-minute testing match, Luo Kai's performance was indeed remarkable. The match had scarcely commenced for 5 minutes when he netted a goal. The stadium erupted in a tremendous uproar, with the shrill screams of countless girls resonating through the air. Handsome in appearance and skilled in technique, I would certainly adore football if I possessed such prowess. Indeed, I would be utterly enamored. Observing this scene, Song Jiejie couldn't help but smile. Then there was Hu Lai, that fellow bouncing around like a clown, seemingly unable to even touch the ball, as he dashed hither and thither. Song Jiejie remarked, pointing at Hu Lai in the field. It appeared that Hu Lai was determined to establish himself in the opponent's penalty area. Whenever there was an attacking opportunity, he would invariably position himself there, embodying the role of a forward more than the actual forwards themselves. Li Chingqing, however, held a differing perspective from Song Jiejie. Initially, she shared Song Jiejie's sentiments, believing that Hu Lai was merely running aimlessly and feeling anxious for him. She was acutely aware of the manner in which her father would evaluate each player's performance during the match. A player like Hu Lai, who was ostensibly a fullback yet charged fervently toward the opponent's goal from the outset, would certainly not earn her father's approval. Setting aside other considerations, based solely on this display, Li Chingqing could envision that Hu Lai would likely not be selected for the school team. However, as Hu Lai repeatedly penetrated the opponent's penalty area, Li Chingqing's expression began to shift. "No, he isn't merely running about," she said to Song Jiejie. "Isn't that just running about?" Song Jiejie scoffed. "It appears chaotic because he isn't making contact with the ball, right?" Li Chingqing retorted. "Otherwise, what is it? If he can't touch the ball, how is that not aimless running?" The inability to make contact with the ball was not Hu Lai's failing, but rather that of his teammates who neglected to pass to him. Upon hearing Li Chingqing's assertion, Song Jiejie turned to her, incredulous. "So it's all the teammates' fault?" To her surprise, Li Chingqing nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, it is their fault." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the field, where it was just then the first team was advancing. Indeed, Hu Lai surged to the forefront once again, as the first team's attack veered toward the right flank. Hu Lai had already infiltrated the second team's penalty area. He halted in a vacant spot, raised his arms high, signaling for his teammates to pass him the ball. When Li Chingqing saw Hu Lai's positioning, her eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim shortly thereafter. No one acknowledged him. The ball was passed to Li Ziqiang instead. Li Ziqiang failed to secure the ball, as a defender was already upon him before he could receive it. Consequently, the ball was knocked away by the opposing defender, causing Li Ziqiang to lose his balance and, naturally, possession of the ball. Thus, the first team's attack came to an abrupt end. Amidst the cacophony of cheers and screams, the ball was swiftly passed to Luo Kai. As he received the pass, he deftly maneuvered his body to evade a rival player attempting to intercept, driving toward the first team's goal. In that moment, Luo Kai became the focal point of the match, even drawing the attention of Li Ziqiang, who silently harbored expectations for his forthcoming performance. Li Chingqing was among the few who did not fixate on Luo Kai. Her gaze remained steadfastly on Hu Lai. Hu Lai was also retreating, but given his speed, it seemed improbable that he would catch up with the ball. Li Chingqing's head moved slightly in tandem with Hu Lai's movements, resembling a sunflower chasing the sun. At times, he would lift his head, his tongue flailing about, and at other moments, he would bury his head and charge forward determinately. When Hu Lai first appeared in the correct position, Li Chingqing initially thought it was merely luck. However, As he consistently found himself in the right spaces, she realized it was not mere happenstance. Standing beside them, Song Jejia couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Alas, Hu Lai truly lacks the talent for football. Li Chingqing turned to Hu Lai and replied, "No, he does." "He does?" Song Jejia looked at Li Chingqing in confusion. "Yes. What talent? A comedic talent?" Li Chingqing shook her head, asserting, "Hu Lai knows where the goal is." "That is his talent." "The goal? I know that too. It's right over there," Song Jejia said, pointing toward the goal on the field. This time, Li Chingqing refrained from clarifying for her. Her gaze remained fixed on that somewhat disheveled figure. Before Hu Lai could reach the fullback position, Luo Kai had already broken through the center and gained possession of the ball. The stands erupted once more with deafening cheers and screams. Amid the jubilant uproar, Luo Kai waved his hand lightly, seemingly accustomed to it all. In Li Chingqing's line of sight, that figure came to a halt, bending down with hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Beneath the dazzling lights, he appeared so inconspicuous. Chapter 21. The blade-wielding defender having scored 2 goals. Luo Kai became the focal point of the match. Even the opposing players were compelled to acknowledge his prowess. In truth, they could hardly be considered rivals. Who could possibly compete with Luo Kai? He was in a league of his own. Many believed Luo Kai shouldn't even be participating in such a trial match. He should have been directly recruited into the school team. Though this trial was ostensibly for the sake of fairness, it seemed more like a stage for Luo Kai to shine. Just listen to the deafening cheers. Those in the know recognized it as the school team recruiting newcomers, while others might think a popular celebrity was visiting Dongchuan Middle School for an event. Yet, Luo Kai was indifferent to the cacophony of cheers. His gaze was drawn to the stands. Among the throngs of people, he instantly spotted that tall, graceful figure. "Even if thousands of hands waved for me, I would only care for you." He gazed longingly at that silhouette. However, that figure did not wave back, leaving Luo Kai somewhat disappointed. Hu Lai was quite frustrated. The task assigned by the damned system was exceedingly challenging. It was utterly absurd. To require a left-back to complete a hat trick in a match, Hu Lai pondered. Even in professional leagues, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Many forwards find it difficult to achieve a hat trick, let alone a full-back. He even contemplated whether to exploit a loophole in the system, as the task merely stated to score 3 goals, without specifying which goal he should score in. Would 3 own goals count as fulfilling the task? However, this thought lingered in his mind for only a brief moment before dissipating. He realized that if he were to pursue such a course of action, even if he managed to deceive the system, he might irrevocably forfeit his chance of joining the school team. Thus, it was far wiser to earnestly strive to achieve a genuine hat trick. Having previously surged into the forefront, he had almost assumed the role of a forward. He was acutely aware that his reckless abandon would not leave a favorable impression on the coach responsible for evaluations. Yet, he found himself with little choice. Even if he dutifully remained in his left-back position, his current capabilities would hardly impress the coach. He was determined to complete this task and attain the corresponding reward. He had already experienced the potency of the cleansing elixir. However, a single bottle merely offered a slight enhancement of his physical attributes. Surely one bottle was insufficient. With the opportunity to acquire more cleansing elixirs at hand, he was resolute in not letting it slip away easily. Additionally, a mysterious gift pack awaited him, igniting a sense of curiosity within Hu Lai about what treasures it might contain. In order to unveil this mystery, he first needed to secure the reward. A verified cleansing elixir, coupled with an enigmatic, mysterious gift pack, constituted an undeniably generous reward. Yet, the difficulty of the task required to attain such rewards was daunting. It was not just 3 goals that were needed. Scoring even a single goal was proving to be a formidable challenge. After Luo Kai netted his 2nd goal, Hu Lai refrained from advancing further into the attack, opting instead to remain steadfast in his left-back position. It was not that he had lost the desire to score. Rather, after several vigorous dashes, his stamina had waned, rendering him incapable of sustained sprints. He was not endowed with boundless energy, nor did he possess the vitality of 3 lungs to race tirelessly across the pitch. Nonetheless, he was not contemplating surrendering the task. This brief period of restraint was merely a prelude to a more potent resurgence. He still intended to push forward. He still yearned to score. Had Hu Lai resigned himself to his fate? Song Jejia, upon observing Hu Lai's cessation of aimless running, inquired with a sense of satisfaction, as their shared goal of enjoying a meal together drew ever closer. He had always believed that Hu Lai's fervent passion for football had led him astray. Li Chingqing shook her head, her gaze fixed on the distant figure of Hu Lai, unable to discern his expression and unsure if he had truly given up by not advancing. After watching a mere 10 minutes of the match, she understood that, with his teammates lacking faith in him, Hu Lai's efforts would likely prove futile and could even be misconstrued as mere aimlessness. Thus, his decision to refrain from pushing forward was indeed prudent, sparing him unnecessary exertion. Yet, the memory of Hu Lai's earnest demeanor during their training lingered in her mind, leading her to believe he would not so easily relinquish his aspirations. If he were to give up, he would have done so long ago. There was no reason to wait until now. She gazed at the diminutive figure of Hu Lai, silently cheering him on in her heart. Luo Kai scored yet another goal, completing a hat trick, all within a mere 10 minutes of the match. Consequently, the second team led the first team by 30 points. From the stands, a few spectators began to chant, "Another goal, Luo Kai? Another goal, Luo Kai." Clearly, despite Luo Kai's 3 goals, his fans remained unsatisfied, yearning for more, hoping to transform the match into a personal showcase for him. The other players on the field heard the chants, but they could only feel helplessness. As long as Luo Kai was present, the others were destined to play supporting roles. Every teammate on the second team functioned as a mere facilitator for Luo Kai, while all members of the first team served as mere background for his brilliance. If this were a stage, it would be shrouded in darkness, with only Luo Kai illuminated by the spotlight that seemed to descend from the heavens, casting light upon him and those standing half a meter away. Should anyone fortuitously find themselves within this radiance, it would undoubtedly be due to the glow of Luo Kai. Spectators needed only to witness Luo Kai's performance. He was the star of this stage and the essence of this grand spectacle. The first team earned a rare attacking opportunity with a free kick in the front court. Having rested sufficiently, Hu Lai rushed back into the fray. Li Ziqin felt discomfort at the sight of him. "What are you doing back up here?" "Participating in the attack." Hu Lai replied assertively. "Participating in what attack? Isn't it normal for defenders to engage in set-piece plays?" Hu Lai countered. "Could you not stand beside me? You might block my shot." Li Ziqin pushed Hu Lai away. Hu Lai glanced around and noticed 2 players from the second team approaching Li Ziqin, likely to crowd around him, making it probable that he wouldn't even receive the ball. "Just focus on your shot first," Hu Lai retorted before sprinting away, leaving Li Ziqin fuming at having been belittled by Hu Lai. He glared at Hu Lai's retreating figure, determined to show him up. "I'll score a goal soon and prove you wrong. I may not match Kai Gu, but I certainly can surpass you." He raised his arms high, signaling to his teammates to pass the ball his way. "Why isn't Hu Lai pushing towards the goal this time?" Song Jia inquired, puzzled. "Not pushing towards the goal is the right choice," Li Chingqing explained. "The area in front of the goal is crowded. His presence there would be futile. It's better for him to move out and seek space." To them, Hu Lai appeared to stand at the edge of the penalty area, as if this set-piece attack had nothing to do with him. But how can he find space if he steps back? Song Jia still did not understand. "Once the ball is played, space will open up," Li Chingqing assured. Song Jia turned to look at Li Chingqing in confusion, not comprehending why this girl was so protective of Hu Lai. Today, she seemed entirely biased in his favor, advocating for him and believing in his capabilities, making her Hu Lai's sole supporter. In school, it had never seemed that they shared a close bond, and it appeared that they had never even spoken to each other. Just as Song Jia was pondering the situation with great perplexity, an exclamation erupted from the stands, swiftly capturing his attention towards the field. There, before the second team's goal, the football soared high, arching over Li Ziqin and 2 defenders from the second team, only to descend towards the far post, where Hu Lai awaited. In that moment, Song was unable to voice his myriad of questions, such as how Hu Lai had suddenly appeared there when he had been outside the penalty area moments before. Beside him, Li Chingqing's eyes widened, fixated intently on Hu Lai's figure. Li Ziqin at the near post raised his head. A hint of frustration etched on his face as he watched the ball sail past him. A teammate had attempted to send a low pass, and he had intended to intercept it at the front post, but the opponent had managed to clear it before he could. While one might expect a simple clearance, it was unforeseen that the defender mishit the ball, causing it to curve bizarrely and soar behind him, just above his head. The height was manageable. If he had leaped with all his might, he could have made contact. Yet, the turn of events was too sudden, leaving him no time to react. His head followed the trajectory of the ball, akin to a radar tracking a signal, and then he spotted a figure in a red vest at the far post. standing there amidst a sea of yellow, the color of the second team's jerseys. Who was so fortunate? That was an open goal. His eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized Hu Lai. It was indeed that lad. In Li Zichuan's gaze, Hu Lai looked up at the approaching ball, his mind not contemplating that it would land before him. Yet something primal compelled him to run there. As Hu Lai reached this spot, the ball sailed over the heads of Li Zichuan and the two defenders. It was as if a divine command had uttered, "Let there be light," and so it was. At this moment, the second team's goalkeeper, wary of Li Zichuan, remained at the near post, leaving nearly half the goal unguarded, open to Hu Lai's embrace. What Hu Lai needed to do was simple, merely lift his foot and send the ball into the net. In the stands, Li Chingqing was wholly absorbed in watching Hu Lai's every movement, when she faintly heard Song Jejia beside her muttering through clenched teeth, "Whatever you do, don't use your hands." She too instinctively clenched her fists. If this opportunity were presented to her, it would be akin to a cake brought to her lips, with no possibility of refusal. Yet, with Hu Lai in possession of this chance, she felt an overwhelming tension. She observed as Hu Lai spread his arms for balance and lifted his right foot. "Don't lift your ankle, hold firm," she silently urged. Lifting the ankle would almost certainly result in a high shot. Maintaining stability of the ankle would ensure the trajectory of the ball remained true. Hu Lai's right foot did not connect with the ball. Instead, his raised knee met the incoming football with force, propelling it towards the goal like a cannonball. In the face of such a swift strike, the second team's goalkeeper could only lament as he dove back, realizing that by the time he reached for the ball, it had already collided with the netting of the goal. Hu Lai had scored a goal for the first team. The left back had found the back of the net. Turning around, Li Zichuan witnessed this moment, and in his mind echoed Hu Lai's earlier declaration, "I am a knife-wielding defender." He stood frozen in place. Chapter 22. A stroke of luck? Hu Lai stared blankly at the football nestled in the goal, astonished that it had actually gone in. After all, he had made several runs into open spaces previously, yet had never once received the ball, let alone attempted a shot. This marked the first goal of his competitive career. Coming back to his senses, he sprinted toward the corner flag, and after a few steps, he turned to wave at his teammates, mimicking the professional stars in hopes of celebrating this momentous occasion together. However, his enthusiastic invitation was met with indifference. None of his teammates approached to join in the jubilation. Hu Lai seemed somewhat unsurprised by this reaction, perhaps accustomed to it. Noticing that no one was coming over, he turned back, arms wide open, and continued his run towards the corner flag, cheering joyfully, reveling in his own delight. "Damn, what an incredible stroke of luck." Li Zichuan spat in frustration, his gaze fixed on the ball resting in front of him. To him, it seemed that Hu Lai's goal was merely a fortunate accident. Under normal circumstances, a low ball aimed toward the near post could never reach the far post. Indeed, it was a miscalculation in clearing the ball that had allowed it to travel to the back. The probability of such an error occurring was exceedingly low. Even if the player were to attempt that clearance 10 more times, it was unlikely to be replicated even once. Thus, the football, by a twist of fate, found its way to the far post, precisely where Hu Lai happened to be waiting. Why Hu Lai was positioned there was of little concern to Li Zichuan. The lad had merely been running aimlessly, fortunate enough to be in the right place at the right time. Even a blind cat can stumble upon a dead mouse. However, your luck ends here, Li Zichuan silently vowed as he watched Hu Lai's silhouette from afar. Behind him, other players who had regained their composure expressed similar sentiments. "That guy is truly lucky. What a fortunate break." This sentiment was not confined to the first team. Even the second team shared in the envy. They observed the exuberant figure of Hu Lai, a mix of admiration and jealousy washing over them. How could such a stroke of fortune fall upon him? Meanwhile, in the stands, Li Chingqing felt a surge of joy for Hu Lai's goal, as it validated her previous belief that he was not devoid of talent. Rather, his abilities had simply gone unrecognized. Just as she reveled in Hu Lai's achievement, she suddenly overheard conversations around her. "Wow, that person is so lucky, scoring like that." Indeed. Who could have anticipated that the football would soar in that manner? I watched as someone kicked the ball out, and somehow it curved and flew away. Upon hearing such remarks, the smile on Li Chingqing's face vanished, and she sighed inwardly. It appeared that the majority believed that Hu Lai's goal was merely a stroke of luck. Indeed, it seemed that luck played a significant role in Hu Lai's goal, giving rise to the illusion that anyone could have scored in that situation. However, the question remains, with so many players crowded in the penalty area, Why was it Hu Lai who found himself in that open space? Is it true that Hu Lai was just lucky with that goal? Song Jejia leaned closer and asked in a hushed tone. Li Chingqing glanced at Song Jejia and shook her head resolutely. It was not luck. It is precisely the talent I spoke of in Hu Lai. Upon hearing Li Chingqing's assertion, Song Jejia turned to observe Hu Lai. When Li Chingqing had previously mentioned Hu Lai's talent, Song Jejia had a mocking expression, but now, as he looked at Hu Lai on the field, his demeanor had shifted to one of seriousness. It may appear as though he is aimlessly running about, devoid of any pattern. Yet he consistently positions himself in the right place at the right time. I believe Hu Lai himself is unaware of this innate ability. It is purely instinctual, a gift. Li Chingqing continued. His earlier lack of goals was merely due to his teammates' lack of trust, as they did not pass the ball to him. After this goal, will they pass to him? Song Jejia inquired. Li Chingqing recalled Hu Lai's teammates' reactions following his goal and shook her head. I fear they still won't. Why not? Song Jejia's tone was tinged with urgency. Because they all think Hu Lai merely got lucky with that goal. After all, it did indeed seem like a fortunate occurrence. Song Jejia fell silent, his gaze fixated on Hu Lai. Though he stood alone, his deskmates celebrated exuberantly, running to the corner flag, arms outstretched, leaning back slightly. Head tilted upwards, eyes closed as if he were listening to the crowd chant his name. In reality, no one was calling his name. After the goal, there were indeed some reflexive cheers, but they quickly subsided, and the fervor of his goal paled in comparison to that of Luo Kai's. Following Luo Kai's goal, the air was filled with piercing screams that nearly shattered eardrums, whereas now, all he could hear were remarks like, "What a stroke of luck! How fortunate this person is! Truly blessed." He cast a disdainful glance at the chattering crowd and scoffed inwardly. "You bunch of football ignoramuses know nothing. Luck only favors those with talent." Just as Li Chingqing had stated, after the match resumed, Hu Lai's situation did not improve due to this goal. His teammates continued to regard his achievement as mere good fortune. Even though Hu Lai consistently found himself in open spaces, the ball would not be passed to him. Li Zichuan, however, remained quite enthusiastic. Hu Lai has scored, which has instilled a sense of pressure within him. Surely, he cannot allow himself to be outshone by this young lad. Can he? Even if Hu Lai's goal was merely a stroke of luck, Li Zichuan could not reconcile with it. He persistently gestured to his teammates, urging them to pass the ball to him. Yet, his efforts bore no fruit. He remained scoreless. This left Li Zichuan feeling dejected. Why was he devoid of the good fortune that seemed to favor Hu Lai? Why did such a serendipitous opportunity evade him? His movements were undeniably vigorous, but regardless of how he ran, he could not seem to encounter a chance akin to Hu Lai's. Was such luck truly a rare occurrence? This thought only intensified Li Zichuan's frustration. Why should someone like Hu Lai enjoy such favorable fortune while he did not? With determination, Li Zichuan joined the team as they launched another attack down the flank. The ball was passed across, and he sprinted towards its trajectory. However, he was closely pursued by a defender from the opposing team, leaving him little opportunity to control and adjust the ball. Aware of this, he resolved to take a shot directly. He swung his right leg, aiming at the rapidly approaching ball. Yet, he misjudged the ball's descent and completely missed it. The ball slipped between his legs. Although he failed to connect, his misstep inadvertently deceived the defender trailing him, who also failed to intercept the ball. The goalkeeper, attempting to block the shot, was momentarily thrown off balance, nearly toppling over, yet the ball did not come his way. Instead, it glided past him. Then he spotted Hu Lai, who had arrived at the ball's landing spot. The goalkeeper's eyes widened, and an exclamation in English nearly escaped his lips. "How old are you?" How could it be him again? Observing that Li Zichuan had drawn the defender towards the near post, Hu Lai instinctively surged towards the vacant far post. The ball, as if responding to his silent call, emerged from the thicket, eagerly approaching him as if wagging its tail, seeking interaction with its master. Upon seeing the ball roll towards him, Hu Lai did not hesitate. His body reacted instinctively, and he extended his foot to nudge it. The ball found its way into the opposing team's net for the second time. Chapter 23. The vast sky, why do you weigh so heavily upon me? After the ball rolled into the net, ensnared by the netting, it lay motionless. Hu Lai, having nearly lost his balance from the force of his kick, stumbled but ultimately regained his footing and struggled towards the sidelines. This time, he refrained from turning to summon his teammates. After all, no one would join him in celebrating his goal. He was correct. As he moved to celebrate, his teammates remained indifferent, staring blankly at his retreating figure. their minds swirling with questions. Was his luck truly so extraordinary? To receive the ball twice unmarked and score with such ease, why were they not in the right place at the right time? The good fortune of Hu Lai incited envy and resentment, causing much anguish among others, particularly Li Zichuan. After missing a shot, he collapsed onto the ground. Clutching the muscles of his right thigh, his expression contorted in pain as he sensed a strain in his thigh. As he witnessed Hu Lai score again, his injury felt exacerbated, plunging him into deeper agony, nearly rendering him breathless. Oh heavens! How could this be? His gaze, aflame with fury, was fixed on Hu Lai. This was my opportunity. You thief! You have stolen my goal. He disregarded the fact that it was his own failure to connect with the ball that had granted Hu Lai the chance to capitalize. A fire roared within him, threatening to explode. The reaction from the stands to Hu Lai's second goal remained tepid. When he ran to the corner flag to celebrate, the cheers were notably muted. Instead, murmurs about Hu Lai's extraordinary luck filled the air. What incredible fortune, was the most frequently heard remark by Song Jiejia from the stands. However, Song Jiejia no longer shared this sentiment. She shook her head in disbelief, muttering to herself, I never imagined that lad truly possessed a talent for football. Beside her, Li Chingqing smiled. If a single goal could be attributed to luck, what then of two identical goals? If it were merely a matter of serendipity, Hu Lai ought to abandon football for the lottery, where he would surely ascend to greatness. This was his innate talent, his capability. She recalled their first meeting in that secret base, when Hu Lai had claimed, I am a poacher, scoring from close range is my forte. At that time, she had thought him merely making excuses due to his inability to surpass her, and he had likely felt the same. Yet, it seemed he had indeed hit the mark. He truly was a poacher. With this thought, she cast a glance toward her father, uncertain if he had noticed the unique qualities in Hu Lai. She hoped he would, for perhaps this might lead to an extraordinary opportunity for Hu Lai to join the team. Li Ziqiang stood at the sidelines, his gaze fixed upon the figures celebrating alone. Having scored 2 goals, if he still failed to notice, it would render his position as a coach meaningless. He glanced at his notebook, connecting the name and number of this player, Hu Lai, the same player whom he had previously rated a 0 in positional duties. When Hu Lai had netted his first goal, Li Ziqiang had genuinely believed it was merely a stroke of luck. It was a common reaction, shared by those like Li Chingqing, who were wholeheartedly supportive of Hu Lai, to attribute his success to fortune. Yet, after scoring twice in identical fashion, it became increasingly difficult to dismiss his achievements as mere luck. Ordinary fans might make such comments in jest, but for a professional football coach to do so would be to insult his own expertise. Li Ziqiang does not believe that Hu Lai achieved his remarkable feat merely by sheer luck. The spaces he occupied for those 2 goals were indeed substantial. Yet why was it only he who could manifest there? Why did others fail to perceive and occupy those positions? Is it luck? Perhaps. However, Li Ziqiang prefers to entertain the notion that a deeper, inevitable connection exists between these seemingly identical strokes of fortune. This connection suggests that only Hu Lai possesses the uncanny ability to identify critical openings and arrive at the opportune moment. His instincts in front of the goal are exceptionally acute. Yet, as Li Ziqiang glanced down at the criteria inscribed next to Hu Lai's name in his notebook, he pondered the level of tactical awareness displayed. So far, it remains indiscernible. Exceptional goal-scoring ability does not inherently equate to heightened tactical acumen. Furthermore, his positional responsibilities in defense are questionable. As a left back, he increasingly resembles a forward. In terms of technical application during confrontations, his performance could easily be rated 0, as both goals were scored without physical contest. When faced with such challenges, his contributions were far from commendable. His competitive spirit and mental state appeared marginally better, but merely slightly so. One could assert that aside from his keen sense of positioning, he is virtually devoid of merit. What utility could such a player have even if he were to join the school team? He shook his head almost imperceptibly. The injury to Li Ziqiang was only discovered as the match was about to resume. Prior to that moment, everyone was preoccupied with their astonishment at Hu Lai's fortune. Even those who noticed Li Ziqiang sitting on the ground in apparent agony assumed he was merely distressed by Hu Lai's goal. It was evident before the match that the relationship between Li Ziqiang and Hu Lai was rather strained. It was not until the first team players returned to their half, only to find Li Ziqiang still seated before the second team's goal, that they realized he was injured, an injury severe enough to preclude his continuation in the match. Ultimately, Li Ziqiang was assisted off the field by his teammate Yan Yan, limping along. He walked reluctantly, turning back with each step, lingering at the threshold of departure. He was loath to leave. The test was not yet concluded, and he had yet to score. To exit in such a manner felt unjust. He cast a look back at the pitch, where Hulai appeared, waving at him. Goodbye? His lips formed the words. You jerk. Li Zichuan clenched his fists. Struggling with fervor, Yin Yin, supporting him, quickly reassured him. All right, I understand your reluctance. But you're injured now, it's best to leave. Don't push yourself. Li Zichuan, in his frustration, retorted, Am I reluctant to leave the game? I want to go up and confront that jerk. Ultimately, he could not break free from Yin Yin's grasp and was escorted off the field. Sitting on the sidelines, he stared blankly at Hulai, recalling the words spoken by that rascal before the match. Li Zichuan, the match is about to start. You're here wandering about, not warming up. Are you not afraid of getting injured before the game? Little did he expect that the boy's words would ring true. He had indeed sustained an injury. He yearned to re-enter the field, seeking the wisdom of Hulai, just as he attempted to rise. A sharp pang of pain radiated from the muscles at the top of his thigh, causing him to grimace and plop back down onto the bench. What have I done to deserve this, oh heavens? Chapter 24. Is this even possible? Li Zichuan exited the game, leaving the team short of forward. Meanwhile, Hulai had already netted 2 goals. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding his strikes, it seemed illogical for him to remain in the position of left back. Unless, of course, they were intent on conceding to the second team, led by Luo Kai. Thus, the first team executed a straightforward personnel adjustment, promoting Hulai from left back to the forward line. At last, he was spared the exertion of incessant running. However, this shift also meant the presence of defenders at his side. A towering defender from the second team loomed next to Hulai, peering down at him with a grin. Classmate, your luck is truly remarkable. This individual was indeed exceptionally tall. Hulai had to tilt his head back to meet his gaze. He was tempted to inquire about the defender's height, but first, he felt compelled to correct the misunderstanding. I do not rely on luck. I rely on skill. In truth, even Hulai acknowledged that fortune had favored him excessively, having capitalized on 2 unmarked opportunities at the back post. Yet, in the face of his opponent, how could he possibly show weakness? Even if it were sheer luck, it must be proclaimed as a testament to his own prowess. The towering defender, evidently unmoved by Hulai's retort, simply chuckled. But your streak of good fortune ends here. My friend. Realizing that further discourse was futile, Hulai rolled his eyes. The defender was indeed correct. Once he began to closely mark Hulai, the latter's luck had indeed run dry. While he could still reach the designated spots, the defender's tight marking rendered him incapable of maintaining possession. At times, he would find himself in open spaces, and his teammates would pass the ball to him. Yet, just as he was about to receive it, a gentle shove from the defender would disrupt his balance, causing him to relinquish control. On other occasions, he would sprint toward an open area, but before his teammates could deliver the ball, the towering figure would effectively block him from the opportunity. What on earth is happening? Inquired Song Jiejia from the stands, glancing at Li Chingqing beside her. Li Chingqing shook her head, a hint of resignation in her tone. In the previous moments, Hulai's talent was indeed instrumental, but it was also a matter of being overlooked, with no one specifically marking him. The situation is different now, with one player glued to his side. It becomes exceedingly difficult for him to receive the ball. In essence, it boiled down to a deficiency in inherent strength. In the realm of football, mere talent is far from sufficient. The specialized training he had undergone previously had only marginally improved his coordination. But to expect him to evolve into a competent player within a month was, frankly, an exercise in folly. She cast a worried glance toward her father, pondering whether Hulai had, in the eyes of his father, been reduced to his original state. Li Ziqiang observed Hulai's performance, devoid of any emotional upheaval, for he had anticipated this outcome long ago. To put it plainly, aside from his exceptional ability to move without the ball, this young man possesses little else of worth. The fact that he managed to score 2 goals is merely a stroke of divine favor. He remains far from being the player that meets the requisite standards. In contrast, the central defender from the second team deserves attention. He has not allowed the disparity in skill between himself and his opponents to breed complacency, remaining steadfastly close to them throughout the match, demonstrating an admirable attitude towards the game. Though he appears tall, he is by no means cumbersome, a rarity among central defenders. He recalls that this player was tasked with defending against the first team's injured player previously, and he performed commendably. denying the opposition any significant opportunities. The 2 goals conceded had little to do with him. He is indeed a promising talent. Li Ziqiang noted the defender's name in his notebook, Mao Xiao. He encircled the name, signifying that Mao Xiao is virtually assured a place on the school team. Another player in the same fortunate position is Luo Kai, whose name was also circled after he scored his 3rd goal, while Hu Lai struggled to even touch the ball against Mao Xiao's defense. Luo Kai netted 3 more goals for the second team, bringing his total to 6 in what was essentially a formality for him, achieving 2 hat tricks. The stands erupted in applause, and any discussion regarding Hu Lai's luck faded into the background. After a brief moment in the spotlight, Hu Lai quickly returned to obscurity. The stage's leading role was still not his. Well, at least he scored 2 goals. I believe Hu Lai can find solace in that. Song Jieji shrugged. Even with his limited understanding of football, he recognized that 2 goals would not suffice to sway the coach for a spot on the team. Li Chingqing sighed internally. Hu Lai's achievement of scoring 2 goals in today's match had indeed exceeded expectations, yet he still seemed far from earning a place on the school team. Initially, she had trained Hu Lai to sharpen his skills ahead of the team's recruitment, but now she was reconsidering whether to continue coaching him. She was now entirely convinced of his talent, remarkable talent, in fact, requiring only prolonged training. Li Chingqing contemplated dedicating another year to his training, hoping that by the next recruitment cycle, Hu Lai's chances of making the team would significantly improve. She observed Hu Lai's anxious demeanor on the field and empathized with his feelings of frustration. Surely he felt a sense of injustice at this moment. Li Chingqing began to thoughtfully consider how to comfort and encourage Hu Lai following this potential setback, aiming to help him regain his motivation. Hu Lai was indeed anxious. With roughly 5 minutes remaining in the match, he had only managed to score 2 goals, leaving him 1 short of fulfilling his objective. Some might regard his 2 goals, attributed to sheer luck, as a commendable feat. A typical person might feel content, finding solace in the notion of noble failure even without selection for the team. But Hu Lai did not share such sentiments. While gaining a spot on the school team was undoubtedly important, he was currently more fixated on achieving that task reward. If he fails to achieve a hat trick, then even having scored twice would hold no significance, rendering it equivalent to not scoring at all. Yet, the pursuit of a hat trick is no simple endeavor. The towering defender has firmly attached himself to Hu Lai, making it impossible for him to even hold onto the ball under such close marking. How could he possibly score that elusive 3rd goal? In truth, Hu Lai had contemplated various strategies. He attempted to evade his opponent by initially running inward, only to abruptly alter his course outward, hoping to deceive the giant. However, the results were disheartening. Regardless of how he maneuvered, the defender was ever present, using his physical advantage to push Hu Lai aside. On the rare occasion when Hu Lai successfully misled his adversary, his teammates failed to deliver the ball. Opportunities are fleeting. Once gone, they are lost forever. The audience was acutely aware that time was running out, which meant their chance to witness Luo Kai's performance was dwindling. In unison, the crowd erupted into chants. Luo Kai, score 1. Luo Kai, score 1. Amidst the fervent clamor, Luo Kai received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, deftly pulling it sideways before unleashing a shot. Unfortunately, his attempt was thwarted as a defender from the opposing team blocked it with his body. The cheers from the stands transformed into sighs of disappointment. As Luo Kai watched the ball soar behind him, he made no effort to chase it. After all, he was a forward, and defense was not his responsibility. Besides, with the match nearing its conclusion, he fancied a moment of respite. Surely, one who had scored 6 goals in a match could indulge in such a privilege? He observed as the ball landed at the feet of an opposing player, who, after taking a few steps, found himself under pressure from the second team's defenders. Witnessing this, Luo Kai resolved to remain in position, awaiting the moment when his teammates would reclaim the ball and pass it to him. If he retreated, the second team's offensive thrust would lack its focal point. He surmised that the first team's attack could not endure for much longer. Indeed, it appeared so, as the player in possession hastily passed the ball forward under duress. The ball soared, arcing towards the second team's penalty area. Although a first-team player was pursuing it, many believed that the assault had reached its conclusion. For the one receiving the ball was Hu Lai, a mere shadow of his potential, having been reduced to his true self in the preceding exchanges. Beside him, the formidable defender showed no sign of yielding, steadfastly closing in on the ball. In the presence of such a towering figure, Hu Lai appeared diminutive and fragile. and few would wager on his ability to seize a shooting opportunity from such a skilled center back. Moreover, the second team's goalkeeper had advanced slightly, obstructing any possible angle for Hu Lai's shot. Yet, Hu Lai seemed oblivious to these constraints, or perhaps he simply lacked the time to consider them. He sprinted towards the anticipated landing point, extending his left foot forward just before the defender could close in, seemingly intent on stopping the ball. Witnessing this scene, Li Ziqiang could not help but admire Hu Lai's remarkable ability to judge the trajectory of the football. He accurately anticipated its descent, a skill that Mao Xiao lacked. However, merely discerning the ball's landing point was insufficient. Mao Xiao was not out of position. He was directly behind Hu Lai, poised to close in as soon as Hu Lai brought the ball under control, denying him any chance to shoot. A defender who can accomplish this is indeed worthy of praise. In the stands, Li Chingqing observed Hu Lai preparing to receive the ball, and an uncontrollable thought surged into her mind. What would I do in such a scenario? I could cushion the ball and deftly maneuver around the approaching defender. Surely, he would not anticipate such a move. After evading him, I could take a shot at goal. Yet, she realized that this tactic would likely be futile for Hu Lai, as she understood that stopping a high ball coming from behind is one of the most challenging feats. Even she could not claim 100% certainty in executing it flawlessly, let alone Hu Lai. Given her knowledge of Hu Lai's skill level, she considered it commendable that he had not let the ball drift out of play. If I were Hu Lai, I would simply take a shot. Who knows? It might just find the back of the net. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her gaze towards Hu Lai grew fervent. Stop overthinking it. Just shoot, Hu Lai, she urged silently. However, her disappointment mounted as she noticed Hu Lai's toes poised for a stop, not the straight-footed stance required for a direct shot. She bit her lip, oblivious to the pain. As the ball descended, Hu Lai lifted his left leg. The second team's goalkeeper, attempting to block the angle for a shot, spread his arms wide to increase his coverage. Just as Li Chingqing had anticipated, the descending ball struck the back of Hu Lai's raised left foot with unyielding force, failing to come to a halt and instead ricocheting back. The moment Hu Lai felt the ball make contact with his foot, he realized that his attempt to control it had failed. Oh no! This thought barely surfaced before he suddenly saw the football grow larger in his field of vision. Then, darkness enveloped him, and stars danced before his eyes. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to evade it. The ball hurtled back, colliding squarely with Hu Lai's face. The impact was so forceful that it sent him reeling backward, while the ball careened off in the opposite direction. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that some unknown liquid splattered out as the ball left Hu Lai's face. The second team's goalkeeper was utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. As the ball soared above him in a high arc, descending towards the goal behind him, he remained frozen in a stance designed to expand his defensive area, utterly incapable of reacting to the ball looming directly above. In the blink of an eye, the football vanished from his sight, plunging into the net behind him, akin to the sun sinking into the ocean. Before him, Hu Lai had already tilted back, his body falling toward the ground, with a crimson liquid spraying forth. Mao Xiao, sprinting back, bore witness to this bizarre spectacle at the closest distance. The steadfast and outstanding center back found himself utterly helpless in the face of it all. He could do nothing but watch in disbelief. He never anticipated that this diminutive player would possess such formidable luck, managing to send the soccer ball into the net. How is this even possible? As Hu Lai, still shrouded in darkness, fell solidly to the ground, an enchanting voice echoed in his mind. Hat trick accomplished, mission complete. Reward of 3,000 points acquired, 1 bottle of nourishing elixir, and 1 mysterious gift pack. Chapter 25. Master Hu Lai. The playground of Dongchuan Middle School was raucous this noon, the noise distracting those students in the classrooms who wished to rest or study. Even during Hu Lai's first 2 goals, brief cheers erupted. However, at this moment, as Hu Lai delivered the soccer ball into the second team's goal for the 3rd time, not a single soul in the stands uttered a sound. Even Li Chingqing stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the field, unable to believe that Hu Lai had indeed completed a hat trick. All eyes were silently fixed on the front of the second team's goal. This tense silence was abruptly shattered by a fit of raucous laughter. In the focal point of everyone's gaze, the figure that had fallen to the ground sprang back up, leaping to his feet, and exuberantly dashed toward the corner flag. As he approached, the crowd noticed a vivid crimson stain on his face, specifically below his nose and around his mouth, blood. It was unclear whether it was from a nosebleed or from his mouth. With each exaggerated shake of his head, the blood splattered into the air, landing on his shoulders, arms, and the hem of his training jersey, deepening its already rich hue. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware, or perhaps indifferent, as he laughed heartily, howled at the sky, and danced with abandon, resembling a child exuberantly rewarded with a trip to an amusement park. The stands remained silent until, after a considerable pause, Li Chingqing and Song Jejia heard a quiet exclamation behind them. This luck is simply outrageous. Did this person save the galaxy in a past life? After the conclusion of the first test match, Li Ziqin limped back to the classroom, unwilling to linger on the field, that place of sorrow. Once seated at his desk, he rubbed his strained muscles, reflecting on the recent match, his heart still heavy with frustration. He had eagerly anticipated this game, hoping to witness Hulai's downfall. Little did he expect Hulai to net 3 goals, albeit through sheer luck, 3 goals nonetheless. Conversely, he had yet to showcase any noteworthy performance before succumbing to injury. He felt that he was the one who had embarrassed himself. Students who had finished watching the spectacle gradually returned to the classroom, regardless of gender, discussing the recently concluded match. The girls were particularly interested in Luo Kai's performance, as he had achieved 2 hat tricks, shining brilliantly. Surprisingly, the boys seemed to mention Hulai's name more frequently. It is truly unexpected that Hulai could score 3 goals. Indeed, one would never have guessed such a feat from him. Do you think he might actually make it into the school team? Upon hearing this, Li Ziqin couldn't help but let out a derisive snort from his nose. What are you thinking? Scoring 3 goals guarantees a place on the school team? It is not so easy to get in. The student who was directly rebutted by Li Ziqin appeared flustered and retorted. He scored 3 goals. Can't he possibly join the team? Scoring 3 goals is impressive, isn't it? Hulai was merely lucky. This statement ignited Li Ziqin's ire, causing his voice to rise several decibels. Anyone could have scored those 3 goals in that situation. What is so extraordinary about it? Relying on mere luck to score signifies what? It signifies that it cannot be replicated. Can you guarantee he will have such fortune in every match? Scoring due to luck is akin to chance. Which coach would recruit such a player for the school team? Is he out of his mind? At that moment, Li Chingqing happened to walk to the classroom door and overheard Li Ziqin's grandiloquent discourse from within. She furrowed her brow slightly. The student engaged in the debate, upon hearing Li Ziqin's remarks, fell silent. Upon reflection, it became apparent that Li Ziqin had a valid point. Any coach would desire their players to maintain a consistent performance. Placing all hope on the ephemeral nature of luck is not something a professional coach would entertain. Li Chingqing silently returned to her seat. Just then, raucous voices erupted from the hallway. Hu Daxian? Hu Daxian? Hulai? Have you exhausted all your good fortune in this moment? Soon after, Hulai's voice resounded. What luck? I rely on my skill. Yes, it is skill. It is skill. Why don't you reveal tonight's lottery numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by them. Laughter erupted from outside, and amidst this mirth, Hulai strode confidently into the classroom and took his seat. Observing Hulai, Li Chingqing recalled how diligently he had trained prior to the team tryouts. Surely, he must feel elated about his performance, having scored 3 goals and completed a hat trick. But could these 3 goals truly secure him a spot on the school team? To be honest, Li Chingqing felt uncertain. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Hulai stood outside a small lottery shop, where several individuals gathered around the lottery machine, handing over their slips of paper. Behind the machine sat a middle-aged woman with permed hair, glasses perched on her nose, squinting as she swiftly processed the slips handed to her. She didn't even glance at the numbers on the screen, moving with remarkable proficiency. Before long, a freshly printed lottery ticket emerged, handed to the waiting individual. After carefully verifying the numbers on the ticket, the recipient cautiously placed it in a secure pocket, yet did not hurry away. Instead, they turned and sauntered to the wall behind the lottery machine, intently studying the trend chart of past winning numbers. This is the lottery station that Hulai passes by every day on his way to and from school, yet he had never contemplated entering before. Today, standing at the entrance, he hesitates, contemplating whether he should purchase a lottery ticket for himself. This idea emerged from the playful taunts of his classmates, which inspired him. He possesses a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Despite having an advantage, achieving a hat trick in such a short span without relying on luck is undoubtedly challenging. The evidence of his good fortune in the matches is irrefutable. Particularly with the 3rd goal, The football fortuitously struck his face and rebounded into the net. Such a goal can hardly be attributed to anything other than sheer luck. Although he countered his classmates' claims about his fortune in the corridor, he is acutely aware of the truth. His rebuttal was merely a matter of pride. How could he openly admit that his goals were merely the result of luck? Now, standing at the lottery station, the notion of striking it rich overnight seems rather enticing. If he were to win 5 million, he could effortlessly settle all the debts his family owes. The busy attendant at the lottery station caught a glimpse of a figure standing nearby, yet seeing no ticket presented. She inquired without raising her head, "What would you like?" A youthful voice responded, "Double color ball, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. The attendant instinctively reached to press the button, but just before her finger touched it, she paused, raising her head with a furrowed brow. Scrutinizing the middle school student before her, clad in uniform and carrying a backpack. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Yes," the student nodded. "How many times?" "Just one ticket." The attendant ceased her chatter and mechanically produced a ticket, which she then handed to the student. Hulai accepted the still warm ticket, confirming the 7 numbers inscribed: 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07. He gently flicked the ticket before slipping it into his uniform pocket. The warmth of the ticket mirrored the warmth in his heart. Chapter 26. Worthless beyond this, Chingqing held her bowl of rice, her chopsticks stirring the grains, but not conveying any to her mouth. She was mentally rehearsing the words she would soon utter. How could she bring up the topic subtly without raising her father's suspicions? After much contemplation, she recalled the sensational hat trick that Hulai had achieved in the match. After all, everyone had witnessed his previous performances, and the manner of his 3 goals was undeniably noteworthy. Thus, bringing the subject up at the dinner table seemed quite natural. Moreover, as Hulai is her classmate, her heightened concern for him could easily be justified. With this thought, Chingqing bolstered her confidence and casually remarked, "Hey Dad, did you know that the person who scored a hat trick with his face today is my classmate?" Li Ziqiang, without lifting his gaze, nonchalantly replied, "Oh really?" with a hint of indifference. Chingqing smirked in a place unseen by her father, then continued, "So, can Dad make the school team?" Li Ziqiang shook his head, "No." Hearing this response, Chingqing became somewhat anxious, her voice unintentionally rising. "Why not?" It was only at this moment that Li Ziqiang lifted his gaze, looking at his daughter with a hint of curiosity. Under her father's scrutiny, Chingqing regained her composure and quickly explained, "I believe he possesses talent." Those 3 goals were not merely a stroke of luck. She was interrupted by Li Ziqiang. "I understand what talent you speak of. His instinct in front of the goal is indeed quite sharp." "Indeed, Dad, you've noticed too." Chingqing feigned surprise. "However, that alone is of little consequence. His foundational skills and many other aspects are exceedingly lacking. Aside from his instinct, he is practically devoid of merit," Li Ziqiang continued. "He is like a blank slate. If he were 5 or 6 years old, I would undoubtedly recruit him. But now, as a middle school team coach, I seek individuals with a certain level of foundation, not those who possess none. No matter how keen his instincts, if he cannot even control the ball, what use is it?" Chingqing recognized the validity in her father's words, yet she was reluctant to concede, weakly retorting, "But he scored 3 goals. Those 3 goals were heavily influenced by luck. They do not signify anything substantial," Li Ziqiang replied, shaking the chopsticks in his hand. "Let us focus on our meal." Chingqing wished to argue further, yet when she opened her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words. She feared that continuing would arouse her father's suspicions, and if he were to ask why she was so invested, she would be left speechless. With a sigh in her heart, she shoveled rice into her mouth. Meanwhile, she was already contemplating how to comfort Hulai. Since her father had spoken thus, Hulai's chances of making the team seemed utterly dashed. Hulai sat at his desk, an English book spread open before him. In his hand was a small test tube, approximately 20 milliliters in volume, its mouth sealed with a soft stopper. Inside the test tube was a colorless, transparent liquid. This was the task reward he had received from the system, the cleansing elixir. Unlike the first time, when excitement and impatience overwhelmed him, this time Hulai waited until he returned home. After his parents had finished their evening routines and were settled in bed, before he chose to retrieve the reward from the system space. He refrained from hastily opening it at school, longing to savor this moment alone. Previously, he had gulped it down in the school restroom, amidst the acrid stench. Devoid of any sense of ritual, Placing the cleansing elixir on his book, he rubbed his hands together, licked his lips, and gazed intently at the vial, swallowing hard. Wow. Awesome. After completing this little ceremony, Hu Lai finally removed the stopper from the test tube and poured the entire contents into his mouth. He did not rush to swallow the elixir but swished it around in his mouth, wanting to savor the flavor of the potion more thoroughly. Last time in the restroom. The surrounding atmosphere was overwhelmingly pungent, leaving him uncertain about the true nature of the potion's scent. Now, upon careful contemplation, Hu Lai discerned that the aroma of the cleansing elixir bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the mineral water he had consumed. To the uninitiated, it might very well seem they were sipping pure mineral water. After swallowing the entire potion, Hu Lai refrained from discarding the vial, drawing from his previous experience. He understood that the bottle and its cork would vanish completely within seconds of his consumption of the cleansing elixir, as if they had never graced this world. He harbored no fears of being discovered through these remnants. Upon ingesting the cleansing elixir, Hu Lai closed his eyes to meticulously attune himself to the changes within his body. Yet he experienced nothing at all. There was no exhilarating sensation coursing through him, nor any warm currents rising from his abdomen to envelop him. Indeed, he felt no remarkable sensations whatsoever. It appeared that the true effects of this concoction would only become apparent when he commenced physical activity. Having gained insight from his prior experience, Hu Lai no longer fretted over the efficacy of the cleansing elixir. He re-entered the system, where a resplendent golden chest floated before him, awaiting his command to unveil its contents. This was yet another reward for completing the hat-trick task, a mysterious gift package. Without hesitation, he opened the chest, and as the golden light flickered, a vial of yellow liquid hovered into view. Simultaneously, information about this yellow potion blossomed in Hu Lai's mind. Intelligent potion. Upon consumption, it enhances the training efficacy of the user for a duration of 30 days. Upon reading this information, Hu Lai could not restrain an exclamation of frustration. Initially, he felt a twinge of disappointment when the golden chest revealed only a single item, especially since his previous experience with the novice gift package had yielded 3 items: cleansing elixir, 1,000 points, and 1 lottery ticket. Given that this task was more challenging, he found the single reward rather meager. However, once he comprehended the nature of this potion, all his earlier grievances dissipated into thin air. What constituted the fundamental difference between himself and Luo Kai? It was merely that Luo Kai had undergone various professional football training since childhood, accumulating at least a decade of experience, while Hu Lai was almost a blank slate. Despite his diligent training efforts, bolstered by Li Chingqing's assistance, Hu Lai was acutely aware that the chasm between him and Luo Kai was as vast as the heavens. While he trained, Luo Kai undoubtedly was training as well. In a realm where both trained equally, how could Hu Lai hope to catch up to Luo Kai? Now, this vial of yellow potion provided Hu Lai with the answer. Although the information did not explicitly quantify the degree of enhancement in training efficacy, Hu Lai had gleaned some insights from the cleansing elixir. The latter had also refrained from specifying numerical improvements in various physical attributes, yet Hu Lai had nonetheless perceived his body's transformation through training. It is reasonable to assume that this intelligent potion operates similarly, refraining from disclosing specific values, yet the transformations it incites are undoubtedly palpable to Hu Lai. Although consuming it may not swiftly propel him to the level of Luo Kai, it nevertheless instills within Hu Lai a flicker of hope. And hope, in this era, is as precious as diamonds. To possess hope is indeed a blessing. With this thought, Hu Lai found that the pain from the impact of the ball on his nasal bridge felt somewhat diminished. All was worthwhile. The only lamentation was that its effects would only last for 30 days. How magnificent it would be if its efficacy were to endure perpetually. Given its limited duration, Hu Lai refrained from hastily consuming the potion, for in the upcoming week, he would have only 1 day to play football, followed by 3 consecutive days of inactivity. Devoid of training, drinking it now would merely squander these precious days. He resolved to wait until next week when he would have a continuous training schedule to utilize it. Nevertheless, he carefully retrieved the potion from the system space, cradling it in his hands to scrutinize it. The small glass vial contained a yellow liquid, reminiscent of orange juice, albeit the kind that clearly had an excessive amount of artificial coloring. Yet Hu Lai knew that this might very well be the most delectable orange juice in existence. After appreciating it for a moment, he gingerly returned the intelligent potion to the system space. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Li Chingqing gazed out at the moon, lost in thought, her mind drifting back to Hu Lai. Previously, she believed that once Hu Lai completed the school team's entrance examination, her duty to teach him football would conclude. However, her perspective shifted this evening. If she had not witnessed the innate talent within Hu Lai, it might have been easier to let go. Yet now it was challenging for her to abandon the boy. He undeniably possessed talent and should not have to endure the mockery and disdain of his father, who criticized his weak foundation, a point she conceded. But what of it? Let us commence his training. 3 days a week, in that open space outside, she would instruct him, starting from the most fundamental aspects, for an entire year. After a year, she could hardly believe he would still be a blank slate. With this resolve, Li Chingqing turned over, facing away from the moonlight, closing her eyes and immersing herself in dreams of the future. A smile crept upon her lips, and her eyelashes fluttered gently. Chapter 27. The Lucky Bracelet. As Li Chingqing stepped into the classroom, she overheard someone lamenting to Hu Lai. "You owe me, Hu Lai. I followed your advice and bought 5 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and not a single cent did I win." Sitting at his desk, Hu Lai spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. "I told you, my success relies on skill, not luck." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Do you genuinely believe in the numbers he provided? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's simply impossible to win. Indeed, one must speak the truth. The responsibility lies with you, not with Hu Lai. How naive of you to trust him." Hilarity filled the classroom atmosphere. Li Chingqing observed Hu Lai's demeanor and slightly furrowed her brow. It appeared that he was still basking in the glory of his hat-trick achievement, brimming with confidence for the future, unaware that those 3 goals would not secure him a spot on the school team. With this thought in mind, Li Chingqing became even more resolute in her intention to train Hu Lai over the course of a year to meet the team's requirements. She clenched her fist and encouraged herself. "Come on, Li Chingqing, you can do this." Hu Lai paid no heed to the laughter around him. He had immersed himself in the system. Within the interface, the top left corner displayed his current score of 3,000 points, a reward for completing the hat-trick task the previous day. After claiming the purification elixir and intelligence potion, that night, he noticed this points reward. He understood that points could be exchanged for lottery tickets, with 500 points yielding 1 ticket. With 3,000 points, he had 6 chances to draw. However, he refrained from drawing immediately. The memory of his previous 2 consecutive thank you for participating results made him apprehensive, fearing he might impulsively draw 6 consecutive disappointments, which would be quite disheartening. Thus, he resisted the urge to draw last night, especially after learning the lottery results and realizing that the tickets he had purchased had not won. This solidified his belief that his luck in lotteries was rather poor. As the day progressed, he contemplated whether he should at least try one draw. If the first result was another thank you for participating, he would terminate the attempt immediately, reserving the points for a more favorable opportunity. With this in mind, Hu Lai spent 500 points to purchase a lottery ticket. As the grand wheel gradually came to a halt, a radiant light flashed, revealing an item before him, a red braided wristband. As he focused on it, all information regarding the item filled his mind. Lover's red thread slightly enhances the wearer's luck, effective only in a single match. A small note followed. It is said to be carefully woven by a childhood friend for the boy, and has always been worn on his wrist. Hu Lai's eyes widened. This was a novel item he had never encountered before, not a potion or elixir, but rather an keepable item, much like the gear found in online games. Although it lacked specific numerical attributes, it was akin to such equipment. Upon reading the phrase about enhancing the wearer's luck, the first thought that crossed his mind was how fortunate it would have been had he drawn this yesterday. He could have worn the wristband while purchasing lottery tickets. Perhaps it would have brought him luck. Even if he did not win a grand prize, a modest sum would suffice. However, he soon noted that its effectiveness was limited to a single match, indicating that the item would only enhance his luck during gameplay, not in the broader context of life. The system truly leaves no loopholes for exploitation. After casting a disdainful glance at the system, Hu Lai mused that drawing such a prize indicated that luck was on his side today. Thus, he boldly exchanged another lottery ticket and used it. This time, rather than receiving the usual thank you for participating, he was rewarded with a bottle of stamina potion. Counting the previous draw, this marked his second bottle of stamina potion, all acquired through the lottery. From this experience, Hu Lai deduced 2 significant conclusions. First, stamina potions can be repeatedly acquired. Second, they appear to be relatively easy to obtain. In his limited lottery experience, he had drawn thank you for participating 3 times, while stamina potion had come up twice, second only to the former in terms of frequency. Upon examining the description of the stamina potion, he realized it only restores stamina consumed in the previous match, indicating it is a single-use item that necessitates frequent application. Thus, a higher drop rate seems reasonable. After all, transforming such an item into a rare orange tier equipment would not align with its intended purpose. After drawing this stamina potion, Hulai still had 2,000 points remaining, which could be exchanged for 4 more lottery tickets. However, he chose not to continue drawing. He felt that having drawn twice without receiving a thank you for participating, one of which was a piece of wearable equipment he had never encountered before, signified something significant. He was nearing the end of his good fortune. He worried that further attempts might result in merely another thank you for participating. A true man knows when to yield and when to be assertive. Those who recognize the opportune moment are indeed wise. It is better to take advantage of good fortune while it lasts. Hulai decided to leave the remaining 2,000 points in the system space. Placing the acquired lover's red string and stamina potion in the system storage before exiting the virtual realm, he resolved to save the remaining points for a later date when he felt more fortunate. On that day, the boys were engaged in discussions regarding the selection of the school team. Coach Lee announced that the list of selected members would be posted on the notice board the following day, Friday, at noon. Much like awaiting the results of a lottery, the boys who participated in the team selection were filled with anticipation, as were those who did not partake. Some speculated about who might make the team, while others calculated their own chances of being included in the list. As of now, they were unaware of their scores and could only infer their standings based on their performances in various tests. Those who excelled in the evaluations were well aware of their prospects. They were certain to be selected for the team. For instance, there was Luo Kai from Class 2 of the first year, and the tall center back Mao Xiao from Class 8 of the first year. As for the little fellow who had completed a hat trick in the first test match, everyone had an inkling regarding his fate. In the classroom of Class 8, Mao Xiao sat in the last row, engaged in discussions about the team selection with his classmates. The individual he mentioned was none other than Hulai. His classmates burst into laughter, saying, "How could that be possible? Apart from his good fortune, what other merits does he possess?" Fortunate individuals do not secure a place on the school team. Indeed, if luck alone could grant entry to the team, it would be exceedingly unfair to those who earn their spots through merit. However, scoring 3 goals through sheer happenstance does suggest an extraordinary talent. It merely indicates that he has stepped in luck's path. This phrase has a certain charm. Look, regardless of the setting, Hulai consistently brings joy to those around him. Yet amidst the laughter, Mao Xiao found himself lost in contemplation. He harbored a suspicion that the individual in question had not merely stumbled upon fortune. The final goal left a profound impression on him. He vividly recalled the moment the ball was kicked towards him, and that person immediately pivoted and dashed forward, unwavering and resolute, as if he knew precisely where the ball would land. Mao Xiao felt convinced that this individual was far more complex than the simple luck others attributed to him. Chapter 28. Because you know where the goal is. As the school bell rang, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Li Chingqing swiftly extracted her pre-packed backpack and headed straight for Hulai. "See you at our usual spot," she remarked. Hulai seemed taken aback. "I can't do special training today. I need to speak with you," Li Chingqing said earnestly. Sitting beside Hulai, Song Jiejia, who had been busy packing his own bag, paused at her words and turned to Hulai with a look of surprise. "All right, but it can't take too long," Hulai replied, concerned that he might be late returning home and face his father's ire. "It won't take long, just a few words," Li Chingqing replied with a slight smile. Song Jiejia shot another surprised glance at Li Chingqing. In response to his gaze, Li Chingqing smiled before turning away. Song Jiejia seized Hulai's arm. "You sly dog." Hulai was bewildered. Song Jiejia chuckled mischievously. "No wonder during the match the other day, Li Chingqing was so eager to defend you." Hulai disdainfully pushed Song Jiejia's hand away. "How ridiculous. She is my coach." With that, he dashed after Li Chingqing's retreating figure. It was only then that Song Jiejia grasped the significance of Hulai's earlier words. "Coach? What coach?" He attempted to pursue Hulai for clarification, but the latter had already vanished from sight. As Li Chingqing approached Hulai, Luo Kai's gaze was fixed on her graceful silhouette, causing him to falter in his packing. He observed Li Chingqing initiating conversation with Hulai, standing before him and exchanging a few words, noting Hu Lai's somewhat reluctant expression. Ultimately, in response to Hu Lai's hesitance, Li Chingqing unexpectedly smiled. This left Luo Kai feeling somewhat irked. He pondered that had Li Chingqing directed such a smile towards him, he would have been utterly elated. Yet, look at that scoundrel Hu Lai. How did he respond? He appeared almost troubled. What nonsense. The goddess is speaking to you. You ought to maintain a proper attitude. After exchanging a few words, Li Chingqing departed, followed shortly by Hu Lai, who, after conversing with his hefty desk mate, also made his exit. The classroom buzzed with noise. Rendering Luo Kai oblivious to the conversations taking place at the far end, he was unaware of the exchanges between Li Chingqing and Hu Lai, nor of the dialogue shared with his companion. However, he could discern the expressions. Just look at that greasy-faced chubby guy. What did he mean by that? Being boys. It was clear to everyone in an instant. Luo Kai hastened to pack his bag. At that moment, Li Zichuan approached him with a somewhat obsequious smile. Kai Gu. Even though the results will be announced tomorrow, I still want to wish you a head start in joining the school team. Luo Kai felt a twinge of annoyance. Was it not a matter of course for him to join the team? What was there to congratulate him for? As if it were a hard-fought victory to gain entry. Joining the team was merely the first step. His ambition was to lead this once glorious football academy to national competitions. He nodded absent-mindedly, uttering a non-committal his demeanor quite dismissive. Yet, Li Zichuan remained oblivious to Luo Kai's disinterest. Continuing to prattle on about how impressive Kai Gu was, expressing hopes that once in the team, Kai Gu would look out for him and provide assistance. To the increasingly impatient Luo Kai, these words struck a discordant note, becoming quite bothersome. Eventually, he could no longer endure it and brusquely pushed Li Zichuan aside. All right, I need to head home. However, as he lifted his bag and prepared to pursue, where had Hu Lai and Li Chingqing vanished? Not only were they absent from the classroom, but their figures were also nowhere to be seen in the corridor. Luo Kai had sensed that something was amiss between Li Chingqing and Hu Lai, given that they often left the classroom in tandem after school, a pattern that occurred 3 times a week. Surely, anyone of average intelligence would draw conclusions from that. Yet, apart from their synchronized departures, there was little else to note. The two had minimal interactions on campus, akin to ordinary classmates in a class of over 50 students, where not every student would forge close connections. Some might share only a scant 100 words over 3 years. Until today, when Li Chingqing had taken the initiative to seek out Hu Lai. They exchanged a few words and then left in sequence. He had intended to follow them to see where they went, but was detained by the oblivious Li Zichuan. He cast a displeased glance back at Li Zichuan, whose confusion was palpable, entirely unaware that his flattery had misfired. Meanwhile, Hu Lai and Li Chingqing stood in their secret training enclave, locking eyes. Was there truly a need to converse in this secluded spot? Couldn't they speak elsewhere or on the way? Hu Lai was concerned that returning home late might provoke his father's ire, especially since his father was not working late today. Li Chingqing shook her head, asserting, no, that wouldn't be formal enough. Formal? Hu Lai cast a skeptical glance at Li Chingqing, and then he recalled Song Judge's expression. You can't possibly be thinking of confessing your feelings to me, can you? He said. Li Chingqing was taken aback by Hu Lai's words and retorted angrily, what are you thinking? Hu Lai quickly patted his chest. Observing his demeanor, Li Chingqing felt a flicker of guilt towards Hu Lai begin to wane. He truly was rather clueless. However, she soon composed herself. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt a sense of responsibility toward this oblivious individual before her. The entire world may have lost faith in him, but she could not simply abandon him. She resolved to give herself a year, and him a year, believing that it would ultimately lead to a remarkable transformation for Hu Lai. When that time came, she would ensure her father knew that Hu Lai was a product of her guidance. With this thought in mind, Li Chingqing straightened slightly, cleared her throat, and addressed Hu Lai. Hu Lai, has anyone ever told you that you possess a talent for football? Hu Lai shook his head, no? Oh, but did you know that you actually have considerable talent? Li Chingqing stood before Hu Lai, gazing intently at him with utmost seriousness. I have talent. Hu Lai was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Li Chingqing explained further, you scored 3 goals in that test match. Surely you don't attribute that solely to luck? Hu Lai laughed heartily. What a joke. That was my skill. Li Chingqing observed him quietly. Under her scrutiny, Hu Lai's laughter gradually diminished, and he eventually scratched his head, somewhat dejectedly stating, well, I suppose I do feel like I was lucky. I even went out and bought a lottery ticket. Hearing this, Li Chingqing's eyes sparkled with amusement. He even bought a lottery ticket. This boy was rather endearing. However, she quickly reined in her smile and spoke in a serious tone. This isn't merely about luck, though there is a measure of fortune involved. The primary reason is your innate talent. So I really possess skill? Hulai asked. His voice tinged with uncertainty, bewildered by Li Chingqing's sudden shift. Li Chingqing nodded emphatically yes. Then what is my talent? You know where the goal is. Li Chingqing replied with a beaming smile. I know where the goal is. What's so special about that? Everyone knows where the goal is. It's just at either end of the field, behind the goal area, along the baseline. Hulai replied, somewhat puzzled. No, it's not the same. The goal we speak of differs from the goal you perceive. The 3 goals you scored occurred when you found yourself in unmarked spaces, effortlessly sending the ball into the net. Many might merely consider it luck. But why were you in those open spots? Why couldn't others identify those gaps? For instance, why didn't Li Zichuan appear there? Li Chingqing patiently explained to Hulai. Your ability to be in those positions indicates that you are aware of where the gaps are. No, I don't know. It's merely instinct. Hulai reflexively negated the idea. Li Chingqing corrected him. Instinct is talent. In such a confined penalty area, how rare is it to find an opening? The so-called instinct for finding space in front of the goal is indeed the ability to identify openings within the penalty area, isn't it? If you can position yourself in such an opening, you can create a scoring opportunity. These spaces also illuminate the direction of the goal, enabling you to score with greater ease than others. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such a remarkable talent, Hulai? As Li Chingqing spoke, she became increasingly animated. Hulai, however, gazed at her in bewilderment, unable to fathom why this classmate had suddenly become so passionate. It is I who possess the talent, not you. My dear classmate. Noticing Hulai's dazed expression, Li Chingqing assumed he had yet to realize the true value of his gift. Thus, she gestured emphatically. Continuing her explanation, imagine yourself lost in a pitch-dark sea, unaware of which direction land lies, how far away it is, or whether there are hidden reefs nearby. Suddenly, a lighthouse beam pierces the darkness, illuminating your path to shore, revealing the direction of the coastline, and assuring you there are no obstacles ahead. Your talent is that lighthouse. It guides you toward the goal. At the mention of the lighthouse, Li Chingqing straightened her posture, arms outstretched, leaning back slightly, as if she were indeed a lighthouse radiating 2 beams of light. Following this, those beams swept toward Hulai as she grasped his shoulders firmly, leaning closer. Her gaze fixed intently into his eyes, earnestly declaring, So, Hulai, you truly have talent, and it is extraordinary, because you know where the goal is. The 2 were exceedingly close, and Hulai could even catch a whiff of the fragrant aroma from the warmth of her breath, as well as clearly see the sunset reflected in her sparkling eyes. The sunlight danced within those clear pupils, burning brightly, coalescing into a halo. That halo seemed poised to leap from Li Chingqing's eyes, enveloping him, melting him away. Hulai had always believed he lacked talent, which is why his initial goal had merely been to join the school team. However, after gaining an advantage, he had developed corresponding ambitions, contemplating the possibility of pursuing a professional path. He attributed all of this to that advantage. Yet today, a girl had earnestly and passionately told him that he indeed possessed talent, not mere advantage, but innate ability. This was the first time in his 16 years that someone had informed him of his talent in football. He found himself taken aback. Upon returning to his home, Li Zichuan heard his daughter's voice and called out, Chingqing, is that you? But no response came. Chingqing? He stood at the base of the staircase leading to the 2nd floor and called out again. Still, there was no sound, and the upstairs remained eerily silent. However, Li Zichuan was certain he had heard his daughter's voice. Puzzled, he ascended the staircase and entered her room. The absence of her backpack confirmed she had not returned. It appeared he had merely imagined it. A gust of wind swept through the window, causing the notebook laid open on the table to flutter noisily. Li Zichuan observed the scene before him, shaking his head with a smile. His daughter had left the window ajar while heading to school. What would happen if it rained and soaked the books on the desk? With a sense of concern, he stepped into the room, bypassing the notebooks spread out on the desk, and approached the window, intending to close it for his daughter. As he leaned out to grasp the old-fashioned sliding window, his gaze naturally drifted to the abandoned lot outside. Amidst the overgrown weeds of that vacant land stood a pair of young individuals, standing so close that their faces almost touched. The girl had her arms wrapped around the boy. The girl's tall figure caused Li Ziqiang's pupils to constrict suddenly. That was his daughter. Turning his attention to the boy embraced by her, after scrutinizing his profile for a few moments, Li Ziqiang recalled him, the boy who fortuitously scored 3 goals during the team tryouts. His name was somewhat unusual, Hu Lai. Yes, Hu Lai. The moment he remembered this name, Li Ziqiang was reminded of his daughter's inquiry the previous night about whether he would be inviting Hu Lai to join the school team, her words seemingly protective in tone. As he observed the scene outside, the smile on Li Ziqiang's face vanished entirely, replaced by a shadow of bitterness in his eyes. Chapter 29. A bet without cowardice. Long ago, it was a trend to create idioms using titles of popular songs or movies. For instance, each day of the week was associated with a film title to illustrate its essence. Monday was likened to Into the Abyss, a classic Egyptian dubbed film, as the following 5 days of classes indeed felt like descending into an abyss. Tuesday was the long road ahead, for the weekend was still far off, making it a truly long journey. Wednesday was the night is dark, as 2 days had passed in the week, yet for those 5 days of darkness, Wednesday marked the midpoint, truly embodying the depth of night. Thursday was breaking through the darkness before dawn, with just 2 days remaining until the break. The dawn was in sight, yet the night before dawn is often the darkest. Friday became eager to return as the weekend approached, and everyone lost focus on their studies, consumed by thoughts of weekend plans, naturally embodying the eagerness to return. This was a playful jest among students over 20 years ago. Time has flowed, and students today no longer engage in such games, yet the emotions remain unchanged. Laughter seemed to echo more vibrantly across the campus on Fridays. What are the plans for Saturday? Shall we go shopping? I know a newly opened milk tea shop on Chunfeng Road that serves delightful drinks. But we must arrive early to avoid the long queue. Come over on Sunday to play FIFA. I can't. I must go to my grandmother's for dinner. Such voices permeated every corner of the campus. For those ardent about football, an additional excitement loomed that Friday. At noon, the school football team would post an announcement on the bulletin board, revealing which individuals had been selected for the team. For them, that was the paramount event. As Hu Lai settled into his seat, a rotund figure lunged towards him. Hu Lai, confess at once. The pitiful and diminutive Hu Lai found himself firmly pinned to his seat by Song Jiejia's robust form, his entire being sprawled upon the table, immobile. With a tilted head, he struggled to articulate, confess to what? Admit your relationship with classmate Li Chingqing. I already told you yesterday, she is my coach. Coach? What kind of coach? Football coach. How could she possibly be your football coach? Song Jiejia was utterly perplexed. Cough, cough, if you don't get off me, I might be crushed to death, came Hu Lai's intermittent voice from beneath the weight. Only then did Song Jiejia shift his bulk, liberating Hu Lai from his oppressive grasp. After a fit of coughing, Hu Lai finally steadied his breath and began to elucidate the nature of his relationship with Li Chingqing to Song Jiejia. Upon hearing the explanation, Song Jiejia's eyes widened in astonishment. You rascal! Before he could finish his thought, he clamped a hand over his mouth and cast a glance towards Luo Kai. Everyone was aware that Luo Kai harbored a different attitude towards Li Chingqing, while she remained relatively aloof towards him. Yet, no one had anticipated that Li Chingqing was so close to Hu Lai in private. Song Jiejia was acutely aware of Hu Lai's reputation in class, which could easily be described as that of a jester. Yet now, this jester was mingling with the universally acknowledged goddess. If Luo Kai were to discover this, he would surely be driven to madness. As this thought crossed his mind, Song Jiejia couldn't help but glance towards Luo Kai, who was intently focused on Li Chingqing. At that moment, Hu Lai interjected, What are you thinking? Our relationship is completely innocent. Song Jiejia continued to gaze towards Luo Kai, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes. Your relationship is pure, but Luo Kai is on the verge of tears from envy. Li Ziqiang, with a shoulder bag slung over one shoulder, ambled into the campus with a slight limp, following the flow of students until he came to a halt before the announcement wall. He noticed a vacant spot that had recently opened up. A smile crept onto his lips, for he knew what would soon be displayed there. The names that appeared would be those selected for the school team, and he was confident his name would be among them. Although his time in the trial match had been brief and ended due to injury, and despite the fact that his foot had yet to recover, he believed that based on his overall performance during the trials, he deserved a place on the team. His only concern was his injury. He needed to catch up with the team's training, as the preliminary rounds of the National Middle School Football Championship were fast approaching. He worried that by the time he recovered, The preliminaries might be nearly concluded. However, this was still better than Hu Lai, that fool, who would undoubtedly be unable to make the team at all. Just the thought of Hu Lai lifted Li Zichuan's spirits considerably. Today was the day the results would be revealed, and he was determined to observe Hu Lai's expression as the news unfolded. Imagining Hu Lai's despondent demeanor filled him with delight. With such pleasant thoughts, Li Zichuan entered the classroom of Class 12. Then he caught sight of Hu Lai, who was smiling joyfully. This lad seemed to be in remarkably high spirits. Li Zichuan was somewhat taken aback and couldn't resist mocking. Hu Lai, how can you still be smiling? Upon hearing this, Hu Lai turned his head with a pained expression and said, I'm sorry, my condolences, Li Zichuan. Li Zichuan was momentarily stunned before reacting angrily. Condolences for what? No one in my family has died. Hu Lai looked astonished. If no one has died, why shouldn't I smile? Li Zichuan choked back a retort, nearly coughing. He then made an effort to compose himself. Adopting a victorious smile and looking down at Hu Lai with an air of superiority, the school team will announce the selection list today, so don't cry then. Am I going to cry tears of joy? Rest assured, I am not so easily moved. Joy my foot. Li Zichuan was quite irked by Hu Lai's nonsensical banter. He perceived Hu Lai's attempts to deflect the issue as a sign of cowardice, deciding to be blunt and cut to the chase. What is there to be happy about when you haven't even made the team? However, after delivering this scathing remark, he noticed Hu Lai raising 3 fingers at him. What are you doing? Li Zichuan asked with a frown. Hu Lai calmly replied, I scored 3 goals. Li Zichuan was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Is that why you think you'll definitely make the team? Are you out of your mind? Oh, I remember now. Of course, you're not thinking straight, haha? Let me tell you, those 3 goals don't prove anything. You simply got lucky. Any coach with a normal IQ would never choose you for such a reason. Li Zichuan unleashed a torrent of mockery towards Hu Lai, his voice growing louder until nearly everyone in the classroom turned to look. It was no secret that Li Zichuan disliked Hu Lai, but such a fierce confrontation in front of Hu Lai was rather uncommon. After all, their previous exchanges had been merely light banter. Li Chingqing was quite displeased by Li Zichuan's targeting of Hu Lai, not to mention his constant jabs at her father. She had previously suggested that her father should have directly let Luo Kai join the team, otherwise it would be a sign of poor judgment. Frowning, she felt compelled to speak up for Hu Lai in front of the entire class, leaning forward with her hands pressed against the desk, preparing to rise. Luo Kai, who had been closely observing Li Chingqing, felt his suspicions confirmed. He could almost hear the sound of his heart shattering. At that moment, Hu Lai interrupted Li Zichuan's harsh words. Let's make a bet, Li Zichuan. Li Zichuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Hu Lai could utter such a thing. Hu Lai continued, if I make the team, you owe me 100 yuan. If I don't, then let Song Jejia give you 100 yuan. Ha, Hu Lai. It seems you are quite confident. Li Zichuan's words trailed off as he realized he had hit a blind spot. Seated beside Hu Lai, Song Jejia turned in surprise to look at him, exclaiming, why should I pay you if you lose? Hu Lai gazed earnestly at his deskmate, replying, because we are friends. If we weren't friends, I wouldn't be obliged to cover your losses, Song Jejia retorted. Hu Lai shrugged, I simply lack the funds. Observing the discord between the two, Li Zichuan chuckled. Hu Lai, look at the antics you engage in daily. You ought to be studying in a hospital rather than at Dongchuan High School. Huh. Perhaps you two should settle this with a brawl first. A loud crash interrupted Li Zichuan's laughter. Song Jejia slammed his hand on the table and pointed an accusatory finger at Li Zichuan, declaring, fine, I will cover that amount. Li Zichuan exclaimed, what does this have to do with you? Coming back to his senses, he began to shout. Song Jejia stood tall, huffing defiantly. Hu Lai is my friend. Hu Lai, standing beside Song Jejia, gave him a thumbs up. Witnessing their display, Li Zichuan felt as though he were reasoning with a pair of fools, and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Why should I stoop to your level? He began to return to his seat. However, Hu Lai called out, a wager, Li Zichuan. Surely you aren't backing down. His audacity surprised the onlooking classmates. It was evident that Li Zichuan intended to let Hu Lai off the hook. So why was Hu Lai insistent? Although Li Zichuan's demeanor was rather unpleasant, he spoke the truth. Hu Lai's 3 goals in the match were clearly fortuitous occurrences. Who would be selected for the school team based on 3 sheer strokes of luck? If that were the case, why not simply have everyone participate in a lottery? Choosing those who won the largest sums to be the starters? It was absurd. But Hu Lai was so confident he would make the team. Had those 3 goals inflated his ego? Meanwhile, Li Chingqing, observing Hu Lai's unwavering conviction, pondered an alternative possibility. She had earnestly assured him the day before that he possessed a remarkable talent. Her intention was to bolster his confidence and determination in preparation for the arduous training ahead. Yet, she seemed to overlook one crucial aspect. How would someone who had never received praise for possessing football talent feel upon being sincerely told they had such a gift? Li Zhichuan, witnessing Hu Lai's demeanor, chuckled, nodding vigorously. All right, a wager it is. Just don't regret it later. He pointed at Hu Lai and Song Jiejia, then, adorned with a scornful smile, returned to his seat. As the spectacle concluded, the other students withdrew their attention. Once seated, Song Jiejia grasped Hu Lai's arm and whispered, "Hey, Hu Lai, are you truly so confident about making the school team? It's not that I mind losing 100 yuan. But losing to that jerk Li Zhichuan is quite irksome." Hu Lai gave him a thumbs up, assuring, "Rest easy. Li Chingqing has declared that I possess formidable talent." "That Li Chingqing?" Song Jiejia responded, somewhat skeptical. She, indeed, exhibited a remarkable professionalism as Hu Lai quietly elucidated the recent events to his deskmate. From Li Chingqing's extraordinary prowess in football to her precise predictions regarding the content of the school team's examination, he arrived at a conclusion. Li Chingqing's assertions must hold validity. If she believed Hu Lai possessed talent, then certainly the head coach of the school team would share that sentiment, thereby significantly increasing his chances of joining the team. Observing the duo of Hu Lai and Song Jiejia huddled together, Li Chingqing furrowed her brow. She genuinely believed in Hu Lai's exceptional talent. Yet she understood that a vast chasm lay between possessing such talent and realizing its potential. Having grown up alongside her father, she had witnessed numerous individuals endowed with immense talent who ultimately failed to achieve anything substantial in football. She fervently hoped Hu Lai would not become yet another cautionary tale. Chapter 30. The school team roster. Although Dongchuan Middle School provided its own cafeteria for students' midday meals, not all opted for the canteen, as dining at local eateries is a long-standing tradition across Chinese schools. Just outside the gates of Dongchuan Middle School, a small street harbored several restaurants converted from residential homes. And venturing further afield would unveil even more dining options for students. The school did not impose a mandatory dining policy, and thus, it did not practice closed management. Consequently, at noon, a considerable number of students would choose to leave campus in search of various nearby eateries for their meals. Some would economize with a simple bowl of noodles or rice, while others indulged in 2 small stir-fried dishes. Song Jiejia frowned at the bowl of snail rice noodles before him, struggling to lift his chopsticks. In contrast, Hu Lai, seated across from him, was enthusiastically devouring his meal. The slurping of noodles and the sounds of soup being sipped resonating throughout the establishment. He was undoubtedly the most fervent diner in the room. "Hey, Hu Lai, I'm treating you today. Can we skip the snail rice noodles?" "Why not? They're delicious," Hu Lai replied, briefly glancing up. "As I smell it, all I can think of is you eating excrement, and with that slurping sound, it seems like you're indulging in something quite foul," Song Jiejia retorted, only to feel a chill at the nape of his neck as if 2 murderous gazes were piercing through from behind the kitchen counter. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai paused, lifted the collar of his school uniform to his nose, and nodded in agreement with Song Jiejia's description. Indeed, it bore a resemblance to the stench of excrement. Feeling the intensity of the gaze behind him intensify, Song Jiejia hurriedly lowered his head and held his breath as he resumed eating the snail rice noodles, fearing that if he delayed further, a chef's knife would soon be at his throat. Strangely enough, despite its foul aroma, the dish proved quite palatable, leading Song Jiejia into a philosophical contemplation. If a lump of excrement smelled like chocolate and had the texture of chocolate, was it then chocolate or merely excrement? If it were deemed chocolate, yet was undoubtedly excrement, what distinction existed between the two? As Song Jiejia indulged in his meal, he endeavored to clear his mind, believing that perhaps this would help him disregard the unpleasant odor lingering at the tip of his nose. Having swiftly finished his bowl of snail noodles, he exited the eatery, exhaling a sigh of relief. He then grasped the collar of his school uniform, brought it close to his nose, and grimaced, "Ugh. This foul stench has even clung to my clothes." After uttering this, he removed his uniform and gave it a vigorous shake, as if this might rid it of the unpleasant scent. "I still don't understand why you insisted on eating snail noodles today," Hu Lai remarked with a huff. "Of course, it serves a purpose. What purpose might that be? Are you planning to suffocate Li Zhichuan with it?" While transforming oneself into a repulsive state may indeed deter others from approaching, You would also be left in a deplorable condition. What nonsense are you spouting, fatty? Hu Lai shot a glance at Song Jiejia, then unsteadily made his way towards the gates of Dongchuan High School. Several students who had finished their meals were also returning to school, while many others lingered on the street outside the gates, relishing the rare opportunity of a lunch break and not rushing back. Upon arriving at the entrance, they found the announcement wall crowded with eager students. Has the school team finally posted the roster? Song Jiejia, utilizing his height, slightly lifted himself on his toes to see what everyone was gazing at. To his dismay, he discovered that the designated spot on the announcement wall remained blank, unchanged from before their meal. What on earth? It hasn't been posted yet. He expressed his disappointment. For every boy at Dongchuan High School who cherished football, the roster for the school team was of utmost importance. Countless students had likely sacrificed their lunches, waiting anxiously for this very moment. Those who had claimed prime positions no longer needed to tiptoe or peer through the crowd. Come on, fatty. Let us secure a good spot, Hu Lai declared, striding toward the announcement wall. He flicked his uniform's hem, releasing a waft of foul odor. The scent wafted into Song Jiejia's nostrils, causing him to frown as he attempted to hold his breath and followed Hu Lai. With such a stench, who could possibly secure a good position? He muttered behind Hu Lai. Li Zichuan, squeezed within the throng, seized the opportunity to take a bite of his chocolate-filled bread. This constituted his lunch. To ensure he claimed a favorable position, he had foregone a proper meal, opting instead for a quick purchase at the convenience store near the school gate. Despite his efforts, he found himself unable to secure a spot at the front, as others had been even more zealous, choosing to wait on empty stomachs. Now, he was merely squeezed among the crowd, eating his lunch while he waited. The thought of soon becoming a member of the Dongchuan High School football team made his simple chocolate bread taste all the sweeter. Just then, however, an unpleasant odor wafted from behind him. He wrinkled his brow and inhaled sharply, nearly gagging at the foul smell. Goodness, who on earth let one rip? He exclaimed uncontrollably. As he turned around, he beheld Hu Lai emerging from the throng. Indeed, he was walking in, as the once crowded crowd parted to create a pathway for him. Each person who made way for him covered their mouth and nose, their faces twisted in expressions of disdain and revulsion. As Hu Lai approached, Li Zichuan noticed the stench intensified. Gazing at the smile on Hu Lai's face, he suddenly realized, pointing at him, "Goodness, did you fall into a cesspit?" Hu Lai merely smiled in silence, and when he reached Li Zichuan, he finally spoke, "Please step aside." The words erupted from Hu Lai's mouth, colliding with Li Zichuan's face. Caught off guard, Li Zichuan inhaled deeply, nearly expelling the chocolate bread he had just consumed. He quickly covered his mouth, instinctively pushing himself aside. "Thank you." Hu Lai turned and grinned at him. In response, Li Zichuan could only utter a retch. Thus, Hu Lai swaggered with Song Jiejia through the crowded space, as if traversing solid ground, and occupied a prime position at the forefront. Song Jiejia glanced around at their classmates, who were just a step away, then turned to Hu Lai and remarked, "Now I understand why you had to eat snail noodles at noon. If I hadn't eaten too, I wouldn't want to stand next to you." Hu Lai crossed his arms, grinning at her. "See, I told you that eating snail noodles is effective, right?" Song Jiejia tilted her head. After they passed, the crowd that had parted reassembled, much like the tide returning to the shore after a retreat. He glanced at the half-eaten bread in his hand, but instead of the sweet aroma of the bread, he was assaulted by the lingering, pungent stench. The once delicious chocolate filling now seemed akin to excrement under the influence of that odor. Ugh, his lunch was entirely ruined. Fuming, Li Zichuan raised his head, fixing a murderous glare on Hu Lai's back. He scoffed internally. He had presumed Hu Lai would shy away from this place, yet here he was, brazenly bold. Did he truly believe he could make the school team? Impossible. How could he possibly be selected for the team? What coach would be so irrational as to include someone like him as a mere filler? It was said that our school team's coach was quite accomplished. There was no way he would make such an error. He would relish witnessing Hu Lai's crestfallen expression, and in front of so many people. He would make that fatso hand over $100 right on the spot. It would be a triumph of both pride and satisfaction. Contemplating this, Li Zichuan's mood lifted considerably, and even the scent wafting from ahead seemed more tolerable. Ugh. Li Chingqing also arrived at the announcement wall, but she found herself unable to squeeze in. The wall was surrounded by a dense mass of people, having had lunch at the school cafeteria before coming. She encountered this scene. She had no intention of pushing her way in, as she would soon learn the results regardless. Peering over the crowd, she was searching for Hu Lai. However, She ultimately did not catch a glimpse of Hu Lai. Had he not come? After regaining her composure, she felt certain that she would not be selected for the school team. Thus, she opted for avoidance. As Li Chingqing pondered this, a commotion erupted among the crowd. For they had spotted the school team's head coach, Li Ziqiang, appearing before them. He carried a large roll of paper under his arm, drawing all eyes toward it. As if their fervent gazes could ignite the paper from afar. Li Ziqiang sensed the attention but remained impassive, walking forward with a stoic expression. With each step he took, students in his path instinctively parted, creating a clear passage to the announcement wall. He traversed the throng, reaching the vacant space before the wall, where he affixed the roll of paper. He began adhering it from the top, and as the list was affixed, it initially retained its curled state, slowly unfurling from top to bottom as he continued. The uppermost line displayed 2 bold characters, notice. As he proceeded, rows of text emerged. After comprehensive evaluations of various events and competitions, 16 first-year students have been selected to join the Dongchuan Middle School football team. The following students are to gather at the sports field after school this afternoon. Please do not be late. The list is as follows: Luo Kai, Class 1 to 2. Mao Xiao, Class 1 to 8. Cheers erupted from the crowd, as several individuals gathered around a tall figure, congratulating him. Mao Xiao, you have indeed made the team. Well-deserved, truly well-deserved. The tall student smiled amidst the adulation. Despite the confirmation of his selection, he did not depart immediately, but stepped back to observe. Heading back to the classroom, Mao Xiao? His companions inquired. He shook his head. No, let us wait a bit longer. Wait for what? They asked, puzzled. To see who my teammates are, he replied, gazing intently at the slowly unfurling list. Due to his height, he felt no pressure, even standing comfortably without needing to tiptoe. He not only saw the list, but also caught sight of a slender figure standing at the front. A sense of anticipation stirred within him. Luo Kai did not join the throng below. Instead, he leaned against the railing, peering through the glass curtain wall at the bustling announcement board. He was unconcerned about the list, fully aware that his selection for the team was a foregone conclusion. Why, then, would he mingle with the crowd and diminish his stature? It was not befitting of his persona. What captivated his attention was the familiar silhouette he spotted among the crowd, Li Chingqing. Even from such a distance, he recognized her strikingly tall figure, shining like a beacon amidst the sea of people. Logically, this list had no bearing on her. Why was she present? Was she also concerned about whether Hu Lai would make the team? To her astonishment, she exhibited such concern for that individual. Why was she so invested in his well-being? Luo Kai leaned heavily against the railing, his gaze fixated on the beam of light ahead. Those gathered beneath the announcement board were intently watching as names appeared on the list, their focus unwavering. Occasionally, cheers erupted from the crowd, emanating from those who spotted their own names. Li Ziqiang, too, was among the throng, scrutinizing the list, yet he found his own name absent from those already displayed. However, upon noticing that Kai Gu ranked at the forefront, he surmised that the list was ordered according to test scores. Having sustained an injury during the competition, he knew it would undoubtedly affect his final results. Thus, he harbored no illusions of ranking highly. Merely appearing on the list, even in the last position, would suffice. With hope swelling within him, he patiently awaited the unfolding of names. Each time a new name was revealed, he silently recited his own in comparison, but time and again, it was not to be. 16 names were not many. Arranged in 3 per row, the 6 rows would soon be complete. The first row did not contain him, nor did the second, and the third row yielded the same result. The fourth row, too, was devoid of his name. As the fifth row began to reveal its secrets, a voice suddenly erupted beside Li Ziqiang, exclaiming, "Ha! I made it. I'm on the school team." Li Ziqiang frowned, finding the exuberance of the individual beside him somewhat annoying, a display of unwarranted pride. It was merely a school team selection. One might think he had gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. How superficial. He scoffed inwardly, redirecting his attention to the list. The fifth row's names were now fully displayed, yet still, he did not see his own. Could it be that he was indeed the last? A sense of unease began to creep in. As names continued to be announced, those selected erupted in jubilant cheers before departing, creating gaps in the once impenetrable wall of bodies. Li Chingqing approached slowly from outside, now closer to the announcement, allowing her to discern the names more clearly. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of tension evident in her demeanor, completely oblivious to her father, who was affixing the notice, casting a meaningful glance in her direction. "Hey, Hu Lai, still no sign of you," Song Jiejia whispered to Hu Lai, her tone laden with concern. "Stay calm, fatty. This isn't over yet," Hu Lai replied. "But this is the last one," Song Jiejia said, her voice losing strength. Hu Lai turned to her, saying, "You know, fatty, I will forever cherish our friendship. Stay strong." In his line of sight, he noticed Song Jiejia's expression freeze. Then, the flesh on her face began to quiver uncontrollably, and it wasn't just her face. Her entire body trembled. Even Hu Lai's voice began to shake. Seeing her in such distress, Hu Lai quickly wore a worried expression, saying, "Fatty, I truly can't spare 100 yuan right now, but I promise to repay you later." "Hu Lai, it's you. It's you," Song Jiejia suddenly shouted, pointing at the announcement. "You are the last one." Hu Lai turned around and, with a single glance, spotted the solitary name at the end of the list, Hu Lai, Class 12 of Year 1. Chapter 31. They are not ordinary classmates. At the bottom of this list, only this one name stood, solitary yet defiantly occupying an entire row. The bold red letters were conspicuous against the white paper. It was Hu Lai, not Hu Kai, nor Hu Lai, and he was indeed the only Hu in Class 12. Those confirmed as not having been selected emitted cries of despair and disappointment. Yet, a greater number stared at this name, dumbfounded. Among them, some pondered who this Hu Lai from Class 12 could possibly be, while others wondered why it was that lucky little fellow. The tall Mao Xiao, upon seeing the name on the list, could not suppress a laugh and remarked to his companions, "See, I told you he made the school team." But his companions were rendered speechless, offering no response to his words. They were aware of Hu Lai's existence thanks to Mao Xiao, yet they could not fathom why such a person was selected for the school team. In their minds, many others were more deserving of a spot than Hu Lai. Was this perhaps a part of luck? Was this individual truly a person of fortuitous fate, lucky enough to perform a hat trick in that match, and fortunate enough to be chosen for the team based on such a performance? After posting the announcement, Li Ziqiang did not hurry away. Instead, he remained beside the notice, observing the diverse expressions of the students. He noticed many of their gazes shifting back and forth between the list and Hu Lai, their eyes filled with complexity. They seemed unable to comprehend why Hu Lai was the last name on the team. No one cared why the head coach of the school team lingered. No one approached him to inquire about his choice of Hu Lai. They appeared to be in a state of stunned disbelief. Li Ziqiang was not surprised by this scene. When he decided to include Hu Lai on the list, he had already mentally prepared himself for the reactions he might encounter. Even he found this situation utterly astonishing. He then cast his gaze towards his daughter. Clearly, she remained oblivious to her father's watchful eyes. Initially, she looked at the list in astonishment, her face a canvas of confusion and surprise. Soon, her gaze shifted to Hu Lai, a smile blossoming on her face, her eyes curving into crescent moons. As a father, Li Ziqiang admitted that he seldom witnessed such a joyous smile on his daughter's face. His gaze returned to the diminutive figure, who remained entirely unaware of his daughter's attention. Li Ziqiang's expression darkened further. Li Chingqing could hardly believe that the final spot belonged to Hu Lai. Though she had hoped for a miracle before the exam, when the miracle actually materialized, she felt an overwhelming disbelief. Hadn't her father explicitly stated that Hu Lai did not meet the criteria for the school team? How had he been chosen after all? Could it be that her words had influenced her father's decision? Though his father did not verbally acknowledge it at the time, he earnestly contemplated his own opinion. Reflecting on this, she turned her gaze towards Hu Lai, a smile gracing her lips. Regardless of the reasons, being accepted into the school team was a commendable achievement. Although her meticulously crafted year-long training plan would no longer be utilized, her father's superior training prowess was undoubtedly beneficial for Hu Lai. She felt a sense of relief, no longer burdened by guilt. With this thought, she found herself particularly content. As for her earlier concerns about Hu Lai becoming overly self-satisfied, they had long since vanished from her mind. With the acceptance into the school team, who would still dwell on trivial matters? Li Chingqing did not approach Hu Lai to offer her congratulations. Instead, she turned away from the announcement board. She had already gleaned the information she most desired, receiving the most perfect answer. As her mood lightened, she walked joyfully towards the teaching building, her ponytail swaying behind her. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the midday sun seemed to shine with newfound brilliance. Li Ziqiang watched his daughter bounce her way into the first-year teaching building before he too turned away from the bustling announcement board. Luo Kai remained casually leaning against the railing, indifferent to the happenings in the small square below, unconcerned as to whether his name graced that list. His gaze had shifted to the far end of the corridor, where a radiant figure emerged from the stairwell. Though everyone donned the school's standard yellow and blue athletic uniforms, only Li Chingqing's outfit shimmered under the sunlight, the yellow reflecting rays that enveloped her in a dazzling golden glow, akin to a divine light. This radiant presence danced from the shadowy stairwell towards him. As it drew near, Luo Kai beheld the smile illuminating Li Chingqing's face. This smile was contagiously uplifting, instilling joy in all who beheld it. Even Luo Kai found himself unable to suppress a smile in response. Noticing Luo Kai's unwavering gaze, Li Chingqing greeted him cheerfully. "Hello, Luo Kai." "Ah, hello, Li Chingqing," he stammered, an uncharacteristic display of awkwardness for someone who typically exuded confidence before other girls. With a gentle smile, Li Chingqing slipped into the classroom. Luo Kai lingered in the afterglow of her smile, lost in thought for quite some time, pondering the source of her evident happiness. Could it be? A notion flickered in his mind. Then, he observed Li Zhichuan appearing in the corridor, looking utterly dejected, his gait unsteady as he staggered past him on his way to the classroom. This puzzled Luo Kai. Typically, Li Zhichuan would never pass by without acknowledging him. While there were moments when Luo Kai found Li Zhichuan's sycophancy tiresome, being so blatantly overlooked now irked him. He opened his mouth, intending to call out to the other person, "Hey, Li." Just then, a loud shout from afar interrupted him. Li Zhichuan. If there had been a mirror before Li Zhichuan at that moment, he would have vividly understood what an expression of utter despair resembled. Unfortunately, such a mirror was not present. He had once wished to see that expression on Hu Lai's face, but now all he could perceive was Hu Lai's unrestrained triumph. He stood at the back door of the classroom for the first and second year, his gaze directed towards Hu Lai and Song Jejia, who approached him with an air of indifference. Upon seeing that name on the list, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind swirling with questions. How could it be Hu Lai? Why not me? What right does he have? How could he possibly be chosen for the school team? Surrounded by a tempest of exclamations and inquiries, he found himself oblivious to how he left that cacophonous place and returned to the classroom. He couldn't recall the events that transpired along the way, not even noticing Luo Kai. It was only when he was roused by the triumphant voice behind him that he snapped back to reality. In the time it took him to regain his focus, Hu Lai and Song Jejia had already reached him, with Hu Lai extending his hand, saying, "It's time to fulfill your promise, Li Zhichuan." Li Zhichuan stared blankly at Hu Lai, speechless. Observing his silence, Hu Lai inquired, "What's wrong? You don't intend to back out, do you, Li Zhichuan? I made the team. You owe me $100. Hearing Hu Lai's proclamation, the classroom erupted in commotion. Many classmates were only now realizing the outcome. Hu Lai had indeed made the team. A number of students regarded Hu Lai with a newfound admiration. Witnessing the elation of Hu Lai, Li Zhichuan's heart boiled with indignation. How could I possibly be inferior to this scoundrel? He was unwilling to concede defeat to Hu Lai, especially not in front of the entire class. With Hu Lai's loud declaration, all eyes turned towards him. Most importantly, he had no 100 yuan to offer. Thus, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Back out? It was all your unilateral wishful thinking. When did I agree to a bet?" Before Hu Lai could respond, Song Jejia, standing beside him, interjected angrily, "Wow, Li Zhichuan, how shameless can you be? What is wrong with that? Do you have any evidence?" He declared defiantly, "Listen, one can eat recklessly, but one cannot speak recklessly. You claim I bet with you. Where's your proof?" Li Zhichuan, in a moment of desperation, shut his eyes and shouted loudly. He was confident that Hu Lai and Song Jejia could not provide any evidence, as they could not possibly have recorded anything at that time. Since there was no evidence, if he stubbornly refused to yield, there would be no witnesses against him. Hu Lai was not surprised, but rather chuckled. Well, just as I expected from you, Li Zhichuan. I knew you would try to back out." Li Zhichuan's face twisted in anger. "Stop spouting nonsense. Without evidence, do not make baseless claims. Who is backing out? I never agreed to a bet. Why are you getting all worked up? Shameless." Song Jejia rebuked. "Who is being shameless? You two must be out of your minds for money, accusing me unjustly. Come on, show me the evidence. Do you think 100 yuan is a trifling amount? Is it something you can casually wager? Present your proof. Otherwise, you are merely slandering me." Li Zhichuan's voice grew increasingly louder, drawing the attention of more onlookers. Although many had witnessed and heard the betting incident in the classroom that morning, No one had yet come forward to support Hu Lai, which filled Li Zichuan with a sense of pride, clearly illustrating the poor reputation Hu Lai possessed. Not a soul was willing to speak on his behalf. This thought slightly lifted Li Zichuan's gloomy mood, perhaps being the only solace he would find that day. At that moment, a tall figure rose from her seat, addressing Li Zichuan at the classroom entrance with a melodious voice. "I can testify. I have a recording of your bet with Hu Lai from this morning. Would you like me to show it to you?" Her gaze was fixed on Li Zichuan, her eyes sparkling with determination. The entire classroom turned their astonished gazes towards the standing Li Chingqing. They were taken aback that she would stand up for Hu Lai, and even more surprised that she had recorded the incident. Luo Kai stared blankly at Li Chingqing, astonished that she was the one defending Hu Lai. Li Zichuan was equally taken aback by Li Chingqing's appearance, momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not confront her as he had with Hu Lai and Song Jiejia, for he was acutely aware of Luo Kai's feelings towards her. He could only suppress his disdain and shoot a fierce glare at Hu Lai and Song Jiejia before returning to his seat. He chose not to pursue the bet any further, deciding to retreat entirely. After all, he had no intention of parting with any money. Would Hu Lai and Song Jiejia dare to confront him directly for it? That would be an entirely different matter. Luo Kai ceased to focus on the feud between Li Zichuan and Hu Lai, his attention fixed on Li Chingqing. He recalled how she had celebrated joyously when Hu Lai made the school team, and how she was the only one to advocate for him during the dispute with Li Zichuan. These three incidents intertwined, solidifying his suspicion. Li Chingqing and Hu Lai were certainly more than mere classmates. Chapter 32. Teammates. The campus was abuzz with chatter as students flocked in groups to leave after school. However, many were not in a hurry to return home. The basketball court was filled with students taking advantage of the time to play and unwind with friends. In previous times, the soccer field would have drawn a sizable crowd, yet today, there were few gathered there, most congregated outside the field, as it marked the inaugural training session for the school soccer team. From now on, every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday afternoon after school, this field would be reserved for the team's 45-minute training sessions. Curious onlookers, football enthusiasts, and certain admirers gathered around the pitch and in the stands, encircling the field to witness the inaugural training session of the school team. The prime vantage point was atop the central podium, where Li Chingqing and Song Jiejia were perched, observing the scene below. "Thank you for your assistance at noon," Song Jiejia remarked to Li Chingqing beside her. Li Chingqing offered a slight smile in response. No need for gratitude. Upon learning of the relationship between Li Chingqing and Hu Lai, Song Jiejia felt no obligation to express thanks. Yet he deemed it necessary to acknowledge her kindness, hoping to seize the moment to engage Li Chingqing in conversation. After all, their dialogue required a segue. "By the way, did you really record footage on your phone? Did you foresee that Li Zichuan would backtrack?" This was the question Song Jiejia was most eager to pose. After Li Chingqing had stepped forward to speak on Hu Lai's behalf at noon, Song Jiejia had grown increasingly curious. Upon inquiry, Li Chingqing burst into a delighted laugh, brandishing her phone. "In truth, I have no video evidence at all." Song Jiejia's jaw dropped in astonishment, surprised that Li Chingqing, the class beauty with her striking features, would resort to deceit, especially on Hu Lai's behalf. "I surmised that Li Zichuan wouldn't dare allow me to publicly play a recording of his wager with you." "Did he not ultimately say nothing?" Li Chingqing winked at Song Jiejia. He chuckled heartily, then turned his gaze toward the distance, where Li Zichuan stood. "The only regret is that Li Zichuan seems intent on reneging," Li Chingqing remarked with a tone of wistfulness. However, Song Jiejia shook his head, smiling. "No? This is a favorable outcome. Hu Lai and I had long suspected that fellow wouldn't honor his word. As long as he refuses to acknowledge it, Hu Lai and I can boldly label him as a scoundrel. This predicament is of his own making." Under his scrutiny, Li Zichuan appeared to sense their gaze and turned to look back. Their eyes met in the air. Song Jiejia wore a provocative smile, while Li Zichuan quickly averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he redirected his attention to the field. "Look, huh?" Song Jiejia triumphantly displayed his delight to Li Chingqing. Observing the jubilance radiating from Song Jiejia, Li Chingqing commented, "You seem quite cheerful." "Of course I'm happy." Song Jiejia nodded vigorously. "But didn't you say you dislike football? And that you aren't fond of Hu Lai's playing? Why then?" He trailed off as he waved his large hand dismissively. "That's different. Hu Lai is my friend. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch my friend be bullied. As for his football skills," he gestured toward the field where his classmate stood among his teammates, I still hold on to the hope of taking him out for some chicken. You say he has talent. Although I may not grasp the intricacies of football, I know that talent alone is insufficient. What else does that lad possess besides talent? Just look at his frame. At this, Song Jieja shook his head. In any case, I remain unconvinced that he will make a name for himself in football. Perhaps the school team's coach truly believes in Hu Lai's potential, which is why he recruited him. However, I believe that once he discovers Hu Lai's true capabilities, he may very well come to regret his decisions. There is even a possibility that he might expel Hu Lai from the team. The smile that adorned Li Chingqing's face gradually faded upon hearing Song Jieja's words, as she realized that this clueless, portly individual had touched upon a critical point. She recalled the words her father had spoken to her that fateful night. In terms of football, aside from talent, Hu Lai was essentially a blank slate. While a blank slate provides a canvas for creativity, it does not guarantee the creation of a masterpiece. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Hu Lai maintained a certain distance from his new teammates. When he first appeared on the field, he noticed several ambiguous glances directed towards him. Curiosity, confusion, disdain, emotions that his teammates did not attempt to conceal. Nevertheless, Hu Lai remained indifferent to these sentiments. For him, simply making the school team was a significant first step. Most importantly, he was present here instead of merely watching from the sidelines like Li Zichuan. With this thought in mind, he cast his gaze towards the podium, effortlessly locating the lecherous figure amidst the throng. Witnessing this sight filled him with elation, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Hey, you must be Hu Lai, right? I'm Mao Xiao from Class 8 of the first year. Just as Hu Lai was reveling in his thoughts, a cheerful voice reached his ears, followed by a shadow that enveloped him. He had to tilt his head back to see who it was, the formidable center back he had encountered during the testing match. I knew you would definitely make the school team. Mengshi, didn't he believe it, huh? The tall individual beamed at Hu Lai, his broad grin revealing a sense of camaraderie. Standing beside him, another tall figure cast a disapproving glare at Mao Xiao. Who does that? Selling out your teammate right off the bat? He then turned to Hu Lai and introduced himself. I'm Mengshi from Class 6 of the first year. I watched that match. Not to brag, but if I had been in goal, I assure you, you would have only scored one goal, the last one, which I genuinely couldn't react to. Faced with two teammates who had approached him, Hu Lai did not respond with great enthusiasm. Instead, he took a step back, retreating into the warmth of the sunlight. Only then did he smile and say to the two, "Hello, I'm Hu Lai from Class 2 of the first year." Mao Xiao, puzzled, asked, "Why did you take a step back?" Upon hearing the question, Hu Lai couldn't help but roll his eyes. This way. I don't feel as pressured. Do you realize how tall you both are? Looking up all the time isn't good for your cervical spine. Watching Hu Lai respond with his head tilted back, Mao Xiao suddenly understood and chuckled good-naturedly. Sorry. Being around Mengshi all the time, I've gotten used to talking with people closer to my height. Beside him, Mengshi playfully shoved Mao Xiao. Go away. Why do you always push everything onto me? Mao Xiao, however, chuckled and embraced Mengshi, then explained to Hu Lai, we were classmates in middle school. When it came time for the entrance exams, we both aimed to be in the same class, but he secretly scored 20 points higher than me, so we ended up in different classes. What do you mean by secretly? Mengshi turned his head and cast a disdainful glance at Mao Xiao, declaring, I have openly outperformed you by 20 points. That is a testament to my capabilities. He then directed his attention towards Hu Lai, adding, Mao Xiao holds you in high regard. He was quite pleased to see you join the school team. He gestured towards the other gathered players with a thumb directed backward, indicating their presence. Hu Lai was well aware that some might harbor discontent regarding his inclusion, yet he remained indifferent, adhering to his previous sentiment. He then turned to the shyly smiling Mao Xiao and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Mao Xiao waved his hand dismissively, stating, anyone who can score against my defense must possess considerable skill. Mengshi scoffed. Are you not subtly praising yourself? At this remark, Mao Xiao chuckled innocently. Just then, a tremendous scream erupted from the sidelines. Mengshi furrowed his brow, while Mao Xiao, grinning, remarked, it seems Luo Kai has arrived. Shall we go over and give him a warm welcome? Mengshi shrugged, retorting sarcastically. The three of them shifted their gaze in that direction. Luo Kai did not arrive alone. He was accompanied by the team captain, Chu Yifan, and the vice captain. As they walked, Luo Kai and Chu Yifan engaged in conversation. The captain's face adorned with a smile, suggesting he was in high spirits. I have heard a rumor, Mengshi suddenly interjected, that Chu Yifan sees Luo Kai as the hope for our team to compete nationally. believing he can lead us to victory over Chingqing's Jiaxiang and secure a spot at the national competition. Mao Xiao pointed at Hu Lai, stating, Hu Lai is in the same class as Luo Kai. Meng Shi then turned his gaze toward Hu Lai. Hu Lai nodded, indeed. Captain Chu has come to our classroom seeking Luo Kai. The scene was reminiscent of a domestic idol drama. TSK, Meng Shi said, smacking his lips upon hearing Hu Lai's description, then glanced back at his good friend. Mao Xiao, can you defend against Luo Kai and prevent him from scoring? Mao Xiao shook his head with a smile. I cannot. Luo Kai is indeed formidable. He spoke candidly, unfazed by the question, nor embarrassed to acknowledge another's strength. However, before he could finish, Meng Shi patted Hu Lai on the back with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Congratulations, Hu Lai. You have reached the same level as Luo Kai. Mao Xiao interjected. What? Meng Shi, ignoring his friend's bewildered expression, continued. You and Luo Kai both scored under Mao Xiao's defense. It seems we can also place our hopes for the national competition upon you. Hu Lai. Hu Lai nodded vigorously. All right. Mao Xiao sighed. Hu Lai. Don't follow Meng Shi's antics. Meng Shi, however, appeared quite pleased with Hu Lai's response, laughing heartily and giving him another firm pat on the back. His laughter attracted the attention of others, including Luo Kai and Chu Yifan. When Luo Kai cast his gaze in their direction, he immediately spotted Hu Lai standing between Meng Shi and Mao Xiao. The subtle smile that adorned his face momentarily stiffened, and his expression sharpened. Yet, in less than a second, that feeling dissipated entirely. Strange, Meng Shi murmured. Why does it seem that the boy's gaze is unfriendly? Mao Xiao. Do you have a grudge against him? Mao Xiao denied. I have never had any interaction with him. Meng Shi glanced at Hu Lai again. But before Hu Lai could utter a word, he shook his head and averted his gaze. It was even less likely for Hu Lai to be here for him, right? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Meng Shi's eyes. The eternal rival of a forward is undoubtedly the goalkeeper. Very well, I shall accept this challenge. He clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds. Beside him, Mao Xiao looked at Hu Lai with a bemused expression, as if to say, Ignore this lunatic. Chapter 33. Starting from the fundamentals, shortly after Luo Kai and Chu Yifan's arrival, the players from the second and third years gathered as well. Eventually, the school's team coach, Li Ziqiang, appeared before everyone, clad in a crisp sports outfit and professional football shoes, with a whistle hanging around his neck and a clipboard tucked under his arm. He exuded an air of professionalism and competence. Coupled with his stern countenance, the chatter on the field gradually faded, and all eyes turned to him in reverence. After a silent sweep of the crowd, Li Ziqiang lowered his gaze to the clipboard in his hands. We shall commence roll call. Starting with the seasoned players from the second and third years, each player called upon responded emphatically, present, when the new players were summoned. Their responses were even louder than those of the veterans. The football field echoed with a chorus of present. Upon Luo Kai's call, a tremendous cheer erupted from the sidelines, even louder than the applause that greeted Chu Yifan's turn. However, Li Chingqing remained oblivious to the commotion, her attention unwaveringly fixed on Hu Lai. At last, her father called out Hu Lai's name. Ahem. Hu Lai proudly straightened his chest and shouted back, but his exuberance caused him to lose his voice, ending in an uncontrollable cough. This elicited laughter from everyone present, both on the field and from the sidelines. The mirth spreading across the football pitch and even capturing the curious glances from the basketball court, puzzled by the source of such laughter. Few remained unaffected by Hu Lai's antics, Li Ziqiang being one of them. He cast a sidelong glance at Hu Lai, uncertain whether the lad was intentionally trying to be amusing. As the laughter subsided, he maintained his stern demeanor, directing his attention towards the new first-year students. His expression seemed to influence the players, their smiles vanishing as they looked at their coach with a mix of uncertainty. Congratulations on joining the team. As the head coach of the school team, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the entire squad. Once everyone had quieted and focused on him, Li Ziqiang spoke. Though he offered congratulations, his face bore no trace of joy. However, do not rejoice too soon. Joining the team does not guarantee your comfort. Indeed, the subsequent words from Li Ziqiang aligned perfectly with his expression. If your performance during training does not meet my expectations, you will be asked to leave. So do not assume that joining us equates to victory. Being part of the school team is merely the beginning. As he uttered these words, his gaze remained fixed upon Hu Lai amidst the crowd. However, the object of his scrutiny seemed entirely unperturbed, donning the same smile as before. as if he were genuinely elated to finally join the school team. With a silent huff of disdain, Li Ziqiang diverted his attention to others and continued. Due to the changes in coaching staff and recruitment, our preparation time has been significantly reduced, and the provincial qualifiers for the national competition are imminent. Consequently, the intensity of our upcoming training will be exceedingly high. If anyone finds this unbearable, they may voluntarily withdraw from the team. Rest assured, I will not impose any barriers to withdrawal. The new players exchanged glances, their excitement at joining the team now overshadowed by the daunting reality they faced. High training intensity, dismissal for inadequate performance, the option to withdraw without opposition. Why did it seem as though the coach was not welcoming them? While they stood in shock, they failed to notice that as Li Ziqiang concluded his statement, he cast another glance towards Hu Lai. This time, he observed that Hu Lai's smile had vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. This small shift brought a modicum of satisfaction to his heart. Finally, the lad seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. In truth, Hu Lai was unfazed by the coach's ominous warnings regarding the strenuous training and the possibility of being dismissed. He had already seized the opportunity to consume the cognitive elixir before reporting to the team. For the next 30 days, increased training intensity would correspond to enhanced results. As for voluntarily withdrawing from the team, he was not foolish enough to entertain such an idea. Moreover, with a new coach at the helm, it was only natural for him to assert authority with intimidating rhetoric, words that were likely meant to instill fear. At that moment, an emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Mission: successfully remain on the school team for the next 30 days. Mission reward: 3,000 points. Upon encountering this mission, Hu Lai could not help but furrow his brow. While he was not surprised by the emergence of a task at this juncture, having experienced the system's tendency to align missions with real-world events, he found the reward to be rather lackluster. What was the significance of a mere 3,000 points? Previous missions had at least offered tangible rewards, be it enhancement potions or wearable gear. This task, however, merely promised points. The preceding task had required him to achieve a hat trick in the team entry test, and the reward of 3,000 points was merely a fraction of a more substantial bounty, which also included a vial of cleansing elixir and a vial of cognitive elixir. This felt like a blatant foreshadowing that rendered the mission overly simplistic, resulting in a lack of significant rewards. Initially, he had anticipated the prospect of a new mission with excitement, but it now seemed that the true reward lay not in the points, but in the very act of remaining on the school team itself. He inwardly scoffed, conceding that even without this task, he would remain here. The rewards of the task could be seen as a fortunate windfall. Accumulating more would alleviate the pain of drawing from the lottery later, merely for the sake of participation. Li Chingqing stood on the sidelines, unable to hear her father's distant words to the players. She was still preoccupied with concern over Hu Lai's fate after joining the school team. She knew her father was a strict coach, a fact evident both in her own experiences and in those of players he had previously guided. Li Chingqing genuinely questioned whether Hu Lai could meet her father's demanding standards. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Song Jiejia beside her exclaim, "Hey, why aren't they letting Hu Lai train with them?" This snapped Li Chingqing back to reality, and she noticed a new development on the field below. The entire school team had completed their warm-up under her father's guidance, and it seemed they were now being assigned specific training tasks. Some had already begun training in groups. However, Hu Lai stood apart, alone at the edge of the field, as Mao Xiao and his teammates headed off to train. He couldn't help but glance at Hu Lai several times, puzzled as to why Hu Lai was not assigned a training task while everyone else was. It was as if the coach had forgotten about him. After assigning the training tasks, he blew the whistle forcefully, declaring, "Training has begun. No slacking off. Your principal didn't invite me here to play games with you." With that, he strode towards the training area. Hu Lai, feeling somewhat bewildered, couldn't grasp what was happening. Why was everyone else assigned training tasks while he was not? Realizing the head coach was about to leave, he finally came to his senses, thinking, "Did the coach forget about me?" He raised his hand and called out, "Coach." Upon hearing Hu Lai's voice, Li Ziqiang halted, turning to face him in silence. Hu Lai pointed to himself, asking, "What about me, coach? What is my training content?" Li Ziqiang approached him, scrutinizing him from a higher vantage point. "What is your name?" "Hu Lai, freshman." "Oh, Hu Lai, is it?" Li Ziqiang nodded before Hu Lai could finish his sentence, clasping his hands behind his back and swinging the whistle tied to his wrist. "You are the one who scored 3 goals by chance in the trial match." Hu Lai straightened his posture and replied earnestly, "Coach, that was not luck. If your skills were not so abysmal, perhaps I would believe you." Li Ziqiang interrupted once more, gesturing towards the players already engaged in training. "Your training content differs from theirs." "Differ? I need to start with the fundamentals." Fundamentals? Coach, I assure you my fundamentals are solid. I wish to train with everyone." Hu Lai felt anxious, acutely aware that the preliminary matches were fast approaching. If he began practicing fundamentals now, when would he get the chance to play in a game? "Your fundamentals are solid? Let us see how you handle my passes." Li Ziqiang scrutinized Hu Lai, casually pulling a football towards him with his foot. He then gestured for Hu Lai to step back 10 meters. Once Hu Lai stood still, he forcefully kicked the ball forward. Hu Lai instinctively lifted his leg to stop the ball, which struck the inner side of his slightly raised foot, rebounding upwards and crashing solidly into his chin. The impact was akin to receiving an uppercut, causing his head to tilt back. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself and did not fall to the ground, though he appeared quite disheveled. A chorus of laughter erupted on the football field, with both onlookers and players in training finding amusement in the scene. In the distance, Song Jiejia heard the mocking laughter of Li Ziqiang, who exclaimed, "Ha! Don't celebrate too early. It's simply self-deprecation." He lowered his hands from his face and glared in that direction. However, Li Ziqiang was oblivious. Clutching his stomach with one hand and pointing at Hu Lai with the other, nearly losing his balance from laughter. Even amidst the crowd's hilarity, his reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Li Chingqing, however, did not laugh. She focused intently on her father's figure, pursing her lips and furrowing her brow. "I could directly tell you that disobedience will result in expulsion from the team," Li Ziqiang stated, his gaze fixed on the frail figure 10 meters away, who was covering his chin and mouth with his hand. His tone remained calm as he continued, "Thus, I remind you through this means, this is the type of ball you will need to receive during a match. Do you still believe your fundamentals are strong?" He received no response, as Hu Lai was too pained to speak, having bitten his tongue during the incident, tears streaming down his face from the agony. "You will train diligently. I will decide when you can practice together. Of course, if you no longer wish to train, you are free to leave." With that, Li Ziqiang turned and walked towards the team, calling out to the crowd, "Yin Yin, come and help him practice the basics. Start from the very fundamentals." Yin Yin rushed over, looking at Hu Lai, who still covered his mouth, unable to utter a word. To be frank, he too struggled to comprehend why the coach had granted a position on the team to this individual. Was he truly talented? Perhaps, but given his lack of fundamental skills, he seemed woefully inadequate. Well, since he had been recruited, it might indeed be fortuitous for the lad, a stroke of luck to join the team. Yet, having just joined, he had already embarrassed himself in front of so many, becoming the subject of ridicule. Did he regret joining the team? Sighing inwardly, Yin Yin addressed the person before him. "Let us begin with ball juggling, no more dawdling." Chapter 34. Come, practice with me. When Hu Lai returned home, utterly exhausted, he found his mother standing at the door, her face a mask of fury. "You actually decided to come back?" she demanded, hands on her hips, exuding authority. Hu Lai shrank back, remaining silent as he attempted to sneak past her to his room to drop off his backpack. However, his mother seized his arm. "You said that while your father was working the night shift, it was acceptable to play some football, but now you've become addicted. What time do you think it is?" "I've already reheated the food twice. Mother, I have joined the school's football team. As soon as the training concludes, I hurry home to face my mother." Hu Lai speaks the truth, for he knows that his mother does not oppose his passion for football. Nevertheless, when she hears her son declare this, she gasps, "You join the school football team?" Hu Lai nods affirmatively. "Are you not aware that your father disapproves of your playing football?" "Well, he doesn't know as long as you don't tell him." Hu Lai beams. "What if I do tell him?" "Mother, love me once more." Hu Lai embraces his mother. "Go away." She pushes her son away, yet ultimately refrains from uttering the harsh words of informing her husband, instead gazing at her son with a sigh. "What are you doing? Can't you just focus on your studies?" Hu Lai sets down his backpack and replies, "I am studying diligently, mother. I came across a scientific theory which posits that appropriate exercise aids in brain development. Physical activity releases dopamine, which keeps the brain exhilarated and enhances learning efficiency. Therefore, after every football match, I feel an inexhaustible surge of energy, eager to delve into my books. If you possess such prowess, repeat those absurdities in front of your father. It's time to wash our hands for dinner." The mother clearly desires not to listen to her son's ramblings. "All right." Hulai obediently picks up his backpack, dashes to his room to drop it off, and then rushes to the restroom to wash his hands. As he passes the dining table, he does not forget to theatrically inhale deeply and flatter his mother in an exaggerated tone. So fragrant. My mother's cooking is the best in the world. You little rascal, always with your sweet talk. Though the mother raises her hand, she ultimately chuckles in exasperation. Chingqing holds her rice bowl, but refrains from eating. Instead, watching her father, who is savoring his meal across the table. Her expression shifts for a while, but she finally resolves to set down her utensils and addresses her father. Dad, do you have any grievances regarding Hulai? Li Ziqiang looks up, surprised by his daughter's sudden inquiry. Why do you ask? The kick you sent to him was evidently quite forceful. You made him lose face in front of so many people. That was to inform him of the kind of passes he might receive during a match. A game is not a training session. One cannot always expect to receive leisurely and gentle passes from teammates. But Dad, wasn't that the intensity of a professional match's pass? Li Chingqing retorts. Do you think such passes can occur in a middle school match? Why not? Li Ziqiang sets down his bowl and explains to his daughter. Do not predefine which scenarios may arise and which may not. Since it is training, one must consider all possibilities. Is that so? Li Chingqing inquires, fixated on her father. Indeed. He plays as a forward, correct? Given his talent, the first thing he must master is controlling the ball. After all, in the penalty area, space is limited, and the balls from teammates will not be as comfortable as those in other positions, for the defense will be much tighter there, as you understand, right? Li Chingqing nodded, acknowledging the validity of her father's words. Hulai's innate talent positioned him to become an exceptional striker, a poacher of sorts. However, this also implied a reliance on his teammates for the precise passes. If he couldn't even control the ball properly, he would indeed struggle to perform. That pass may have seemed overly forceful to you, and yes, I admit it was. Yet, how can you be certain that, in the heat of competition, no one would hastily deliver a forceful pass? Do you expect your teammates to deliver each pass with perfect power and angle? Faced with her father's retort, Li Chingqing found herself at a loss for words. I am not deliberately making things difficult for him, nor am I trying to embarrass those on the sidelines. They are not my guests, Li Ziqiang said, spreading his hands, exuding an unusual patience that starkly contrasted with the merciless coach he was on the training field. Li Chingqing remained silent, her brows slightly furrowed as she pondered her father's words. She had to concede that her father's reasoning was sound, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Noticing her daughter's continued frown, Li Ziqiang casually lifted his bowl and chopsticks, inquiring, by the way, I've noticed you seem quite concerned about Hulai. Li Chingqing was taken aback. Huh, really? Indeed. You even asked me about Hulai's performance in the test match, didn't you? Ah, yes, she stammered, justifying herself. It's simply because he is my classmate, and I don't know many people on this team. Luo Kai is also your classmate, isn't he? Li Ziqiang observed her calmly. Why don't I see you showing the same concern for him? Who? Li Chingqing was momentarily stunned before responding with a laugh. He doesn't require my concern, does he? He is your favorite. Mind your manners while eating. Li Ziqiang waved his chopsticks. All right, let us eat. Li Chingqing obediently lifted her bowl and chopsticks, burying herself in her meal while secretly sticking out her tongue, feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Li Ziqiang observed his daughter, who believed she had evaded scrutiny, as she focused intently on her food, his gaze somewhat distant. Just as Hulai had mentioned, after playing football, he yearned to immerse himself in his books, not to study, but to rest. He now lay languidly atop his book, eyes closed, savoring an enigmatic sensation. It was indeed a profoundly mysterious feeling. He sensed that the afternoon's training with the school team had enhanced his fundamental skills. He knew that uttering this would likely be met with disbelief, yet he genuinely felt a sense of progress, a progression that was entirely unquantifiable and devoid of rationale, merely a personal sensation that existed in reality. He speculated that this might be the effect of the intellect elixir he had previously consumed. Remarkably, today marked his first formal professional football training session. Although Li Chingqing had taught him before, it had primarily been a last-minute preparation for the team selection test and focused on improving his coordination. It appears that the effects of that potion are remarkably potent. Even in the first lesson, I have already noticed such a significant transformation. If I continue to practice diligently, will not my progress be extraordinary? Upon contemplating this, my disdain for the fearsome coach has considerably diminished, and I fully comprehend and support the training regimen he has devised for me. Indeed, my foundational skills are lacking. Hence, I welcome rigorous training with open arms. I shall not refuse. Come on, baby. Yes. After 30 days, as I remain part of this team, I shall undoubtedly astonish you all. Huh? Alas, if only the intelligent potion could have a permanent effect. P.S. I noticed some objections regarding my description of snail noodles in Chapter 30. I must assert that this is drawn from my personal experience. I have recently developed a particular fondness for snail noodles, ordering numerous takeouts, and even preparing them myself at home, only to find myself banished to the balcony by my wife to enjoy my meal alone. On one occasion, while retrieving my takeout, I caught a whiff of something foul and inwardly lamented the negligence of the property management, thinking someone had left a mess on the lawn. It was only after I finished my meal at home that I realized the unpleasant odor was emanating from my own snail noodle takeout. The first time I dined on snail noodles at home, I found the flavor rather agreeable, not nearly as odorous as I had anticipated. However, my son returned home, sat down to change his shoes by the entrance, and suddenly exclaimed, "Mom, why does it smell like feces in here?" My son, unfamiliar with snail noodles, could only recognize the unwelcome aroma that had infiltrated our home. I acknowledge that snail noodles do possess a strong odor, yet to me, they are incredibly delicious, and the smell is not as pronounced. For others, however, it can indeed be quite repulsive. It reminds me of the infamous canned herring. Once a social media sensation for its pungent scent, I managed to procure a can and shared it with relatives on the rooftop. I found the odor to be rather tolerable, not nearly as repugnant as described, albeit not pleasant by any means. Still, many are genuinely overwhelmed by the stench of canned herring. Its notorious reputation is not exaggerated. I merely sought to describe the characteristics of snail noodles objectively and crafted a humorous anecdote around it. If any readers from Guangxi feel offended, believing I have insulted their local delicacy, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention to disparage snail noodles, which I genuinely adore. I even plan to visit Guangxi to savor the most authentic version. However, I shall not alter a single word of that passage in my book, for doing so would undermine its coherence, render it unreasonable, and strip it of its significance. Some have suggested that I could substitute another item or scenario to illustrate Hu Lai's cunning, but given my recent obsession with snail noodles, it was simply the inspiration that came to mind. I harbor no ill will towards snail noodles. On the contrary, I am utterly enamored with them. Chapter 35. Transformation. When Hu Lai laboriously rose from his bed, the first thought that crossed his mind was a fervent desire to travel back to the previous night and give himself a well-deserved slap. Such shamelessness to utter such words, and the audacity to exclaim, "Come on, baby." And yeah, how outrageous. The soreness that enveloped his entire body, particularly in his lower half, had utterly extinguished the fervor he had felt the night before. "Hu Lai, what are you doing? Get up for school, or you'll be late." His mother's voice resonated from outside the bedroom. "Coming." Hu Lai gritted his teeth in response, then rose from his bed. Yet, even this simple act of standing caused him to wince in pain. He had never anticipated that such basic training exercises, like juggling, receiving, and passing the ball, could render his body so painfully sore after countless repetitions. Was it the intensity of the training that was excessive, or was his body simply too feeble? Suddenly, he recalled the stamina potion he had drawn from a lottery ticket. Although the instructions indicated its use post-match, its effects included alleviating fatigue and restoring energy. Could he perhaps utilize it in this circumstance? He posed this question to the system, but the emotionless voice remained silent. Well, it seems this system is mute, he thought, internally mocking its lack of response. Afterward, Hu Lai retrieved a bottle of stamina potion from the system space, uncorked it without hesitation, and downed the entire vial in one swift motion. For the sake of ceremony, he pretended to lick his lips and smacked his mouth, despite it having no flavor. He then stepped toward the bedroom door, preparing to wash up and have breakfast. However, just as he confidently took a step forward, the soreness caused his body to lose balance, nearly causing him to tumble to the floor. If not for the wardrobe, he managed to grasp for support. Damn it! What a waste! Hu Lai realized that the stamina potion was utterly ineffective against the exhaustion and pain resulting from his training. The instructions had been clear. The potion adhered strictly to its prescribed effects, leaving no room for leniency. This was the lesson he learned at the cost of one bottle of stamina potion. Now, only one remained. This thought left Hu Lai feeling somewhat despondent. For a fleeting moment, he felt an urge to exchange all his remaining 2,000 points for lottery tickets, hoping to recoup his losses. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself, fearing that he might waste the last of his points. After all, this system did have a thank you for participating clause. Polite. His mother's high-pitched roar effortlessly pierced through the walls and door, assaulting his eardrums. Coming. Pulai frowned, awkwardly shuffling toward the bedroom door. When he awkwardly entered the classroom of the first and second-year students, Li Zichuan erupted into loud laughter. Huh? Look at you. Pulai, have you become so crippled after just one training session? Since being ousted from the school team by Hulai, Li Zichuan seemed to have adopted a reckless attitude. Whereas he had previously only targeted Hulai on occasion, he now seemed to fixate on him relentlessly. This attitude greatly displeased Li Chingqing. Her brows knitted tightly as she contemplated that if Li Zichuan uttered any further outrageous remarks, she would rise to defend Hulai. She was indifferent to the conjectures this might provoke among her classmates. To her, Li Zichuan's behavior was utterly excessive. However, she found no opportunity to stand up. For Hulai was no pushover himself. In response to Li Zichuan's mockery, he merely smiled slightly and retorted, "Well, at least I have participated in training sessions, unlike you." Li Zichuan, who has yet to join even a single class and is already sidelined. This remark struck at the very core of Li Zichuan's insecurities. As he had long harbored doubts regarding his exclusion from the school team, which he attributed to his injury during the qualifying match. Enraged, he pointed at Hulai and shouted, "What did you say? Who are you to judge me? I've never seen someone join a school team and still have to learn the basics from scratch. If you need to learn the fundamentals, what gives you the right to be on the team?" Hulai raised 3 fingers, declaring, "Because I scored 3 goals." Li Zichuan's hand trembled as he pointed at Hulai, warning, "Don't get too cocky. With your abilities, just wait to be embarrassed," and kicked off the team. With a sardonic smile, Hulai unleashed his trump card, asking, "By the way, Li Zichuan, when are you going to repay me the money you owe?" At this, Li Zichuan's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. He deflated, gritting his teeth and glaring at Hulai, yet ultimately uttered nothing. Instead, pulling out a Chinese textbook and loudly reciting a classical text. His fervent reading, as if he intended to consume the book itself, appeared somewhat comical. However, the perceptions of those around Hulai began to shift. Previously, they had regarded him as the jester of the first and second classes, someone to be teased and dismissed lightly. His unreliable speech, eccentric behavior, mediocre academic performance, lack of athletic prowess, and unimposing appearance, thin as a monkey, coupled with his association with the greasy classmate Song Jujia, rendered him part of a rather unsavory duo. Although they did not confront Hulai as directly as Li Zichuan, their private conversations about him were often laced with disdain. In their eyes, Hulai was simply unworthy of their attention. However, it seemed that from the moment his name appeared on the school team roster, or perhaps from the instant he scored 3 goals in that qualifying match, the perception of this previously scorned jester began to transform. He continued to spout nonsensical remarks. Yet there lingered an inkling among his peers that perhaps those absurd statements were not entirely devoid of merit. This realization remained vague and unarticulated, for voicing such thoughts might invite ridicule. How could you possibly think that? Yet this morning, in the classroom, they witnessed Hulai effortlessly render Li Zichuan speechless, leaving him to seethe in frustration, forced to sit and recite the text aloud in exasperation. This is not the first time Hulai has silenced Li Zichuan. Once a figure who relentlessly mocked Hulai while reveling in the superiority of a victor, Li Zichuan has faced defeat at Hulai's hands, not once, but twice. It seems that something has quietly shifted. Chapter 36. The role of parentage. Hulai's physical discomfort did not alleviate throughout the day. And when the school team commenced training after classes, his awkward movements made him the most conspicuous presence among the squad. Naturally, Li Zichuan's boisterous voice rang out without hesitation. "Hulai, what are you doing? You can't even perform the warm-up exercises properly. If you want to get injured, just say so. Execute the movements correctly. It's just a warm-up. If you can't manage such simple actions, how do you expect to practice with the team? What are you dreaming of?" Such shouts echoed across the stadium, provoking laughter from the spectators on the sidelines and in the stands. However, Li Chingqing, also present in the stands, did not join in the laughter. Her lips remained pressed together, and her brow furrowed in concern. Later, during dinner, she voiced her concerns to her father. "Dad, don't you think you're being a bit too harsh on Hulai? The training load you've assigned him is clearly heavier than that of the others. I must be sufficiently strict with him to do justice to his talent, her father replied. Huh. Li Chingqing struggled to grasp the connection between the two. In front of his daughter, Li Ziqiang softened his fierce demeanor, patiently explaining, "You're right, Chingqing. Hulai possesses remarkable talent. Which is why I ultimately decided to give him a chance by including him in the team. But talent alone is insufficient. As you've seen, aside from his innate ability, the boy is lacking in almost every aspect. He has much to learn, yet time is limited. We cannot afford to grant him a decade to gradually improve, as those children who have trained in football since childhood have had. His time is short. If I do not intensify his training and hold him to high standards, when will he ever realize his potential?" This rhetorical question left Li Chingqing speechless. She recognized the truth in her father's words, but recalling the laughter directed at Hulai during training made her reluctant to concede. It felt as if acknowledging this truth would render the mockery of Hulai somehow justified. Seeing his daughter at a loss for words, Li Ziqiang spoke earnestly. "My stringent demands are for his benefit. Perhaps he harbors resentment towards me now, but I believe that one day he will be grateful for the rigorous training he endures today." Hulai increasingly affirmed a truth. The intelligence elixir he had consumed was indeed taking effect. Today's training was even more intense than yesterday's, and the improvements were becoming ever more apparent. He realized that the degree of enhancement surpassed even that which he had felt after drinking the bone-cleansing elixir. He eagerly anticipated an even more demanding training session tomorrow, yearning for the storm to intensify, especially since the 3 training sessions of this week were drawing to a close. And the team's next practice would not resume until the following week. Certainly, it would be even better if his body felt less sore after training. He has resolved that, given the remarkable efficacy of this intelligent potion, he intends to exchange all 2,000 points he possesses for lottery tickets, hoping to procure additional intelligent potions through the lottery. After this bottle, which is effective for 30 days, expires, he plans to consume another, creating a seamless transition that could essentially render the potion perpetually effective. The mere thought of this delightful future brings a smile to Hulai's face. While dining, Xiaolan discreetly observed her son, only to realize that her scrutiny was unnecessary, for he was utterly oblivious to her gaze. He seemed to be lost in his own mental realm, where eating was merely a mechanical act, reaching for the dish, randomly selecting morsels, be they pieces of meat or ginger, and sending them into his mouth, chewing them repetitively before swallowing. Throughout this process, his eyes remained unfocused, his mind unoccupied, even when he bit into ginger. His brow did not furrow. Astonishingly, a candid smile now graced his face, a phenomenon almost unheard of in the past. How long had it been since his mother had seen her son smile so joyfully? Since he entered middle school, since he embarked on adolescence. He had grown increasingly accustomed to burying his thoughts deep within, sharing neither with others nor through journaling. Thus, even if parents wished to glean insight into their child's psyche through clandestine peeks at a diary, they were thwarted. When was the last time he expressed his thoughts so directly? Oh, it was when he overheard that we had incurred a debt of 350,000 to send him to Dongchuan Middle School. He voiced his true feelings, only to receive a sharp slap from his father. Xiaolan was well aware that concealing one's true feelings was detrimental, and she understood the necessity of open communication between parents and children. Yet, while educational books imparted these truths, they offered no practical guidance on how to achieve them. What should one do when a child shuts their heart away? Observing Hulai's unguarded smile, Xiaolan inquired, "What brings you such joy? Please share with your mother." However, she witnessed her son's smile fade in an instant as he returned to reality. Soon, another smile reappeared on his face, yet from her understanding of him, she knew the 2 smiles were entirely distinct. He beamed at her and said, "It's dopamine, Mom. This is what I mentioned. After exercising, a significant amount of dopamine is released, which elevates one's mood and invigorates the spirit. So you see, playing football actually benefits my studies, right?" Did he think she would believe his whimsical assertions? Xiaolan offered a reassuring smile. "Oh, is that so? That's wonderful." She sighed inwardly. Her son used playful banter and jest to mask his feelings. A gentler approach than shutting himself away with headphones to avoid his parents' chatter, yet it still amounted to a lack of communication and connection. The physical barrier of the door remains ajar, yet the heart's gate is firmly shut. Hu Lisin, a 46-year-old security guard, stands at his post outside the guardhouse, his slightly oversized uniform lending him an air of absurdity. if one were to juxtapose his appearance with that of soldiers clad in uniform. The distinction between a mere pretender and a genuine soldier would be all too apparent. With his cap perched atop his head, he salutes each passerby. However, the majority of these hurried individuals are engrossed in their phones, offering no acknowledgement of his gesture. They pass by, burdened with belongings and phones, retrieving their access cards or merely tapping their devices against the turnstile to enter this meticulously managed, verdant five-star community that resembles a park. The gardeners tending to the greenery within the community greet these residents with bows and warm smiles. This is the most expensive neighborhood in the area, with property prices generally exceeding those of surrounding communities by 30 to 40%. Yet, many still opt to purchase homes here, drawn by the park-like environment and the reassuring presence of the security team. Every resident feels justified in believing their investment is worthwhile. Lin was hired as a security guard in this community 5 years ago, his height and imposing presence serving as a deterrent to any would-be thieves. Though the job is demanding, the remuneration is satisfactory, and he finds contentment in his role. After bidding farewell to another resident, Lin lowers his arm from the salute. At that moment, another individual clad in the same uniform appears from behind, holding 2 lunchboxes, and takes a seat beside him at the guard station. Placing the boxes on the table. "Here's your meal, Lao Hu," says Lao Fan. "Thank you, Lao Fan," Lin replies without turning around. "Go ahead and eat first. I'll wait for you to finish." As Lao Fan opens his lunchbox, he adds, "You've got another night shift today." "Yes, just getting used to it." Lin responds, raising his hand to salute yet another resident passing by, welcoming them home. Behind him, the sounds of Lao Fan eating can be heard. "Your health is certainly better than mine. I only manage 1 night shift a week, and by the end of it, I feel utterly exhausted. Just enduring the night can be quite the ordeal." His words are somewhat muffled by food. "But it's worth the effort. Your son has done remarkably well, gaining admission to Dongchuan Middle School, which is a provincial key institution. If my son were as accomplished as yours, I wouldn't mind enduring 3 night shifts a week." Hearing his colleague praise his son brings a smile to Lin's face. Just then, another resident walks by, prompting him to immediately salute and exclaim, "Good evening." The homeowner, wholly absorbed in his phone, was taken aback by the security guard's genuine smile. He turned to glance at the guard, momentarily at a loss for how to respond with an appropriate expression or tone. After swiping his card to enter the community, he cast a puzzled look back at the guard, uncertain whether the latter had perhaps taken some peculiar medication. Chapter 37. New knowledge as night deepened. The influx of people entering and exiting the community diminished significantly. Lin sat behind the table positioned outside the security room, facing the road that led to the community gate. Vehicles lined both sides of the street, with the occasional night runner darting past the parked cars, their footsteps barely audible. Behind him, half of the lights within the community had been extinguished. The children, who had been running about, had been summoned home by their parents and elders, leaving the calls of unknown insects to dominate the evening symphony. Lin began his night shift, prepared to remain vigilant throughout the night, monitoring the situation near the entrance. He was responsible for registering delivery personnel, inquiring about their intended building and apartment number before granting them entry. Additionally, he had to check the license plates of vehicles not listed in the access system, ensuring they were logged and reminding drivers that they could only stay briefly before raising the barrier at the garage entrance with a remote. Moreover, he was to coordinate with the patrolling security team. When boredom set in, he could engage in brief conversations with the parking attendants by the roadside, who, like him, were enduring a long night. If the night passed without incident, it would slip away amidst these mundane tasks. During this season, the outdoor breeze was neither too warm nor too cold, providing a pleasant respite, making the overnight shift somewhat more bearable. However, rain could transform the experience into something far less enjoyable. Excessive heat invited swarms of mosquitoes, while frigid temperatures rendered even the thickest clothing and a small heater at his feet insufficient, leaving parts of his body still icy, a true juxtaposition of extremes. This job could hardly be deemed easy, yet Lin was willing to endure the discomfort for the sake of his family. He even felt a sense of gratitude for having secured a reasonably paid position at his age, despite lacking any specialized skills. If he harbored any desires, it was that his child would not follow in his footsteps, struggling academically and lacking a high degree, ultimately finding it difficult to secure employment. Although the salary from his security role was acceptable, He hoped his son would not end up in a similar position in the future. This necessitated his son's diligent study. Otherwise, the considerable debt incurred to enroll him in Dongchuan Middle School would have been in vain. Yet, just the thought of his son's initial exam results upon entering school filled Hu Lixin with unease. He did not believe his son to be unintelligent. Rather, he was convinced that a lack of earnest effort in his studies had led to such disappointing scores. It was normal to feel some discomfort in a new and unfamiliar environment. Perhaps he should wait a little longer, allowing his son to gradually acclimate to this new setting. With these thoughts, Hu Lixin turned to cast a glance at the myriad of lights twinkling behind him. To speak candidly, this community boasts an exceptional environment and commendable property management. Hu Lixin aspires to become a resident of this locale. Each day, as he departs for work and returns home, he is greeted by the security personnel at the entrance. However, it is evident that the exorbitant real estate prices here are beyond his financial reach. Nonetheless, he harbors the hope that one day, his son will be able to afford a residence akin to this, providing his wife and child with a better quality of life. Having completed his evening rituals, Hu Lai reclined on his bed, the bedroom lights extinguished, enveloping the room in darkness save for the silvery moonlight streaming through the window. He refrained from indulging in a lottery draw during his homework hours, instead patiently awaiting this moment. In preparation, he had taken a meticulous shower before bed. He recalled that ancient customs often involved the burning of incense and bathing before undertaking significant and sacred tasks. While he lacked the means to burn incense, he could still bathe and change his attire. With a sincere heart, he conducted a ceremonious bathing ritual, even using double the usual amount of shower gel. Now, fragrant and refreshed, Hu Lai knelt upon his bed, hands clasped together in reverence, and offered a prayer towards the west. Great Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Buddha, and all the divine beings passing by, I implore you to bestow upon me the items I desire. After completing this ritual, he closed his eyes and entered the system. Within the system's marketplace, Hu Lai intended to exchange all his accumulated points for lottery tickets. However, he paused momentarily, noticing some alterations in the once familiar store. The shelves remained largely barren, yet there was a slight improvement. Beside the solitary lottery ticket, a small green glass vial rested quietly on the shelf. As Hu Lai directed his gaze towards it, he realized it was the stamina potion he had utilized earlier that day. To his astonishment, it had reappeared in the marketplace, marked with a price of 1,000 points, just like the lottery ticket. Acquiring a lottery ticket required 500 points, while this stamina potion demanded 1,000 points. Considering that the potion had previously been obtainable solely through the lottery, which required 500 points per draw without any guarantee of winning a bottle, the price of 1,000 points for the potion seemed reasonable, equivalent to merely 2 lottery tickets, ensuring a bottle with 2 attempts. To think that the marketplace could offer items beyond just lottery tickets. How could the official store of a distinguished system be so meager? Hu Lai felt a surge of joy at uncovering this new functionality of the marketplace, yet he remained focused on his original purpose for entering the system. After converting all his points into 4 lottery tickets, Hu Lai proceeded to the lottery interface, where the grand spinning wheel illuminated before him. Still, there was no sign of the bunny girl. The interface was so rudimentary that it evoked a sense of melancholy. With a sincere heart, he used his first lottery ticket, only to receive a bottle of stamina potion. Hu Lai gazed at the small vial of stamina potion, floating before him, feeling somewhat speechless. Well, at least it was better than a mere thank you for participating. He consoled himself with this thought, and then used another lottery ticket. Oh, great deities! May you bestow your blessings upon me. 10 minutes later, Hu Lai found himself staring blankly at the 4 bottles of stamina potion, hovering in his system space. In truth, he had been in this daze for nearly 3 minutes. He had exchanged his remaining 2,000 points for 4 lottery tickets, going so far as to bathe and change into fresh clothes to present himself most pleasantly. Yet these 4 lottery tickets had yielded nothing but these 4 items. After a prolonged period of stupor, Hu Lai finally stirred, violently swatting his pillow aside. As though still unsatisfied, he tossed the blanket aside and pounded the bed frame, producing a dull thud with each strike. What on earth are these 4 bottles of stamina potion? I know the drop rate for this item is high, but I never anticipated it would be this excessive. Is it truly so easy to draw this item? Moreover, this potion sells for 1,000 points each in the official store. I foolishly thought it was reasonably priced at the time. 4 lottery tickets yielding 4 bottles means this item is valued at 500 points each. Scoundrels! Just this morning, I lamented the waste of a single stamina potion. And by evening, you present me with 4? Is this your way of compensating me? Well, I must extend my gratitude to your ancestors. But I demand the wisdom potion, the one that enhances my training effectiveness. Hu Lai roared internally at the system. As always, the system remained unresponsive, akin to a mute or a deaf individual. However, upon gazing at the 4 identical potions before him and recalling their price in the official store, Hu Lai sensed a certain malice emanating from the system. Reminiscent of the first time he encountered those thank you for participating draws. Don't the systems of protagonists strive diligently to ensure their master's comfort? Why does my system occasionally seem inclined to betray me? Is this system here to aid me in achieving the pinnacle of my life, or merely to witness my misfortunes? Hu Lai was filled with indignation, the bed frame echoing with a continuous thud, as if he were beating a drum, until his mother's boisterous voice rang out from outside the door. Are you still not asleep? Only then did Hu Lai hastily pull the blanket around himself. Returning to bed, silent as a chicken. That evening, he gleaned a new insight. The currently useless stamina potion was easily drawn, while the potent wisdom potion would likely be elusive. This was indeed a costly lesson, costing him 2,000 points and double the amount of shower gel and shampoo he typically used. Chapter 38. How long can he endure? Forward, forward. After passing the ball. Keep running. Move. Don't just stand there kicking the ball. Where did this bad habit come from? Li Ziqiang's booming voice reverberated across the field. After the initial week of novelty, the number of spectators gathered by the training field has noticeably diminished. Apart from true football enthusiasts, only the devoted fans of Luo Kai remain. Li Chingqing and Song Jejia consistently attend Hu Lai's training sessions. However, Song Jejia is perpetually accompanied by 2 mobile phones, spending most of his time engrossed in games beside Li Chingqing. A week has passed, and Hu Lai continues to engage in solitary fundamental training. Yet, he no longer requires Yan Yan's constant guidance. Except during passing drills, where Yan Yan assists Hu Lai, he is capable of performing on his own, even mastering skills such as dribbling through cones. Li Chingqing's gaze drifts towards Hu Lai. She cannot shake the feeling that his movements appear notably more fluid and proficient than just a week ago. Although it is expected that training would yield improvements, the speed of his progress seems almost extraordinary. It leads her to believe that her perception may be skewed. How could Hu Lai advance so rapidly? She chuckles and shakes her head, attributing her thoughts to her excessive concern for him. Her father is right. He is still a blank canvas. While a blank canvas is ideal for artistry, creating a masterpiece requires time. One cannot expect the artist to produce an exceptional work in a single stroke. Shifting her attention from Hu Lai, she observes the team engaged in a collective training session. Her father is leading them in offensive tactical drills. Just yesterday, he traveled to the provincial capital, Chingqing, to participate in the draw for the National Middle School Football Championship, specifically the Annong Provincial Qualifiers and the Annong Provincial Officials Cup. Starting this weekend, the qualifiers for the national competition in Annong will commence, continuing until the winter break, culminating in the selection of a team to represent in next spring's national tournament, a coveted opportunity for every young football enthusiast. Li Chingqing is aware that Dongchuan Middle School specifically invited her father to coach with the aim of achieving this goal. However, due to the sudden coaching change, the team's preparations have been rushed, delaying the recruitment process, leaving little time for comprehensive team training. In this hurried lead-up to the tournament, the team is reliant on another classmate. From her vantage point on the podium, Li Chingqing can clearly discern that in the offensive strategy her father is crafting, Luo Kai is undeniably the pivotal figure. All players must revolve around this core. Indeed, Luo Kai possesses the qualifications to assume this role, even with her limited experience. Li Chingqing recognizes that among his peers, Luo Kai stands out as exceptionally talented. As the ball approaches, Luo Kai feigns a move to receive it, only to suddenly retreat and pivot, leaving the advancing defender in his wake, before effortlessly collecting the ball that had slipped past the defender. As Luo Kai turned around, he did not even bother to receive the ball. Instead, he swung his leg with force, utilizing the momentum of his turn to unleash a powerful shot. The football soared towards the goal like a cannonball. The goalkeeper, Meng Shi, had barely begun to articulate his thoughts when the ball had already breached the net he was entrusted to guard. By the time he managed to utter his words, The ball had already ricocheted several times against the ground behind him, transforming his intended proclamation of authority into an inadvertent admission of responsibility for conceding a goal. After scoring, Luo Kai clenched his fist and waved it vigorously, seemingly celebrating the goal, although it was merely a score during a training session rather than a match. A chorus of cheers erupted from the sidelines. While celebrating, Luo Kai cast his gaze towards the podium, focusing on the tall figure of Li Chingqing. She was not difficult to spot, as her height and demeanor stood out distinctly amidst the crowd. He was oblivious to the nuances of what transpired between Li Chingqing and Hu Lai and was indifferent to the reasons behind their apparent closeness. However, he was certain of one thing. Li Chingqing had a passion for football. She consistently observed every training session from the sidelines. If she truly appreciated football, she would undoubtedly recognize who excelled on the field, who was worthy of trust and affection. Was there anyone else, apart from him, Luo Kai? No. He had no intention of acting as foolishly as Li Zichuan, directly confronting Hu Lai, despite his growing disdain for the increasingly arrogant young man. Such actions would merely diminish his own stature, inadvertently elevating Hu Lai's status. Instead, he resolved to reclaim the admiration of the goddess in his heart through football. He believed that if Li Chingqing genuinely understood the sport, she would appreciate his dedication and would not let him down. As for Hu Lai, that clumsy individual would merely serve as an inadequate backdrop. It is often said that a red flower requires green leaves for support. But Hu Lai was unworthy even of that role. He could only be the soil beneath. Behind Luo Kai's confident silhouette, the frustrated Meng, she pounded the artificial turf of the school field. Damn it. For reasons unknown, there was an undeniable sense of determination radiating from Luo Kai. During a break in their rigorous training, Yin was conversing with Chu Yifan about the star players of the team. Chu Yifan chuckled. You were worried he might come in and act like a prima donna, but isn't this much better? He trains with such seriousness. How could the others dare to slack off? Yin glanced in Luo Kai's direction, marveling. He is truly formidable. I even think he doesn't belong in an ordinary high school, but should be in a professional football academy or a club's youth team. If it weren't for the reforms of the National Middle School Football Championship 5 years ago, someone like him might have indeed made it to a youth team. Chu Yifan responded, I believe our country is genuinely determined to improve football. For years, campus football has been mere rhetoric, with superficial activities labeled as football programs. The situation has transformed entirely. The National Middle School Football Competition is gaining immense popularity. It is rumored that professional clubs will be observing the national tournament to scout talent for their teams. Luo Kai and his peers are indeed fortunate to be living in such a promising era. You are fortunate as well, Chu team, Yin remarked. Chu Yifan chuckled and shook his head. I have merely caught the tail end of it. That is still better than not being part of it at all. Chu Yifan opted not to delve further into this topic with Yin and proactively shifted the conversation. By the way, how is that Hu Lai you are responsible for? There has been some improvement, but it's rather minimal. I believe he will have no chance of playing in this competition. Yin pondered before amending his statement. No? I suspect he might not get any playing time throughout his entire high school career. We currently have 36 players, and there is simply no way to rotate him in. Frankly, I am perplexed as to why the coach even selected him. Chu Yifan turned to observe Hu Lai's position. At present, during a training break, everyone was resting. Yet Hu Lai was not afforded such a luxury. The coach was personally overseeing his training. They were engaged in a passing drill, with the coach sending the ball to Hu Lai, who was expected to control the passes before returning them. A resounding thud echoed as the coach struck the ball towards Hu Lai. The sound was so pronounced that it was audible even from a distance, illustrating the coach's powerful kick. Standing 10 meters away from the coach, despite Hu Lai attempting to control the ball, as Yin had instructed him earlier, the ball rebounded off his foot as though it had collided with a steel plate, soaring 10 meters back to the coach's feet. In the next moment, everyone on the field heard the coach's furious roar. Is that how you control and pass? What on earth are you doing? You let the ball travel 10 meters. Do you think the football field is a vast prairie with no one around for 10 meters? Again, with another thud, Chu Yifan withdrew his gaze and exchanged a glance with Yin. Such scenes had become all too familiar. Many had grown accustomed to it. Although the new coach enforced stringent standards and appeared fearsome, showing no mercy when players erred during practice, there was a palpable distinction in his treatment of them compared to Hu Lai. Criticizing other players was, at least, justified because they had made mistakes during training. However, Reprimanding Hu Lai seemed devoid of rationale. The coach would lash out simply because he felt like it. For instance, it was evident to everyone that the coach's passing strength was excessive. At a distance of 10 meters, it was nearly impossible to control the ball properly. Even Luo Kai would find it challenging to keep the ball at his feet. Admittedly, controlling the ball 10 meters away was subpar, yet considering Hu Lai's novice status, the coach's expectations appeared excessively harsh. Initially, Hu Lai attempted to defend himself, claiming the coach's pass was too forceful, but after receiving a scathing rebuke and additional penalties, he ceased to argue. After all, whatever the coach said was gospel. I have a bold hypothesis, Yin remarked. Perhaps Hu Lai has inadvertently offended the coach in some manner. Don't be absurd. Chu Yifan waved his hand dismissively. The coach and he were not acquainted previously, were they? Otherwise, I cannot fathom why our coach regards Hu Lai as if he were a sworn enemy. This is hardly training, but rather an act of torment. Yin spread his hands. I find myself in agreement with the sentiments expressed by the freshman students. This lad will surely regret being selected for the school team. I had predicted that this young man would ultimately lament his entry into the team. At a slight distance from Chu Yifan and Yin, a considerable number of newly joined freshmen gathered, their attention captivated by the commotion on the training ground. Among the crowd, someone remarked, and this quickly garnered widespread agreement. To be honest, I felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Recalling his initial enthusiasm upon joining the team, it was quite palpable. Indeed, our coach is genuinely fearsome. Even when he silently observes me, I feel a pang of anxiety, let alone being scolded while under his scrutinizing gaze. How about we place a bet on when this lad will voluntarily withdraw from the team? I doubt he can endure for long. This suggestion rapidly received affirmation from others. What a splendid idea. I too believe he will falter. Speaking for myself, if I were subjected to such reprimands, I would hardly last a week. I wager he won't return next week. Be more confident. I bet he won't show up tomorrow. You all are being rather excessive. I reckon he might manage for another fortnight. Once the preliminary matches commence, and he realizes he will not even make it onto the field, I believe he will withdraw from the team. Luo Kai sat quietly among the crowd, listening intently to his teammates' discussions without voicing his own opinion. However, he would welcome Hu Lai's withdrawal, for if Hu Lai truly could not persevere and chose to leave, it would signal to Li Chingqing that her judgment was flawed. Once she discerned Hu Lai's true nature, Luo Kai was confident that Li Chingqing would return to his side. He firmly believed that his prowess in football would surely win the favor of the goddess. Li Chingqing stood at the podium. Beside her, Song Jiejia had already seated himself cross-legged on the ground, engrossed in his phone. Even the earlier outburst merely prompted him to glance up momentarily before redirecting his focus back to his mobile game. Li Chingqing furrowed her brow as she observed Hu Lai and her father. She understood the nature of her father as a coach. He is stringent, harsh, and severe, a veritable taskmaster in the eyes of many players he has trained. Yet, Li Chingqing recognized that such severity ultimately benefits the players under his tutelage. Her father has cultivated numerous exceptional athletes, which attests to his capability. Though he is fierce and his words may sting, his training yields tangible results. So Hu Lai, you must endure. Do not retreat. Regardless of how uncomfortable you feel or how fatigued your body may become, you must persevere. If you can withstand this trial, I believe you shall surely glimpse the rainbow. Chapter 39. The absence of metal in the 5 elements. When Hu Lai emerged from the changing room, fully attired, he was met by the sight of Mao Xiao and Meng Shi, both clad in school uniforms and carrying backpacks, standing outside. The two imposing figures flanked him, making Hu Lai feel as though he were confronted by guardians at the entrance. Wow, what are you two doing? Hu Lai inquired. Mao Xiao furrowed his brow and replied, we are here to cheer you on. Meng Shi pointed at Mao Xiao and quipped, no, it's you, just you. Undeterred by his friend's jest, Mao Xiao regarded Hu Lai earnestly, saying, I know the coach can be excessively harsh at times, and I understand this may seem unfair to you. As a novice, you are held to such lofty standards. Nevertheless, do not give up, Hu Lai. You must persevere. Hu Lai, taken aback by the seriousness of Mao Xiao's tone and the gravity of his words, was left bewildered. What is going on? He asked. Meng Shi rolled his eyes and explained, this guy is worried you might choose to leave the team. Why would you think that? Hu Lai queried, astonished. Everyone on the team is betting on when you will quit, Meng Shi elaborated. Upon hearing the word bet, Hu Lai's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he eagerly asked Mao Xiao, did you participate? This prompted a peculiar impression in Meng Shi, as Hu Lai seemed to be standing on tiptoe, gazing up at Mao Xiao with starry eyes when he posed the question. Mao Xiao, sensing Hu Lai's sudden enthusiasm, appeared puzzled as to why this notion invigorated him. He shook his head in confusion. No, why would I participate in such a trivial wager? They are merely mocking you in this manner, Hu Lai. Upon learning that Mao Xiao had abstained, Hu Lai's expression fell, and his previously raised chin drooped in disappointment. You missed out on a lucrative opportunity, Mao Xiao? Lucrative? What do you mean? Mao Xiao asked, bewildered. Meng Shi, observing the situation, chimed in. It's a bet without any money, Hu Lai. Everyone is just indulging in idle chatter. There isn't even a stake for a meal. Hearing this, Hu Lai's face displayed a blend of disappointment and disdain. Uft. What a bunch of cheapskates. I was even considering having you join in. They're all betting on when I would quit. If you wagered that I wouldn't quit, wouldn't you end up winning all their money? Mao Xiao was taken aback by Hu Lai's imaginative reasoning and asked, Are you really in need of money, Hu Lai? Hu Lai recalled the substantial debt of 350,000 incurred by his parents to send him to this school and shrugged, I don't despise money. It would be foolish not to earn it. So, for the sake of money, you can endure such training and a demanding coach? You truly are impressive, Meng Shi remarked, giving Hu Lai a thumbs up. Hu Lai smirked and replied, That's a different matter altogether. I once quit. It took me a great deal to get in. What is quitting even worth? I merely thought I could earn some extra cash along the way. Perhaps I am simply lacking in mettle, destined to be without wealth. He shook his head, his tone tinged with a sense of weariness. He also recalled the 100 yuan that Li Zichuan had swindled from him. Although he possessed a potent retort to silence Li Zichuan at any moment, the loss of that 100 yuan now felt quite regrettable. While he was unafraid to engage in heated exchanges with Li Zichuan, he genuinely missed that 100 yuan. Another 3-day training session has swiftly passed, during which Hu Lai gradually discovered that his body seemed to respond less intensely to the rigorous training. Initially, the day following his workouts left him nearly unable to rise from bed, his body aching as if he had been pummeled by 10 burly men throughout the night. Yet now, he can spring out of bed with a simple fish leap, moving with an unimpeded grace akin to flowing water. He understands that the discomfort stems from lactic acid, a consequence of his sudden engagement in strenuous activity after a prolonged hiatus. However, as he continues to train, his body is steadily acclimatizing to this level of exertion, resulting in a significant decrease in lactic acid accumulation, thus alleviating the soreness. In any case, the absence of pain is a welcome relief, sparing him the need to feign normalcy in front of his father, lest the latter discern any issues. Last week, after the 3-day training session, he had performed with utmost theatricality at home, masking any discomfort with meticulous control over his physical demeanor and facial expressions. This required a formidable mastery over his own body, something the former Hu Lai might not have achieved. However, after this period of training and the influence of 2 bottles of the cleansing elixir, Hu Lai displayed no sign of weakness. He sensed that while the effects may not have been as pronounced as those of the cleverness potion, the cleansing elixir indeed enhanced his coordination, allowing him to execute movements without a hitch even amidst physical discomfort. What a blessing it is to have such an advantage. Hu Lai sincerely praises the system. This weekend, the Dongchuan High School football team is set to participate in their first national tournament qualifier, hosted at their home ground against the city's number 50 middle school. The match is scheduled to commence at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. As a member of the Dongchuan High School boys football team, he is obligated to attend, even if he may not take to the field. Unlike professional matches, middle school football does not adhere to a so-called big roster. As long as one is part of the team, participation is guaranteed. Those who do not play sit on the bench, and if the bench is full, they stand beside it on the sidelines. What do they do there? They cheer for the team, assist by carrying equipment, organizing, and guarding belongings. During halftime, they promptly deliver bottled water and towels to the players. In hot weather, these individuals also fan the players with towels to cool them down. China's middle school football teams do not employ the managerial system depicted in Japanese manga. These tasks are performed by the players themselves. This is a shared responsibility that fosters a sense of unity within the team, ensuring that all participants, whether on the field or not, recognize their collective identity. This approach prevents those who do not play from feeling detached from the game or the team's honor, encouraging them to engage earnestly in training. Football is a collective sport, and the essence of teamwork is paramount. If a team is disunited, and its members cannot stand in unison. Even the most formidable individual skills may falter in the face of competitive challenges. The prospect of rushing to school on a Saturday when there are no classes naturally raises eyebrows. However, Hu Lai is not overly concerned, for his father happens to be working that Saturday. Although it is not a night shift, he will return home around 6 or 7 in the evening, allowing Hu Lai to skillfully evade any scrutiny. Despite not being included in the official roster, Hu Lai eagerly anticipates the match, yearning for Saturday afternoon to arrive. This marks his inaugural participation in a formal competition as a member of the school team, a milestone he has never experienced in his 16 years of life, a true rite of passage. P.S. I noticed that in the previous chapter, the term Chingqing Cup was automatically replaced with Gaoguan Cup, since the Chingqing Cup and Shizhong Cup are indeed established middle school football events. I decided to retain the original name. The substitution with Gaoguan Cup felt rather awkward, so I have opted to uniformly rename it to the Anton Cup. This is just to clarify. Chapter 40. If only it could be a bit gentler after finishing breakfast. Hu Lixian placed his bowl on the table and rose to head toward the door, announcing, "I'm off to work." "All right, take care on the road," his wife, Xiaolon, called out from the kitchen, bidding farewell to her husband. Hu Lai, engrossed in his porridge, suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. Lifting his head, he indeed found his father standing at the door, watching him. Goodbye, Dad," Hu Lai said hastily. "Study diligently, don't get distracted." Hu Lixian admonished with a serious expression. "Don't worry, Dad. I promise I'll finish my homework this morning," Hu Lai replied with a cheerful smile. Without uttering another word, Hu Lixian nodded and exited the house. He would be commuting for half an hour to his workplace, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He would be engaged in work until 6:30 in the evening, returning home only after dinner. Hu Lai mentally calculated the timeline. The match was set to kick off at 3 in the afternoon, with an 80-minute duration and a 15-minute halftime break, plus stoppage time, totaling approximately 100 minutes. The match should conclude around 4:45, allowing him ample time to return home from school without arousing his father's suspicions regarding his involvement with the school team and the match. The only person he could not conceal this from would be his mother. However, Hu Lai had no intention of keeping such information from her. Based on his understanding of his mother, he believed the likelihood of her approval for him to participate in the match was quite high, provided he performed well. Thus, his earlier assurance to his father was not mere rhetoric. He genuinely intended to dedicate his morning to his studies and complete his assignments. This arrangement would grant him the freedom to manage his time thereafter, and his mother would likely have no objections to his plans. In this instance, he was heading off to partake in a football match, whereas during ordinary circumstances, he might have simply ventured out to play. After finishing their meal, Hu Lai assisted his mother in tidying up the dining table and then said, "Mom, I won't be home for lunch today." His mother shot him a sharp glance. "What are you planning to do?" "I joined the football team, and we have a match this afternoon. I assure you, I'll complete all my homework by this morning." Noticing his mother's escalating frustration, Hu Lai hurriedly continued to explain, fearing he might give her an opportunity to interject. "I promise to accomplish my tasks with both quality and efficiency. This way, I can freely manage my time in the afternoon and attend the match at school. I will definitely be back before dinner. Trust me, Mom. Playing football is certainly a healthier choice than spending time in an internet cafe gaming. At least it's a form of exercise." Though his mother attempted to speak several times, each time she opened her mouth, she found no opportunity to interject and had to let Hu Lai finish his lengthy discourse. She then glared at her son and replied, "What does that have to do with your lunch absence?" "Our coach insists that the team dine together in the school cafeteria," Hu Lai responded truthfully, considering the upcoming match, and to better manage the team's condition while preventing the players from indulging in unhealthy eating that might upset their stomachs and affect their performance. Coach Li Ziqiang mandated that the pre-match meal be a collective one. Even those not participating in the match were required to join, all for the sake of fostering team cohesion. Xiaolon looked at her son and sighed. "If only you approached your studies with the same seriousness as you do football." Hu Lai quickly retorted, "I am serious about my studies too. My poor grades are simply due to my lack of capability. If you keep up this nonsense, you won't be allowed to go." Xiaolon raised her hand. Hu Lai promptly dashed into his bedroom, exclaiming, "I'm going to do my homework." "Thanks, Mom. You're the best." Watching her son's retreating figure, Xiaolon gradually lowered her raised hand and smiled helplessly. Dressed in pajamas and sporting a tousled mane, Li Chingqing descended the stairs and spotted her father seated in the living room. enjoying breakfast while perusing his tactical notebook. "You're up?" Li Ziqiang inquired without lifting his gaze. Li Chingqing responded, still somewhat groggy. "Wash up, the buns are in the pot." "Oh," she replied, heading to the restroom. She stood before the mirror, using a comb to smooth her hair, then gathered it into a ponytail, securing it with an elastic band that had been wrapped around her wrist. After shaking her head to ensure the ponytail was secure, she smiled contentedly at her reflection. Once she finished washing up, Li Chingqing returned to the living room, only to find her father holding a half-eaten bun while still engrossed in his tactical notes. "Dad," she called out. "The oil," she pointed out. It was only then that Li Ziqiang realized the oil from the bun was trickling down his wrist. "Oh dear," he exclaimed, hastily setting down his notebook to tidy up. "Is Wusher Middle School very strong?" Li Chingqing asked, straddling a chair at the dining table with curiosity. "Not particularly strong, but we need to take the first match seriously. Besides, our preparation time has been too short." Li Ziqiang wiped the grease from his hands with a napkin. "It is said that Dongchuan Middle School is quite formidable, ranking second only to Jiaxiang in the entire Anong province. Isn't it? This is the prevailing sentiment. Yet this school, despite its esteemed position, has seen 2 occasions in the past 5 years where it failed to reach even the semi-finals of the Anong Cup," as Li Ziqiang explained. Li Chingqing cast a glance at her father's tactical notes. The 4-4-3 formation had positioned Luo Kai not as the central striker, but rather as a left winger. Having attended the school team's practices over the past fortnight, Li Chingqing was no stranger to her father's strategy. Although Luo Kai was not the designated center forward, the nominal striker was not intended to be the primary scorer. Rather, his role was to draw the opposing defense and suppress their line. Furthermore, Luo Kai possessed a well-rounded skill set, proficient with both feet, capable of scoring as well as providing assists. Thus, placing him in the winger position allowed for the full utilization of his abilities. When the team needed to score, he could penetrate the opponent's penalty area, acting as a formidable scoring asset. Conversely, when the area became congested, he could drift to the flanks or retreat to midfield, orchestrating the attack and delivering exquisite passes to his teammates. If the offense appeared overly skewed to the left, he could interchange with the right winger, showcasing remarkable positional flexibility. Such a versatile and talented player is a dream asset for any coach, and Li Chingqing marveled at Luo Kai's prowess. However, her admiration was limited. She held no special feelings for him, considering him merely a classmate. Hu Lai indeed fulfilled his promise, completing all his homework by morning. After bidding farewell to his mother, he dashed downstairs, riding his old bicycle, clattering joyfully toward school. From the balcony, Xie Lan observed her son's exuberant silhouette on the bike and recalled his timid demeanor in front of her husband. Perhaps her willingness to assist her son in keeping secrets from his father stemmed from a desire to see him brimming with vigor and vitality, rather than cowering. If a passion for football could instigate such a transformation, then so be it. She understood her husband's reservations about their child engaging with football. Yet what harm was there in pursuing it as a mere hobby at school? "I'm off to school. The vegetables are in the pot. Just warm them up when you eat," Li Ziqiang called from the doorway to the upper floor. His daughter's head peeked out from the stairway. "Okay. I'll be going to school to watch the match this afternoon. Dad, cheer for me." She playfully raised her fist. Observing his obedient daughter, Li Ziqiang felt a twinge of guilt. Initially, she had thrived at her previous football academy, becoming a key player on her age group girls team. Had it not been for his own reasons, she might have continued her training at that academy, ultimately stepping onto the path of professional football. Yet now, she was relegated to being a transfer student at this ordinary middle school. The school has yet to establish a girls' soccer team. Since the passing of his wife, he and his daughter have relied solely on one another, and he has long vowed to ensure her happiness. Presently, as he has just arrived here, he finds himself inundated with various responsibilities. Once the team's operations are on a stable footing, he intends to find a suitable team for his daughter, allowing her to continue training alongside her studies and maintain her form. With this thought, Li Ziqiang displayed a tender smile towards his daughter and waved his hand, saying, "I'm off." "Okay, goodbye, Dad," Li Chingqing replied, standing on the staircase with her hands clasped behind her back, maintaining a smile as she watched her father depart. Her father was always so gentle in his presence. Just as she contemplated this, the scene from that day at the training ground resurfaced in her mind. There was her gentle father, leaning forward, bellowing at Hu Lai with an intensity that seemed as if he intended to devour him whole. Even though Li Chingqing had witnessed her father's strict demeanor towards the players during training, she felt that he was particularly fierce when addressing Hu Lai. She understood that her father's stringent expectations of Hu Lai were for his benefit, yet she wished he could be a tad gentler with him. With this thought, her smile faded, and she pouted at the now-closed door. Chapter 41. The cursed number. When Hu Lai arrived at the school cafeteria, he spotted Mao Xiao waving at him. "Over here, Hu Lai." Upon approaching, Mao Xiao handed him a stainless steel tray and pulled him to stand in line together for lunch. Although Dongchuan Middle School has a cafeteria, it remains closed on Saturdays and Sundays. However, due to the soccer team's dining requirements, it has been temporarily opened on Saturdays to provide lunch for the team. This meal is no ordinary fare. Li Ziqiang has curated a menu and insisted that the cafeteria adhere to it. The nutritional balance is carefully considered, ensuring that the meals are devoid of excessive grease. The school has extended maximum support in this regard, fully cooperating with Li Ziqiang's directives. It appears they are resolutely committed to reviving Dongchuan Middle School's esteemed soccer tradition. Despite it being merely a middle school soccer team, Li Ziqiang applied his professional attitude from the soccer academy to his coaching. While he cannot dictate what his players consume daily, he is determined to oversee their meals before matches. As Hu Lai stood in line, he glanced at the unappetizing dishes displayed at the serving window and smacked his lips. "Had I known, I would have eaten more this morning." The food was evidently lacking in appeal. It was clear that Hu Lai was not alone in this sentiment. Many players displayed frowns upon seeing the cafeteria offerings, and whispers of discontent circulated among them. It was all too easy to surmise that they were lamenting the unappetizing appearance of the meals. Mao Xiao explained with a smile. "Professional players seem to be required to eat these kinds of things. Although they may not be tasty, they are healthy." At the forefront of the team, near the cafeteria where the staff serves meals, head coach Li Ziqiang was vociferously reiterating his admonitions. "Do not overindulge, as it may lead to indigestion and afternoon drowsiness. Do not fear hunger. During halftime, bananas will be provided to replenish your energy." Mao Xiao continued. "In professional teams, it is customary to offer fruits or light snacks during halftime to enable players to swiftly regain their vitality." Meng Shi, sitting nearby, scoffed. "How splendid. Our team has already achieved professional standards in dietary provisions." The three of them, holding their trays, found an unoccupied four-person table and seated themselves. Mao Xiao and Meng Shi sat side by side, while Hu Lai took a seat opposite Mao Xiao. Meng Shi lowered his gaze to his plate, poking at the merely boiled broccoli with his chopsticks, and remarked, "I believe our coach is overthinking this. No one is likely to overeat this." Hu Lai also scrutinized the broccoli and suggested, "Why not prepare the broccoli as dry pot cauliflower? Add some fatty pork, sauté it fiercely, render some oil. Cut the broccoli into smaller pieces, and let it soak in the oil." "Enough. If you say any more, I won't be able to eat," Meng Shi interjected. Hu Lai picked up a piece of boiled broccoli and placed it in his mouth, closing his eyes to chew thoughtfully, nodding in approval. After imagining the flavor of dry pot cauliflower, this broccoli has its own essence. Is that really a possibility? Meng Shi frowned. "Try it for yourself. Think of your favorite dish, strive to recall its flavor, and then taste what is before you," Hu Lai advised. Meng Shi, somewhat skeptical, picked up the broccoli, placed it in his mouth, closed his eyes to savor it, and then spat it out. "It pales in comparison to spicy crayfish." Mao Xiao, furrowing his brow as he ate, also found the meal lacking in flavor. The low oil and salt content made it quite unpalatable, yet he persevered. However, he realized he could not follow Hu Lai's suggestion to think of his favorite foods, for that would render the meal utterly inedible. He decided to shift the topic. "Hey, I heard our new jerseys will be distributed before this match, so we will soon know our numbers. Did we not conduct a small survey earlier for us to report our preferred numbers? What purpose does that serve? I chose number 9. But I doubt they will actually give it to me." Hu Lai paused before continuing. "If they dare to give it to me, I would truly accept it." "What is with your eager tone?" Meng Shi teased. "I am confident I will receive my preferred number. I selected number 1. As the team's main goalkeeper. Isn't it reasonable to be assigned the number 1 jersey? As for you," Meng Shi pointed at Hu Lai. "Regardless of the number, having a number is commendable." Hu Lai cradled the newly issued jersey, still encased in its plastic covering. The primary color of Dongchuan High School's jerseys and shorts was a vibrant yellow, adorned merely with blue stripes at the collar and the hem of the shorts. The color scheme of this jersey reminded Hu Lai of a team from another era, Sichuan Chuanqing. They were a club with little to boast about in the annals of Chinese professional football history, having only achieved a highest league ranking of third. Yet they enjoyed considerable popularity. In this realm, the team Sichuan Xuanqing does not exist, and it is certain that the designer of this jersey could not have drawn inspiration from their style. The predominant yellow hue actually derives from the emblem of Dongchuan Middle School, whose uniforms are also characterized by yellow and blue athletic wear, distinctly contrasting with the monotonous blue and white or red and white uniforms of other institutions. Upon turning the jersey around, he revealed the number on the back, 14. This surprised him, as he had anticipated being assigned the number 36, the last in the sequence. Instead, he found himself with the much more favorable 14. This brought him a modicum of joy. However, a voice filled with skepticism emerged from beside him. "How can you still smile, Hu Lai?" "What?" Hu Lai replied, perplexed, unable to comprehend Meng Shi's remark. "That number is 14, a number cursed in Chinese football," Meng Shi stated gravely. "In 2001, we were closer than ever to the World Cup finals, only to lose in the crucial match due to an own goal by Wang Xiaojun, who wore the infamous number 14. If that were not enough, 3 years later, during the Asian Cup finals held on our own turf, we lost the championship due to a handball goal by Koichi Sato, who also donned the number 14. You see, it has happened twice." Meng Shi raised 2 fingers dramatically, his tone even more exaggerated. "But do you think that's the end of it?" "No. In 2005, as the Chinese team aimed for the World Cup once more, we faltered on the path to the top 10. Merely 14 minutes into the match, our key center back Zhao Kongming was sent off. That makes 3 occurrences of the number 14. Meng Shi's fingers now displayed 3. And coincidentally, it was April 14th. Things happen in threes. Yet here we have 4 occurrences of 14. Subsequently, rumors began to circulate that the number 14 was cursed. Any association with it in Chinese football would lead to misfortune. It was then that Hu Lai recalled having encountered this so-called curse of 14 while researching football data from this world online on the day of his arrival. But it had momentarily slipped his mind. This world, while exhibiting numerous differences in football compared to his previous one, bore a sense of familiarity in certain aspects. For instance, in that world, regardless of the Chinese team's shortcomings, they had at least participated in 1 World Cup finals, specifically the 2002 tournament held in South Korea and Japan. In this world, although the 2002 World Cup indeed took place in South Korea and Japan, the Chinese team regrettably fell short in the qualifiers, failing to participate. Fast forward to 2019, and the Chinese team has yet to appear in a single World Cup finals. Rumors about China bidding for the World Cup occasionally surface in this realm. Yet they are invariably met with ridicule. How can you aspire to host the World Cup when you have never even qualified for the finals? Look at the nations that have hosted. All of them have participated in at least 1 World Cup. As for the 2004 Asian Cup, both worlds are alike. It was indeed hosted in China, and the Chinese team ultimately fell short of securing the championship, losing in the final to Japan. In that match, a controversial goal was also scored. However, in the former world, Hu Lai recalled that the player who netted Japan's second goal with his hand was Koji Naka, wearing the number 6 jersey, not 14. In this reality, it has transformed into the number worn by Koichi Sato, who donned the 14 jersey. During the 2005 World Cup qualifiers, the Chinese team in both worlds similarly failed to reach the final 10, yet the reasons for their absence diverged. In that world, it was due to engaging in underhanded tactics against Middle Eastern teams, while here, they were cleanly defeated by their opponents, leading to their elimination from the top 10. Therefore, what was merely an ordinary number in that world has metamorphosed into a cursed one in this realm. Don't listen to Meng Shi's nonsense, Hu Lai. It's merely a superstition, Mao Xiao reassured Hu Lai, concerned that Meng Shi's exaggerations might frighten him. Meng Shi, displeased, retorted, "Who is spreading falsehoods?" This is a widely recognized fact. Ever since the incident in 2005, which key player in the Chinese Super League has chosen the number 14. Those players may not openly acknowledge it, but they have cast their votes with their feet. While they may not vocalize it, their bodies certainly reveal the truth. Besides, 14 is not an auspicious number, it's unfortunate. Faced with the facts, Mao Xiao had to concede. Indeed, the number 14 is tacitly reserved for younger or substitute players, and few would willingly choose it. There are some who defy superstition, Meng Shi scoffed, but their performance in the number 14 jersey has rarely been commendable. Shall I provide you with examples? Enough, Meng Shi, Mao Xiao interjected sternly, signaling his friend with a glance to refrain from exacerbating Hu Lai's distress. Being assigned a number that everyone shuns is already disheartening enough. To hear tales of curses is akin to attending a relative's funeral and offering hollow reassurance that they will eventually reunite with the deceased. Meng Shi made a face, but fell silent. Hu Lai understood Mao Zhao's good intentions, yet he was indifferent to the so-called cursed number. He had just explored the football knowledge he acquired upon arriving in this world, and discovered that within its football history, the number 14 is merely an ordinary number. While some stars have worn it, the world is not lacking in such players. After all, even moderately well-known footballers can be deemed stars. And that is all there is to it. Thus, the people of this world might not grasp the unique significance of the 14 jersey. This was the number worn by Johan Cruyff and Thierry Henry. Hu Lai removed the plastic wrapping, took the jersey from its packaging, and unfolded it, aligning the number to face him. In a mystical sense, it felt as if hands from the ether had delivered this number to him, bridging the connection between the two worlds. Those names, so familiar to him, those classic scenes, those legends and tales all converge upon this number, reminding him of his origins from that world. "I adore this number," exclaimed Hu Lai, holding up the jersey. Chapter 42. What a magnificent new world this is. There are two prevailing narratives regarding the turning point of Chinese football. One posits that it began with the defeat in the 2001 World Cup Asian qualifiers final round, marked by Wang Xiaojuan's own goal. The other narrative suggests that the pivotal moment occurred in 2005, when Zhao Kongming was sent off merely 14 minutes into the match, heralding a decade of darkness for Chinese football. Yet, even those who subscribe to the latter perspective must concede that the 2001 failure dealt a tremendous blow to Chinese football. Even with the national team's advance to the finals of the 2004 Asian Cup, it was merely a fleeting glimmer of hope. Perhaps even before the dark decade, shadows had already begun to loom, with the first signs emerging following that fateful match in 2001. The Chinese team of 2001 was robust and formidable, embodying the pinnacle of the era's professional football reforms. Furthermore, the World Cup was co-hosted in Asia, removing two of the strongest competitors from the Asian region. At that time, both the media and fans were optimistic, believing that fortune had favored the Chinese team, and it was finally their turn to participate in the World Cup finals. The outcome, however, was a crushing disappointment for a team that the nation had high hopes for, as they faltered once again in the final round of qualifiers, missing what may have been their best opportunity to reach the World Cup finals. In hindsight, many reflect that Chinese football had already met its demise at that juncture, and Zhao Kongming's red card in 2005 merely drove the final nail into its coffin. Subsequently, Chinese football entered a prolonged dark period, spanning nearly a decade. Corruption within the Football Association flourished, officials engaged in malfeasance, neglecting their responsibilities while pursuing personal gain through unscrupulous means. Referees, once the arbiters of the game, transformed into agents of deceit, undermining order on the pitch. National team selections became akin to auctions, favoring those who could pay the highest price rather than those who possessed genuine talent. Head coaches were reduced to mere puppets of the association, where obedience surpassed coaching acumen in importance. Clubs faced financial ruin, with many corporations withdrawing from the sport, leaving the remaining teams to struggle for survival. Some teams changed their home grounds annually, akin to rootless weeds, lacking a stable abode and drifting aimlessly. The attendance and viewership of China's Football League have plummeted, to the extent that even national television stations have ceased to broadcast the domestic league, and no sponsors are willing to endorse a league plagued by relentless negative news. Journalists have abandoned their professional integrity, aligning themselves with whoever offers the highest financial incentive, shamelessly fabricating stories to vilify those they disdain, transforming them into the scapegoats of Chinese football. The public, in its restlessness, has turned Chinese football into a receptacle for their negative emotions, eagerly spitting vitriol in hopes of garnering attention, thereby showcasing their own perceived wisdom and further tarnishing the image of Chinese football, pushing it deeper into despair. Countless hands have contributed to this descent into the abyss. Beneath the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. This situation persisted until 2014. When the government could no longer tolerate the chaos surrounding Chinese football, the higher-ups finally heeded the cries of the populace, launching a vigorous campaign against the corruption and malfeasance in the football world. The leaders of the Football Association took decisive action against those who had engaged in match fixing and corruption: players, coaches, And even management figures who once graced television screens now found themselves imprisoned, clad in prison garb, appearing gaunt and remorseful on camera. Following this anti-corruption storm, the Football Association was nearly dismantled and rebuilt anew. A completely fresh leadership team was established, and barriers between various governmental departments were dismantled. Previously, football seemed to be solely the concern of the General Administration and the Football Association, which rendered their initiatives, such as the plan to introduce football in schools, largely ineffective, as they lacked authority over the education sector. To many, the education department merely allowing the addition of a football elective in middle school physical education graduation exams was already a significant concession to the Football Association. After all, the Football Association was perceived as one of the least reputable departments in China. Any setbacks they faced would only invite mockery and derision, with no sympathy or advocacy from anyone. However, this time, the walls between them were breached. Through the collaborative efforts of the Football Association and the Education Department, a new nationwide middle school football competition was organized. While there had been previous national middle school football competitions, they had suffered from low participation and minimal impact, existing more as a form of self-entertainment within a small circle. Such competitions were far from what the new Football Association envisioned. By partnering with the Education Department, they endeavored to promote this event, linking existing provincial middle school competitions to the national stage, allowing provincial events to serve as qualifiers for the national tournament. During the preliminary phase, provinces and municipalities were permitted to design their competition format according to their specific circumstances, whether as a knockout system, a league format, or a centralized tournament. Ultimately, one qualifying spot would be determined for participation in the national competition the following spring. Simultaneously, efforts are being made to engage various traditional media and emerging online platforms to promote this novel competition. Since the autumn semester of 2014, 5 successful national competitions have been held, culminating in the 6th edition today. Over the span of 5 years, relentless promotion and advocacy have gradually ingrained this event into the hearts of the public. The impact has been remarkably significant. Currently, among high school students, there is a heightened awareness of the national competition, with even those indifferent to football being cognizant of the annual springtime National High School Football Championship that determines the strongest high school football team in China. Many schools with a rich football heritage take pride in winning this national title, and comparisons are often drawn between China's national competition and Japan's. While there is currently little basis for comparison, the mere fact that they are discussed in the same breath signifies a remarkable advancement for the nascent Chinese high school football championship. Some analysts speculate that the Football Association's enthusiasm for this high school football championship is not solely about nurturing future talent for Chinese football. A more pivotal reason may be its aspiration to reshape the image of Chinese football. The previous reputation of Chinese football has been tarnished, birthing numerous anecdotes that mock and ridicule the sport. In contrast to the more complex and negative perceptions surrounding professional football, campus football is inherently simpler, particularly at the high school level. Establishing a vibrant and positive campus football event can contribute to ameliorating the public's entrenched views of Chinese football. This endeavor is not a fleeting effort. While these measures alone may not suffice to alter the prevailing negative perceptions of Chinese football in society, consider the students who participate in the national competition. As they mature and integrate into society, becoming its mainstream, how will they reminisce about the National High School Football Championship that has become a part of their youth? Will they dismiss the matches in which they poured their tears and sweat as worthless? Will they regard them as mere assemblies of corrupt matches and referees? No, they will not perceive it this way, nor will they permit others to demean the event to which they have devoted their youthful passion. Thus, with the influence of these individuals, might the overall image of Chinese football undergo some improvement? Hu Lai emerged from his reverie, having meticulously recalled the information he had gathered about the state of football in this country since his arrival. The state of Chinese football in this timeline bears significant resemblance to that of the timeline he originated from, to the extent that he felt an illusion of not having traversed time. Nevertheless, it is evident that numerous differences exist, and the subsequent developmental trajectories of those familiar elements diverge notably. Without delving into the changes at the professional football level or the differing trajectories of leagues, one can observe the transformations within campus football. Before his journey through time, Hu Lai had aspired to join the school football team, not for the sake of participating in national competitions, of which he knew almost nothing. The thought had never crossed his mind. His sole desire was to become a member of the team, and he had not contemplated what would come after that. He imagined engaging in matches with neighboring schools, and participating in the local Chingqing Cup would suffice for him. However, upon arriving in this new realm, he discovered that joining the school team would allow him to partake in national high school football tournaments, a prospect that was immensely enticing. Now, in the 5th year of this event's promotion, a remarkable 128 middle schools from Anong Province, where Dongchuan City is located, are participating. This number is a result of the organizing committee's intent to control the number of participants. Otherwise, even more schools would join. However, an excessive number of participants would lengthen the schedule, which in turn might diminish the enthusiasm of the schools involved. After all, a school is not solely comprised of one football team. Academics remain the primary focus for students. It is essential to strike a balance between football and studies, rather than merely considering how many teams are competing or expanding the scale of the event indiscriminately. Failure to address this issue could lead schools to succumb to parental pressure and withdraw from football competitions. If parents discover that playing football adversely affects their children's academic performance, they would undoubtedly sever any ties their children have with the sport, disregarding youthful passion and football dreams. This delicate equilibrium has emerged after 5 iterations of the competition. It is evident that collaboration between the education and sports departments is critical for the longevity of this event. Without the cooperation of the education sector, the Football Association alone could not propel this colossal initiative forward. In Anong Province, due to the participation of 128 schools, a single elimination format is employed, with home and away teams determined by an online lottery. Hulai's Dongchuan Middle School was fortunate enough to draw the home game. However, the true stroke of luck belonged to the visiting 50 Middle School, which drew a local opponent and thus avoided intercity travel. Although high-speed rail travel has become highly developed, allowing for journeys to any city within Anong Province from Dongchuan City in under 2 hours, the fatigue of travel can still impact a team's performance. Since the match is being held locally, 50 Middle School brought along a small cheerleading squad of 30, clad in coordinated attire and employing synchronized chants and movements to support their team. Despite their team currently trailing 0-3 on the field, their cheers remain unwavering. Prior to the match, Hulai had heard from Mao Xiao that 50 Middle School is not a powerhouse in football. Their team's capabilities are quite average, with their best achievement being a third-round appearance in the Anong Cup, the preliminary round of the national competition. Nevertheless, this has not deterred them from participating in the event annually. Even if they face an early exit, they return the following year. For the senior members of the team, losing this match might signify the forfeiture of 3 years of dreams and aspirations, yet they continue to run tirelessly on the field. Each individual approaches this match with utmost seriousness, despite the possibility that it may be their final game of the year. Hulai, donned in the number 14 jersey, sits on the sidelines as a substitute. Although this match bears little relevance to him, akin to the games during physical education classes, he finds himself captivated by the unfolding drama. In the past, he envied Japanese high school students, admiring their youthful exuberance as they sweat on the field, shed tears in the locker room, and cheer passionately for their school teams from the stands. Even the heart-wrenching defeats evoke a sense of envy within him. In stark contrast, the youth of Chinese students has been stereotyped by media portrayals as melodramatic and chaotic, filled with hysterics and trivial conflicts. He remains motionless, fixated on the field, greedily absorbing every moment both on the pitch and in the stands, entranced by the spectacle before him. What a splendid new world this is. This chapter serves as an introduction to this new realm, akin to a setting exposition, yet it is narrated from Hulai's perspective. I hope readers do not find it lacking in substance. The reflections presented herein encapsulate my motivation for crafting an alternate football universe. After 17 years of writing football novels and nearly 3 decades as a fervent supporter of Chinese football, I possess a wealth of thoughts on the sport, particularly regarding Chinese football, and have entertained some ambitious, perhaps audacious, ideas. While I could share these musings on social media or through public platforms as a web novelist, I believe that articulating these thoughts within a narrative framework is the most fitting approach. In the heart of the champion, I have touched upon the intersections of football and education. During the 2018 World Cup, I was invited by the publishers of The Heart of the Champion to write an article exploring the educational aspects of football, which I shared on my public account. In The Glory on the Green, I expressed concerns through the character Zhao about those who embark on the path of professional football from a young age, but ultimately do not succeed. Who is accountable for their lost youth? Who bears the responsibility for their future? How many parents would be willing to guide their children towards a professional football career? Risking an uncertain future? Might school football serve as a means to alleviate parental concerns? Now, as a family man with a 7.5-year-old son attending elementary school, my wife and I have explored various options for his football interest classes. To be frank, our child lacks remarkable talent, and I do not harbor expectations for him to pursue a career in professional football. However, I still wish to enroll him in football lessons, hoping to instill in him a love for the sport and impart valuable lessons through it. At the very least, it would serve to enhance his physical fitness, liberating him somewhat from the confines of his daily life spent indoors, engrossed in books and homework. I believe many parents who enroll their children in various football interest classes share a similar sentiment. They do not necessarily aspire for their children to become professional players, but rather seek opportunities for physical activity and a burgeoning affection for football through such engagements. This is particularly true in the absence of a structured, unified campus football league. What if such a league existed? When my son was quite young, I envisioned a future where he would join his school's football team, participating in weekly matches while I cheered from the stands, celebrating his triumphs and guiding him through his setbacks on the journey home. Should he face defeat, I would offer him comfort and encouragement. The memories associated with football would become a significant aspect of his upbringing, with the campus football league forming a shared memory for his generation, an emblem of their youth. It would bring me immense joy to see the dreams of my unfulfilled youth realized through my child. Regrettably, the current environment for campus football in our nation does not support such aspirations. Thus, I have woven these dreams into my writing, creating a world governed by my narrative. I wish to depict a nationwide unified tournament, illustrating the collective footballing youth shared by a group of young individuals and their journey from school to professional realms. In this envisioned world, parents need not fear that their children will abandon their studies in pursuit of a precarious career in professional football. If their children possess genuine talent, they will naturally attract the attention of professional teams through national competitions. The decision to pursue this path would rest with the children and their parents. Conversely, if their aptitude is average or their ambitions lie elsewhere, they can still relish the joy of football within the school environment, without sacrificing their academic pursuits. They will continue their studies, take the college entrance examination, and ultimately embark on different life paths. Alternatively, they might participate in the same National University Football League. And if they excel, they too could enter the professional football arena. Upon reaching adulthood, they will undoubtedly cherish the experiences gained from their high school football teams, lessons in resilience, teamwork, and the camaraderie of battling alongside teammates, celebrating victories, and confronting failures. All these will become invaluable treasures in their lives. Only by addressing the concerns of students and parents can football rejuvenate in this populous nation, leading to a substantial increase in the footballing populace. Given China's vast population, such a football community would be enormous, almost daunting in its scale. This expansive football demographic would serve as the foundation and fertile soil for the upper echelons of football, a truth evident in any footballing powerhouse. Without a sufficient football populace, there can be no vibrant football culture or elevated standards of play. Without this demographic, there can be no formidable national team, nor a thriving professional league. However, the most crucial aspect is that without a population engaged in football, the sport itself would cease to exist, akin to a river without a source or a tree without roots. For me, envisioning such a nurturing environment for campus football represents a modest suggestion, or rather an aspiration, regarding the enhancement of China's football standards. I acknowledge that this vision may appear somewhat idealistic, yet I am merely a novelist weaving tales of football, not the president of a football association. Thus, the realization of these ideals is beyond my purview. Allow me to dream for now, much like Hu Lai, who expresses his awe at this beautiful new world. I sincerely hope that in reality, one day in the future, we too can inhabit such a splendid new realm. Thank you all for indulging my musings. Let us continue to anticipate Hu Lai's future in this new world. Chapter 43. Unabashed despite the relentless efforts of each member of the 50 middle school football team, they ultimately failed to secure a victory in this match, not even managing to score a single goal. As the final whistle blew, several players from 50 middle schools succumbed to tears, while the cheerleaders, who had fervently rallied for over 80 minutes, fell into a painful silence. The flags that had previously danced in the wind now hung limply, devoid of movement. Their season, it seemed, had come to a premature close after just one match. The coach of 50 Middle School appeared to be accustomed to such scenes. After the game, he exchanged a handshake with Li Ziqiang before stepping onto the field to console his players, accompanied by the team leader from 50 Middle School, who had extended a handshake to the leader of Dongchuan Middle School prior to this. Meanwhile, the players from Dongchuan Middle School celebrated their victory with exuberance. Although 50 Middle School was not particularly strong, their hasty formation and insufficient preparation time made this victory, which led them to the next round of the competition, truly worthy of celebration. In the midst of the celebrations, Meng Shi's shouts were particularly loud, as he had successfully kept a clean sheet, denying 50 Middle School any opportunity to score. He felt immense satisfaction with his performance, especially in the latter stages of the match. It could be said that the players of 50 Middle School had nearly abandoned all defensive efforts, fixated solely on the singular desire to score, a desire that may well have been their only wish for the season. Yet, Meng Shi repeatedly and ruthlessly thwarted their attempts to find the back of the net. The sorrow of the 50 Middle School players was palpable, perhaps exacerbated by the realization that being eliminated was one thing, but to be denied even a single goal was indeed excessive. Yet, this is the nature of the football pitch. The emotions of victors and vanquished seldom align. The scenes that might draw tears from observers are often unnoticed by the jubilant victors, who are too preoccupied with their celebrations. Despite not having played, Hu Lai still took the time after the match to express gratitude to the classmates who had come to support them from the stands. This was also one of the post-match protocols mandated by Li Ziqiang, aimed at instilling a sense of politeness and gratitude in the children. As Hu Lai applauded the stands in appreciation, he spotted Li Chingqing, who was standing alongside Song Pongzi, waving cheerfully in his direction. Although he did not step onto the field nor break a sweat, Hu Lai stood tall and accepted Li Chingqing's cheers with grace. In front of him, Luo Kai occupied the front row of the team, raising his hand in gratitude to the audience alongside his teammates. Yet, his expression remained composed, even though the applause he received came predominantly from his fervent admirers. Both men and women were captivated by his performance on the field. Ultimately, Dongchuan High School triumphed with a score of 50, and Luo Kai scored 4 goals, achieving a remarkable hat trick. He certainly deserved the accolades and adoration bestowed upon him. However, he remained tranquil in the face of such applause until he noticed Li Chingqing waving her arms in his direction. At that moment, a radiant smile illuminated his face, and he raised his hand to reciprocate her gesture. Naturally, this action elicited an even louder roar from the stands, but Luo Kai paid no heed. His focus was solely on the smiling Li Chingqing. Football is a game of fairness. One's performance is evident to all who participate. With the kind of display he put forth, was it not reasonable for him to capture Li Chingqing's affection? At last, Chingqing seemed to have found her way back to him. With this thought, Luo Kai turned his head, intending to revel in Hu Lai's current disheveled state as a victor. To his surprise, however, he saw Hu Lai also waving to Li Chingqing. How shameless. Is she really waving at you? Luo Kai thought bitterly. Xia Lan was restless, her mind wandering from the television dramas she usually enjoyed, occasionally getting up to glance at the balcony, hoping to see her son return. She worried for Hu Lai, concerned he might not come back on time, and that his football escapades at school would be discovered by her husband. Fortunately, just 5 minutes before 5 o'clock, Hu Lai unlocked the door and walked in. Sitting on the sofa, Xia Lan glanced at her son. Back? Yes, Mom. See, I didn't lie to you. As soon as the game ended, I rushed back, Hu Lai replied with a beaming smile. Oh, how was the match? Xia Lan asked casually. We won. Hu Lai's smile grew even brighter. Seeing her son's genuine joy made Xia Lan smile as well, but she quickly became serious. Hurry and take a shower. Change your clothes. Though she didn't say it outright, Hu Lai understood her unspoken concern that he might have been caught by his father. However, he shook his head. I didn't play, Mom. I watched the game from the sidelines and didn't sweat at all. Xia Lan was taken aback. You didn't play? Then what were you doing? Just being a spectator? Even if I didn't play, I had to go, Mom. It's called team spirit. We are a team, a whole. Regardless of whether we play or not, everyone has to be there. Seeing her son speak with such pride, Xia Lan shook her head. All right. As long as you enjoy it. Though she didn't quite understand what was so joyous about not playing, she was just glad her son was happy. Since joining the school football team, My son's smile has seemed to multiply, not the kind that conceals his true feelings, but a genuine expression of joy. Even if he does not play on the field or engage in physical exercise, witnessing such a smile is quite delightful. At 7:30 in the evening, Hu Lisin returned home, weary from a long day of work. His wife and child had already dined, and his spouse was in the bedroom engrossed in her phone. "Where is Hu Lai?" he inquired. "He is in his room reading," she replied. "How did he perform today?" "Quite well. He completed all his assignments this morning." Hu Lisin was somewhat astonished. "He didn't procrastinate? Haven't you noticed?" Xiaolon chuckled. "Noticed what?" Hu Lisin asked, puzzled. "He has been more diligent in his studies lately." Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Hu Lisin responded, "Has he? You really are quite indifferent towards your own child." Xiaolon complained. "I understand you are busy and under pressure, but you should at least pay a bit more attention to our son. His performance has improved significantly compared to before. Perhaps he is maturing and beginning to understand things better." Observing her husband's nonchalant demeanor, Xiaolon often felt compelled to reveal that their son had joined the school football team, which had transformed his spirit and enthusiasm for various activities. However, she refrained from doing so, for her son had asked her to keep it a secret from his father. She was certain that disclosing this information would irrevocably close the door to her son's heart. She had no desire for that to happen. Song Jejia pulled a plastic bag from his backpack and emptied its contents onto the floor. A complete set of yellow football uniforms from Dongchuan High School lay before him, with the number 14 clearly visible on the back of the jersey. Frowning at the uniform, Song Jejia recalled that Hu Lai had given it to him after the match, requesting him to keep it safe, as Hu Lai's father disapproved of his playing football, thus forbidding any football-related items in their home. It seemed reasonable to entrust the uniform to a good friend for safekeeping, yet Song Jejia sensed that the situation was more complex. During today's match, Hu Lai had merely stood on the sidelines in his jersey, participating in warm-ups with the team, but not actually playing, leaving him relatively sweat-free. Consequently, the shorts and socks remained clean. However, what if Hu Lai played in future matches? The thought of him returning home after a game, drenched in sweat and grime, and handing over the dirty jersey, shorts, and foul-smelling socks, not to mention those wretchedly odorous shoes, sent shivers down Song Jejia's spine. Would he merely be acting as a custodian? Would he be forced to wear these filthy garments for the next match, accumulating even more sweat, foot odor, and stains before passing them on to him? Just imagining that scenario made him cringe. Henceforth, would he have to wash Hu Lai's jersey and stinky socks after every match? Song Jejia was filled with rage, feeling that he had been deceived by Hu Lai. However, he soon reconsidered and sighed in relief. With Hu Lai's lackluster skills, how could he possibly make it onto the field? What a close call. Fortunately, he patted his chest, then repacked the items into a plastic bag and tossed it into the corner. Chapter 44. Coach, I want to play. Days passed by, and the school team practiced unwaveringly 3 times a week, regardless of wind or rain. Li Ziqiang insisted that his team train on the field. Thanks to the school's renovation of the pitch, the new underground drainage system was effective, allowing practice to proceed as long as it wasn't pouring rain. No matter what the team focused on during training, Hu Lai continued with his fundamental drills, including juggling, passing, shooting, and dribbling. As for Li Ziqiang, he still took the time between training sessions to instruct Hu Lai, albeit in a rather harsh manner. What surprised everyone, however, was that despite being treated so roughly and being confined to the most monotonous basic training, Hu Lai did not voluntarily leave the team. Moreover, he did not give the coach a reason to dismiss him. His training attitude was impeccable. Whatever the coach instructed, he complied without question. It was only when Hu Lai heard that emotionless voice echo in his mind that he realized he had actually completed that pitifully meager task. 3,000 points had been credited to his account, yet Hu Lai felt no elation over the completion of the task. He sat on the artificial turf of the field, too exhausted to rise, as if his legs were leaden. He suspected that Coach Li Ziqiang was aware of his task, which was why he had deliberately increased the training intensity to compel him to quit. Though he could not fathom why the coach would want him to leave, he had a nagging intuition that the coach's stringent expectations were not without reason. After all, the coach's demeanor towards him was distinctly different from that towards others. This was evident even to a fool. Yet, he could not comprehend the rationale behind it. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that he had managed to remain with the team and accomplish his task. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having previously exhausted all his points to exchange for 4 bottles of stamina potions left him feeling insecure with a balance of 0 points. Now, however, his account had been replenished with 3,000 points. He had no intention of using them just yet, deciding instead to save them for when he truly needed them. After all, that so-called cleverness potion seemed exceedingly difficult to obtain. Initially, he had deemed the task rewards to be trivial, but in retrospect, given the system's laziness, particularly in its infrequent issuance of tasks, those 3,000 points had become invaluable. Over the past 4 weeks, the system had been as silent as the grave, failing to issue even a single task. When he first received this system, Hu Lai had imagined that his life would be revolutionized, inundated by various impressive bonuses that would drown him in a sea of joy and concern over which to use. Yet, the harsh reality had made it clear what foolish dreams he harbored. For over 2 months now, the system has been integrated, yet only 3 tasks have been released. Most of the time, Hu Lai even forgets that he possesses such a system. It is, without a doubt, the most lackluster system in existence. Hu Lai silently lamented. Just then, a cold, emotionless voice reverberated within his mind. Task: participate in an official match. Task reward: basic training scroll, shooting level 1. Hu Lai felt as though he had been abruptly throttled, and his internal complaints came to a sudden halt. He began to suspect that this system, which typically remained unresponsive, was indeed capable of observing and hearing everything, including his fervent tirades against it. It must have chosen this moment to issue a task as a way to mock him. After mentally covering his face, Hu Lai finally turned his attention to the task itself. Participate in an official match? The system even emphasized the term official before the match, implying that training matches or intra-team instructional games would not suffice. What a joke! Given his current state, how could he possibly compete in an official match? He had been engaged solely in fundamental training and had yet to practice with the team. Although he had contemplated participating in a match, the harsh reality had informed him that achieving such a goal would not be easy. Now, the system had presented him with a task that seemed to dig a pit for him. After all, the task did not specify a deadline for completion, so he thought he could just let it sit until he was qualified to play, at which point he would naturally fulfill the task. With that thought, Hu Lai focused his consciousness on the reward. Immediately, a description of the item appeared in his mind. Basic training scroll, shooting. Upon use, it would enhance training effectiveness for the next 10 shooting training sessions. He was taken aback. Such a thing existed? He had previously been fixated on acquiring a clever elixir that could enhance overall training effects, yet he had spent 2,000 points without success. He had not anticipated that there were items to improve specific training effects, though it may not be as effective as the clever elixir, considering its low drop rate. This single-item training scroll could be obtained simply by completing the current task, which certainly piqued Hu Lai's interest. After all, as a forward, what is the most crucial skill? Undoubtedly, it is shooting. He could not continue with basic training indefinitely. Enhancing his shooting ability had become paramount. However, relying solely on formal training to improve his shooting skills would take an indeterminate amount of time. Now, with this training scroll presented before him, Hu Lai found himself hesitating. If the task merely rewarded points, he might not have paid much attention. Yet now, it could enhance his shooting training effectiveness. Did he really need to wait until the opportune moment to complete this task naturally? Just as Hu Lai was wrestling with these thoughts, he noticed a row of red numbers at the end of the task, 29235950. As he momentarily lost his focus, the number transformed into 29235945. It dawned on Hu Lai that this was a countdown. What an absurdity that this task had a timer. He had initially contemplated leaving the task to unfold naturally, believing it would complete itself by the time he was able to participate in the match. However, it was evident that the system had other intentions. Observing the fluctuating digits, it became apparent that the last column represented seconds, followed by minutes, hours, and days. By this reckoning, the task demanded that he complete it within 30 days. Panic set in for Hu Lai. With this realization, he exited the system space and cast his gaze towards the distant head coach, Li Ziqiang. He was the pivotal figure determining whether Hu Lai could take the field. Standing at the sidelines, Li Ziqiang noted that today's training had concluded, and once again, Hu Lai had fulfilled the training tasks assigned to him. It had been 4 weeks, nearly a month, since the lad joined the school team. Initially, Li Ziqiang believed that under his rigorous demands and intense training regimen, this boy would not endure for long. From his observations, He sensed a hint of cunning in Hu Lai's expression, which hardly suggested the traits of a hard-working and earnest individual. Although he acknowledged the superstition surrounding face reading, he felt there was some truth to it. A person's true character inevitably reflects upon their visage. For instance, his daughter, with her striking beauty and youthful radiance, was undoubtedly a kind-hearted soul. Yet, this kindness also bore its drawbacks, rendering her susceptible to deception, just as she had been misled by that classmate of hers. What consequences might arise when a pure-hearted individual encounters a shrewd one? Out of concern for his daughter, he resolved to recruit Hu Lai into the team, intending to manage him personally. Otherwise, he was convinced his daughter would continue her entanglement with the boy. Have you noticed the vacant lot behind the building? Clearly, this was not their first clandestine meeting there. His strategy was thus to diminish Hu Lai through incessant belittlement and torment, prompting him to withdraw from the school's football team and relinquish his pursuit of the sport, thereby ceasing his involvement with his daughter. Simultaneously, he aimed to demonstrate to her just how unreliable and irresponsible this boy was, hoping she would come to her senses and keep her distance henceforth. Thus, despite the risk of his daughter uncovering the truth due to his excessive efforts, Li Ziqiang proceeded with his plan. Little did he anticipate that over the past 4 weeks, this seemingly weak-willed boy, prone to evasion and trickery, would prove resilient. Hu Lai displayed no concern for the monotonous and tedious foundational training assigned to him, nor did he mind the harsh criticisms and reprimands, functioning like an emotionless machine, diligently adhering to the training regimen. In truth, there were ways to ensure Hu Lai's failure in his tasks. Arrange an utterly impossible task for Hu Lai, such as requiring him to juggle 1,000 times within a mere minute. This is unequivocally unachievable. No individual on this planet could accomplish such a feat, however. This endeavor serves no purpose. He will inevitably falter before his daughter. When confronted by her inquiries of whether he is intentionally making things difficult for Hu Lai, he will find himself at a loss for words. Thus, he must confine the torment he inflicts upon Hu Lai to a tolerable degree, ensuring that while Hu Lai experiences profound suffering, he can also persuade his daughter that he is merely enforcing strict standards rather than seeking personal vendetta. With this thought, Li Ziqiang felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. Although his intentions were for his daughter's benefit, why did it feel as though he were opposing her? It was all that scoundrel's fault. His gaze shifted towards Hu Lai, only to be unexpectedly met with the realization that the young man was also looking at him, his eyes radiating an intense fervor. Instantly, Li Ziqiang felt a sense of distaste. What did that gaze signify? Was it a provocation? Consequently, all his prior grievances manifested in a resounding shout. Hu Lai, what are you staring at? Hu Lai, who was contemplating how to secure a chance to play, was taken aback by the coach's sudden call of his name. Reflexively, he blurted out, "Coach, I want to play." The training had just concluded, and the players were exiting the field, preparing to change in the locker room, conversing in small groups. Following the coach's unexpected outburst, all attention turned towards Hu Lai. Whispers circulated about how Hu Lai had once again incurred the coach's ire. Some even chuckled quietly. The students lingering on the sidelines had not yet dispersed, and upon hearing Li Ziqiang's yell, their focus shifted to the field, rendering the atmosphere significantly quieter than before. Consequently, Hu Lai's words, though not loud, resonated clearly with everyone present. The laughter, whispers, and discussions ceased abruptly, as if they had witnessed something astonishing, leaving them all in stunned silence. Even Li Chingqing, standing at the podium, wore an expression of surprise. Meanwhile, Song Jiejia, beside him, engrossed in her phone, finally sensed the sudden hush and looked up, bewildered, and asked, "What just happened?" Li Ziqiang quickly concealed the fleeting surprise that crossed his face and, with a scowl, retorted, "What did you say?" Hu Lai recognized that he had misspoken, inadvertently voicing his innermost thoughts. Some thoughts may be harmless when kept within the confines of one's mind, but uttering them aloud might prove ill-timed. After a month of training with the team, he was acutely aware of his status as a newcomer, having only undergone basic training for a month. The prospect of participating in a match was daunting. The team comprised 36 players who had already completed 3 rounds of preliminary matches, including both starters and substitutes. Only 18 individuals had taken to the field, precisely half of the squad. This meant that the other half had not played at all. So why should he be the one to step onto the pitch? Many must have thought, how could it possibly be your turn? Even if we were to take the field, among the 35 of us, who could possibly rank lower than you? Hu Lai quickly retracted his statement, stammering, No, coach. Yet Li Ziqiang had no intention of letting him off the hook. He had endured this brat for far too long. What do you mean, no? He thundered, striding towards Hu Lai. You can't even crawl, yet you wish to run away. Are you dissatisfied with the basic training I've prescribed for you during this period? I am not, Hu Lai retorted defensively. Not dissatisfied, you say? I am well aware that your heart is brimming with grievances, lamenting that my treatment of you is more severe than that of others. It's perfectly acceptable for you to voice your opinions, I assure you. I will not expel you from the team for it, Li Ziqiang declared, his gaze icy as it bore down on the bowed Hu Lai. His back turned to the podium. Without needing to glance back, he was acutely aware that his daughter was watching this scene unfold from the stage. Logically, he should have suppressed his emotions to avoid raising any suspicions in her mind. However, the memory of that fateful day in the open field, where his daughter had embraced that wretched rascal, their faces mere inches apart, ignited an uncontrollable fury deep within him. His daughter, the fruit of his and his late wife's love, the precious being he had nurtured alone after her mother's passing. How could he possibly relinquish her to this scoundrel? Many outsiders have labeled Li Ziqiang with various impressions, with the players of Dongchuan High School's football team considering their coach to be a tyrant. Yet few are aware of his other identity as an overprotective father. Upon his wife's death, she entrusted their daughter to him, and he would absolutely, unequivocally not permit anyone to lay a hand on his beloved child. This precious gem, whom he cherished so dearly, was now at risk of being taken away from him simply because he had been preoccupied with the transition to a new job and adapting to a new environment. How intolerable! He feared that this might become the greatest failure of his life, more devastating than losing his wife or his previous job. The magnitude of his concern for this situation was matched only by the depth of his disdain for Hu Lai. He glared at Hu Lai as though he were staring at a corpse. Under his intense scrutiny, Hu Lai kept his head bowed, silent. What's the matter? Lost your voice. Speak up, Li Ziqiang bellowed. Everyone present was taken aback by the unfolding scene, including Li Chingqing and Song Jiejia, who stared blankly at the field, utterly unsure of how to respond. The reactions of others were no better. Both players and spectators alike were at a loss for how to behave. The only sound piercing the silence was Li Ziqiang's furious roar. Amidst this quietude, a harsh laugh abruptly shattered the atmosphere. Ha! You think you can take the field? With your demeanor? Go take a look at yourself in the mirror. Hu Lai, did you truly believe that simply joining the school team would ensure your triumph? You are nothing but a jest. Did you hear that, Hu Lai? You are indeed a source of amusement. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your folly. Song Jiejia swiftly turned her head towards the direction of the mocking voice, though she did not need to look to know who was laughing. The distinctive timbre of Li Ziqiang's voice was unmistakable. Li Chingqing furrowed her brows, greatly displeased by Li Ziqiang's behavior of kicking someone when they are down. She felt a surge of indignation, yearning to teach that obnoxious mutt a lesson, even in the presence of her father. However, before she and Song Jiejia could take any action, a resounding voice echoed throughout the venue. Silence. As Li Ziqiang reprimanded him, Hu Lai kept his head bowed. Much like when he faced his father's scolding, thoughts of his father flooded his mind, the man who could never appreciate his passion for football. In his childhood, when he played in the yard with friends, the moment he was caught, he stood before his father in silence, head lowered, enduring the reprimand. His companions stood nearby, bewildered, unable to comprehend why Hu Lai's father was so harsh with him. This pattern had persisted throughout his life. Any misstep would elicit his father's wrath. Though he claimed to have his best interests at heart, he never truly considered Hu Lai's perspective. He orchestrated everything without seeking Hu Lai's input. If Hu Lai dared to voice dissent, the typical response was, mind your own business. Why ask so many questions? Just do as you're told. Trust my judgment. I know better than you. Well, Hu Lai chose to cease questioning and remain silent. He buried all those doubts deep within his heart. Yet, these inquiries were not truly extinguished, but rather accumulated, unresolved. Now, these emotions surged forth, intertwined with memories, clamoring for an outlet. At that moment, Li Ziqiang's piercing voice broke through. You are a joke. Did you hear that, Hu Lai? You are a laughingstock. Everyone is waiting to see your folly. It was as if a lit match had been tossed into a gas-filled room. Boom. Silence. Hu Lai lifted his head, his gaze landing on the stands behind the coach. Immediately spotting the astonished Li Ziqiang, whom he pointedly addressed. You better pay up, Li Ziqiang. Li Ziqiang had never encountered such a fierce version of Hu Lai. He was taken aback, the sound of a gulp escaping his throat, leaving him speechless. After dealing with Li Zichuan, Hulai shifted his focus back to his head coach. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the man before him was not Coach Li Ziqiang, but rather his father, the father who always wore a serious expression, the one he instinctively wished to evade. The tumultuous emotions within him had not been quelled by the earlier outburst. They continued to surge within his chest. Hulai fixed his gaze on Li Ziqiang, enunciating each word with conviction. Yes, I want to play football. I want to take the field and compete. That is my aspiration. Is that too much to ask? Is it so wrong for me to aim to play in a match? I am still in the process of striving, but does that mean I am unworthy of dreaming of running? I want to play in a match. What is wrong with that? A chorus of gasps filled the air, resonating throughout the venue. Both the members of the school team on the field and the spectators at the sidelines were taken aback by Hulai's performance. Those who steadfastly watched the training harbored a genuine love for football, the school team, and someone on the team. This was not their first time observing the team's training. They were acutely aware of Hulai's standing within the squad and his usual demeanor. It had always been the coach yelling at him. When had he ever dared to retort so boldly? Not to mention Hulai. Who among the entire team would dare to speak to the coach in such a tone and manner? Were they not eager to court disaster? Mao Xiao glanced at Meng Shi, his good friend signaling him with a gesture across the neck, implying that his friend was courting trouble. Even Luo Kai, typically calm, exhibited a rare flicker of surprise. Hulai's abrupt shift from being too intimidated to speak to roaring at the devilish coach had left him disoriented. Damn impressive. Song Jejia couldn't help but cheer for her deskmate from the podium. Yet beside her, Li Chingqing murmured, "It's over." In that climactic moment, Hulai leaned in, nearly pressing his face against the head coach's, as he unleashed his words with fervor, accompanied by droplets of saliva that struck Li Ziqiang's face. And Hulai? After bellowing that statement with all his might, the pent-up frustration within him dissipated. Sanity returned to his being. The figure before him was no longer his father, but a coach with a grim expression now adorned with his saliva. Coach, I wasn't he myself just now. I was hacked." Hulai's initial reaction upon regaining composure was to plead for mercy. In response to his words, Li Ziqiang raised a hand to wipe the saliva from his face. Throughout this process, his gaze remained fixed on Hulai, his expression unwavering. Once the moisture was gone, he finally spoke, not in a furious roar, but with an unsettling calmness. "You wish to play? You wish to compete?" Hulai was momentarily taken aback and hastily defended himself. "No, it's just a goal, a long-term goal, coach. I have no complaints about your arrangements. I understand I need to lay a solid foundation." Li Ziqiang once again disregarded Hulai's words, his countenance remaining frosty as he replied, "Very well. Starting next week, I will arrange a special training session for you. If you meet the standards, I shall permit you to play. If not, you will adhere to a year of foundational training." After delivering this ultimatum, he turned and strode toward his office, leaving Hulai with a chilling silhouette. As the head coach departed, Hulai's mind was once again inundated by the emotionless voice. Task: successfully complete the special training arranged by the head coach. Task reward: 5,000 points, one mysterious package. Hulai was taken aback by his own system. What was happening? Typically as silent as a chicken. Today he strikes back with a powerful blow, releasing 2 tasks consecutively. What is happening? Have I caught their attention with my complaints and grievances? However, the second task should not have existed had it not been for previous events. Does this system interact with reality? Do occurrences in the real world influence the system, thereby prompting it to assign tasks? Lost in contemplation, Hulai stood vacantly in place. To others, he appeared as a pitiful, helpless creature at that moment. Chapter 46. Devilish training. As Hulai entered the dressing room beneath the podium on the school field, he noticed Mao Xiao giving him a thumbs up and encouragingly saying, "Go for it, Hulai." Meanwhile, Meng Shi, standing beside Mao Xiao, regarded him with a gaze that was markedly different from before. It was not just these two. Hulai sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the dressing room. Previously, apart from the occasional acknowledgement from Meng Shi and some banter with the adventurous ones, he had been largely invisible to others. Now, it was evident that he had become the focal point of attention, with some eyes firmly fixed upon him. A weekend had passed since the last training session, and on this Tuesday, the football team reconvened for practice. This day also marked the commencement of the special training that the coach had mentioned for Hulai. No one knew the specifics of this special training. Not even the captain, Chu Yifan, or the vice-captain, Yan Yan, who were closer to the coach. They had privately speculated, but regardless of their discussions, the consensus remained that Hu Lai was likely in for a rough time. Although the head coach had not explicitly stated his intention to expel Hu Lai from the team, enduring a year of foundational training might push Hu Lai to voluntarily withdraw. Perhaps this was the coach's true intention, to compel Hu Lai to give up without being the villain himself. Of course, this was predicated on Hu Lai failing the special training, which was nearly a foregone conclusion. He was almost certain to falter under the coach's rigorous regimen. As soon as school concluded, Li Chingqing, with her backpack in tow, joined Song Jiejia at the stands outside the football field. Leveraging Song Jiejia's physical advantage and the prevailing biases against overweight individuals, they effortlessly secured an excellent vantage point, avoiding the jostling that others experienced in more crowded areas. Today, an unusually large crowd gathered to witness the training. Why are there so many people? Li Chingqing inquired, perplexed. They're all here to watch Hu Lai's misfortune, Song Jiejia replied, surveying the crowd with a dismissive smirk, her tone laced with disdain. To watch Hu Lai's misfortune? News travels fast. What happened last Thursday afternoon quickly spread throughout the school. Everyone wants to see how the weakest link in the team will confront the wrath of the devilish coach. Song Jiejia sighed, her voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia. I remember when Hu Lai asked me how to become the school's standout figure. Now he has indeed become a figure of notoriety. Li Chingqing found herself at a loss for words. That evening, upon returning home, she subtly probed her father about how he intended to conduct Hu Lai's specialized training. Yet her father merely advised her to think carefully. She had grown hesitant to express her concern for Hu Lai in front of her father, as she had never shown such concern for anyone else in the entire team. Thus, she refrained from confronting her father about his attitude and merely hoped to glean some insights regarding his training methods to relay to Hu Lai or devise some strategies to assist him. Unfortunately, she was unable to extract any useful information. Consequently, to this day, she had not been able to aid Hu Lai. It was uncertain whether her father's irritability stemmed from dissatisfaction with the team's performance during the third round of the away qualifiers, where they had suffered a 2-1 defeat. Indeed, Dongchuan High School had played poorly, perhaps after triumphing in the first two matches with scores of 5-0 and 3-0, they had become somewhat overconfident, leading to a struggle in the third round. However, last weekend, the team had decisively won 2-0 against Luochuan High School, showcasing an excellent performance. And she hoped this would lighten her father's mood. If her father's spirits were lifted, perhaps he would be more lenient with Hu Lai. During previous training sessions, the only time Hu Lai could practice alongside the team was during the warm-up. Thereafter, he would be relegated to solitary basic training. He could manage ball juggling and dribbling drills independently, and shooting practice required no goalkeeper. He merely needed to kick the ball into the goal. Passing drills were slightly more cumbersome. Initially, Yin Yin was assigned to assist him, but eventually, he was left to practice against a wall. Only during breaks in the team's training would Li Ziqiang personally guide Hu Lai. Yet today, after the warm-up session, Hu Lai found himself retained by Li Ziqiang in full view of others. I mentioned I would give you an opportunity last week, and I stand by my word, Li Ziqiang declared, standing before Hu Lai. Hu Lai had long ceased to plead for mercy, recognizing it was futile, and he had a task awaiting his attention. In truth, he did not particularly care for the reward associated with this task. What mattered to him was that accomplishing it would indirectly secure him a chance to play, thereby allowing him to obtain the reward for another task. Although the improvement was limited to 10 training sessions, it was certainly better than none at all. You indicated you are a forward, correct? Thus, I shall hold you to the standards expected of a forward. I am aware of your innate talent, and I also recognize your current shortcomings. Rest assured, I will not impose training regimens upon you that are insurmountable. Do you believe I would seize this opportunity to dismiss you? You underestimate me, Li Ziqiang stated coldly. I do not think of you that way, coach. Even if I do not pass your test, I would willingly endure a year of basic training. I am not being obstinate. This is my sincere conviction. This time, Hu Lai faced the coach with his head held high, candidly articulating his thoughts. Those around them were taken aback, for the Hu Lai of old would never have spoken so boldly to the head coach. Even speaking of Hu Lai, there are few within the team who dare to converse with the coach in such a forthright manner, adopting a nearly egalitarian attitude. Luo Kai might be one of them, but he possesses the credentials to do so. As for Hu Lai, how could he possibly have such standing? Yet, he did precisely that, confronting the coach with remarkable composure and tranquility. In retrospect, This transformation likely occurred after the day he spat in the coach's face, did it not? Li Ziqiang himself was taken aback by Hu Lai's audacity in addressing him in such a manner, and he snorted dismissively, thinking, if he's stubborn, time will reveal it. He then gathered the team, stating, we will now conduct training for set-piece offensive plays. Note that this training must be executed solely within the penalty area. If the ball exits the area, we shall restart. He handed a yellow training vest to Hu Lai and instructed Chu Yifan. You will be responsible for delivering the set pieces. Chu Yifan nodded. Understood, coach. Li Ziqiang called out the names of 3 players, Meng Shi, Yan Yan, and Mao Xiao. You 3 will form the defensive unit, tasked with preventing goals. Among those selected were a goalkeeper and 2 defenders, all starters from Dongchuan High School. Their singular mission was to thwart Hu Lai from scoring. Hearing the coach's directive, all players, including Luo Kai, were astonished. Even disregarding goalkeeper Meng Shi, it was still 2 defenders against 1 player, tasking the 2 main defenders of the school team to guard a rookie ranked last in skill. While the primary goalkeeper, who had conceded only 1 goal across 3 preliminary matches, was also on duty, seemed a peculiar strategy. Li Ziqiang paid no heed to the players' astonishment and confusion, turning to Hu Lai and stating, your task is simple, score a goal without committing a foul. If you manage to score even once during today's, tomorrow's, and the day after's training sessions, the special training will conclude, and I shall grant you the opportunity to participate in a match. A stir arose among the team, though it quickly subsided. They regarded Hu Lai with expressions of astonishment and sympathy. Do you have any objections? Li Ziqiang inquired of Hu Lai. Hu Lai asked, will you heed my objections if I have any, coach? Li Ziqiang shook his head. No? Oh, then I have no objections, Hu Lai replied. Very well. Let us proceed with the training. Positions. Li Ziqiang blew his whistle. On the stands, Li Chingqing and Song Jejia could not discern the sounds emanating from the goal area and remained unaware of the specifics of the special training arrangement. However, when Li Chingqing observed the players' positioning on the field, she was taken aback. In front of the goal, aside from the goalkeeper, stood 2 players clad in red vests, positioned directly before Hu Lai. No additional defenders or offensive players occupied the penalty area. This meant Hu Lai was to face the 2 main defenders of the school team, along with the primary goalkeeper, all on his own during this special training. Was this not excessively harsh? In a 1-on-2 scenario, perhaps Luo Kai could manage it. But now we are dealing with Hu Lai, and he surely understands the gravity of the situation. It seems that his father is resolutely determined to have Hu Lai undergo a year of foundational training. Although Li Chingqing agrees that Hu Lai requires additional fundamental training at this juncture, one must ponder whether such a public humiliation to ensure his focus on training is excessively harsh. Beside him, Song Jejia, perplexed, inquired, Li Chingqing, what is the intention behind this? It is meant to have Hu Lai confront 2 defenders alone, Li Chingqing elucidated. 1 against 2? Is Hu Lai truly that formidable? Li Chingqing shook his head. Clearly, he is not that skilled. The onlookers soon grasped Li Ziqiang's intentions, and murmurs of speculation began to circulate around the field. Standing amidst the crowd, Li Ziqiang refrained from joining the discussions, instead casting a cold smile at the solitary figure of Hu Lai within the penalty area. Regardless of the circumstances, you cannot escape the fate of becoming a laughingstock. Let me be clear, do not think about going easy during training. Treat it as a formal competition. Otherwise, you will join Hu Lai in a year of foundational training, and if you do not complete the full year, do not expect to participate in matches. Li Ziqiang declared before the training commenced. Upon hearing this, Meng Shi shrugged at Hu Lai. As the goalkeeper for this specialized training, Hu Lai's performance is crucial if he wishes to score. He had indeed contemplated intentionally allowing a slight opening during training, just to let Hu Lai net a goal. They were not yet friends, but he considered it in light of his good friend Mao Zhao's unwavering support for Hu Lai. However, it was evident that the head coach had already seen through his subtle intentions. Li Ziqiang blew the whistle, signaling the official commencement of the training session. Following the sound of the whistle, Chu Yifan kicked the football towards the goal, the entire motion akin to executing a set piece. Positioned at a 45-degree angle to the goal, he passed the ball diagonally towards the net. Almost simultaneously with the whistle, Hu Lai darted towards it. His reaction was so swift that Mao Xiao and Yin Yin were caught off guard, granting Hu Lai the advantage. Hu Lai successfully received the ball ahead of the 2 defenders. Rather than attempting to dribble or adjust further, he shot the football directly towards the goal. Yet, just as he struck the ball, an outstretched leg intervened. deflecting the ball out of play. Oh, what a pity. Li Chingqing nearly leaped from her seat. In her eyes, despite only undergoing foundational training for a month, Hu Lai had made significant progress. The fluidity and speed of his movements had greatly improved compared to before. This is the essence and purpose of foundational training, fostering muscle memory through repetition. For instance, when the ball approaches, his body can instantaneously respond to how to control it. Only after successfully stopping the ball can one contemplate the subsequent actions. If one cannot even stop the ball properly, sending it 10 meters away, what connection remains? The possession would be lost entirely. One aspect that impressed Li Chingqing about Hu Lai was his decision-making after receiving the ball. He did not continue dribbling or attempt any feints to evade defenders, but instead executed a shot with remarkable decisiveness. This exemplified a striker's instinct. The only disappointment was that the center-back, Mao Xiao, reacted more swiftly, arriving just in time to block Hu Lai's shot. Mao Xiao, who thwarted Hu Lai's attempt, gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Well done, Hu Lai. You reacted a bit quicker than I anticipated." Hu Lai, however, smirked and replied, "But still not as quick as you. You just want to take the opportunity to praise yourself, don't you?" Mao Xiao responded with a sincere smile, "No, you're overthinking it." Hu Lai chose not to argue, feeling a glimmer of hope from the recent attack. He believed that if training continued in this manner, he might indeed have the chance to score within 3 days. Yet, just as Hu Lai was feeling optimistic, he suddenly heard Li Ziqiang's urgent whistle. "Stop, stop, stop. What are you all doing?" Li Ziqiang strode into the penalty area, confronting the 3 players. He glared at Mao Xiao and bluntly remarked, "Is this your idea of defense? Do you remember what I said about what happens if someone slacks off?" Mao Xiao, who had been quite pleased moments ago, panicked and quickly explained, "But coach, I didn't slack off. I blocked his shot." "Oh, really? Should I commend you then?" Li Ziqiang retorted with a cold smile. "But don't forget, if this were a formal match, what would your performance look like? You shouldn't even let that rookie forward receive the ball. You allowed him to receive it freely and even gave him space to shoot. Is that what you call good defense?" Li Ziqiang pointed at Hu Lai. Under the coach's criticism, Mao Xiao lowered his head, unable to utter a word. He conceded that the head coach was right. His mindset had been entirely different from that in a match. In a game, he would be far more aggressive, yet just now, he hadn't even made physical contact with Hu Lai. "And you, Yin Yin." After reprimanding Mao Xiao, Li Ziqiang turned his attention to the vice-captain. "2 defenders facing 1 attacking player, and one of you is merely observing? Where's the support? What happened to all that training you've done? Do you defend like this during matches as well?" Faced with the head coach's blunt criticism in front of so many, Yin Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, coach. What did I say earlier? Treat training with the mindset of a formal match. Remember, this isn't just practice. This is a real match. You should perform in training as you would in a game." He then turned and exited the penalty area, blowing his whistle again. "Let us go again. This time." As Hu Lai received the ball, Yin Yin nudged him, causing him to lose balance, and soon after, the ball was intercepted by Mao Xiao, ending the attack. Even those unfamiliar with the game could discern that both Mao Xiao and Yin Yin were noticeably more serious than before. Yet, the coach remained dissatisfied, and the sharp whistle interrupted Chu Yifan's kick once more. Li Ziqiang approached the 2 defenders, shaking his head. "Let me demonstrate what physical confrontation truly means." Upon concluding his words, he gestured to Chu Yifan, calling for a pass. Chu Yifan obediently delivered the soccer ball, and Hu Lai sprinted towards the anticipated landing spot. Simultaneously, Li Ziqiang, who had been ensnared in the inner line, also sprang into action, mirroring Hu Lai's trajectory towards the ball. As the ball soared through the air, Hu Lai leapt to contest it, while Li Ziqiang ascended as well, aiming not only for the ball, but also towards Hu Lai. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Li Ziqiang collided forcefully with Hu Lai's ribcage, sending him sprawling across the field as if struck by a speeding vehicle. His insides feeling dislodged. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself sprawled 5 meters away on the ground. He stared blankly at the coach, who, with his back turned, was instructing Mao Xiao and Yin Yin, proclaiming, "Now this is what physical confrontation looks like. Follow the standard. If you can't, you might as well let it slide." Then, turning to Hu Lai, who remained seated on the ground, he looked down upon him coldly and said, "Do you aspire to play? Let me enlighten you, young man. This is the treatment you will endure on the field." Having uttered these words, he exited the penalty area. Addressing everyone again, behind him, Hu Lai slowly rose from the ground. Chapter 47. Time is running out. Hu Lai lay sprawled on the grass, his chest heaving with exertion. Not far off, Li Ziqiang's voice rang out. All right, have you all had your fill of the spectacle? Get to training. In his line of sight, Mao Zhao's face appeared, filled with remorse. I'm sorry, Hu Lai, he uttered. Hu Lai felt a hand patting him, possibly on his shoulder or arm. Then he glimpsed Meng Shi peering at him briefly before darting away. The sound of footsteps faded into the distance, ultimately disappearing. A whistle sounded from afar, accompanied by a cacophony of voices from the stands and sidelines, merging into an indistinct hum in Hu Lai's ears. The entire world seemed to resonate with a buzzing sound around him. After being knocked down repeatedly, his head felt somewhat dazed, accompanied by a ringing in his ears, leaving him less responsive. Uncertain of how long he had been lying there, he realized he had yet to complete his foundational training for the day, thus mustering the strength to rise again. Training had commenced on the other half of the field. He staggered towards the wall of his designated training area. Li Ziqiang, witnessing Hu Lai's disheveled state, burst into laughter. Did you ever consider how miserable it would be to join the school team when you were flaunting your prowess before me? Li Ziqiang chuckled heartily, oblivious to the fierce glare from a distance, where Song Jiejia was watching him with a murderous gaze. Li Chingqing paid no mind to Li Ziqiang, her focus solely on Hu Lai. Under her watchful gaze, the young lad approached his training space, placed the soccer ball down, and attempted to kick it against the opposite wall. However, due to his fatigue, his kick went awry, sending the ball careening off course, failing to rebound as intended. Hu Lai could only stagger over to retrieve the football, skillfully maneuvering it back with his feet, while simultaneously practicing his dribbling techniques. Upon returning home, he startled his mother, Xiaolan, who exclaimed, "What happened to your face?" The left side of Hu Lai's face was slightly swollen. Yet the most striking feature was a red abrasion marking that side, which elicited his mother's gasp. I fell off my bicycle, Hu Lai explained. Fortunately. Your father is at work, Xiaolan lamented. Come on, Mom, I really did fall off my bike. Just look. With that, Hu Lai lifted his shirt to reveal a similar abrasion on his ribcage. There's also one on my palm, he added, spreading his hand open to showcase the red mark within. Upon seeing these injuries, Xiaolan's heart ached, and she furrowed her brow. I'll go fetch some medicine. No need. Mom, it's already scabbed over, Hu Lai showed her. But you should still apply some ointment. If it's scabbed over, you might pick at it. And bacteria could get trapped underneath, Xiaolan said earnestly. Hu Lai was taken aback. Mom, are you serious? In the end, Xiaolan did apply some medicine to Hu Lai, though she avoided disturbing the already scabbed wounds. At the dinner table, watching her son devour his meal ravenously, Xiaolan smiled. Recently, Hu Lai's appetite had increased, likely due to his football practice. With more exercise came greater hunger. This was reassuring for her, as she had always worried about Hu Lai's height and how it might affect his prospects for finding a partner in the future. While Hu Lai's father stood tall at 6 feet, Xiaolan herself was only 5 feet tall, and she feared that her stature might hinder her child's growth. If playing football could help him grow taller, that would indeed be a blessing. Eat more, and don't hesitate to ask for seconds, she said affectionately, gazing at her child. Hu Lai nodded as he continued to shovel food into his mouth. Chingqing, Chingqing? Huh. Li Chingqing snapped back to reality, noticing her father staring at her. What's wrong? I called you earlier, and you didn't respond, Li Ziqiang inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I was just pondering a problem. Is it difficult? Yes, very difficult, Li Chingqing replied, frowning as she thought for a moment. It was not merely challenging. It was practically unsolvable. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure out how Hu Lai, after only a month of practice, would manage to break through the close-marking defenses of 2 primary center backs. If you can't figure it out, don't stress yourself. Just let it be, Li Ziqiang advised. She replied, lowering her head to take another bite of rice. Observing his daughter's distracted demeanor filled Li Ziqiang with a sense of unease. He could only imagine how he would deal with that troublesome boy, Hu Lai, if he failed to pass the rigorous training in the coming year. This thought provided him with a semblance of comfort. After showering, Hu Lai, now nestled in bed, knelt and closed his eyes to enter the system, gazing at the revolving prize wheel before him. During today's specialized training, aside from the initial moment he made contact with the ball and directed it toward the goal, he found himself unable to even touch the ball thereafter, repeatedly falling, rising, and then falling again. He felt akin to a punching bag, subjected to relentless blows. Under these circumstances, the prospect of successfully completing the specialized training appeared utterly bleak. In truth, had it not been for this situation, if he were merely required to practice the fundamentals for a year, although Hu Lai would inevitably yearn to compete, he would not harbor significant resistance to such an arrangement. After a month of training, he had come to realize that he indeed needed to solidify his foundation. Yet now, with 2 tasks occupying his consciousness, the rewards dangled before him like a veiled goddess, igniting a fervent desire within. The time-limited task's countdown, incessantly ticking down from 24174108, loomed over him like a death knell, reminding him that time flows like water, never to return. Reflecting on this, Hu Lai glanced at the 4 lottery tickets in his possession. He took out 2,000 points from the 3,000 he had earned as a reward for completing a task, exchanging them for 4 lottery tickets. Why not take a chance and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle? If he were to draw something extraordinary, it could turn the tide in his favor, which would be utterly exhilarating. He decisively used his first lottery ticket. You have received Stamina Potion 1. Damn it. Hu Lai grasped the blanket tightly, rolling over onto the bed, dismissing thoughts of relying on external aids to turn the tide. The next day, the specialized training was scheduled for the last segment, ensuring it would not disrupt the regular training of others. Yesterday, due to Hu Lai's specialized training, the others had to wait for a considerable time after warming up, resulting in their bodies cooling down and diminishing the effectiveness of their training. While the team engaged in their regular training, Hu Lai undertook his own foundational exercises. Only at the final segment did the specialized training commence once again. This session bore little difference from yesterday. Hu Lai was repeatedly knocked to the ground. Initially, Mao Xiao would promptly extend a hand to help Hu Lai up, expressing his apologies as a friend. However, as time went on, he ceased this practice, recognizing that even if he reached out, it would be difficult for Hu Lai to rise. It was better to allow Hu Lai ample time to recover and rest. Head coach Li Ziqiang continued to stand outside the penalty area, observing coldly. Should Mao Xiao or Yin show any sign of complacency, his booming voice would resonate, akin to a whip, compelling the two to persist without pause. Thus, at the conclusion of yet another day of training, Hu Lai found himself lying on the somewhat coarse artificial turf, gasping for breath, gazing at the sky. The chaotic sounds of footsteps echoed in his ears, drawing near and then receding, only to return again. Various voices of conversation and discussion filtered into his awareness, ultimately coalescing into a dull hum. With one final training session remaining in the week's tri-weekly regimen, time was running short. Lying on the ground, panting heavily, Hu Lai, feeling a sense of reluctance, re-entered the system. Although he had only drawn a stamina potion the previous night, he still wished to try once more, to push himself just a little further. After all, he still had 3 lottery tickets in his possession. These items, once purchased, could neither be returned nor exchanged for points, remaining useless if left unused. Thus, he decided to utilize one. With this thought in mind, Hu Lai activated a lottery ticket. A brilliant light flashed, and a card gently floated within his system space. World Wave Experience Card. Upon use, the shooter has the potential to execute a world-class shot within 10 seconds. Hu Lai was momentarily stunned. Hey, Hu Lai, stop lying around. Be careful not to catch a cold, Mao Xiao called out, squatting beside him. However, Hu Lai offered no response, merely staring blankly at the sky. Were it not for the rise and fall of his chest and the sound of his labored breathing, one might have mistaken him for a lifeless body. Meng Shi, who was also squatting next to Hu Lai, waved his hand in front of his eyes, yet Hu Lai's gaze remained unfocused, lost in the vastness above. Indifferent to Meng Shi's actions, Mao Xiao nudged Hu Lai, saying, "The training is over, Hu Lai. The coach has left, truly." Still, Hu Lai did not react. Could he have suffered a concussion from the repeated falls? Meng Shi speculated aloud. Just as he finished speaking, Hu Lai, who lay on the ground like a corpse, suddenly sat up, startling both Mao Xiao and Meng Shi. Without acknowledging the two, Hu Lai rose and walked directly toward the field's exit. "It's over. He's really lost it," Meng Shi sighed, watching Hu Lai's unsteady figure retreat. "I didn't mean to. The coach told me to do it," Mao Xiao mumbled fearfully, his tone suggesting he hoped that if Hu Lai were to turn into a ghost, he would spare him. Chapter 48. World Wave. World Wave Experience Card. Upon use, the shooter has the potential to execute a world-class shot within 10 seconds. Hu Lai gazed at the orange card in his system for a considerable time. He had not anticipated drawing such an extraordinary item, He had assumed the lottery system would yield only potions or perhaps training scrolls at best. The existence of such a card was utterly unexpected. He wondered if his prior consecutive draws of stamina potions, which represented lower-tier items, and the thank you for participating messages had accumulated enough luck for him to draw this remarkable item in one go. Clearly, this card was the key to breaking through tomorrow. Yet, Hulai understood, while that merely possessing the card would not instantly grant him invincibility for 10 seconds. After all, the description clearly stated, it may become a world wave. The word may implies uncertainty, not a guarantee. Hulai was unsure of the specific criteria that constituted possibility, but he reasoned that he could not simply aimlessly kick the ball from a great distance and expect it to miraculously transform into a world-class shot. It had to be a proper shot. The pressing issue was that, aside from the one decent shot he took when Mao Xiao was not paying attention, he had not had another opportunity to execute a shot of similar caliber. It wasn't that he hadn't taken any shots. Rather, he had not managed to take a single worthy one since then. The two concepts are entirely distinct. Mao Xiao and Yin keep a vigilant watch over him, often preventing him from even having a chance to shoot, as he is frequently shoved aside. Only on rare occasions can he exploit his keen judgment of the football's trajectory to create a shooting opportunity. However, both Mao Xiao and Yin swiftly compensate for their shortcomings in anticipating the ball's position with their physical advantages. Often, as he attempts to shoot, an opponent collides forcefully with him, rendering him unable to exert proper force and leaving him with little regard for the accuracy of his shot. For instance, when he aims for a powerful strike, if he is knocked aside by Mao Xiao at the moment of shooting, he may only manage a mere graze with his toes, transforming a strong shot into a feeble poke. How could such a shot possibly threaten the goal guarded by Mengshi? Therefore, even if he possesses such a valuable skill, would he dare to squander it on a lackluster attempt? He understands that this is his sole trump card, and he must cherish it, not recklessly expend it. Without a better opportunity, using it prematurely would mean forfeiting his last chance for a comeback. He revisited the intensive training content from the past 2 days in his mind, meticulously recalling every detail of how Mao Xiao and Yin defended against him. Although they defended him together, achieving complete synchronization is a formidable challenge. Their cooperation will inevitably exhibit some delay, for no matter how well they work together, they cannot function as a single entity. Thus, he must transform the situation of facing two opponents simultaneously into one of facing them individually. As long as he can confront them one-on-one, his chances will vastly increase compared to a 2-on-1 scenario. But how can he divide the two while still securing a decent shot? Hulai repeatedly envisioned this in his mind, including his own positioning and the potential responses of the two defenders. Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to sleep without realizing it. Chingqing tossed and turned in bed. She had been lying down for quite some time, but could not fall asleep. Each time she closed her eyes, the image of Hulai lying motionless on the ground would materialize in her mind, resembling a corpse. The scene was in black and white, frightening her into quickly opening her eyes to dispel this ominous vision. Tomorrow marks the final day of the intense training, the last opportunity for Hulai to prove himself. She agreed with the decision to have Hulai undergo a year of foundational training. But each time she heard laughter directed at him from the sidelines during these past 2 days, her conviction wavered. Even if it was correct to have Hulai practice for a year, she now desperately wished for him to take action and silence those waiting to see him fail. She was uncertain whether Hulai was affected by the laughter, but she felt incredibly frustrated, as if it were she who was the subject of ridicule, not him. This is precisely why she was particularly anxious about Hulai's performance tomorrow. If he truly fails to score, will he not become a laughingstock for an entire year? Especially that Li Jichuan. After all, Hulai has even made it onto the school team, while he doesn't even qualify for one. How dare he laugh at Hulai? It infuriates me. Li Chingqing could not resist striking the bedboard with force. The stands at the stadium were filled to capacity after school, with numerous people even crowding the trackside. Were it not for her companion, Song Jiejia, acting as a substantial shield to part the throngs, Li Chingqing feared she would scarcely catch a glimpse of the field. The crowd seemed even larger than before. Having finally squeezed her way to the front row, Li Chingqing was puzzled. Everyone was aware that this was the final day of Hulai's intensive training session. It resembled a suspenseful drama reaching its climax, where viewership would surely surge as the mystery unraveled, as Song Jiejia explained. Surveying her surroundings, Li Chingqing noted the eager expressions on many faces. their hopeful gazes fixed on the players warming up on the field. Some were animatedly inquiring of those nearby, "Who is Hu Lai? Who is Hu Lai?" Clearly, among the spectators were newcomers drawn by the recent buzz surrounding the team within the school. For Hu Lai, this represented the most pivotal training session of his football career. A moment of life and death. Yet for these onlookers, it was merely the grand finale of a lively performance. Li Chingqing let out a sigh. Li Zichuan stood among the crowd, squeezed to the point where he could only stand sideways, craning his neck to observe the field. Nonetheless, this did not dampen his spirits. Observing the diminutive figure from a distance, he smirked repeatedly. Whether you liked it or not, you had become the subject of everyone's ridicule. You may silence me, but can you silence all these people? The anticipation of witnessing Hu Lai being wallowed in the mud brought a shiver of excitement through Li Zichuan's entire being. He even found himself regretting not having sought Hu Lai for a wager earlier, betting 200 yuan that he would fail the intensive training. Had he done so, not only would he be free of debt to Hu Lai, but Hu Lai would owe him 100 yuan instead, and he would certainly refuse Hu Lai's proposition for Song Jejia to pay on his behalf. This way, as long as Hu Lai could not repay the debt, he could reclaim the moniker of stray dog, leaving Hu Lai with no grounds to silence him. As the regular training concluded, it was time for the segment that everyone relished. The spectators along the sidelines grew visibly animated, a wave of excitement rippling through the crowd. Those on the track pressed inward, with some even stepping onto the artificial turf of the field. Li Ziqiang paid no heed to the clamor behind him. His focus remained on Hu Lai. That young man had stepped into the penalty area, poised to undertake his final session of intensive training. Li Ziqiang refrained from reiterating the rules and precautions of the training, confident that no further explanation was necessary. Mao Xiao stood before Hu Lai, expressing his apologies in a hushed tone. "I'm sorry, Hu Lai. Even if you practice the fundamentals for a year, don't give up or leave the team. Once you establish a solid foundation, you will certainly have the opportunity to play in your second year." He could not afford to ease the pressure on Hu Lai during training. Based on the previous 2 days, today's session would yield no different outcome. Everyone, including him, believed Hu Lai was undoubtedly destined for defeat. Hu Lai looked at the earnest concern on Mao Xiao's face and smiled. "Thank you, Mao Xiao." Although this towering figure could be astonishingly obstinate at times, he undeniably qualified as a friend. Hu Lai had few companions. In this school, apart from his deskmate Song Pongzi, there was only Mao Xiao. At that moment, the visage of Li Chingqing suddenly emerged in Hu Lai's mind. She should be considered a friend, right? Li Chingqing stood alongside Song Jejia, observing Hu Lai's specialized training, which had commenced and seemed no different from the previous 2 days. He still dashed toward the football's landing spot, only to be knocked down yet again in physical confrontations with either Mao Xiao or Yan Yan. Hope was nowhere to be found. Despair began to spread within Li Chingqing's heart. She suddenly thought that Song Jejia might take delight in this scene. For perhaps if Hu Lai were to be disheartened and abandon football, he could join her for a game of chicken. With this thought, she glanced at the solemn Song Jejia beside her, only to find him gazing intently at the field, devoid of any joy. As Hu Lai struggled to rise once more, Yan Yan gently shook his head. He wished to tell Hu Lai that his efforts were futile. This specialized training had been unfair from the outset. Though he was unsure why, he could perceive that the head coach seemed to harbor little fondness for Hu Lai, as his training standards were perpetually set higher than those for others. He could not comprehend the significance of Hu Lai's persistence. It was evident that this lad was not enjoying his time in the team. Unable to participate in matches, the training felt monotonous and devoid of meaning or hope. Was he truly a passionate player fueled solely by love? Yet, even with fervor and enthusiasm, few could traverse this arduous path. Perhaps it was merely stubbornness. He had not yet truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Unfortunately, that obstacle was imminent today. After Hu Lai rose from the ground, he confirmed one thing. Both Mao Xiao and Yan Yan seemed to believe they instinctively knew how to seize the first landing spot. They had developed a fixed mindset, following their own positioning to judge the football as trajectory. However, in the course of these 2 days of confrontation, Hu Lai discovered that their judgments regarding the football's landing were not as accurate as his own. In defending against him, they relied more on physicality or experience. And thanks to the rules, they only needed to focus on their own area, completely disregarding the potential vulnerabilities elsewhere. Despite the brutal falls he endured during training, Hu Lai emerged with newfound confidence. Such a claim might seem incredulous, yet it was the reality. The central defensive partnership of Mao Xiao and Yin Yin was indeed formidable, as evidenced by their performance in actual matches. Their duo had conceded only one goal in the past 4 qualifying matches. Yet, Hu Lai recognized that their judgment of the football's landing was inferior to his own. Thus, in the face of such exceptional defenders, Hu Lai found his own sense of confidence. As long as he could leverage his advantages, opportunities were not entirely absent. Upon contemplating this, he endeavored to execute more intricate movements. For instance, he feigned a run towards the center, only to abruptly retreat and pivot towards the near post. Alternatively, he might have been sprinting directly towards the center, yet as he neared the goal, he would suddenly change direction towards the far post. Employing such maneuvers, he sought to carve out a modicum of space for a shot. After 2 attempts, he finally made contact with the ball. However, it was merely a hasty shot taken just before Mao Xiao could intervene, and it soared wildly over the goalposts. From the stands, Li Chingqing could not suppress a cry of regret upon witnessing this scene. She was now utterly unconcerned about how others perceived her support for Hu Lai. She felt no fear of being associated with him. Amidst the crowd clamoring to witness Hu Lai's folly, she felt compelled to publicly express her support for him. On the sidelines, Luo Kai paid little heed to Hu Lai's performance. More than half of his attention was fixated on Li Chingqing in the stands. Upon seeing Hu Lai send the ball soaring, his gaze immediately shifted to her, where he found her stamping her foot in disappointment. Was Chingqing truly anxious for Hu Lai? Despite scoring 9 goals across 4 preliminary matches, he had failed to elicit even a smile from her. Yet now, she was visibly distressed over that novice. A torrent of uncontrollable emotions surged within him, flooding his senses and ultimately escaping as a heavy snort. He had assumed that his performance in the match would surely rekindle her affections, but it appeared she was ensnared in a quagmire, unable to escape. What enchantment did that rascal possess? What kind of potion had he brewed to ensnare Chingqing's heart? What did he lack compared to that foolish boy? He fixed his gaze on Li Chingqing, who stood with clenched fists and crossed arms, her tightly held hands pressed against her chest, her eyes intently focused on the field, her furrowed brow betraying her deep concern. Such an impassioned gaze had never been directed towards him. Withdrawing his gaze, he turned back to Hu Lai, who had just risen from the ground. Challenging 2 principal center backs and a starting goalkeeper single-handedly, Luo Kai deemed his efforts utterly futile. It was merely a desperate struggle. Look at him, in such disarray, resembling a wretched dog. Had Chingqing's maternal instincts taken over? Perhaps he had miscalculated. He should not showcase his strength before her, but rather reveal the vulnerabilities he had never shown. Might that ignite her protective instincts? Yet, such a feat seemed exceedingly difficult for someone of his formidable stature. Luo Kai shook his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Hu Lai remained oblivious to Luo Kai's musings. Although he had sent the ball astray, he had grasped some crucial insights. In other words, he had drawn one step closer to a legitimate scoring opportunity. That feigned run had indeed deceived Mao Xiao. Excellent. He would continue in this vein. As Hu Lai contemplated, he examined his storage space within the system once more, where a card emitting a faint orange glow floated within its confines. He was certain of its usage. The moment he wished to employ it, he could activate it instantly. Unlike potions that required extraction from the system and the tedious act of uncorking and consuming, there was no need for concern that activating this card would cause him to miss a fleeting opportunity. Prepared, Hu Lai returned to the starting point and raised his hand to signal Chu Yifan in the corner area that he was ready for a pass. Upon seeing Hu Lai's signal, Chu Yifan took a couple of steps back and sent the football towards the goal. His kick did not necessitate exceptional precision. His responsibility was merely to direct the ball towards the goal area, leaving the positioning to Hu Lai and his teammates. As Chu Yifan struck the ball, Hu Lai darted diagonally towards the near post of the small penalty area, closely pursued by the ever-vigilant Mao Xiao. Hu Lai could feel the pressure exerted by Mao Xiao's body as he ran. Although Mao Xiao was not an exceptionally robust defender, his physical advantage over Hu Lai was considerable. Spectators had witnessed this scene numerous times before. They could almost predict the sequence of events with their eyes closed. Hu Lai and Mao Xiao would charge towards the ball's landing point, with Mao Xiao leveraging his physical strength to push Hu Lai aside, resulting in Hu Lai tumbling onto the grass while the ball was headed out of the penalty area, halting the attack. However, just as the football approached, Hu Lai executed a sudden stop and slightly sidestepped. This maneuver caused Mao Xiao, who was primed to leap, to lose his balance. Having been engaged in a physical contest with Hu Lai, The sudden withdrawal of Hu Lai left Mao Zhao's strength without support, causing him to veer off balance. Yet he persisted in his attempt to contest the ball, struggling against the contrasting forces acting on his body. He managed to leap, but both his height and form were far from ideal. Many defenders would have relinquished their defensive efforts at this juncture, yet Mao Zhao stubbornly straightened himself, striving to clear the ball with a header. He did make contact with the football, but instead of directing it out of the penalty area, he merely grazed it. The ball bounced off his head, slowed, arced, and continued its trajectory backwards. After sidestepping, Hu Lai swiftly pivoted, unhesitatingly sprinting towards the far post while glancing at the airborne football. He soon realized that the ball was not heading directly to the far post, but had altered its course after Mao Zhao's touch, its descent having slowed. In a split second, Hu Lai assessed the new landing point of the ball. Rather than continuing his backward run, he executed another abrupt stop. At that moment, he noticed Yin Yin preparing to leap in an attempt to head the ball away. Yin Yin served as the second line of defense in this dual marking, designed to prevent such situations from arising. The ball, having been touched by Mao Zhao, was descending from its apex, and Yin Yin, with knees bent and arms raised, was poised for takeoff. In the contest for height, the 1.7-meter-tall Hu Lai found himself at a distinct disadvantage compared to the towering Yin Yin, who stood at 1.86 meters. Even in the absence of physical contact, Hu Lai's jumping ability and height could not surpass that of Yin Yin. Should he relinquish this opportunity and await another? No. Mao Zhao could no longer catch up. He needed to confront Yin Yin now. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. There was no opportunity more favorable than this. Should he miss it, he might find himself waiting an entire year. In an instant, Hu Lai made his decision. The opportunity to position the ball in a way that neither player could reach it immediately was exceedingly rare. Although he could not win a header against Yin Yin, what if he factored in the length of his legs? With this thought, Hu Lai knew precisely what to do. World Wave Experience card. Activate. Suddenly, the muscles in his left thigh swelled with explosive strength, propelling him into the air. Thanks to 2 bottles of cleansing elixir, his physical capabilities had improved remarkably. A header? On the sidelines, Luo Kai scoffed at the sight. This fool actually believed his heading ability could surpass that of Yin Yin? What gave him such confidence? Li Zichuan pouted, his tongue resting against his teeth, preparing to whistle loudly in celebration for Hu Lai's inevitable fall to the ground. It had been a source of delight for him to witness Hu Lai tumble like a sandbag repeatedly over the past few days, prompting him to consume an extra bowl of rice at dinner, leading his parents to believe he was finally experiencing a growth spurt. Li Chingqing bit her lower lip tightly, unaware that it had turned white from the pressure. After observing for a while, she discerned Hu Lai's plan, to employ a feigned run to elongate the defensive line, thereby widening the gap between Mao Zhao and Yin Yin, allowing Hu Lai a fleeting one-on-one opportunity. This was perhaps the only tactic available to him. This time, he successfully caused Mao Zhao to lose his balance. In his attempt to contest the ball, Mao Zhao failed to clear it and stumbled upon landing, unable to return in time to double-team Hu Lai alongside Yin Yin. Consequently, Hu Lai found himself in a one-on-one situation with Yin Yin. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity he had encountered during the past 3 days of intense training. Li Chingqing recognized this, yet it was still insufficient. The ball was in the air, and that was where Yin Yin excelled, given his height of 1.86 meters and proficiency in headers. What about Hu Lai? She doubted Hu Lai's ability to win the header against Yin Yin. After finally obtaining such a splendid opportunity, would it all end in failure? Just then, she noticed that instead of heading the ball, Hu Lai arched his body backward mid-air, descending as his right leg lifted upward. After reaching a certain height, he forcefully pressed down. His upper body did not maintain balance in the air. Instead, it tilted downward, succumbing to the pull of gravity, inevitably descending. But just as his body seemed to lose all momentum, resembling a plane on the verge of crashing, one leg was flung upward. It was as if, at the brink of plummeting into the sea, an aerial bomb was hurled toward the designated deck. That was his left leg. Li Chingqing released her grip on her bitten lip, her mouth unconsciously opening wider and wider. Yin Yin jumped up with his head tilted back, witnessing the soccer ball grow increasingly larger in his field of vision, strikingly clear and perfectly positioned. All he needed to do next was to exert power from his waist and abdomen, propelling the ball as far as possible, pushing it out of the penalty area to conclude this offensive play. In midair, he harnessed his formidable core strength, leaning back slightly, preparing to head the ball. At that moment, a shadow suddenly flashed in his peripheral vision. Before he could discern what it was already barreling toward him, seemingly aimed directly at his face. Instinctively, he blinked. Then, he heard a muffled thud. It erupted suddenly next to his ear. Simultaneously, the skin on his face experienced a fleeting sting, as if something had grazed past. When he reopened his eyes, the soccer ball, which had been perilously close above him, had vanished. The shadow that had previously flitted before him was now retreating from the opposite corner of his vision. At this moment, an uncontrollable and terrifying thought surged into the mind of Yan Yan, the experienced vice-captain and central defender of the illustrious Donchuan High School soccer team. That kid just completed a shot right over my head. Li Chingqing, Song Jiejia, Li Jichuan, Luo Kai, and everyone on and off the field bore witness to this astonishing scene that rattled their very souls. Just as Yan Yan leaped to head the ball away, Hu Lai executed an extraordinarily peculiar maneuver, a rather unorthodox bicycle kick, sending the ball soaring from right in front of him. At that moment, Hu Lai was inverted, his head down and feet up, his body nearly fully upside down, allowing his left foot to just barely reach the height of Yan Yan's head. However, having completed the shot, he lost all momentum, crashing down headfirst. A gasp of astonishment and shrieks erupted from the crowd in the stands and along the sidelines. Many were eager to locate the soccer ball, anxious to discover the outcome of Hu Lai's earth-shattering bicycle kick. Their eyes immediately darted toward the goal. The ball was in the net. Meng Shi, stationed in goal, remained frozen with his hands raised, panic evident in his voice as he exclaimed, Coach. I swear I didn't let it through." Li Ziqiang offered no reply. His mouth had fallen open at some point, the whistle he had been holding dropping to his chest, gently swaying under the tug of its string. Chapter 49. The Gateway to a New World. During that interview, I posed a question to Hu Lai. Which goal, throughout your illustrious football career, has left the most profound impression on you or held the greatest significance? This inquiry is one I have presented to nearly every forward I have interviewed. It is, in essence, a rather formulaic question, and the majority of players tend to provide equally formulaic responses. Most would choose a goal scored in a pivotal final, reclining slightly against the backrest of a sofa or chair, their faces reflecting the glory of cherished memories, expressing in either an excited or calm tone, "That was indeed the most important goal of my life. Yes, because it brought us a championship." Such responses have never surprised me. In fact, I often anticipate the answers even before I pose the question. I am well acquainted with their tendencies. The purpose of this question is not to genuinely unveil a player's inner thoughts to the readers or audience, but rather to provide these stars with an opportunity to reminisce about the high points of their careers in front of the media. This creates a tacit understanding between the interviewer and the interviewee, serving as a small reward for the players to candidly engage despite the barrage of probing questions. Upon asking this question, both parties find joy. I am aware that Hu Lai has scored numerous goals, some of which are remarkably significant and aesthetically pleasing. Surely his answer would lie among them. I had already conjured some alternatives in my mind, and with my professional acumen, I swore that his ultimate response would be among them. However, to my astonishment, Hu Lai's answer was entirely unexpected. He revealed that the most important, most meaningful, and most impressive goal for him was not one of the 761 professional career goals he had scored, but rather a goal that had never been counted in any statistics. It was not even scored during a match, but rather in a training session. This revelation took me by surprise, prompting me to inquire further. A goal in training? I cannot fathom why you would say that. To this day, I vividly recall Hu Lai's response and the animated expression on his face as he spoke those words. I have witnessed similar expressions on the faces of players reminiscing about their career highlights, yet they typically recount crucial goals from significant matches. Only Hu Lai, this prolific goal-scoring machine, chose not any of the 761 goals he had scored before his career had concluded, nor did he select from my mental alternatives. Instead, he opted for a goal scored in training. This goal seemed to embody a glorious moment in his life. He stated, "Because that goal opened the door to a new world for me." Lemon Rainey, a renowned sports journalist, contributes to prestigious media such as Soccer Illustrated. This excerpt is taken from the chapter on Hu Lai in the book The Striker, which has garnered the Wish Sportsbook Award. The once boisterous sports field of Donchuan Middle School has now succumbed to an eerie silence. Every pair of eyes is wide open, mouths agape, as if witnessing something truly extraordinary and beyond belief. Indeed, they have beheld an astonishing spectacle. Hu Lai, the novice known to all for his lack of prowess, has just executed a breathtaking scissor kick during a rigorous training session, managing to score against the combined defense of two mainstay center backs from the school team, sending the ball past the goalkeeper who guards the net. Had it not been seen with their own eyes, such an event would have seemed as ludicrous as rushing to the police station to report an abduction by mermaids. Lin Haiting Tao, with his tongue pressed against his teeth, could not contain himself and let out a resounding whistle. This seemed to serve as a clarion call for everyone present, as a chorus of whistles erupted from the stands and sidelines, with boys putting their hands to their mouths, fervently whistling to express their elation over Hu Lai's explosive goal. The girls, in turn, sent cheers and shrieks soaring to the heavens. Life surged back into the scene, and the air filled with jubilant uproar. What on earth did I just witness? A scissor kick? Surely, I am not mistaken. Incredible. Hu Lai is truly remarkable. Chingqing clapped her hands vigorously, her face radiating the brightest of smiles. Beside her, Song Jejia turned her head, glancing around in bewilderment at the ecstatic boys and girls, each wearing expressions of sheer excitement. These very individuals had previously laughed at Hu Lai, observing him with curious eyes as he stumbled through his performances. Yet now, they seemed to have transformed into his fervent supporters, as though they had not come to mock Hu Lai but had instead been waiting for this moment, eagerly anticipating his airborne scissor kick. He had once told Hu Lai that making a fool of oneself and becoming the subject of ridicule could, in a sense, make one a figure of note. After all, for individuals like them, what other means existed to capture the public's attention? Yet now, his desk mate has become a figure of admiration, not through folly or mockery, but through genuine achievement. They cheered for him, offering shouts and applause. As Hu Lai's desk mate, Song Jejia found herself ill at ease amidst the revelry. Her gaze swept across the jubilant scene, finally resting on Lin Haiting Tao beside her. Her face bore not joy, but confusion and astonishment. As she struggled to comprehend the spectacle before her, she thought that perhaps Lin Haiting Tao could elucidate the situation for her. The tall girl, clapping in unison with those around her, turned to him and smiled, saying, "Song Jejia, it seems your desk mate will not be joining you for dinner." Amidst the thunderous applause and cheers, Hu Lai did not rise to celebrate or to bask in the glory that rightfully belonged to him. Instead, he lay sprawled on the ground, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath like a bull. He did not actually confirm whether he had scored, but upon hearing the jubilant cheers, he instinctively knew he had triumphed. With a remarkable strike, he had passed the rigorous training imposed by his coach. Most importantly, he at last had the opportunity to take the field. He slowly raised his arms, fingers outstretched, as if he were forcefully pushing open a grand door. This door was firmly shut and heavy, requiring all his strength to pry it ajar. Finally, as his arms fully extended, the 10 fingers that had obscured his vision were retracted into a fist, revealing a world anew before him. At that moment, in his line of sight, the sky was ablaze with vibrant hues, golden lights sweeping in from the direction of the setting sun. Among the cheering crowd, someone noticed the spectacle above and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, what beautiful sunset clouds." Amidst the gasps, Luo Kai tilted his head back, gazing blankly at the sky. Now a brilliant crimson. Hu Lisin had just arrived at the entrance of the community where he worked. Instead of rushing to hand over his shift, he parked his electric bike by the roadside, propping it up with his foot while gripping the handlebars, and looked up at the sky. The tangerine radiance surged forth from the towering mountains on the horizon, racing towards the eastern sky behind him. It swept across the heavens like a wild fire, leaving only a tumultuous red in its wake. Colleagues standing by the security office, residents outside the community gates, parking attendants, and shopkeepers, all paused in their activities to admire the rare beauty of the moment, exclaiming in wonder. Everyone pulled out their phones, aiming them at the sky, eagerly capturing the fleeting brilliance. Under this crimson expanse, the once rugged contours of Hu Lisin's face softened considerably. Xiaolong glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, then paused the television drama with the remote, rising to head towards the kitchen. Based on past experience, it would not be long before her son returned home. The timing for her cooking was impeccable. She need not fret over the meal growing cold. Though reheating was an option, some dishes simply did not taste as good after multiple trips to the pot. As Xiaolong entered the kitchen, her gaze was immediately drawn to the small window beside it, reflecting the fiery sky. She leaned in, peering outside through the kitchen's grease-stained security bars, captivated by the view beyond the aged residential building. Her eyes traversed over the opposite building, where clothes and bedding were hung out to dry, extending into the distance. Below the rose-gold clouds in the orange sky, a flock of pigeons suddenly ascended, soaring from behind the neighboring building. They spiraled momentarily in the radiant light before collectively darting towards the western horizon, casting elongated shadows behind them. It was as if they were performing an aerial display, reminiscent of airplanes trailing smoke, yet instead, they left behind shadows that danced against the sunset. Witnessing this scene, Xiaolon felt her spirits lift, as if something wonderful had unfolded. She hummed a tune, withdrawing her gaze to approach the stove, turning the knob of the gas burner. With a soft puff, a red-yellow flame leapt up, quickly transforming into a vibrant blue flame. In Xiaolon's eyes danced the flicker of flames, her lips curling into a smile as she placed the pot, already glistening with oil, upon the heat. Once the oil had warmed sufficiently, she poured in the pre-prepared dabanjiang. Amidst the sizzling sounds, a rich aroma wafted through the confines of the modest kitchen, escaping through the small window beside her and soaring into the crimson sky. As for the narrative thus far, it represents merely the threshold to a new world for Hu Lai. He has officially embarked on his journey. I anticipate that many may voice their grievances regarding the slow pacing and gradual progress, noting that nearly 50 chapters in, Hu Lai has yet to participate in a single formal match. However, this was precisely my intention. I did not aim to hasten the story's beginning into a frenzied sprint towards the professional league. To me, the aspects of high school life and football are of paramount importance. Thus, I am committed to crafting this segment with care and diligence, striving to convey the essence I wish to portray. During this year's annual meeting at the starting point, while conversing with the squid, I mentioned my new book and reflected on my previous hesitation about rapidly transitioning through the school section, as I had done in earlier works. After much contemplation, I resolved against such a course of action, for I am narrating the tale of a boy whose fervent passion for football propels him toward stardom. As the origin of his legend, the initial steps in his journey must not be treated lightly. I conveyed to the squid my intention to invest considerable effort into the high school segment, to richly illustrate the world and the characters therein. Characters like Hu Lai, who loves football with an almost obsessive fervor, his father, Hu Lisin, who is equally fervent in preventing his son from playing, his mother, Xiaolon, who delicately balances her roles between son and husband, the kind-hearted and exceptionally talentedly Chingqing, and Song Jiajia, who, despite professing disinterest in Hu Lai's football pursuits, never misses a training session or match. Additionally, there is the rather unlikable coach Li Ziqiang, the genius Luo Kai, and other characters yet to emerge. Moreover, the vivid imagery of the fiery clouds, the details of Hu Lisin saluting the homeowners from the security booth, the mention of snail noodles, and the establishment of Hu Lai's clandestine training base. All these individuals and details form the crucial foundation of this new world. I am conjuring a realm from thin air. My aspiration is that, once Hu Lai achieves fame, he will be regarded as a genuinely existing individual, prompting a retrospective exploration of his rise to prominence and how his past experiences have shaped his present life. I wish to depict how a high school boy, driven by a passion for football, navigates through national high school football tournaments and domestic leagues to ultimately blossom into a world-class star. When readers encounter these details and stories, they will come to believe in the authenticity of this character, recognizing that his success is traceable and his narrative, while legendary, remains credible. He is not a being who emerged from nothingness, abruptly thrust into the limelight after a mere few tens of thousands of words and chapters. The past of the protagonist remains shrouded in a dense fog, obscuring the truth and leaving it shrouded in mystery. Such a character's lineage is far from clear, my comrades. As I mentioned in the preface, I am fully aware that crafting an alternate football universe is a daring endeavor, one that may not yield favorable results. Thus, I have relinquished my obsession with success, or at the very least, it is no longer my foremost priority. Unlike in the past, when I was preoccupied with creating conflict and suspense within the initial chapters to captivate readers, this time, my sole intention is to narrate a compelling story and construct a vivid world. Therefore, even if the pacing is slow at the outset, I remain steadfast in my approach. As I stated in the preface, I shall write with unabashed freedom. At the very least, I find joy in what I have penned thus far. Although my progress is slow, it is a result of my meticulous choice of words and earnest dedication. Upon reaching this chapter, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Spending half a day on nearly 3,000 words, I was elated by the conclusion, akin to standing by a window, gazing at the resplendent hues of a fiery sunset. Filled with joy and a desire to hum a tune, it felt as though I had traversed from my computer into the world I have created. This, I believe, embodies the essence of creative passion. I hope that through my words, you can sense my fervor and that you will find enjoyment in my work. Lastly, I humbly request your support in the form of recommendations. Thank you. Chapter 50. 1 million. This evening, the city's sky unveiled a rare phenomenon of fiery clouds. Our reporters observed numerous citizens pausing to capture the beauty with their smartphones. According to experts, these clouds are a result of. Meanwhile, in the living room, the television was broadcasting the local evening news, showcasing the stunning fiery clouds. However, Chingqing, seated at the small table, was preoccupied not with the television but with glancing at her father. Is something on your mind, Chingqing? Li Ziqiang sighed inwardly, maintaining a gentle demeanor to avoid raising his daughter's suspicions. Dad, are you really going to let Hu Lai play in the match? Li Ziqiang nodded affirmatively. Yes. A promise made in front of so many must be honored. Li Chingqing quietly exhaled in relief, fearing her father might go back on his word. She certainly did not want to hear Hu Lai and Song Jejia privately disparaging her father as a scoundrel, while she found it somewhat satisfying when they insulted Li Ziqiang. It would be quite embarrassing if they directed such remarks at her own father. However, this is just a one-time opportunity, Li Ziqiang continued. I promised to let him play, but I did not promise he would play every match. Li Chingqing was taken aback by her father's subtle wordplay with her classmate. Sensing the shift in her expression, Li Ziqiang retorted, What? Do you really believe he can continue to play after just one match? The stark reality remains. Even if he fortuitously scored during training, he is merely a novice who has undergone basic training for a month. Since he is so eager to play, I shall grant him this chance. Yet, he remains far from becoming a player capable of participating in an actual match. Li Chingqing fell silent, acknowledging her father's words held truth. Regardless of her excitement this afternoon at the training ground for Hu Lai's goal, she could not deny the fact that he is indeed a novice still distant from meeting the requirements to compete. She believed it would be more reasonable for Hu Lai to train for another year before stepping onto the field, but she had not anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner, beyond her expectations. Li Chingqing refrained from speaking further, focusing intently on her meal. Noticing his daughter's silence, Li Ziqiang inquired, Do you think my methods and demands during special training are somewhat excessive? For instance, the way I have him collide physically? Li Chingqing shook her head. No, Dad. What a joke. Even if I thought it was excessive, I couldn't possibly say so. With a sigh, Li Ziqiang replied, Do you think I take pleasure in being the villain in front of so many people? With his slender frame, if he becomes a target during a match, he could easily be sent flying with a single collision. The intensity of physical confrontation I am allowing him to experience, even increasing the difficulty intentionally, is all to better prepare him for real competitions. His talent, as you mentioned, is indeed remarkable, but he has fallen behind in his training over the past decade, making it quite challenging to catch up. What other approach is there if not to be a bit extreme? Hearing this, Li Chingqing smiled at her father. I understand your intentions, Dad. Looking at his daughter's smile, Li Ziqiang felt a sense of exhaustion. Now, conversing and interacting with his daughter required a performance of sorts. As Li Ziqiang lifted his bowl to continue eating, his mind drifted back to Hu Lai's acrobatic goal during practice. He had seen many similar bicycle kicks, executed even by players younger than Hu Lai. He had witnessed far more elegant displays than that one. Hu Lai's attempt was not particularly graceful, as his posture in midair had been rather awkward. Had he not supported himself with his hands upon landing, he might have struck his head directly onto the ground. Even with artificial turf to cushion the fall, the risk of injury remained high. Facial abrasions would be a minor concern compared to the serious repercussions of a neck injury. The thought sent a shiver down Li Ziqiang's spine. Had that reckless boy sustained any serious injury, he likely wouldn't be able to continue in the football team at Dongchuan High School. Although he harbored disdain for that impudent lad, he certainly did not wish for him to be harmed or incapacitated. He had set such stringent training conditions precisely to deter Hu Lai. Yet, unexpectedly, the boy seemed determined to challenge him, risking everything for a goal. The act of executing a bicycle kick without professional training, lacking adequate physical flexibility and coordination, as well as the foresight of one's surroundings, is indeed fraught with potential for injury. He truly could not comprehend this reckless behavior. Why was that mischievous rascal displaying such fierce tenacity at this moment? Did he not realize that sometimes stepping back could lead to broader horizons? He should be a person who prefers ease over labor. Despite his evident aversion to hardship and fatigue, he is willing to relinquish everything for a mere opportunity to participate in a competition. Why? Does he truly believe that this chance will lead to further opportunities in the future? Having bathed, Hulai reclined upon his bed, donned in freshly changed pajamas. And even the sheets had been replaced. This meticulous preparation was motivated by his intent to unveil the mysterious reward package associated with his task. While others might simply bathe and change, he sought to express his sincere devotion by not only bathing and changing, but also refreshing his bedding. The mysterious package constituted a portion of the rewards bestowed by the system upon the completion of his specialized training task. An additional 1,000 points had already been credited to his account upon scoring that particular goal. Once he accessed the system, Hulai beheld the mysterious package, which appeared as a treasure chest floating within his consciousness. Golden light emanated from the crevice where the lid met the chest, as if beckoning him to open it. Without hesitation, he did not waste time seeking divine intervention, for he recalled the results of his previous attempts at soliciting blessings. After exhausting 4 lottery tickets, he had merely acquired 4 bottles of stamina potions. Thus, he deemed the deities, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Tathagata, and Guanyin, to be of no assistance. These celestial beings seemed to operate outside the realm of his auxiliary system, rendering their intervention futile. Acknowledging this, he directly opened the chest with his mind, and a radiant golden light nearly filled the entire system space. When the brilliance subsided, the chest vanished, leaving behind a scroll-like object floating before him. As his consciousness reached out, he discerned its nature. Basic training scroll, receiving the ball, upon use. It enhances training effectiveness in the subsequent 10 sessions focused on receiving the ball. To his surprise, this scroll was specifically tailored for ball control training. Although he had previously encountered a training scroll dedicated solely to shooting, the existence of one dedicated purely to ball control was unexpected. After all, in his foundational training, shooting was a distinct focus, whereas ball control lacked a dedicated curriculum. Both ball control and passing were typically taught together under the umbrella of passing drills, where teammates would practice passing the ball to one another, thus incorporating ball control. Initially, he practiced with Yin Yin, but once the preliminary matches commenced, Yin Yin had to train with the team and could no longer devote time to individual sessions. The coach then instructed him to practice against the wall, targeting the circles drawn by the coach to refine his passing accuracy, followed by receiving the ball rebounding from the wall to hone his ball control. The scroll's singular focus on ball control training suggested that half of his training regimen would remain unenhanced. What was the purpose of exclusively training ball control without addressing passing? Since passing and receiving were interconnected, why not produce a scroll for passing and receiving training? Hulai found himself somewhat perplexed. He resolved to place this item within his storage space, as it appeared there was no immediate need for it. Exiting the storage, he checked his current point total. He had amassed 6,000 points and simultaneously possessed 2 lottery tickets, indicating that these points need not be exchanged. He recalled discovering in the marketplace that the stamina potion could be directly purchased with points, contrary to his initial belief that it could only be acquired through fortune from the Grand Wheel. This revelation suggested that points were not solely for lottery exchanges, but could indeed be used to procure other items, heightening his anticipation for the future of the official marketplace. What other wonders might it unveil? With this thought in mind, Hulai resolved to visit the official marketplace. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a transformation. The previously barren shelves had acquired a new addition. To the right of the verdant stamina potion, a card emanating a faint orange glow had appeared. It was none other than the World Wave Experience card. Hulai had assumed there was only one such card. To his astonishment, after its use, it materialized in the official marketplace, available for redemption with points. His breath quickened. Earlier that day at the training ground, he had firsthand experienced the card's formidable power. He was certain that without its aid, he would not have been able to execute such an exquisite bicycle kick. Perhaps he could have managed to attempt the move, but the likely outcome would have been a fall, having failed to make contact with the ball. Even if he had made contact, directing the football accurately towards the goal would have been a challenge, leading to a wayward shot or a miss entirely. Such a failure would have rendered him the subject of ridicule. Hulai maintained a clear understanding of his capabilities, which is why he placed his hopes in the system. Without it, he would have never passed the intense training assessment orchestrated by his coach. Now, his greatest asset lay quietly on the shelves of the official marketplace, signifying that with sufficient points, he could acquire it. Just imagine the breathtaking moment when he utilized this card in a match to unleash a stunning world wave. With this vision in mind, Hulai turned his attention to the price of the card. The price tag read, required points, 1,000,000. What? Hulai thought he must be seeing things, blinking vigorously as he squinted to count from the last zero. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, a million. 1,000,000 points. He nearly stumbled back in shock, almost retreating from the system space. 1,000,000 points. He had painstakingly completed a task of considerable difficulty, using one World Wave Experience card, which had only rewarded him 5,000 points. And yet, purchasing this card in the marketplace required a staggering 1,000,000 points. He suddenly felt a sense of loss, having exchanged 1,000,000 for a mere 5,000. Upon seeing the card appear in the marketplace, a bold thought crossed his mind: to purchase this card and utilize it in the upcoming matches when the head coach allowed him to play. Wouldn't that enable him to score another stunning goal? He believed such a performance could irrevocably alter his fate. However, the harsh reality reminded him that seeking shortcuts was utterly impossible. Given the system's parsimonious nature, accumulating 1,000,000 points seemed a distant dream. If he were to rely on this stunning goal card, it was likely that he would have long since given up. Contemplating this, he scrutinized the stunning goal experience card once more, perusing its description repeatedly, as if merely gazing at it would allow him to execute a stunning goal. After a considerable time, he reluctantly exited the system, resolving to sleep. He turned over to face the window, gazing at the moon partially veiled by clouds, his thoughts unavoidably drifting towards the weekend. Although he lacked the stunning goal card, at the very least, he had the opportunity to participate in a match. He wondered in what capacity he would play and how he would perform. Chapter 51. No worries once again. Hulai completed his homework in the morning and planned to leave home to gather at school. Xiaolon had grown somewhat accustomed to this scene. Moreover, she noticed that in order to pursue football, her son no longer required her to wield a metaphorical whip over his studies. Previously, getting Hulai to do his homework felt like a Herculean task. On weekends, if she did not supervise him, he would squander his time on other distractions. Even if she confiscated extracurricular books and his phone, he would rather sit at his desk, staring blankly at his homework than actually write anything. Now, however, he dutifully woke up early to complete his assignments without any prompting from her. This newfound diligence even elicited a rare smile from her husband, who listened. In front of their son, Xiaolon began to believe her son's claims. Perhaps the dopamine released from sports truly was having an impact? She thought that if her son's grades improved, even if he merely attended the team's matches on weekends without playing, it wouldn't be in vain. Make sure to come home early after the game, she reminded him just before he left. What do you mean? I'm playing in the match today. Hulai exclaimed proudly. Xiaolon widened her eyes. Is your school's team so weak that even you can play? Although she was not well versed in the situation of the Dongchuan middle school football team, she certainly knew her son. Forbidden from playing football since childhood, he had only started to indulge in it during high school. How could he have been on the team for such a short time and already be playing in a match? She could easily guess the level of her son's abilities. He surely wasn't that impressive. Mom, Hulai retorted with dissatisfaction. I conquered our demanding coach during training to earn this opportunity. Oh, then your coach must not be very skilled, Xiaolon replied. Oh, Mom, you just don't understand football. I can't explain it to you. Hulai, disinclined to explain himself to his mother, turned and exited the door. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor as he thundered down the stairs. By the time Xiaolon closed the door and stepped onto the balcony, all she could see was her son speeding away on his bicycle, a wild figure reminiscent of a runaway dog. Shaking her head with a smile, she called out, Chingqing. The food is in the pot. I'm leaving. Li Ziqiang stood at the foot of the stairs and called out loudly, All right, take care. After a moment, Li Chingqing's head appeared at the top of the stairs, peering down at her father. Okay, Dad. Walk slowly. Li Ziqiang nodded and turned to open the door. However, just as his hand grasped the doorknob, his daughter's voice rang out again from behind. Dad, during the afternoon match. You won't just let Hulai play during the stoppage time, will you? That wouldn't count as a proper match. Li Ziqiang paused momentarily, then turned back to his daughter with a weary expression. Am I such a petty person? I promised him he would play, and certainly, I would not waste his opportunity on mere garbage time. No, no, my dad could never be such a small-minded person. I knew you wouldn't do that, hee. With that, Li Chingqing retreated, her voice drifting from her room. Goodbye, Dad. I'll cheer for you this afternoon. Li Ziqiang exited the door in a huff, standing at the threshold as he took a deep breath for a full minute to calm his emotions. His daughter's words had truly pained him. After raising her with so much care, she had the audacity to doubt her father's intentions over that little rascal. Am I really that kind of person? Hu Lai. Over here. When Mao Xiao greeted Hu Lai, who had just entered the school cafeteria, all eyes turned toward the figure at the entrance. If all went as expected, Hu Lai should be receiving his chance to play in the match today. This newcomer, who had only undergone a month of basic training with the team, was about to step onto the field, while half of the team had yet to see any playing time. The emotions in the gazes directed at him were complex. After all, when he first joined the team, he was seen as the unfortunate underdog. Yet now, he was set to play before many of his teammates. To say there was no envy would be disingenuous. However, to wish him well, one would find few willing to do so. Whispers circulated. Why is everyone so certain he will play today? Well, it's the 5th round of the qualifiers. If they don't let him play now, will they wait until the semifinals or finals to give him a chance? As Hu Lai followed Mao Xiao and Meng Shi to an empty 4-person table, he could still feel the weight of stares upon him. Don't get too excited just yet, Meng Shi whispered as soon as they sat down. Huh. Hu Lai was taken aback. Am I that obvious? Have you considered the possibility that the coach might say you can play, but didn't he specify for how long? Are you not concerned that he might substitute you in the final minute of the match, only for you to be unable to even receive the ball before the game concludes? Hu Lai gazed at Meng Shi, furrowing his brow. Surely, that cannot be the case? He replied, given our coach's meticulous strategy concerning you, it indeed could be. Meng Shi cast a furtive glance at Li Ziqiang. Enough, enough, Mao Xiao interjected. I genuinely believe our coach is not that kind of person. Although he is quite strict, he is not unscrupulous. Otherwise, he would have accused you of deliberately underperforming during that special training session, especially since you showed no reaction to Hu Lai's shot. The last remark was directed at Meng Shi. Meng Shi quickly countered, what nonsense. It would be challenging for anyone to react. Try guarding that shot yourself. And perhaps you wouldn't even keep up with the ball. I'm not a goalkeeper, why would I defend? Mao Xiao shook his head. Let me tell you, Meng Shi, Hu Lai's shot is one that very few could save. The angle and power were impeccable. From what you say, I almost believe Hu Lai is a professional player. Mao Xiao chuckled, aware of his friend's tendency to exaggerate. To his surprise, Meng Shi nodded earnestly. You're right, Mao Xiao, that was indeed a shot of professional caliber. Thus, the coach had no choice but to acknowledge it. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that the coach won't let Hu Lai off so easily. If he truly brings Hu Lai on in the final minute, you won't be able to fault him, as he only mentioned allowing Hu Lai to play, not specifying the duration of that play. Mao Xiao remained skeptical, unwilling to believe their coach would act in such a manner. To speak bluntly, if the coach were to do that, few would take his words seriously. That may be so, but even if the coach refrains from such actions, I suspect today might be Hu Lai's last chance to play in a match. Our coach only indicated that you could enter the game, not how many times. Moreover, if we win this round, the next stages will be the semifinals and finals of the qualifiers. Hu Lai, I'm not targeting you, but I genuinely doubt the coach will consider letting you play again. Meng Shi stated. This time, Mao Xiao did not dispute his friend's perspective, as he too found merit in Meng Shi's words. In truth, Hu Lai should not even have had this solitary opportunity, which he had fought for at great risk. They had all been quite taken aback at the time, but reflecting on it now, what good was merely securing a single chance to play? To experience the atmosphere of competition? And then what? There would be no further developments. This line of thought rendered reality rather disheartening, as if the brilliance of Hu Lai's previous acrobatic goal had lost its significance. Mao Xiao began to voice his grievances towards his friend. Why do you always have to be such a wet blanket? Meng Shi shrugged. I fear that the greater Hu Lai's hopes, the deeper his disappointment will be. Together, they turned their gaze towards Hu Lai. In response to their stares, Hu Lai nonchalantly remarked, having hope is certainly better than having none at all. He had also pondered whether this would be his first and last opportunity to represent the school team in a match during his first year. However, he quickly recognized that this contemplation held no relevance for him, as he originally had nothing, not even a single opportunity. Fretting over whether he will have more opportunities to compete is akin to worrying about the nutritional balance of instant noodles for someone on the brink of starvation. Chapter 52. The game begins. Li Chingqing and Song Jiejia stood in the stands, consistently managing to secure a prime vantage point thanks to Song Jiejia's stature. This time, they found themselves situated just above the substitute bench of the Dongchuan High School football team. A slight turn of her head allowed her to glimpse who lies seated on the bench. Unlike the covered substitutes benches one might expect, Dongchuan's bench consisted merely of over 20 folding chairs arranged in 2 rows, which sufficed for their needs. The student athletes not currently on the field occupied their seats, attentively watching the match. The weather was pleasant, but had it rained, they would have each needed to hold an umbrella. Nonetheless, for a high school football match, such modest conditions were to be expected. At least there were chairs available. In some places, substitute players had to sit on the ground due to a shortage of seating, which prioritized the coach's comfort. Currently, Hu Lai sat in one of those chairs, his jersey number prominently displayed, 14. Li Chingqing had noticed this number during the first match and understood its significance. Typically, players with poor rapport within the team or those who were marginal figures were assigned this number, as it was not deemed unlucky in any official capacity. This jersey number indicated Hu Lai's position within the team hierarchy. Strangely, Hu Lai seemed unbothered by it. When Li Chingqing privately inquired about his feelings regarding the number, he surprisingly confessed that he rather liked it. Given Hu Lai's consistently laid-back demeanor, she found nothing amiss in his response. He appeared indifferent to others' opinions of him. Now, clad in the number 14 jersey, Hu Lai sat absorbed in the game, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his thighs, following the ball's movement intently. Observing him, Li Chingqing redirected her gaze to the field. She recalled her father's words about this traditional football powerhouse, which had failed to reach the Final Four in the Anong Cup on 2 occasions over the past 5 years. Today's match was crucial for the Dongchuan High School football team as they sought to secure a place in the semifinals. This contest served as the quarterfinal of the national preliminary tournament for the Anong Cup, with Dongchuan High School hosting the match against Zongbei Middle School. Zongbei was no ordinary opponent. It was a prominent football institution in Pingan City, Anong Province, boasting a rich football heritage. It was said that the school actively recruited promising football talents from Pingan City, offering advantageous admission policies for students with football skills. Before the establishment of the Unified National High School Football Competition, Zongbei Middle School was already a traditional powerhouse in the Anong Cup, frequently making it to the top 8 and having reached the Final Four several times, with 4 appearances in the finals, albeit many years ago. Since the advent of the Unified National Tournament, they had managed to reach the Final Four twice. This extensive introduction serves to emphasize that they are a formidable team not to be underestimated. However, this esteemed traditional team now finds itself trailing by 2 goals. With both strikes intricately linked to Luo Kai, he scored one and assisted the other. After receiving a pass from Chu Yifan, Luo Kai netted his 2nd goal of the match, marking the 3rd goal for Dongchuan High School. The current score stands at 3-0, with the home team in the lead. Following his goal, Luo Kai instinctively cast his gaze towards the stands, where he was unexpectedly met with the sight of a graceful figure joyfully cheering, arms raised in celebration. Although Luo Kai had always hoped to elicit cheers from Li Chingqing after his goals, he had never succeeded in doing so until now. Therefore, when he spotted the exuberant Li Chingqing, he could scarcely believe his eyes. A radiant smile spread across his face as he energetically waved to her from the pitch. In that fleeting moment, he felt that all his relentless efforts on the field had been worthwhile. He had ultimately proven his worth and regained the favor of his goddess. Indeed, the football field is a realm where prowess speaks volumes. The pretentious cannot deceive the discerning. How splendid! Li Chingqing exclaimed to Song Jiejia after her jubilant cheering. This gives Hu Lai a chance to play. Why is that? Song Jiejia inquired, still somewhat perplexed. He only understood that Luo Kai's outstanding performance would only serve to highlight Hu Lai's struggles. Now that we lead our opponents 3-0, the head coach can confidently allow Hu Lai to enter the game. Li Chingqing nearly let slip the term dad in her excitement. If we were only ahead by a single goal or were tied, it would be quite difficult for Hu Lai to get on the field. At such times, the priority is to secure the victory rather than fulfilling promises to let Hu Lai play. Song Jiejia suddenly grasped the situation. So, Hu Lai can only play if victory is assured? Exactly. Everything hinges on our ability to reach the semifinals, Li Chingqing affirmed. Now that we have a 3-goal lead, our chances of advancing are significantly bolstered, which is when the coach might consider giving Hu Lai an opportunity. It makes sense why you cheered after Luo Kai scored. I thought it peculiar that you hadn't shown any reaction previously when he scored so many goals, Song Jie remarked. Li Chingqing made a playful face. She understood Luo Kai's intentions towards her, yet she felt no romantic inclination towards him. Thus, she had deliberately restrained her emotions, wishing to spare Luo Kai any false hopes. However, her thoughts were solely with Hu Lai, and she couldn't help but show her excitement this time. Meanwhile, Song Jie observed the jubilant Luo Kai. Feeling that he was nothing extraordinary compared to Hu Lai, Li Ziqiang glanced at the scoreboard after Luo Kai's goal and lowered his head to check the time. Noting that there were still 23 minutes remaining in the match, he then turned to steal a glance at Hu Lai, who remained seated, intently focused on the game. From his eager expression, it seemed he was impatient to take the field, as if sensing someone's gaze upon him. Hu Lai turned his eyes and met Li Ziqiang's stare. Upon noticing the head coach's gaze upon him, Hu Lai hastily flashed a sycophantic smile. This very demeanor rendered Li Ziqiang utterly disenchanted. In retrospect, the memory of Hu Lai yelling at him on the field had a certain charm, for at least it lacked the hypocritical and obsequious smile he wore now, devoid of any cunning deceit. However, regardless of his personal feelings, he had to uphold the promise made in front of the entire team. If he did not, the morale would undoubtedly wane, and leading the team would become an arduous task. Thus, he beckoned to Hu Lai. Seemingly incredulous, Hu Lai pointed to himself in disbelief, his smile prompting Li Ziqiang to wish he could keep him off the field entirely. Yet, with a serious expression, he nodded in affirmation. Hu Lai, brimming with excitement, leaped from his seat and dashed to Li Ziqiang, eagerly inquiring, "Coach, am I going to play?" Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, a gesture unbecoming of his authority, Li Ziqiang shot Hu Lai a stern look. "Play? You're just warming up." "Oh," Hu Lai exclaimed, scratching his head as he sprinted toward the warm-up area. He was going to play. Upon witnessing Hu Lai rush off to warm up, Li Chingqing felt a surge of excitement. However, she noticed that he wasn't heading directly onto the field, which perplexed Song Jie. "He has to warm up first to avoid injury when he takes the field," Li Chingqing explained. "Once he's finished warming up, he can join the match." Understanding dawned on Song Jie as he tucked his phone away into his pocket. He had attended every match each weekend, not out of an interest in football, but to assist Hu Lai by retrieving his jersey and cleats before the game commenced, only to return them post-match for safekeeping. As for the game itself, he held no interest. After helping Li Chingqing secure a favorable vantage point, he would immerse himself in his mobile games. Yet now, with Hu Lai set to play, he put his game aside. Although he was neither knowledgeable about nor fond of football, he was a friend of Hu Lai and felt compelled to support him. As Li Chingqing observed, Hu Lai soon finished his warm-up and returned to the sidelines. Standing once more before Coach Li Ziqiang, she felt a twinge of anxiety, caught between her father and her friend. She genuinely feared that her father might assign Hu Lai an insurmountable task, using it as an excuse to sideline him for an entire year. Although her father claimed to hold high expectations for Hu Lai, her instincts suggested that the matter might not be as straightforward. Li Ziqiang regarded Hu Lai standing before him, and unlike his daughter's apprehensions, he had no intention of assigning any special tasks to Hu Lai. In fact, he didn't plan to assign him any tasks at all. Even if he wished to do so, it would be impossible, as Hu Lai had never practiced alongside the team. Initially, Li Ziqiang had not anticipated that Hu Lai would excel through his rigorous training, hence he had not arranged any joint practice sessions with the team. This had resulted in Hu Lai only undergoing basic training as the match loomed ever closer. He was unfamiliar with the team, and the team was equally unacquainted with him. Under such circumstances, what tasks could be assigned? Thus, faced with Hu Lai's eager expression, Li Ziqiang sighed inwardly. "You will play as a center forward." Hu Lai nodded vigorously. "All right, coach, no problem. Should I draw the opponent's defensive forces, or run into the spaces behind them?" "Coach, I know where the goal is." Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, Li Ziqiang felt a twitch at his temples. "What theatrics are you adding for yourself?" He suppressed his irritation and replied, "No, nothing at all. You have no assignments. Just take your position as the center forward." Hu Lai looked perplexed. "But what exactly should I do, coach?" Having watched a few preliminary matches, he had seen how Coach Li would always take considerable time to explain tactics to players about to be substituted, often resorting to writing on the tactical board to ensure clarity. Although Hu Lai couldn't hear the coach's instructions, he found the gestures immensely professional. He had imagined that when his turn came, he too should present a professional demeanor before the tactical board, listening attentively to the coach's arrangements, nodding occasionally. and finally casting a determined gaze toward the opponent's goal to demonstrate his resolve. Little did he expect that on the day he was to step onto the field, the head coach would provide him with no guidance whatsoever. This left him with a head full of ideas, but no opportunity to express them. Figure it out yourself. Li Ziqiang had no desire to engage further with Hu Lai. After uttering these words, he pushed Hu Lai toward the fourth official. Having submitted his participation certificate and substitution list, Hu Lai finally stood at the sidelines, waiting to be brought onto the field. He pondered the coach's words. Figure it out myself? Does that mean I should find the openings on my own? The coach truly recognizes my potential. In Hu Lai's mind, since he knew where the goal was, why would he need someone to instruct him on how to find it? Thus, the coach's decision to refrain from assigning him specific tasks must stem from a profound understanding of his innate abilities. Finding openings was indeed his forte. Excitedly, Hu Lai wiggled in anticipation at the sidelines. He could hardly wait to make his debut in this, his first official match. After the ball went out of play, the game entered a dead ball phase, and Dongchuan High School made its first substitution, bringing Hu Lai, number 14, onto the field in place of the starting center forward, Zhong Shihao, number 9. The moment Hu Lai stepped onto the pitch, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. You have entered the match. Task completed. Reward acquired. Beginner training scroll. Shooting. Hearing this, Hu Lai felt an overwhelming surge of joy, and he began to bounce and skip toward his designated position as center forward under the gaze of all. On the stands, Song Jiejia couldn't help but comment. That posture resembles a kindergartner heading to the playground. Li Chingqing was amused by Song Jiejia's words, but in her eyes, Hu Lai was not a child from a kindergarten heading to an amusement park. Instead, he resembled a dog that had been confined at home for months, finally allowed to roam freely. Li Ziqiang observed Hu Lai's exuberant figure, his expression dark as ink. This was hardly the demeanor of a player. It was simply laughable. Chapter 53. The task, score a goal. Zhong Shihao, who had been substituted for Hu Lai, felt utterly unfortunate. As a key striker for the school team, he was an unwavering starter. Now in his senior year, he was seasoned and, aside from a slight deficiency in scoring ability, had no significant flaws. Furthermore, the modern football system demanded versatility from strikers, and a lack of goals was not necessarily a grave issue, especially with a robust scoring asset like Luo Kai on the team. However, due to a wager between the coach and that rookie, he found himself prematurely substituted in this crucial quarterfinal match. With 20 minutes remaining in the game, he was now relegated to the sidelines as a mere spectator. When he left the field, he didn't even acknowledge Hu Lai with a high five, walking past him as if he were invisible, heading straight to the bench. This left Hu Lai, who had raised his arm in anticipation of a gesture of camaraderie, feeling somewhat awkward, but Zhong Shihao was indifferent. As a key player, why should he show any courtesy to a novice? Seated on his chair, he accepted a towel handed to him by a first-year substitute. Wiping the sweat off his brow while casting a hostile glare at Hu Lai, this kid seemed rather pleased, but everyone knew this was his debut match, and it would likely be his last. Reflecting on this, Zhong Shihao's mood lifted slightly. That unfortunate soul, the notification sound indicating task completion suddenly reminded Hu Lai of a wearable device tucked away in his storage space. Thus, upon reaching the striker position, he promptly accessed the system's space and discovered the red wristband lying quietly within. The red string of a loved one slightly enhances the wearer's luck. Effective for a single match, it is said to have been meticulously woven by a childhood friend for the boy, always adorning his wrist. The subsequent line of fine print held no interest for Hu Lai. He dismissed the notions of childhood friends and romantic gestures. Did he need to be fed sentimental tales while using an item? He automatically filtered that out. What truly mattered to him was the item's attribute description. It increased luck during the match. When he had received the wristband, Hu Lai had been uncertain when he would get to play, nearly forgetting it in the storage. Now, however, was the perfect opportunity to utilize this item. He was acutely aware that although he had been granted this chance to play, it did not guarantee that he would continue to receive opportunities. Mengshi had suggested this might be his last appearance, and he concurred. Nevertheless, his stance had never wavered. An opportunity was always better than none. If he were perpetually sidelined, wouldn't that wristband remain useless? At present, he is at least able to don this bracelet, hoping to enhance his luck in the upcoming match. Although the bracelet does not specify the extent of luck it bestows, any increase is preferable to none. Luck is an indispensable component in football. How many legendary goals etched in the annals of football history can one assert were devoid of a stroke of fortune? With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly decided to utilize the bracelet. Instantly, it materialized in his hand. This marks the first occasion he has physically encountered a wearable device bestowed by the system. It feels indistinguishable from a genuine bracelet. Indeed, it is a tangible item. The red threads are intricately woven together, twisted into a slightly thicker cord, which is then braided to form the bracelet. Its crimson surface appears rather ordinary, lacking any special embellishments, and it does not shimmer with any mysterious light under the afternoon sun. Initially, Hulai assumed this bracelet would function similarly to the WorldWave experience card, delivering an effect without a physical form. To his surprise, this bracelet is indeed tangible and requires his own effort to wear. He adjusted the bracelet, sliding it onto his right wrist and tightening it to ensure it would not easily slip off. Observing this from nearby, the third center back from Zongbei High School could not help but scoff. "What's with the red string tied to your wrist, you sissy?" Hulai shot a glance at him and retorted, "This was given to me by a girl. Do you have one?" The other player was taken aback by Hulai's response, momentarily stunned, his expression shifting from confusion to anguish, and finally to anger as his face flushed red. "What is it to you?" After hurling his insult, he anticipated a comeback, but to his surprise, Hulai remained unperturbed, appearing almost dazed, akin to a fool struck dumb by fear. He lowered his gaze to appraise the slender figure before him, a hint of disdain creeping onto his face. He could not fathom why the opposing coach would substitute in someone who seemed utterly incapable when the situation appeared to be in their favor. The previous forward, though lacking in shooting finesse, possessed a formidable physique that could pose a challenge. Now that he was replaced, did this signify a significant reduction in pressure? Perhaps he could extend a hand to assist his teammates. His gaze shifted to the right flank of his own team, where Luo Kai from Dongchuan High School stood. This player was nothing short of a nightmare for their defense. Possessing exceptional physical attributes and comprehensive skills, he could score and assist with equal proficiency, seemingly without weakness. Rumor has it he is merely a first-year student. Dongchuan High School has truly struck gold with this acquisition. The center back from Zongbei High School remained fixated on Luo Kai, contemplating, without casting another glance at Hulai, what threat could a person so easily startled by a mere word possibly pose? Unbeknownst to them, Hulai had entered the system. Having just heard the announcement of a new task, he now found himself with a new mission. Previously, he had derided this system as a dead fish system, which released tasks only once a month, remaining dormant otherwise. However, recently, the system seemed to have undergone a peculiar transformation, issuing tasks in rapid succession. The task at hand was to score a goal in an official match, with a reward of 1,000 points and a system upgrade. The prospect of gaining 1,000 points did not particularly intrigue Hulai. Rather, it was the notion of a system upgrade that left him in a state of astonishment. An upgrade to the system? Could it really be possible? He wondered if, after the upgrade, the prize would feature 2 alluring bunny girls alongside it. Hulai envisioned a promising future. Nevertheless, if this match were indeed his sole opportunity to participate, did it imply that he must score during this game? Otherwise, who knew how long he would have to wait to complete the task? Hulai glanced around. He noticed that the fierce number 3 center back had completely overlooked him, instead focusing his gaze on the distant Luo Kai. The greatest threat lay right beneath his nose, yet he chose to look elsewhere. Who did he think he was looking down upon? Just wait and see. On the stands, Li Chingqing observed as Hulai had clearly found a gap. Yet no teammate passed the ball to him. It was instead directed to Luo Kai. She let out a long sigh. On the field, after receiving the ball on the flank, Luo Kai did not opt to continue down the line, but instead cut inside, weaving horizontally toward the center. He then unleashed a long-range shot, aiming to breach the goal of Zongbei High School and complete his hat trick. After scoring his second goal, he finally caught sight of Li Chingqing's cheers and smiles from the stands, igniting a fierce flame of ambition within his heart. He yearned to solidify his image as a hero in her eyes through this hat trick, particularly now that Hulai was on the field. The competition between them made the choice of whom to favor abundantly clear. Yet, his shot failed to pose a threat to the Zongbei High School goal. The ball was deflected away by the approaching number 3 center back, who blocked it with his thigh, causing it to arc and sail out of bounds. Prior to this moment, Luo Kai's performance had been commendable. He had taken the ball decisively, skillfully maneuvering past 2 defenders. Yet, it was precisely at the moment of his final shot that he faltered, allowing the opponent to intervene. Luo Kai cast a displeased glance toward the slender figure in the penalty area. He was well acquainted with this number 3 center back, who had previously been tasked with marking Zhong Shihao, effectively drawing attention away from the defensive prowess of Zongbei High School. Now, with Zhong Shihao just having exited the field, the defender had rushed toward him. What a waste. Perhaps the head coach presumed that a 3-0 lead ensured victory, but Luo Kai was far from satisfied. Sitting on the bench, Zhong Shihao felt a pang of regret for Luo Kai's blocked shot. He slapped his thigh in frustration and complained to his teammates. Look at that play. The number 3, who should have been marking our center forward in the box, rushed to the edge of the area to block Luo Kai's shot. Previously, he would never have dared to be so reckless. The underlying message was unmistakable to anyone with a modicum of sense. Was it not implying that after his absence, the substitute Hu Lai could hardly contain the opposing team? Others concurred with Zhong Shixiao's assertion. After all, before Zhong left the field, how could the opposing center backs so brazenly disregard Dongchuan High School's center forward to confront Luo Kai? Indeed, it was evident that they held Hu Lai in little regard. If I were Hu Lai, I would have surely drifted to the side to create space for Luo Kai. Yet look at him, standing foolishly in the center. Hey, your expectations are rather lofty, aren't they? How could he possibly know to help his teammates create space? True enough, I shouldn't have held him to the standards of a conventional player. Hu Lai truly exemplified amateurism, merely gravitating toward the goal without any consideration for tactical demands. However, it was quite audacious of the opposing center back to leave him unmarked, especially when Hu Lai had no one to monitor him. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shixiao snorted. What? Does he expect to score? I heard that during his first match in their class, Hu Lai blocked a certain goal from Luo Kai. So even if that number 3 went up, Hu Lai would still be there to cover him, wouldn't he? Laughter erupted from the substitutes bench. With a 3-goal lead, they were practically 1 foot into the semi-finals of the qualifiers, and everyone's spirits were high as they jested about Hu Lai. Did you sigh because the ball wasn't passed to Hu Lai? Song Jieji inquired of Li Chingqing. Li Chingqing nodded. Yes. Chu Yifan shouldn't have passed the ball to Luo Kai. But I saw Luo Kai manage to take a shot, Song Jieji remarked, unable to grasp the intricacies of football. She simply noted that Luo Kai had shot. Of course, given the ball, he could certainly utilize his individual skills to take a shot. But if it had been passed to Hu Lai, he would have scored, Li Chingqing asserted confidently. Surprised by Li Chingqing's conviction, Song Jieji exclaimed, No way. He just got on the field and scored? The position was too advantageous. The defender hardly regarded him. Li Chingqing responded, still lamenting Hu Lai's missed opportunity. After all, Hu Lai hadn't trained with the team before. They're simply not familiar with him, Song Jieji comforted. No, it's a matter of mistrust toward Hu Lai. They always prioritize passing to Luo Kai when the ball is in play. They don't believe Hu Lai can score. Song Jieji fell silent. It seemed there was no solution to this predicament, was there? Luo Kai was dissatisfied with Hu Lai's performance, just as Hu Lai was discontent with Luo Kai's. He gestured toward Luo Kai. You should have passed the ball to me. Luo Kai dismissed his words as the ramblings of a madman, ignoring him entirely as he turned and ran off. How utterly ridiculous. Why would I pass to you? Who do you think you are, demanding the ball? Do you not have a sense of your own worth? Hu Lai was convinced that had Luo Kai passed the ball earlier, he would undoubtedly have scored. Because he stood right on the goal line, mere inches from the net and perfectly centered. The angle for the shot was nearly 180 degrees. There could scarcely have been a better opportunity to score. Yet, to my dismay, Luo Kai opted for a long-range shot, which was subsequently blocked. Thus concluded yet another offensive attempt, a blatant waste of my exquisite positioning. He bared his teeth at Luo Kai's back, forming a silent reproach with his lips. Chapter 54. Mission accomplished. Hu Lai actively engaged in the offense, repeatedly raising his arms to signal for the ball from his teammates. Yet not once was he favored with a pass. In their offensive maneuvers, the teammates evidently placed greater trust in Luo Kai. Even when Luo Kai's opportunities were less than ideal, they preferred to pass the ball to him. At the very least, when the ball was at Luo Kai's feet, there was no immediate threat of conceding a goal. However, if they were to pass to Hu Lai, they genuinely feared that possession would swiftly change hands, necessitating a hasty retreat to defend. Currently, Dongchuan High School led their opponents by 3 goals, and as time ticked away, the prospect of victory seemed all but assured, provided they did not err. Everyone understood why Hu Lai had been allowed to play. It was merely a matter of the coach honoring a promise. Yet, this did not imply that they were obliged to accommodate him on the field. In fact, with Hu Lai present, The priority for Dongchuan High School was safety, after all. Having Hulai on the pitch felt akin to playing with a man down. If they could navigate the remaining minutes of the match without incident, they would have fulfilled their objective. From her vantage point in the stands, Li Chingqing observed the scene, intuitively grasping the sentiments of the other players on the Dongchuan team. She could not assert that their actions were unequivocally erroneous. In such circumstances, a cautious approach was defensible. Nevertheless, she felt a pang of regret for Hulai. After all, this might be his only opportunity, and she hoped he could score. It wasn't that a single goal would alter his fate, but at the very least, it would allow those who disparaged, mocked, and doubted him to see that Hulai was not without merit. Initially, the players from Zongbei High School expressed discontent over their teammates abandoning Hulai to pursue Luokai, criticizing the significant gap left unguarded behind him as irresponsible. However, after a few instances, they realized that Hulai was genuinely being overlooked for passes, leading them to gradually lower their guard. As for why the players from Dongchuan High School refrained from passing to their center forward, the Zongbei players concluded, after some deliberation, that they must be intent on enabling Luokai to achieve a hat trick. After all, every time Dongchuan surged forward, the ball inevitably found its way to Luokai, who was tasked with completing the offensive play. Given that Luokai had already netted 2 goals, the rationale behind Dongchuan's strategy was starkly apparent. Once every player from Zongbei High School grasped this insight, their immediate reaction was one of indignation. What was this? Leading by 3 goals had instilled a sense of security, prompting them to become complacent, feeling utterly confident, even contemplating assisting a teammate in achieving a hat trick. If that Rakai were to accomplish such a feat against us, it would be nothing short of a profound humiliation, no matter how one views it. Zongbei High School stands as one of the traditional top 8 football teams in Anong Province, a school that commands respect within the realm of football. How could we possibly allow Dongchuan Middle School to toy with us in such a manner? Should word of this spread, how could anyone from Zongbei High School ever hold their head high in the Anong Province high school football circle again? Enraged, Zongbei High School intensified their defensive efforts against Rakai, ensuring that at least 2 players were always shadowing him. Nevertheless, Rakai remained remarkably adept at evading capture, rarely losing possession. Even when faced with 2 opposing defenders, he could either dribble past them or, after securing the ball, deftly pass it to a teammate. On this field, he was the most prominent figure, his individual prowess far surpassing that of his peers. However, under such circumstances, scoring became a formidable challenge. As he approached the goal, he often found himself confronted not by 2 defenders, but by 3, and at times even 4. Despite his remarkable skills, he was still a high school player, and taking on 4 opponents would inevitably prove taxing. I have often heard that football is a team sport, emphasizing collaboration. Yet, from my perspective, it seems to be a one-man show starring Rakai, remarked Song Jiejia with a hint of sarcasm. His classmate, Hulai, had yet to make his presence felt. Even when positioned in open spaces, the ball invariably found its way to Rakai's feet. What purpose did Hulai serve? Merely to fill a spot? Li Chingqing, overhearing Song Jiejia's comments, found herself at a loss for words, as she too was disheartened by the situation. At times, her frustration led her to wish she could join the game and pass the ball to Hulai, who occupied a pivotal striker role but had a significant vulnerability, his reliance on the team's cooperation and support. Without the ball being delivered to him, his strengths remained dormant. Yet, the prevailing conditions did not allow for such collaboration. How could anyone pass the ball to someone who had never trained with the team and bore the weight of others' prejudices? Li Chingqing furrowed her brow and pouted, realizing that this match seemed to serve merely as a chance for Hulai to experience the atmosphere of the game. Thus, that beautiful bicycle kick goal would ultimately change nothing. The thought left her heart sinking like the sun into the ocean, slowly enveloped in disappointment. When she witnessed Hulai's stunning goal during training, she felt an overwhelming surge of joy, so much so that her palms turned red from clapping. She had even told Song Jiejia that Hulai might not join him for their next gaming session, convinced that this goal would elevate Hulai's standing within the team, serving as a stepping stone. Yet, it now appeared that her elation had been premature and nothing would be altered. Although no one passed the ball to him, Hulai persisted in running behind the opposing number 3 center back during every attack. After all, he had little else to do. This was his sole contribution on the field. Simultaneously, his continuous sprinting was fueled by a flicker of hope that, perhaps by some twist of fate, the ball might miraculously come to him. Wouldn't that be a stroke of fortune? Or perhaps, if everyone noticed that Luo Kai was thoroughly marked, they might consider passing the ball to him instead. Yet, as it stood, relying on his teammates to change their mindset and deliver the ball to him seemed rather unrealistic. In another attempt during Dongchuan High School's offense, Hu Lai surged into the penalty area of Zongbei High School once more. However, his teammates opted to pass the ball to Luo Kai. Upon receiving the ball, Luo Kai feigned a lateral cut, tricking a Zongbei defender into prematurely moving to block his path. Suddenly, he struck the ball with his right foot, sending it into the penalty area while swiftly pivoting and charging forward. The stands erupted in cheers, a chorus from the students of Dongchuan High School. Among them were football enthusiasts and admirers of Luo Kai alike. As Luo Kai barreled into the box, he did not entirely evade his marker, slowing slightly. He lifted his right foot as if to shoot. The Zongbei number 3 center back, falling to the ground in an attempt to block the shot, was met with a surprising twist. Luo Kai did not shoot. Instead, his right foot deftly swept over the ball before retracting, pulling it back under him. At that moment, the Zongbei defender was rendered helpless, sprawled on the ground. After retrieving the ball, Luo Kai gently nudged it forward, slipping past the position vacated by the fallen center back. As the defender collapsed, the stands of Dongchuan High School reverberated with the excited screams of female students, all captivated by Luo Kai's mesmerizing feint. Even Li Chingqing had to concede that Luo Kai's technical prowess and ball control were exceptional. Observing him execute such intricate footwork in the confined space of the penalty area, it was as if he operated on a different plane from the others. While they floundered and panicked, he remained composed and untroubled, each movement executed with perfect precision. His control over his muscles was astonishingly accurate, a testament to his innate talent. With the number 3 center back outmaneuvered, Luo Kai now faced only the Zongbei goalkeeper, who rushed to block his shooting angle and the expansive goal behind him. He swung his left foot, his body slightly leaning to the right, drawing back like a bow before launching the ball. The shot sped toward the near corner of the goal. The Zongbei goalkeeper, having anticipated the strike, had already begun his dive, yet he was unable to keep up with the ball's velocity. By the time he reached out, the ball had already zipped by, a mere blur in the air, eluding capture entirely. On the bench of Dongchuan Middle School, numerous individuals eagerly rose from their seats, arms aloft, poised to celebrate Luo Kai's hat trick. This would mark his second hat trick in the current Anong Cup. Just as everyone anticipated that Luo Kai would execute a magnificent solo effort to complete his feat, the ball struck the near goalpost with a resounding thud. The echo reverberated in the hearts of the girls in the stands, who were about to exclaim in disappointment when the ball ricocheted back onto the field, heading straight for the center of the goal. And there, a figure clad in a yellow jersey awaited. Hu Lai, Li Chingqing exclaimed with excitement. No one knew how Hu Lai had appeared there, nor when he had arrived, but as everyone's gaze was drawn to the ball, they saw Hu Lai already positioned at its landing spot. In response to the approaching ball, he instinctively lifted his right foot. The ball came hurtling towards him. Bang! Luo Kai's shot was powerful and fierce. Even after colliding with the goalpost, it retained much of its force. Yet, despite the tremendous power, Hu Lai managed to stop the ball, avoiding the mishap of it rebounding and striking his face as had occurred in training. In fact, as he halted the ball, a curious thought crossed his mind. This shot lacked the force of those delivered by his coach. At that moment, a vast goal lay before Hu Lai. The goalkeeper from Zongbei Middle School had rushed to the near post to block Luo Kai's shot and now lay on the ground, rendered incapable of any action other than glancing back at Hu Lai. The Zongbei Middle School's number 3 center back had been deftly deceived by Luo Kai's exquisite feint and was just getting back on his feet. The other players from Zongbei were either at the far post or near the penalty spot, leaving the goal devoid of any defenders. Li Chingqing watched this scene, her heart tightening with anticipation. What a golden opportunity. Hu Lai, shoot. Hu Lai glanced down at the ball he had just stopped, slightly bewildered. He hadn't expected it to land so fortuitously at his feet, especially with an open goal before him. How could it be so easy? It felt almost surreal, as if he were dreaming. However, he did not linger in his astonishment for long. This was the chance he had longed for. And with such an opportunity presented to him, how could he let it slip away? It would render him the greatest fool in the world. Without contemplating whether this opportunity was deceptively easy or pondering his potential offside position, he struck the ball towards the goal with his right foot. Just as he kicked the ball, a leg lunged in to intercept. This demonstrated just how vast the space was that Hu Lai occupied, providing him with ample time to process the moment before shooting, and yet, he was still unimpeded. The owner of that leg could not reclaim the ball. All he could do was watch helplessly as the ball rolled into their net. The goal has been scored. Hu Lai has scored. P.S. Hu Lai scored his first official goal in his football career. Chapter 55. What a calamity. The substitute bench of Dongchuan High School was populated with numerous individuals who, upon Luo Kai's shot, could hardly contain their excitement as they leapt from their seats, raising their arms in anticipation of celebrating Luo Kai's hat trick. However, they were utterly unprepared for the subsequent turn of events, which unfolded in stark contrast to their expectations. Before their jubilant arms could be lowered or their posteriors could return to the confines of their folding chairs, Hu Lai had already sent the football sailing into the goal of Zhongbei High School, as if they were celebrating Hu Lai's triumph. This situation became rather awkward. Among them, Zhong Shihao stood out distinctly, having previously shouted, "Good." Now, all eyes were upon him, his fist still raised, his expression frozen in a mask of rigidity. They all recalled his earlier derision directed at Hu Lai. What? Does he really think he can score? Reality had delivered a cruel answer. Indeed, he had scored. No one mocked Zhong Shihao, for the performances of the others were hardly superior. Many had joined in the laughter at Hu Lai's expense, contributing to a lively atmosphere on the substitute bench. Yet now, it felt as though an invisible hand had gripped everyone's necks, rendering them silent. The substitute bench of Dongchuan High School, which should have been the very place to celebrate their team's goal, had instead descended into an awkward and eerie quietude. Following Hu Lai's goal, a spontaneous cheer erupted from the stands. Yet, this cheer quickly diminished as Luo Kai's supporters realized that it was not Luo Kai who had scored, but Hu Lai. Li Zichuan was among those who abruptly fell silent, gripping the railing at the front of the stands, teeth clenched, as if afraid that the cheers might escape his lips. Previously, during practice, he had inadvertently let a whistle slip, causing a commotion that made him feel like the trumpeter rallying for Hu Lai. It was a profound embarrassment for him. This time, the cheer he had intended for Kai Gu nearly slipped away to Hu Lai. He could not afford to make the same mistake again. Nevertheless, a creaking sound escaped. Whether from his tightly clasped hands rubbing against the railing or from his grinding teeth remained uncertain. Amidst the remaining cheering crowd, Li Chingqing's voice rang out with particular enthusiasm. Song Jiejie was taken aback. Did that goal really happen so quickly? It seemed too effortless. Laughing amidst her cheers, Li Chingqing replied to Song Jiejie, "It appears easy because Hu Lai was in the perfect position." She then cupped her hands around her mouth, shouting towards the field, "Well done, Hu Lai. Excellent work." Song Jiejie, somewhat speechless, remarked, "True, but I still think Hu Lai has been excessively fortunate. Luo Kai's shot struck the crossbar, and it fortuitously rebounded right to him. What kind of luck is that?" Li Chingqing laughed joyfully, remarking, "This is even better. It shows that even the heavens are favoring Hu Lai." Initially, she believed this would be Hu Lai's first and last chance to compete, yet unexpectedly, that goal came to fruition. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding it, for a forward, scoring is paramount, is it not? As long as one can score, who truly cares how it is achieved? Most importantly, Hu Lai's goal strengthened Li Chingqing's conviction. She firmly believed that, given time, Hu Lai's talent would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. When that day arrives, she would proudly inform her father that Hu Lai was her discovery. She eagerly anticipated witnessing her father's astonished expression. Li Ziqiang sat on the coaching bench, enveloped in an unusual silence. He understood the reason behind this stillness. In truth, he was at a loss regarding how to express his emotions. Dongchuan High School had scored again, leading by 4 goals, rendering victory nearly certain. If this goal had been netted by Luo Kai, it would have been a cause for universal celebration. Yet, it was Hu Lai, the very player he had previously scorned and held in disdain, who had scored. His feelings were somewhat complicated. Moreover, he believed he had faintly heard his daughter calling out Hu Lai's name amidst the cheers. With arms crossed and posture straightened in his folding chair, Li Ziqiang tilted his head upward, deliberately avoiding the spectacle on the field, directing his gaze towards the sky to let his thoughts drift away. Only in this manner could he find a semblance of solace. What a misfortune! When Luo Kai took the shot, he brimmed with confidence, convinced that he would score. However, the ball collided squarely with the goalpost, and what transpired next exceeded all his expectations. In a flash, Hu Lai emerged as the ultimate scorer. He gazed in astonishment at the diminutive figure. His classmate dashed towards the corner flag to celebrate his goal. Meanwhile, Luo Kai suddenly realized and turned his attention to the stands, where he spotted the familiar figure of Li Chingqing. She was cheering for Hu Lai, raising her arms in exuberance, her face adorned with a radiant smile. This smile was even more beautiful than what he had seen following his own goal. Luo Kai's heart sank. He had missed the opportunity to complete a hat trick and elicit a smile from the goddess, handing that chance over to Hu Lai. Had he not struck the post, how could Hu Lai have possibly scored? All his actions leading up to the shot had been flawless, yet in retrospect, they merely served to draw the defensive forces away, inadvertently granting Hu Lai an unmarked opportunity to score easily. The players from Zhongbei High School turned to watch Hu Lai, who was jubilantly celebrating his goal at the corner flag, before returning their gaze to their teammate, number 3. Didn't you say we didn't need to worry about him? They questioned him soulfully. The number 3 defender protested, this isn't my fault. It was sheer luck. Who could have predicted that after striking the post, the ball would rebound right to that kid's feet? As others contemplated the situation, it indeed seemed as if fate had conspired in a most fortuitous manner. Who could have anticipated that after the football struck the post, it would fortuitously land at his feet? Such luck was undeniably remarkable. Some spat upon the turf in frustration. Although they did not allow Rokai to complete his hat trick against them, conceding a goal in such a manner left them feeling quite vexed. To be candid, upon reflection, they even wished their goal had been breached by an impeccable long-range strike rather than allowing their opponents to score in such a frivolous fashion. It felt as if they were being mocked. Scoring against you is as easy as taking candy from a child. Thus, while the football team of Zhongbei Secondary School was spared the indignity of Rokai's hat trick, they were nonetheless humiliated by Hu Lai in a different way. After scoring, Hu Lai sprinted towards the corner flag, leaping into the air, twisting mid-flight, with his hands raised and crossed over his chest, before dramatically bringing them down. Upon landing, however, he lost his balance due to inertia, stumbling backward several steps until he ultimately fell flat on his back right in front of the corner flag. His legs sprawled in the air, rendering his initially commanding celebration somewhat comical. Yet, Hu Lai was unfazed. He promptly righted himself and completed the celebration he had begun. Yes, he exclaimed, hearing the cheers. Though they were far quieter than those that had accompanied Rokai's earlier goal, they were nonetheless cheers that belonged to him. He lifted his head, a smile gracing his face. A new world awaits behind that goal. I have arrived. In the face of Zhongbei Secondary School's tenacious resistance, Rokai ultimately failed to secure his hat trick. Following his goal, Hu Lai found himself no longer in a state of solitude, with Zhongbei players now marking him closely, resulting in him scoring but once. As the match concluded, the scoreline froze at 4-0, with Dongchuan Secondary School eliminating Zhongbei and advancing to the semifinals. Given the performances in the past 2 tournaments, reaching the Final Four was already a cause for celebration. Previously, they had faced early exits in the preliminary rounds and had once faltered at the 32 stage. Thus, the post-match revelry was particularly jubilant. This year, with the introduction of a high-caliber head coach and a remarkably gifted player, it seemed they could genuinely aspire to that elusive goal. During the celebrations, Vice-Captain Yin nudged Captain Chu Yifan, exchanging knowing glances. Perhaps this time, we might actually reach the national competition. Chu Yifan, however, replied with solemnity. Let us not forget about Jiaxiang. According to the matchup chart, if we reach the finals, we will face them. Be confident, we have Rokai. Yin clapped Chu Yifan on the back. Rokai was indeed formidable, but one could observe that even he struggled to complete his hat trick against Zhongbei's staunch defense. Yin erupted into laughter. What are you thinking, Captain Chu? Ordinary individuals deserve commendation for merely scoring a goal. Yet Luo Kai has not only netted twice, but also provided an assist. Even if he did not achieve a hat trick, it is of little consequence. It is quite perplexing that you believe his performance to be inadequate due to the absence of a hat trick, Chu. Upon hearing Yin Yan's remarks, Chu Yifan chuckled, his previously tense expression softening. You are right. My expectations were indeed unreasonable. After the match, the entire team, under the coach's directive, approached the stands to express their gratitude to the supportive fans. Hu Lai stood among the crowd, chest out and arms raised, basking in the adulation. He noticed Li Chingqing and Song Pongzi energetically waving at him, prompting him to reciprocate with enthusiasm. Unlike his earlier pretense, this time he genuinely engaged in the moment. Mao Xiao leaned in, wrapping his arms around Hu Lai and giving him a hearty embrace. Well done, Hu Lai. Who would have thought you could score? Meng Shi chimed in. You really are quite fortunate. Hu Lai rolled his eyes, dismissing the comment. However, Mao Xiao defended his friend. No, it is not mere luck. I believe Hu Lai's off-the-ball movement is exceptional. He scored because he correctly positioned himself in the open space. Meng Shi retorted. How do you explain the ball hitting the post and fortuitously landing at his feet? Mao Xiao countered. It is precisely due to Hu Lai's off-the-ball movement. Those lacking such ability would naturally miss the ball's trajectory. Meng Shi chuckled. So, it turns out the ball did not seek him out. Rather, he sought out the ball? Mao Xiao nodded earnestly. Precisely. Meng Shi then glanced at Hu Lai, who was still waving to the fans, a red wristband adorning his arm. He remarked, well, his luck is certainly commendable. After expressing thanks to their cheering classmates, they returned to the locker room to change, marking the conclusion of the match. Once they donned their new attire, they could each return to their respective homes. The players, still brimming with excitement, engaged in lively discussions about the recently concluded match, dreaming of future victories, creating a relaxed atmosphere within the locker room. However, at that moment, the locker room door was abruptly flung open. All heads turned to see the coach standing at the threshold, his expression grave. The jovial chatter among the players ceased instantly upon witnessing their coach's demeanor. They were puzzled. Having achieved a resounding victory and secured a place in the semifinals, why did the coach appear so displeased? Li Ziqiang entered and closed the locker room door behind him, surveying the room before finally fixing his gaze upon Hu Lai. The realization dawned on everyone that he was likely to confront Hu Lai once again. As for the reason, did they really need to ask? Hu Lai felt a flutter of apprehension at the coach's dark gaze. He had been reveling in his goal-scoring achievement. Even if it was tinged with a hint of fortune, after all, a goal is still a goal, is it not? Little did anyone expect that the head coach seemed rather dissatisfied with his team's performance. As Zhong Shihai observed this scene, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly, relishing their moment of pride. However, to everyone's astonishment, the coach, after scrutinizing Hu Lai, averted his gaze and addressed the entire team, a resounding victory by 4 goals. Advancing to the semifinals, and yet you all appear quite pleased. Can anyone step forward to explain why no one passed the ball to Hu Lai during the match? As he spoke, he pointed directly at Hu Lai. Upon comprehending the coach's words, an eerie silence enveloped the locker room. None could have anticipated that the coach would raise such an issue, leaving most players at a loss for how to respond, still bewildered by the aftermath of the game. Indeed, passes to Hu Lai were few and far between during the match. This was partly due to a lack of respect for Hu Lai's abilities, and partly out of fear that he might lose possession upon receiving the ball. Additionally, there was a desire to assist Luo Kai in achieving a hat trick, leading to the decision to pass to him whenever possible during offensive plays. Even after Hu Lai scored, these sentiments remained unchanged. After all, the element of luck in Hu Lai's goal was too pronounced for their liking, and it did little to instill confidence in his performance. Seeing no one speak up, Li Ziqiang huffed, his tone harsh as he remarked, I know what you are all thinking. But let me remind you, you are a team. Once Hu Lai steps onto the field, he becomes a part of this team. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, team captain Chu Yifan finally stood up. Bowing his head in apology to the coach, I'm sorry, coach. It is my fault. As captain, I failed to set a proper example. Li Ziqiang maintained a stern expression, refusing to meet his gaze, instead addressing the entire squad. You all need to reflect on your actions. Don't think that winning one game makes everything right. Your victory relied solely on Luo Kai's individual prowess. With that, he turned and exited, leaving a room full of silent players. Hu Lai remained bewildered throughout the entire ordeal. He never anticipated that the coach, who typically seemed at odds with him, would defend him. Was it because he had scored? He was not alone in his confusion. Other players, too, cast puzzled looks at Hu Lai after the coach departed. Just then, Chu Yifan approached Hu Lai, gravely stating, I apologize, Hu Lai. On behalf of the entire team, I extend our apologies. This revelation startled many, prompting some of those represented by the captain to display awkward expressions. Hu Lai quickly waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it, Captain. I'm fine. Besides, I did score a goal, right? Haha. As he spoke, he placed his hands on his hips. If Li Chingqing had been present, she would have noticed a playful tail sprouting up behind him, standing erect. His mention of the goal only served to evoke a more vivid array of expressions among the players. They gazed at the scene with a mix of emotions, finding the situation absurd. Here they were, having triumphed over their opponents with a score of 4-0 and advancing to the semifinals. Yet their coach stormed in to reprimand them for not passing to Hu Lai during the match. However, Hu Lai is a novice who joined the team with almost no foundation and had to start from scratch. Moreover, hadn't he, the previous coach, always targeted Hu Lai? What has changed today? Is it merely because Hu Lai scored a goal? That goal was clearly a stroke of luck, an accidental strike. I said to Chu, even if you wish to apologize to that lad, it should have been done privately. Apologizing in front of so many people is rather unseemly, don't you think? Look at how that boy reacted in the end. After the match, as they left the school, Yin Yin walked alongside Chu Yifan and voiced his confusion. I specifically apologized in front of the entire team so that the others could see, Chu replied. This time it was indeed our fault. And the coach was right to scold us. Riding a shared bicycle, Chu Yifan said to Yin Yin, I hope everyone can take this seriously. Regardless of Hu Lai's skill level, he is still a member of the school team. Yin Yin furrowed his brow, pondering. I just can't fathom how the coach's attitude towards Hu Lai has made such a complete turnaround. Suddenly, his expression brightened. I have an idea. What if our head coach has always held Hu Lai in high regard, and his stern demeanor was merely a means to toughen him up? Isn't there a saying that goes something like, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it first exercises their mind with suffering, their sinews and bones with toil, their body with hunger, and exposes them to poverty, something along those lines? Indeed, that's it. Chu Yifan interjected. This is what I meant. Yin Yin gave a thumbs up to Chu Yifan, who could not only recite the text, but also translate it. Do you think our coach is putting Hu Lai through this rigorous training because he wants him to bear significant responsibilities? If Hu Lai can endure this, it would indeed signify his capability. Chu Yifan turned to Yin Yin with a smile. I think you are overthinking it. The coach scolded us purely because we forgot the spirit of teamwork. Otherwise, do you really think the coach would assign Hu Lai any major responsibilities? To lead our team into national competitions? Yin Yin contemplated seriously for a moment before shaking his head. That would be too exaggerated. It ultimately depends on Luo Kai. The coach was correct in his final remark today. The reason we have reached this point is indeed thanks to Luo Kai. Luo Kai sat on the bus. The city gradually succumbing to the embrace of night as the streetlights flickered to life. Only the western sky retained a trace of orange-yellow, a remnant of the setting sun. He stared blankly at the neon-lit streets outside the bus, his mind replaying the moment when his shot struck the goalpost. The sharp sound echoed, as if it were not the goalpost that was hit, but his own face. Ironically, the shot that hit the post ultimately assisted Hu Lai. According to the Anton Cup rules, a shot that strikes the post and rebounds for a teammate to score is counted as an assist from the player who hit the post. He sensed the profound malice of fate directed towards him. Hu Lai's goal was, astonishingly, assisted by none other than himself. I personally garnered a resounding cheer for him. Unbeknownst to the brooding Luo Kai, his melancholic demeanor was irresistibly alluring in the eyes of several young women on the bus. He merely gazed thoughtfully out the window, letting out a soft sigh. This scene shattered the hearts of countless girls.